Upon awakening, Chen Bei found himself thrust into a survival game within a dormitory, irrevocably bound to a particular room. During daylight hours, players must venture forth to gather resources, enhance their abilities, and fortify their lodgings. As night descends, an array of sinister and perilous entities emerge, necessitating that one remain sheltered within the dormitory to survive. The fate of the individual is inextricably linked to that of the dormitory. In a divergence from others, Chen Bei had entered a game management group. Here, he could glean various invaluable pieces of information. Chapter 1. The Dormitory Survival Game. How did I end up here? The young man, Chen Bei, furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a modest chamber, stark and bare. He sat upon a single bed, adjacent to a nightstand, with a barred window that resembled a grid. Outside, the atmosphere was shrouded in mist, a chaotic haze with faint glimmers of light. The wooden door was closed, and the silence within the room was palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. Just moments ago, he had been on duty at a funeral home, and in the blink of an eye, he had been transported to this strange place so abrupt, so bewildering. Could it be a supernatural phenomenon? As if to affirm his thoughts, a message appeared before him. Welcome to the Dormitory Survival Game. Here, you shall face life and death challenges. Should you perish, it will be a death in the truest sense. Each player will be assigned a dormitory, which serves as both your residence and sanctuary. This round of the game lasts for 4 days, known as the Night of Terror. When time is up, as long as you are still alive, you and your dormitory will proceed to the next round. Each game round features different settings. This round includes a cycle of day and night, with daytime being relatively safe, encouraging exploration and power enhancement. As night falls, the danger level will escalate dramatically, making it wise to remain within the dormitory. Mastering the transitions between day and night is crucial to navigating this round of the Night of Terror. For further details, you are encouraged to explore and discover on your own. In this fast-paced era, lengthy tutorials for newcomers are no longer feasible. Wishing you all an enjoyable gaming experience. A semi-transparent panel materialized before Chen Bei, exuding a distinct sense of technology. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be real? Suspicion clouded his mind as he continued to investigate. He closed the initial interface by clicking revealing several new options. Data Dormitory Chat Friends Map Miscellaneous. He first accessed the data function, which displayed his personal information. I do exercise regularly, yet several of these metrics fall short of the standard line. It seems the criteria are quite stringent. Chen Bei mused inwardly. Next, he opened the dormitory section. No wonder it is called a dormitory survival game. Even the dormitory itself has statistics. It appears that the dormitory can be upgraded. He wondered what a post-upgrade dormitory might look like. Would it expand? Would it become fortified? Chen Bei proceeded to explore the remaining functions one by one. The friends list was empty. The map function currently displayed only this dormitory, with no other areas visible. The miscellaneous section contained minor functions such as time, a compendium, and photography options. In the compendium, he could view various items encountered by players, but naturally, it was empty since he had just arrived. He opened the chat channel. Within it, there was a public channel numbered 77. Upon entering, a prompt appeared, requiring him to set a virtual name. Indeed, it was akin to a game. After some contemplation, he entered a name he had previously used while gaming, 0 Degree. Upon entering the public channel, he discovered a multitude of individuals engaged in conversation, all seemingly in circumstances akin to his own. What on earth is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Who are you? Who changed my clothes? You must take responsibility. My child and I are yours. Wah, I'm scared. One punch for each whimpering creature. Get out of my way. Ha, a pig slaughtering group, huh? Don't think I'm oblivious aside from myself as a victim. You're all frauds. Keep acting. I opened the door and tried it. The door was ajar, and outside was a corridor. Since I can go out, why not just return home? Chen Bei scrolled through the messages, noting that everyone's situation was rather similar. He stood up, approached the door, turned the handle, and gently pushed. Indeed, the door was open. As he peered through the crack, he beheld a lengthy corridor dimly illuminated by faint lights. Across the corridor, another door was ajar, revealing the face of a woman with long hair, who possessed a certain allure. The two locked eyes momentarily. The woman, startled, quickly retreated, slamming the door shut. After a brief observation, Chen Bei too closed the door and returned to his room. He wished to peruse the chat further. Suddenly, a new prompt box appeared. You have been added to the 77th Newbie Game Management Group and have attained the status of Intern Administrator, codename Cherry Tomato. A new chat interface emerged. On the left side was the dialogue, while the right displayed the names. At the top was the group leader, a level 1 administrator, codenamed Durian. Following that were 5 level 2 administrators and 10 level 3 administrators. At the very bottom were the intern administrators, totaling 20 individuals, of which Chen Bei was one. All members of the group bore code names inspired by various fruits. From pineapples to bananas and dragon fruits, it was a veritable fruit medley. Due to his low status, Chen Bai's chat box was locked, meaning he had no speaking rights, merely the ability to observe. The administrators were engaged in a lively discussion. These players are so sluggish, why aren't they taking action? They're newcomers, that's normal. They don't have much time left, 1 hour in real time before night falls. If they don't gather resources and enhance themselves now, they'll be relying on luck when darkness descends. I wish I could activate the zombies right now. Hold your horses, take it slow. Our objective is to create an engaging game, not simply engage in slaughter. Interns in the group, remember this mission and hold it dear. The chatter was quite lively. Chen Bei stood in astonishment. What on earth was this? Not only had he entered the game as a player, but he had also assumed an administrator's role within the management group. He had gleaned crucial intelligence from the group. In 1 hour, darkness would fall. Zombies existed within this game. As night approached, the zombies would launch their attacks. This information painted a vivid picture of the game's framework. The management group emphasized the urgency of enhancing one's abilities to increase survival chances. Chen Bei closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to process this information. What he encountered was undoubtedly a supernatural event. Relying on conventional reasoning would be futile. After all, his previous life had been stagnant and dreary. He had long since grown weary of it. What lay ahead was an opportunity for a fresh start. Why not seize this chance to live anew? It was as if a bundle of dry twigs had been ignited, erupting into a fierce blaze. Let's drive. Following the management group's advice, he would venture out to gather resources and strengthen himself. Chen Bei opened his eyes, the confusion replaced with determination, and strode toward the door. A key was inserted into the lock, an easily overlooked detail. He withdrew the key, opened the door, and after stepping outside, secured it behind him. This dormitory was undoubtedly significant despite its emptiness. It warranted protection. The corridor was dimly lit, the overhead lights flickering intermittently. Each dormitory bore a number, and Chen Bei resided in room 815. This number likely indicated the 8th floor, room 15. He glanced left and right. Noting the emptiness of the corridor, he was the first to emerge for exploration. The management group had mentioned the keyword gather resources. It appeared that he would need to search high and low. Chen Bei approached the door across from him, marked 840. From the numbering, it was evident that each floor contained numerous rooms. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Bei tentatively rapped on the door, the sound shattering the corridor silence. Chapter 2. The Outsider. After a few moments of silence within, Chen Bei mustered his courage and twisted the door lock. The door creaked open with a protesting sound. Peering inside, he was greeted by an empty room. The furnishings were quite similar to those in Chen Bei's own quarters, featuring merely a bed, a bedside table, and a foggy view through the window. It appeared that not every dormitory was occupied by players. Some were indeed vacant. Venturing further into the room, Chen Bei opened the drawer of the bedside table. Since he was here to collect resources, it was essential to conduct a thorough search. To his surprise, he discovered some items within. A roll of tape and a box of components. He pondered their utility, momentarily skeptical, before lifting them for inspection and subsequently placing them back on the table. Meanwhile, someone in the management group noticed Chen Bei's actions. This player known as Zero has stumbled upon crucial upgrade resources, yet he chooses to leave them behind. Our game lacks a detailed beginner's tutorial. All players begin their journey in a state of bewilderment. These are key materials for upgrading dormitories, especially the dormitory door, which serves as the first line of defense against zombies. Chen Bei, glancing at the screen, absorbed this information. So these resources held such significance. They could be utilized for upgrading the dormitory. Without hesitation, he retrieved the tape and the box of components, tucking them into his pocket as he continued his exploration. Emerging from the dormitory, he approached the door of the adjacent room. Knocking gently, he waited. If someone were inside, he could not afford to barge in unannounced. The silence that followed indicated yet another empty room. Upon entering, he noticed a broom, a trash bin, and the standard bedside table occupying the corner. Could the broom possibly have a purpose? Could it serve as a weapon against zombies? Chen Bei mused to himself. He moved closer and opened the drawer of the bedside table once more again. He found tape and a box of components. The box was heavy, filled with screws, gears, springs, and other such items. After gathering the newfound treasures, He turned to leave but hesitated, returning to the trash bin. With his pockets already full, he decided to use the bin to store his collected resources. As for the broom, an idea struck him. By positioning the broom diagonally between the bed and the floor, he could create an angle, then lift his leg and stomp down forcefully. Crack! The wooden broom handle splintered into two pieces, the severed ends remarkably sharp. It could serve as a makeshift weapon. After all, primitive humans fought with such tools. Chen Bei grasped it in his hand, feeling a slight increase in his sense of security. Acquired a low-quality weapon homemade spike, attack power 2. A notification popped up, confirming the makeshift weapon's existence. He chuckled inwardly, wondering why it wasn't called a May spike. Now equipped with the spike in his left hand and the trash bin in his right. Since he was left-handed, Chen Bei stepped out. In the corridor, he encountered others, a group of men emerging from another room. The men were tall and muscular, exuding an intimidating presence. Chen Bei, preoccupied with his resource gathering, merely glanced at the muscle-bound man before hastily moving along. Leaving the latter perplexed. One by one, more individuals mustered the courage to exit their rooms, all clad in matching uniforms of blue with white stripes, reminiscent of prison attire. They gathered together, engaging in conversation. As they spoke, it became clear that they had all been brought here in a state of confusion. Some had been walking down the street mere moments before, only to find themselves in this strange place. With the growing number of people, their courage began to swell. All the room numbers began with the number 8. They surmised they were likely on the 8th floor. "Let us head down," someone suggested. "Yes, why linger here like fools? Let's go outside and figure out how to call for help. That one over there is strange. What's with him in that trash bin, rummaging through each room?" As they debated, they noted Chen Bei's peculiar behavior. Unlike the others, who were banding together, he seemed to be on a solitary quest for items, creating a stark contrast. I saw him knocking on doors. He even startled me when he knocked on mine. He probably just wants to scavenge some items before leaving. He looks a bit off, like he has lost his mind. Let us just ignore him. With 5 individuals now gathered, their numbers felt sufficient. They began their search for an exit. Before departing, one of them called out to Chen Bei, "Hey kid, we're heading down to find the exit. Are you coming with us or not?" "No," Chen Bei replied curtly. His reasoning was straightforward. Given the nature of the game, it was improbable that such a significant loophole existed. The game environment must be enclosed. Could they simply walk down and return home? Absolutely not. His refusal only fueled their disdain. "Fine, suit yourself. Good intentions wasted on a fool. You can rummage through your trash alone. Let us go. Don't mind this weirdo." They had already decided against including him. Feeling they had sufficient numbers without him, they ventured onward, hoping to encounter others along the way. They found an elevator, but it was out of order. Pressing the button yielded no response, so they resorted to the stairs. Within the management group, relevant conversations unfolded. Somebody has started descending. Their reactions upon encountering the bodies on the staircase will surely be entertaining. Descending is a dead end. There's no way out. Chen Bei glanced at the management group, then returned to his own pursuits. The information from the management group held far greater value. Thus he focused on their updates, paying little attention to the chatter among the players. As he rummaged through the rooms, he quickly filled the trash bin, bringing it back to his own quarters and dumping its contents onto the bed. This Zero has been active from the start. I have high hopes for him. The game requires players who can perform exceptionally to create engaging experiences. His method of using a trash bin to collect items is rather inefficient. Once he finds the dimensional backpack in room 827, things will become much easier. Dimensional backpack? Upon reading this, Chen Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He wondered if it was indeed the kind of dimensional backpack he was envisioning. If so, it would be remarkable. However, he couldn't simply rush to seize the dimensional backpack. That would be too conspicuous and could draw the attention of the administrators. If anyone discovered that a player had infiltrated the management group, the repercussions could be dire. This was Chen Bei's greatest asset. He could not afford to lose it. Thus, he resolved to act. Feigning normalcy, he searched other rooms, gradually making his way toward room 827. Upon arriving, he calmly twisted the doorknob. What he beheld within took him aback. Lying on the floor were 2 bloodied corpses. Chapter 3. The dimensional backpack, an unexpected find. The management group had not mentioned the presence of bodies here. Thus Chen Bei was startled. His personal sanity attribute dropped by 2 points. Now at 98.it appeared that encountering such terrifying sights could indeed take a toll on one's sanity. If his sanity attribute dropped too low, the consequences were uncertain. However, Chen Bei quickly regained his composure. Having worked in a funeral home and dealt with corpses daily, he had a high tolerance for such sights and was far less frightened. He even examined the two bodies with a forensic eye. One was male, the other female. The male's body was grotesquely mangled, his neck bitten through, numerous claw marks adorning his flesh, exposing gruesome wounds. Particularly alarming was the state of his abdomen. Torn open, with intestines spilling out, emitting a foul stench. The female corpse lay in a pool of blood, her clothing tattered, shoes missing. It was difficult to fathom the horrors they had endured before their demise. Further ahead on the floor lay an unassuming black backpack. Was this the dimensional backpack? Maintaining an air of calm, Chen Bei stepped over the bodies and retrieved the backpack. His action did not go unnoticed by the management group. What was Zero's profession before? His reaction to the corpses is remarkably composed. I checked his background. He used to work in a funeral home. No wonder. Accustomed to life and death, he possesses a distinct advantage in this game. Indeed, those who scream at the sight of a corpse are the most irritating newcomers. As Chen Bei lifted the backpack, a notification appeared. Discovered level 1 dimensional backpack, capacity of 25 units, can only store inanimate objects, not living creatures. It truly was a dimensional backpack. Chen Bei felt a surge of excitement as he opened it to inspect its contents. Upon activation, a new interface appeared, displaying 25 empty slots arranged in a grid. He extracted the tape from his pocket and placed it into the backpack, watching as it vanished instantly. The first slot on the interface now displayed the tape's icon. Retrieving the tape freed up the slot once more, functioning like a backpack in a game. What a treasure! With this, collecting resources would be far more convenient. At that moment, Chen Bei experienced a thrill akin to acquiring divine gear during the beginner phase of a game. Although he was not well versed in this survival dormitory game, he was certain that this was undoubtedly one of the best pieces of equipment available at this stage. He donned the backpack, positioning it on his front for easier access to its contents. Sensing that this room might harbor additional treasures, he scanned the surroundings and noted that its layout was significantly larger than a typical dormitory. Adjacent to him stood a long table cluttered with an assortment of tools, even a welding gun. This was a major discovery. Filled with enthusiasm, Chen Bei approached, intent on claiming everything on the table. Upon touching it, a notification popped up. Discovered a basic workbench capable of crafting various items and equipment. A workbench? Chen Bei fiddled with the tools on the table, only to discover they were immovable, seemingly fused with the surface beneath. To utilize the workbench, please insert crafting materials. A new prompt appeared as it happened. Chen Bei had materials on hand. He attempted to place a roll of tape alongside a box of components. Missing blueprint recipe. This will be a blind crafting attempt. Would you like to proceed? Yes. With a surge of determination, Chen Bei found his hands moving with remarkable speed, a testament to his 2 decades of solitude. The tools whirled about in a frenzy. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from the table, followed by a plume of black smoke. Crafting failed. Materials have been wasted. Chen Bei was left speechless. 2 materials had gone to waste for naught. The mention of a blueprint suggested its necessity in crafting items. Otherwise, one might as well be a blind cat stumbling upon a mouse. Chen Bei resolved to refrain from further reckless attempts and instead endeavored to remove the entire workbench. To his astonishment, he succeeded. The entire workbench was crammed into his dimensional backpack, occupying 5 slots. Chen Bei had merely tested the waters, never anticipating such an outcome. The dimensional backpack proved to be remarkably effective. Akin to the pocket of a certain robotic cat, the workbench, when placed here, was communal. Stowed away in his backpack, it became his personal treasure. The management group had mentioned that darkness would fall within an hour. Yet without a timekeeping device, he was left to estimate the passage of time by feel. It seemed that 15 to 20 minutes had elapsed since his arrival, leaving him with limited time. Chen Bei pondered anxiously. Even though he had gained a head start, his scavenging efforts had yielded little more than an additional wooden spike. In terms of self-defense, it was far from sufficient. Facing a zombie one-on-one, his chances of survival were slimmed. If he encountered multiple zombies, he would be in dire straits. Strengthening his capabilities was imperative. Noticing that there was nothing else of value in the room, Chen Bei prepared to leave. However, as he reached the doorway, a voice from the management group chimed in. He just walked away without thoroughly searching the bodies. There's valuable loot beneath the male corpse. The administrator known as Taozi remarked. A spark of realization ignited within Chen Bei, causing him to hesitate momentarily. The management group had indicated that valuable items lay beneath the corpses. How could he afford to overlook such an opportunity? To turn back and search would seem overly deliberate, though. Utilizing his ability to eavesdrop on the management group was an advantage akin to having a cheat code. If the administrators discovered his ability to spy, it would all be for naught. He had to act. Channeling his inner actor, Chen Bei feigned a slip, tumbling to the ground and splattering himself with blood. Rising swiftly, he began to curse vehemently, putting on an angry facade as he kicked at the two corpses. This made his actions appear more natural. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the severed arm of the male corpse and forcefully rolled it aside. A flash of light erupted. Beneath the corpse lay a gleaming fruit knife. At that moment, it was a highly valuable piece of equipment. Chen Bei's heart soared with joy as he picked up the fruit knife, testing its weight in his hand. Acquired level 1 weapon, fruit knife. Fruit knife category, weapon attributes, physical attack power, 5 durability, 10. Regardless of the circumstances, this fruit knife was undoubtedly superior to the wooden spike he had been wielding. The wooden spike was a subpar weapon, lacking even a level classification, with an attack power of merely 2. This fruit knife boasted an attack power of 5. Chen Bei rummaged through the two corpses for a while longer, but yielded no further treasures, and his hands were now stained with blood, which was quite bothersome. He recalled the shared restroom he had seen earlier, where he could wash up, provided the water was still functional. Exiting the room, he made his way toward the restroom. Just as he reached it, he encountered the group that had descended earlier, now returning. Originally comprised of 5 members, their ranks had swelled to 8, indicating that someone had joined their ranks along the way. They immediately noticed the blood on Chen Bei's hands and the fruit knife he held. Such observations could easily lead to assumptions. This fellow bore blood on his hands while clutching a knife. Could it be that he has committed murder? They had sensed something amiss about him earlier. The group murmured among themselves, their gazes fixated on Chen Bei with a mixture of wariness. Chen Bei, uncertain of how to explain himself, chose to ignore the group and boldly entered the restroom at the end of the corridor. Inside, the lights flickered and the mirrors were shattered, casting a stifling atmosphere. Chapter 4. The malice outside the door. Summoning his courage, Chen Bei refused to succumb to fear. The game had indicated that daytime was relatively safe, while nighttime would bring forth perilous threats. He turned on the faucet, and a steady stream of clean water flowed forth. Thankfully, the water supply was intact. Chen Bei rolled up his sleeves and washed his hands, arms, and face, though the bloodstains on his clothing would have to wait. He could only endure for now. The broken mirror across from him reflected his damp visage. A young man barely in his 20s, with a neat crop of hair and a clean, handsome face, particularly defined by his striking features. After finishing his ablutions, Chen Bei surveyed his surroundings, seeking any items of potential value. The habit of scavenging had become ingrained in him. Surviving in a dormitory was merely the framework. True survival was the essence. Chen Bei scoured the restroom, collecting soap and toilet paper. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a neatly folded piece of paper nestled within the restroom's wastebasket. Notably, there was no contaminated toilet paper within, only this solitary sheet. Realizing its potential usefulness, he promptly retrieved the paper. Leaning down, he extracted it from the basket and unfolded it, revealing a treasure trove of information. Discovered weapon recipe, spear. Discovered equipment recipe, wooden shield. Discovered upgrade recipes, level 2 door, level 3 door. Crafting recipes. With explicit blueprints, he could create items at the workbench. Otherwise, it would be mere guesswork. Chen Bei examined the recipes closely. To his delight, he found that he possessed all the materials required for the weapon recipe: fruit knife, wooden stick, tape, and component box. Moreover, the recipe indicated that certain materials could be substituted. For instance, the fruit knife could be exchanged for a dagger, butterfly knife, or scissors. The other 2 recipes included one for crafting a wooden shield and another for upgrading a door. The wooden shield needed no further elaboration. The upgrade door recipe required a level 1 door, tape, iron nails, a component box, and wood. Given that this was a dormitory survival game, Upgrading the dormitory was undoubtedly crucial. Upgrading offered two paths, one to enhance oneself and another to upgrade the dormitory. Both were essential. To play it safe. Before darkness fell, it would be prudent to craft a weapon, shield, and door. Then he could hide within and await the night. With a plan forming in his mind, Chen Bei resolved to return to the dormitory and create the weapon. On his way back, he encountered the same group once more. They were engaged in discussions about escaping. The main entrance on the first floor was sealed shut, rendering it impossible to exit, and the windows were similarly barred. Outside, a thick fog obscured their view. Were they truly destined to be trapped here for 4 days? Everyone, do not lose hope. We will find a way out. Even if we have to break down the door on the first floor. As they spoke, they caught sight of Chen Bei approaching. In their eyes, he appeared to be an anomaly. While others were preoccupied with devising an escape plan, he seemed intent on scavenging through each room. Was he truly treating this as a game? The sentiment among the group was one of distrust. Chen Bei pressed himself against the wall, wishing to avoid any entanglements with these individuals, and returned to his dormitory, entering without a word. The muscular man at the forefront, frustrated by their confinement, directed his ire toward Chen Bei. "Oh, you think this guy knows something?" At that moment, the atmosphere among the group was charged with confusion, tension, and anxiety. Upon hearing the muscular man's accusation, the others nodded in agreement. There is a possibility. He seems too suspicious. If there were a mastermind behind their predicament, he could very well be an infiltrator. The blood on his hands and the knife he wielded could imply he had just committed murder, making him a dangerous individual. Indeed, he poses a threat. We should capture him for questioning to see if he reveals anything. The more they discussed, the more fervent their accusations became. The muscular man thrived on the chaos, and with the support of his peers, he grew bolder. With a menacing glint in his eye, he cracked his knuckles and approached Chen Bei's dormitory door. Bang, bang, bang. The muscular man pounded on the door frantically. "Hey, open up. I want to talk to you. If you don't come out, I'll wait here until you do. You can't escape. Damn it, open the door, or I'll break it down." Inside the dormitory, the raucous shouts of the man outside made Chen Bei frown. At this moment, he had already placed the workbench inside his dormitory, filling the remaining space to capacity. He laid out the blueprints on the table and began to insert the necessary materials: fruit knife, wooden stick, tape, and component box. Beginning to craft weapon, spear. Success rate, 98. Crafting in progress. Chen Bei's body moved with an unrestrained urgency. His hands operating at an astonishing speed, nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. Various materials flew through his fingers, merging seamlessly together. Success. Crafted level 2 weapon. Spear 1. Proficiency 1. Proficiency feature unlocked. On Chen Bei's personal panel, a new proficiency section appeared, though its purpose remained a mystery for the time being. On the table lay a newly crafted spear. A wooden stick served as the handle, with the fruit knife affixed at the front. Secured in place by tape and various components, presenting an impressive appearance. Chen Bei grasped the spear, triggering a notification. Acquired level 2 weapon. Spear. Spear level 2 category. Weapon attributes. Physical attack power. 12 durability. 2020 description. The spear is an ancient weapon that awakens the dormant hunting instincts within the wielder. Never forget, humanity has survived through the art of combat. It seems we have acquired some formidable weapons. Chen Bei fiddled with the spear. The confined space of the room rendered it impractical for any meaningful practice. Lacking martial training, he could only resort to the most rudimentary and brutal methods. Bang, bang, bang. The muscular man outside grew increasingly agitated and violent, already beginning to kick the door with force. It was merely a wooden door. With each assault, damage numbers emerged. Durability -1. Door remaining durability 2930. Durability -1. Door remaining durability 2830. The muscular man continued to batter the door. With every few strikes, the durability diminished. At this rate, the door would soon be breached. "Come out. Don't think you can hide like a turtle. I'm a fitness coach, and I can break this door in no time," the muscular man bellowed. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless collisions echoed on. Chen Bei's expression darkened as he gazed at his door. Having worked in a funeral home, he witnessed death daily, observing corpses come and go. He had contemplated the distinction between life and death, ultimately concluding that the difference was insignificant. What mattered was that the dead were others, while he remained alive. Chen Bei sprang into action. He stowed away the workbench and bedside cabinet into his dimensional backpack. Clearing space. Approaching the door, he peered through the peephole to gauge his opponent's position. Gripping the spear firmly, he adjusted his angle. Taking a deep breath, he cracked the door open just a sliver. Finally, the door's opening. Just wait and see how I deal with you, the muscular man cursed, yanking the door wide open. What met him was a blinding glint. Chapter 5. The fire axe acquired. That glint was the point of the spear. With such close proximity, even with eyes shut, one could strike true. Thud. The spear pierced the muscular man's chest. The moment of impact. The spear was withdrawn, trailing blood, connecting to a second strike. Thud. Again, it struck his chest. The muscular man was caught off guard, his expression one of shock. He never anticipated that Chen Bei would strike so fiercely. This was merely the beginning. Within seconds, Chen Bei, with an icy demeanor, repeated the same motions. Withdraw, thrust, withdraw, thrust, thud. This time, it plunged into his abdomen. The previously struck areas began to bleed profusely. Thud. Once more into the belly, a larger target, easier to hit, the sensation of penetration particularly gratifying. Thud. This next attack was riskier. Aimed at the neck, the aim faltered slightly, but it still grazed the flesh. Thud, thud, thud. The remaining strikes were left to chance, thrusting haphazardly. Chen Bei noted that each assault consumed his stamina value. Hitting the enemy yielded corresponding damage. Ranging from 15 to 30, the opponent had a mere 100 health points, and the damage had already exceeded that threshold. The muscular man stared wide-eyed, blood frothing from his mouth, uttering incoherent sounds as he staggered backward. Collapsing to the ground. Previously, they merely suspected Chen Bei of having taken a life. Now, his own life had confirmed it also validated a saying. Do not push a person too far. Nearby, several witnesses gasped as they observed the muscular man's demise. His body crumpling to the floor in a pool of glaring blood. A murder! Help! Someone has been killed! They cried, scattering in panic. Some turned ashen, collapsing to the ground, while others fled in haste, in times of peace. The act of murder feels distant to most. Witnessing one person kill another is an unfathomable shock. To take a life oneself amplifies that impact exponentially. Chen Bei felt a haze descend, a disorienting sense of unreality washing over him. Did I just kill someone? Is this real? He struggled to digest the fact, stepping closer to the doorway to gaze at the lifeless body and the spreading crimson pool. Ironically, just moments ago, he had gained experience points for the act. Target eliminated, gained 5 experience points, 10 more points needed to reach the next level. Killing a level 1 human grants 5 experience points. With 2 more kills, Chen Bei could level up. Sometimes, the abyss lies beneath one's feet. A single step forward may lead to irreversible consequences, with no turning back. You forced my hand. Chen Bei's expression darkened as he regarded the corpse in the blood-soaked floor. Moments ago, the muscular man and his crew had come to provoke him. Aggressive and threatening. Had Chen Bei shown weakness, the consequences would have been dire. Thus he acted decisively, choosing to fight back. Certain events, once occurred, cannot be undone. This was the first, but it would certainly not be the last. Within the management group, Chen Bei's act of murder garnered the attention and high praise of the administrators. Haha, finally someone has died. In a survival game, how can there be no fatalities? I'm increasingly optimistic about this player. 0 degree, decisive and ruthless enough. Let us hope he goes far. Meanwhile, the player chat erupted with fervor. Many discussed the incident, confirming its authenticity. Someone has killed. I witnessed it firsthand. It was that person from room 815. Everyone, be cautious of the individual from room 815. He's a lunatic. Amidst the discussions of murder, someone mentioned a piece of information. Someone had smashed a wooden chair, obtaining 1 unit of wood. While this news lacked the thrill of murder, it piqued Chen Bei's interest. After all, he was currently in need of wood. Crafting a wooden shield and upgrading the door both required wood. Chen Bei had never managed to acquire even a single unit before. So, this was how wood could be obtained. Simply by smashing chairs. Quite reasonable. Chen Bei now had a target, shaking off the gloom that accompanied his recent actions. Now was not the time to dwell on the past. Wasting time could lead to him becoming the next corpse. Chen Bei equipped himself and stepped outside. Locking his door behind him, he glanced at the body lying at the threshold, finding it somewhat troublesome. What if the corpse attracted zombies? After all, it was a fresh body, likely to be quite enticing to the undead. Considering this, Chen Bei decided to drag the body away and stuff it into an empty dormitory across the hall. He then set about scavenging for wood, discovering a wooden chair in one of the dorms. He picked it up and began smashing it against the floor. This was indeed a labor-intensive task. The chair was of high quality, taking many attempts before it finally shattered. The broken chair automatically transformed into a bundle of wood, which fell to the ground. Chen Bei picked it up and added it to his dimensional backpack. At last, he had a supply of wood. It seemed that ordinary group chats occasionally yielded vital information. One must pay attention to both sides. Chen Bei pondered. This single unit of wood was far from sufficient. He continued his search for more wood, smashing any chair he encountered, effectively becoming a chair destroyer. During this process, other players roamed the corridor, keeping their distance while utilizing the system's built-in camera feature to capture Chen Bei's image. Great! Now he was famous. His photo was shared in the public chat, his face branded with the label of a murderer. Moreover, others now knew his dormitory location, which infuriated Chen Bei. Sneaky little devils, spying on me. The fact that Chen Bei had become known as a villain had its pros and cons. The advantage was that it instilled a sense of caution in others, making them reluctant to provoke him. The downside was that it revealed his hideout, making it susceptible to raids. This meant that Chen Bei could not stray too far from his dormitory. Regardless, he resolved to continue developing at his own pace. Chen Bei resumed collecting wood in the management group. Someone mentioned him again, revealing a key piece of information. Collecting wood like 0 degree is so laborious. If only he could acquire a fire axe, he could smash chairs in no time. Indeed, at this stage, the fire axe is the best tool and weapon, highly effective against zombies. It could be called a novice's artifact. At the very least, it is far superior to the spear he crafted himself. Once more, Chen Bei eavesdropped, seizing this critical information. The fire axe? He furrowed his brow slightly. These individuals had mentioned its utility but failed to disclose its precise location. Fire axe, a light bulb went off in Chen Bei's mind. How could he have been so foolish? The fire axe must be located in the fire safety box. That was why the administrator had mentioned it was available on every floor. Chen Bei switched back to acting mode, pretending to search the corridor, passing by the fire safety box on this level. He pretended to walk past, then suddenly turned back, as if struck by a brilliant idea. He pulled the sliding door open. Inside, lo and behold, lay a bright red fire axe, a novice's artifact, indeed. It was now his. Chen Bei retrieved the fire axe, bringing up the data interface. Fire axe level. Level 2 category. Weapon tool attributes. Physical attack power, 13 durability, 25 description, with 1 axe in hand. The world is yours, capable of chopping from the front and smashing from the back. Trust me, you will come to love it. Chapter 6. Upgrading the door. Humans are prone to fickleness. Immediately, Chen Bei stowed the spear in his backpack, keeping the fire axe in hand, swinging it a few times in the air. The fire axe whistled through the air, feeling powerful in his grip. What a thrill! Let us see how it fares against chopping wood. Chen Bei found a wooden chair and swung the fire axe with 3 swift strikes, shattering the chair into pieces. The efficiency was significantly improved compared to before. Another unit of wood added to his collection. Chen Bei was pleased and was about to head out when suddenly, an idea struck him. The door is wooden. If chopping chairs yields wood, surely chopping a wooden door would too, right? Without hesitation, he set to work, discovering, to his delight, that it was indeed effective. The wooden door proved sturdier than the chairs. After a dozen strikes, he finally managed to breach it. The wood dropped from the door was even more abundant, yielding 5 units. Now, collecting lumber has become significantly easier for Chen Bei in this corridor. Not every room is equipped with chairs, but each one boasts a wooden door. It seems that the essence of the dormitory survival game is fundamentally a material gathering and scavenging affair. Chen Bei has previously engaged in similar survival games and finds this experience quite enjoyable. He currently possesses 11 units of lumber, which is sufficient for the time being, and he decisively retraces his steps. On his way back, he notices someone in the corridor who quickly retreats into a room, clearly frightened, as if to escape him. The reputation of Chen Bei as a murderer has already taken root in people's minds. He cannot be bothered with such individuals and makes his way back to his room, number 815, and upon entering, he immediately gets to work. First, he crafts a wooden shield. It requires 2 units of lumber, 1 parts box, and 1 iron nail. Standing at the workbench, Chen Bei's hands move with remarkable speed as he skillfully combines the various materials. Thus, a rudimentary wooden shield is born. Acquired Level 1 equipment, wooden shield. Wooden shield level, 1 category, equipment attributes, physical defense, 8 durability, 2020 description. Do not expect too much from this wooden shield. It is more fragile than your love. With a fire axe in his left hand and the wooden shield in his right, clad in blood-stained attire, he finally possesses a semblance of decent equipment. He wonders if he could fend off a zombie in a one-on-one confrontation. His past as a murderer has had a profound impact on him. He is confident that if faced with a zombie, he would have the courage to fight back, even if the zombie appears terrifying. He fears it not. Having worked in a funeral home, he has encountered various corpses and has long since grown accustomed to such sights. Next, it's time to upgrade the door. Chen Bei sets down his weapon and approaches the door. Crafting items is done at the workbench, but upgrading the door must be performed right in front of it. As long as he has the blueprint, he can trigger the upgrade option upon approaching. Materials required for upgrade: lumber 3, parts box 2, adhesive tape 1, iron nail 1. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Once again, Chen Bei's hands fly up and down with incredible swiftness. As if he were a phantom, that a progress bar appears, advancing sluggishly. This process goes quite smoothly. The progress bar completes. Door upgrade successful. Door level, 2 defense, 12 durability, 50/50. This door had previously sustained damage, and during the upgrade, its durability seems to have been restored as well. The upgraded door exhibits a noticeable transformation. It appears sturdier and features decorative contours, unlike its former flatness. The newly enhanced door instills a heightened sense of security. But that is not all. Chen Bei still possesses a recipe for a level 3 door, and he has sufficient materials. This is thanks to his previous rummaging for supplies. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Repeating the previous upgrade process, Chen Bei resumes his diligent work. This time, the progress bar moves even more slowly, resembling a snail's pace. Meanwhile, in room 838, diagonally opposite, resides a female player named Chao Qingqing. With flowing long hair and an alluring appearance, she was once a hostess. Since the game's inception, she has remained hidden in her room, too afraid to venture out. She crouches at her door, peering through the peephole, and is astonished to discover that something unusual is happening in room 815. The door suddenly glimmers and transforms into a more advanced version. All the surrounding doors remain uniform, but the door of 815 has undergone a change. The door has upgraded. Chao Qingqing's eyes widen in disbelief. Why has his door changed? From an external perspective, the door of 815 clearly appears more robust and durable. Having witnessed Chen Bei commit murder, she recalls how he scared off a group of troublemakers. Now, with his door upgraded, it is evident that in this survival game, Chen Bei is undoubtedly in the lead. As the game often states, he is a high-level player, a big shot. Such individuals can be quite intimidating. However, if she could become friends with him, it would be a different story altogether. Should she approach him? No matter how ruthless he may be, he is still a man, and after all, he is just a man. Humph. Chao Qingqing's lips curl into a confident smile. As a former hostess, she has used her charm as a weapon and a bargaining chip to achieve her goals. Her heart races with excitement as she continues to observe the happenings in room 815. Plotting her next move, suddenly, the door of 815 flashes once more, undergoing yet another transformation. This time, the door appears even thicker and sturdier, although it remains wooden. The surface is now adorned with intricate patterns, and the doorknob has become more aesthetically pleasing. Chao Qingqing's eyes widen again, her lashes fluttering, and her irises gleaming with excitement. His door has upgraded again. Chao Qingqing is utterly captivated. The game explicitly states that daytime is relatively safe. While nighttime becomes perilous, a sturdy door offers a layer of security. Hiding in room 815 would undoubtedly be safer than in any other dormitory. Just moments ago, she hesitated, but now, she steels her resolve and makes a decision. She is determined to latch onto this opportunity. As the door to room 815 swings open, Chen Bei steps out. While others' doors remain at level 1, His has ascended to level 3 this time. He intends to venture a bit further, exploring other floors to collect more fire axes. Such weapons are available on every level, and acquiring a few extra will not hurt. He plans to take all the fire axes for himself, leaving none for others, but he is unconcerned in a survival game. A bit of selfishness is inevitable. As Chen Bei prepares to set out, the door of the room diagonally across opens. A long-haired woman emerges, clad in a matching blue and white uniform, with 2 buttons undone at the collar, subtly revealing her cleavage. She possesses an attractive visage and carries an air of experience. This woman had previously locked eyes with Chen Bei, and now she takes the initiative to step outside. "Hello, I am Chao Qingqing, just like you. Trapped in this game, I would like to ask if you need a partner. Two can work together more effectively than one. Right?" Chao Qingqing stands at the entrance, tentatively negotiating, her heart racing with anticipation. Chapter 7. The first night, night falls. Chen Bei sizes up the woman before him and indeed feels inclined to consider a partnership. It is not merely her beauty that sways him. Rather, he realizes that once he departs, he will need someone to keep watch over his dormitory to prevent any potential thievery. Chao Qingqing's room is perfectly situated for this purpose. Collaboration, it seems, is worth contemplating. Chen Bei exhales, indicating his openness to the idea. Chao Qingqing beams with joy, her face radiant as she eagerly suggests, "If you are willing to partner up, why not let me stay with you? Your dormitory is far superior to mine." "No, not in that sense of partnership. We will add each other as friends. While I explore, you will keep an eye on my door. If anyone attempts to attack it, notify me immediately via private message. Upon my return, I will share some benefits with you." That sounds acceptable. Chao Qingqing ponders for a moment, recognizing the potential gains. With this initial collaboration, their mutual trust deepens, paving the way for a stronger partnership in the future. Sooner or later, she would secure a spot in his dormitory. Thus, both parties reach an agreement and promptly add each other as friends. Chen Bei verifies that private messaging is possible between friends, enabling his collaborative plan. In essence, he intends to have Chao Qingqing act as his surveillance camera, keeping an eye on the entrance. "I'll leave this in your hands. Stay inside and avoid wandering around. It's dangerous outside," Chen Bei instructs. "Understood. Be careful out there," Chao Qingqing admonishes. "By the way, you must know I have killed before. Why would you still want to partner with me? It is precisely because you are capable of murder that I wish to collaborate with you." "Got it." Chen Bei nods in agreement, recognizing the logic in her reasoning. He leaves the matter in Chao Qingqing's hands and sets off alone, swiftly descending the staircase to the next level. Previously, someone in the group chat had mentioned information about the floors. The uppermost level is the 12th floor, which features a door that cannot be opened, suggesting the possibility of even higher levels. The descent to the first floor is unhindered, though the main door remains locked. Additionally, a basement exists, but its door is also sealed. In truth, Chen Bei possesses plenty of information to share. However, being labeled a murderer, he is viewed as the villain. Thus, it seems unnecessary to present himself as a good Samaritan willing to share intel. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he discovers that the fire axes are still available. Chen Bei is pleased and promptly collects them. Continuing his exploration, he finds that the fire axes on the 6th floor are gone, but the 5th floor still has some. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he encounters a peculiar situation. A few individuals are gathered around the fire cabinet, retrieving fire axes. It appears that others have already discovered the existence of fire axes, just as Chen Bei has, and are collecting them from each floor. Among them is a stern-looking man with narrow eyes, part of a tattoo visible on his side profile, with more tattoos extending down his neck. The tattooed man clutches a freshly acquired fire axe and notices Chen Bei. The two lock eyes from a distance of 20 meters. Chen Bei's current appearance is quite intimidating, his blood-stained attire serving as a warning. "Bro, this guy also has a fire axe. Should we take him on?" A sharp-featured man beside the tattooed man inquires. The tattooed man, known as Fij, maintains his cold demeanor, eyes still fixed on Chen Bei, remaining silent. Chen Bei, preferring to avoid confrontation with this group, decides to descend the stairs. Fij observes Chen Bei's retreating figure, his gaze flickering like the glint of a dagger. The group chat has mentioned a certain individual who has committed murder, and it is highly likely that it is him. "Let us continue with our business. There's no need to clash with him for now," Fij replies after a pause, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. "Or maybe, we should let the lamb grow fat before we feast. The fire axes on the lower floors have all been taken. Chen Bei manages to acquire 2 fire axes during his descent, which is a decent haul. Upon reaching the first floor, he heads straight to investigate the main entrance, as the gateway to the outside world. The door is constructed of robust metal, reinforced by an additional layer of iron mesh, exuding an unparalleled sense of security that no mere fire axe could breach. Adjacent to the door, a card reader device indicates that entry necessitates a key card. Within the management group, individuals took note of Chen Bei intently observing the card reader. To desire an exit at this moment is nothing short of a daydream. The key card lies with the boss of the terrifying night scenario. One must vanquish the boss to acquire it. Enduring 4 days within this building is arguably the simplest path to success. Defeating the boss for the key card is beyond the reach of most newcomers. Unless he can procure the concealed weapon hidden within the premises, there remains a glimmer of hope. However, that weapon is obscured so deeply that it would require extraordinary luck to uncover it. The management group engaged in fervent discussions. Chen Bei, peering at the screen, felt his heart race. The game features a narrative boss, and the keycard is in its possession. Furthermore, there exists a hidden weapon within the building. Securing the hidden weapon could provide the means to eliminate the boss. Clearly, this method of progressing is far superior, and the ultimate rewards are assuredly more generous. Why not continue discussing the topic of the hidden weapon? For heaven's sake, speak up. Chen Bei's anticipation grew. Yet, the management group diverted the conversation, leaving him frustrated. Lacking crucial information, searching through 12 floors seemed an insurmountable challenge. How much longer until darkness falls? Not long now, less than 10 minutes. Excellent. I can hardly wait to witness the zombies unleash their carnage. It's only the first night. The zombies are still weak. A level 1 door should hold them at BOY.ITS, unlikely many will perish. The management group mentioned the transition from day to night. Darkness was imminent, time was of the essence, and Chen Bei could not afford to dawdle. Departing from the doorway, he retraced his steps to scavenge for supplies along the way. The system lacked a built-in clock, perhaps intentionally fostering a sense of temporal ambiguity to keep players in the dark. Chen Bei mentally calculated the time as he explored, ultimately returning to the 8th floor. Along the way, he encountered several corpses, though they were not players but rather pre-existing remains. The presence of these bodies sparked a conjecture in Chen Bei's mind. Suddenly, a deafening alarm blared throughout the building, accompanied by flashing red lights. A voice emanated from the loudspeakers, infused with excitement and fervor. Nightfall has finally arrived. The 3rd batch of test subjects, commence your performance. Let me witness the vitality of your bodies. Warning, night is approaching. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown felt like a death knell, a mere 10 seconds in total. Thankfully, Chen Bei returned just in time. Otherwise, he would have been caught unprepared. Chao Qingqing, hidden within a room, watched as Chen Bei dashed away, urgently calling out, "It's night. Let me in to hide." There was no time to waste. Retreat to your own dormitory and survive this night. Tomorrow, I shall share the spoils with you. Chen Bei unlocked the door, stepped inside, and shut it firmly behind him. Frustrated, Chao Qingqing stomped her foot and closed her own door. Once inside, Chen Bei glanced out the window. The once hazy light outside had transformed into profound darkness. Night had fallen. Chapter 8. Come save me. Creak, creak. A female corpse lying in a pool of blood suddenly convulsed, emitting strange sounds. The overhead lights flickered dimly, as though struggling to maintain power. The female corpse sprang upright with stiff movements. It has risen from the dead. The female zombie released an animalistic growl, its formerly normal teeth falling away, replaced by sharp fangs that sprouted from its gums. Each fang measured 2 to 3 centimeters. Preventing the female zombie's lips from closing entirely, its teeth merely able to touch. Additionally, its hands began to mutate, the knuckles swelling and hardening, nails elongating into sharp hooks. Beside the female zombie lay another dismembered male corpse, which remained undisturbed, quietly lying there. The female zombie raised its head slightly, nostrils flaring, as it engaged in a vigorous sniffing motion. It appeared to have detected a target and quickened its pace toward the exit. The hunt begins. In room 815, Chen Bei returned to his quarters just before nightfall. The true dangers of the night would require personal validation. Standing at the door, he peered through the peephole, his view limited to just a few nearby dorms. Outside, Commotion stirred, accompanied by the unmistakable sounds of growling. There were definitely more than one zombie. Chen Bei furrowed his brow, gripping the fire axe tightly. To claim he felt no anxiety would be self-deceptive. The player group erupted in chaos. There are zombies outside. Is that true? Don't scare me. I saw them too. The zombies are covered in blood. Their teeth long and beast-like. I've played those horror escape room games before, where staff pretend to be monsters. Could these zombies be fake as well? I want to go home. Home. Who is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? Chen Bei observed these exchanges with keen interest. In contrast, the management group exuded a different energy altogether. The deranged administrators were brimming with enthusiasm, with some declaring that their favorite segment had finally arrived. Night was the main event of this game. Suddenly, the cacophony of growls startled Chen Bei. The noise was alarmingly close. His gaze sharpened as he strained to look outside. There, he spotted a female zombie moving, its pace slightly slower than a human's, its movements rigid and awkward. With a mouthful of fangs and a ghastly visage, witnessing the zombie firsthand inflicted a blow to Chen Bei's sanity, reducing it by 3 points. He immediately recognized it as the same female corpse he had seen in a nearby room. The distinctive dress left no room for doubt. This realization confirmed his earlier suspicions. The scattered bodies throughout the building would transform into zombies at night. Those corpses were not mere decorations. A chill ran down Chen Bei's spine. The female zombie sniffed the air like a dog, searching intently. It halted directly in front of room 815, causing Chen Bei's heart to race. Was he truly this unfortunate? Just as night fell, a zombie had set its sights on him. For goodness sake, could you find another location? That door is too sturdy for you to breach. The female zombie's eyes glinted with malice as it let out a growl. Suddenly charging toward room 838, upon reaching the door, it clawed at the wood, producing a series of creaking sounds. Inside, Chao Qingqing's terrified scream pierced the air, clearly frightened to the core, her voice trembling. This was no act. Chen Bei breathed a sigh of relief. At least she was not attempting to breach his door. The female zombie appeared to have some sense. In a panic, Chao Qingqing reached out to Chen Bei through private messages, pleading for assistance. Dear brother, please come save me. The zombie is right outside my door. If you save me, I'll let you do whatever you want. Anything you desire, I will comply. Chen Bei received the message and replied, No rush, just wait a moment. What do you mean wait? The zombie is about to break in. Dear brother, you have a weapon. You can surely kill the zombie. Come save me, and I promise to obey you. I'll be your little dog. Woof woof. Chen Bei sensed the urgency in Chao Qingqing's words, but he remained unhurried. The management group had previously mentioned that the first night was designed to help novice players acclimate to the game. Hence the difficulty was not high. The zombies were all level 1 and unlikely to breach a door. As long as one stayed hidden within, they could likely survive until morning. The female zombie continued to scratch at the door, damaging its durability and leaving behind a series of claw marks. After several attempts and realizing the door was beyond her ability to breach, the female zombie let out a low growl and turned to leave. As she walked away, she continued to sniff the air, searching for her next target. Ha ha, the zombie is gone. Thank heavens, bless you. Chao Qingqing exclaimed with joyby logical deduction. The zombie had given up rather prematurely. One could only conclude that zombies operated under certain behavioral logic, much like NPCs. Scratching at the door was merely one of their programmed actions. Upon realizing it was futile, they would seek a new target instead of persistently attacking. This was undeniably a game, designed to immerse players in a first-hand experience. Chen Bei felt a shiver run through him. At that moment, the management group discussed an important topic. The zombies on the first night are slow and weak, making it an ideal opportunity for players to take the initiative. Yet here they all are, cowering in their rooms. After all, they are all novice players. It's entirely normal to be timid. One must at least have played through a round of survival games for their mindset to shift. The first player to kill a zombie will trigger a hidden first kill reward, guaranteed to drop a skill card, an attribute point, and an item. This is a substantial gift package. It all comes down to who possesses the greater courage. Going in unarmed is futile. Only those with a weapon stand a chance at defeating the zombies. Destroy the zombie's brain, and it will perish. Chen Bei's heart raced at the enticing prospect of the conversation in the group. The first player to kill a zombie could earn a hidden reward, based on the snippets of dialogue, The reward seemed extraordinarily generous. Should he take the gamble? The stakes were undeniably high. Chen Bei's thoughts fluctuated. Confronting a zombie head-on required immense courage. This was a personal encounter, a battle for survival, not simply a matter of manipulating a controller in front of a screen. Taking a deep breath 3 times, he sought to balance his excitement with his fear. The zombies were weakest on the first night. If he did not muster the courage to fight now, the difficulty would only escalate from tomorrow onward. If not now, then when? With determination, Chen Bei focused intently, his left hand firmly grasping the fire axe while his right hand held the wooden shield. He turned the doorknob and stepped outside. Rather than making a grand entrance, he positioned the wooden shield in front of him and stealthily approached the female zombie from behind. Chapter 9. First kill of a zombie, hidden rewards. If he acted now, he might just land a surprise attack. It all depended on the zombie's perceptive abilities. Chen Bei felt a surge of tension as he inched closer, striving to remain silent. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. The female zombie suddenly whirled around. She bared her sharp teeth and let out a low growl directed at Chen Bei. The hollow, murky depths of her eyes held no trace of human emotion. It seemed her senses were quite acute, able to detect his approach. The female zombie raised her arms and lumbered toward Chen Bei with stiff movements. At such close range, he could even see the blood vessels in her eyes. The oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming. For a fleeting moment, Chen Bei felt an urge to retreat. He could certainly outrun the zombie and return to safety. However, that thought vanished swiftly. Chen Bei steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and raised the wooden shield to protect his head and face, while his left hand prepared for action. Just as the female zombie's claws reached out, he swung the fire axe down at them. The zombie's attack was straightforward, pressing forward relentlessly. Chen Bei, on the other hand, relied purely on instinct to respond. In room 838, Chao Qingqing watched in bewilderment as Chen Bei exited the room to pursue the female zombie. She thought to herself, when I was calling for help, you didn't come out. Now that the zombie's gone, you decide to show up. What kind of logic is that? Is this person insane? What are you trying to prove against a zombie? In the corridor, Chen Bei was still engaged in a fierce struggle, using both the axe and shield to fend off the zombie's claws. Neither could reach the other, maintaining a precarious distance. Meanwhile, the management group's chat had switched to spectator mode, likely with snacks and drinks at the ready. Look, Zero on the 8th floor is going up against a zombie. Haha, it's just a pair of noobs battling it out. That guy named Fei on the 4th floor is also making a move. He's a tough one. Let's see which of them is faster. I have more faith in Fei. He has a history of violence, served time, and even caused his pregnant lover to miscarry. He is utterly ruthless. During the fight, Chen Bei caught a glimpse of the management group's messages, and his heart raced. That ruthless individual, Fei, had also taken the initiative. Chen Bei had only acted after seeing the chat. His opponent was clearly making decisions based on their own judgment. Not merely ruthless, but a true predator. Chen Bei felt an urgent wave of anxiety. If Fei claimed the first kill reward, it would spell bad news for him. Even worse, at the staircase, another hefty male zombie appeared. Chen Bei was already struggling with one zombie. The prospect of being sandwiched between two was daunting. The newly arrived fat zombie turned its bald head toward Chen Bei, its attention drawn. Time for a swift resolution. Chen Bei charged forward, swinging the wooden shield to deflect the female zombie's arms, sprinting with all his might to circle behind her. In terms of speed and agility, he outpaced the zombie. Upon reaching her rear, he prepared to strike. Farewell. Chen Bei swung the fire axe with all his strength, bringing the blunt side crashing down upon the female zombie's skull. Thud. The tremendous force shattered her head. The powerful impact caused the female zombie to topple to the side, her body convulsing as a mixture of fluids spilled from the damaged area. Chen Bei rushed in to deliver the final blow, kneeling on the zombie's back and repeatedly striking her head with the axe. -25, -30 damage numbers flickered into view. The female zombie skull was reduced to a pulp. Target eliminated. Earned 10 experience points. Level increased to 2. Attribute boost acquired. Skill slot unlocked. From the female zombie's body, 3 items soared into the air, glowing brightly. Labels indicated that the killer was Player 0, granting him priority for collection. Chen Bei's eyes sparkled as he swiftly stowed the items in his dimensional backpack. Acquired Level 1 skill card, Triple Strike. Acquired UV Flashlight X1. Acquired attribute Candy X1. The first kill reward was in his grasp. Just as he was about to celebrate, the fat zombie charged toward him at a surprising speed. Having just completed a kill, adrenaline surged through Chen Bei, and he was ready to engage again. But then he reconsidered. The first kill reward was secured. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. It was wiser to return for now and examine his recent acquisitions. Chen Bei opted for caution, turning on his heel and sprinting back to his room 815. The fat zombie pursued him to the door, attacking the level 3 door with fervor. If it couldn't break through a level 1 door, a level 3 was out of the question. The level 3 door had a durability of 65 points, more than double that of a level 1. Ignoring the scratching at the door, Chen Bei focused on his recent gains. Leveling up to 2 had granted him a comprehensive enhancement, albeit not overwhelmingly significant. Chen Bei's status was level 2 condition, healthy mentality, 12 strength, 11 agility, 10 constitution, 10 rationality, 88 105 stamina, 82 105 health, 100 105 hunger, 53 100. Reviewing his panel, he noted that mentality, agility, and constitution had each increased by 1 point, while strength rose by 2 points. Rationality, stamina, and health each received a boost of 5. Chen Bei performed a chest expansion exercise, feeling a surge of vigor. The enhancement may not have been dramatic, but it was palpable. Next, he examined the 3 rewards. Opening his backpack, he laid out the 3 items on the table. The first was a card resembling a playing card. The second was the flashlight. The third was a bag of candy. Picking up the card, he immediately accessed its details. Skill card name, triple strike level, 1 effect, execute 3 consecutive melee attacks in a short period, dealing 85, 100, and 120 damage respectively, with the third attack guaranteed to be a critical hit. Consumption, 5 stamina cooldown, 30 seconds requirement. Player must equip a melee weapon to utilize. Condition, strength attribute must exceed 10 points. Description, good things come in threes. A skill card. It seems that in this game, skills must be equipped to be used. Chen Bei promptly attempted to equip it. Upon leveling up to 2, he had unlocked a skill slot specifically for skill cards. For those familiar with games, these basic mechanics were easy to grasp. Chen Bei clicked to equip, and the skill card vanished from his hand. Appearing in the skill slot, a small skill icon materialized before him, representing the triple strike skill. The question was, how to activate it? This question was soon answered. Grasping the fire axe, he instinctively understood how to unleash the triple strike, as if he had trained countless times. Ingraining it into his memory, he nearly acted on the impulse, but quickly suppressed it. It appeared that once the skill card was equipped, it could be activated directly without concern. Chen Bei then turned his attention to the other 2 rewards. Both were valuable items. Chapter 10. A sweet treat. The 2 items consisted of a UV flashlight and an attribute candy. Chen Bei first examined the flashlight. UV flashlight level, none category, item attribute, electric effect A, normal illumination. Effect B, powerful UV illumination, akin to sunlight, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown, effect B 2 minutes. Battery, 100 Description. Do I really need to instruct you on how to use this? Indeed, no instruction was necessary. Anyone with a modicum of sense could immediately discern its purpose. It was meant for zombies. Zombies lurked in the shadows, likely fearing sunlight. Using this flashlight on them would surely not be welcomed. The specifics could only be discovered through experimentation. Chen Bei then picked up the attribute candy. This item was straightforward. Attribute candy category, food attribute, sugar effect. Consuming it fully grants 1 point of freely assignable attributes. Description, eat it. No high-tech nonsense here. An attribute booster. Even a single point could be beneficial. The accumulation of small gains leads to great results. Chen Bei unwrapped the attractive packaging and tossed the candy into his mouth, crunching it with delight. Acquired 1 point of freely assignable attributes, usable at any time. On Chen Bei's data panel, an additional attribute point appeared, applicable to mentality, strength, agility, or constitution. Each attribute had its own explanatory notes. Mentality influenced rationality. Strength impacted physical output. Agility affected speed, evasion, and critical hit chances. Constitution influenced stamina, defense, and health. After some contemplation, Chen Bei decided that in his current situation, enhancing physical output was the most pragmatic choice. He allocated the attribute point to strength. Upon doing so, he felt a warm current coursing through his body, his muscles twitching as if electrified. What a rewarding experience. Killing that zombie had been immensely profitable. With a level up, new skills, and fresh items, his overall strength had widened the gap between him and ordinary players. Chen Bei was overjoyed. His gaze sparkled, and he began to take a liking to this survival game in the dormitory. It was certainly a welcome change from his previously stagnant existence. At this moment, a commotion erupted within the player group. The player known as Feige had just vanquished a zombie. His followers cheered, snapping photos and recording short videos of the defeated creature, which they promptly shared in the public group chat. What is a zombie even worth? Did you see that? This zombie was taken down solely by my Feige. Sticking with Feige guarantees success. For the lovely ladies looking to hitch a ride to safety, now is your chance. My brothers will protect you, ensuring you return home safely. Indeed, Feige had slain a zombie. However, he was undoubtedly slower than Chen Bei, which meant that Chen Bei was awarded the first kill bonus. Creak, creak. Outside, a rotund zombie continued its assault on the door. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Bei made a decision. Tonight, he could not afford to cower at home. He must take the initiative. The zombies were relatively weak now, presenting an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength. He could not let this chance slip away. Thus, Chen Bei steeled himself, approached the door, and forcefully swung it open. The hefty zombie was knocked back by the sudden movement and fell flat on its rear. Chen Bei raised his flashlight, activating the switch directed at the plump zombie. The flashlight had two settings, and he pushed it to the maximum, activating the ultraviolet mode. The violet beam struck the zombie squarely in the face. Truly, one thing can subdue another. The overweight zombie emitted a pained groan, hastily shielding its face with its arms. As the exposed skin began to rot and bubble, it was indeed effective. Seizing the moment, Chen Bei rushed forward, wielding a red fire axe in his left hand, and struck down with the blade, aiming precisely at the zombie's temple. The force of the blow sent the bulky zombie sprawling to the ground, the axe's head becoming lodged within its shattered skull. Chen Bei stepped closer, planted a foot on the zombie, and forcefully yanked the fire axe free, following up with several brutal strikes. Bang, bang, bang. He smashed the zombie's head into a pulp, a wave of putrid, bloody odor wafting through the air. Chen Bei found himself splattered with gore. Filthy as he was, it hardly mattered at this moment. Having slain the zombie, he earned 10 experience points, but nothing dropped. Instead of rushing off, Chen Bei decided to search the corpse. His efforts bore fruit. From the zombie's pocket, he retrieved a chocolate bar.it indicated that consuming it would restore a small amount of sanity, stamina, and hunger. Just what Chen Bei needed. As he was feeling peckish, he tore open the wrapper and devoured it eagerly. Afterward, he made his way to room 838 inside. Chao Qingqing had been peering outside through the peephole, witnessing Chen Bei take down two zombies. Now approaching her, covered in blood and gripping an axe, Chen Bei looked as if he had stepped straight out of a horror film. Chao Qingqing's heart raced to her throat. The man before her was far more terrifying than the zombies. Open the door, Chen Bei commanded, his tone brooking no argument. What do you want? Chao Qingqing stammered, fear evident in her voice. We are in a partnership. I intend to give you a little incentive. It can't be a one-sided arrangement. Incentive? Chao Qingqing's mind raced, wondering if he had succumbed to primal instincts. Hesitantly, she opened the door. Not opening was not an option. He had the strength to force his way in. Chen Bei stood at the threshold, flipping the fire axe in his hand and offering it to Chao Qingqing. I have a spare fire axe, so you may take this one, use it for self-defense, and remain inside to help me keep watch. If anyone dares to approach my door, notify me immediately via private message. Chen Bei emphasized so, the incentive referred to this axe. Chao Qingqing regarded the bloodied weapon with a hint of disdain, yet she accepted it nonetheless. It's late. Are you still planning to go out? She asked. Yes, I must, Chen Bei replied. This is the first day of the game. It is crucial. Chao Qingqing nodded silently, her thoughts lingering on her desire to leave. To return home rather than immerse herself in this absurd game of violence. Bang. The door to room 838 closed. Chen Bei did not leave immediately. He first repaired the door. The earlier assault by the fat zombie had inflicted a loss of 10 durability on it. With wood, iron nails, and a toolbox, he could restore the wooden door's integrity. Having mended the door, he finally set out. He had not ventured far when a door across the hallway was violently flung open, and a male zombie clad in a white shirt charged forth, growling and dripping with saliva from its sharp teeth. The suddenness of the encounter startled Chen Bei, causing a jolt to his sanity attribute. The white shirt zombie staggered a few steps, regaining its balance, and turned its gaze toward Chen Bei, let out a low growl and lunged at him. The violet beam of light burst forth, forcing it to retreat, shielding its face in a desperate, shameful gesture. Chen Bei felt a rush of adrenaline and resolved to test his skills. Triple strike. Chapter 11. Let us have a meeting with him. With a thought, his body sprang into action. The fire axe came crashing down upon the zombie's head. Once, twice, thrice. Critical hit. The final blow dealt an astounding 45 points of damage, shattering half of the zombie's skull. Truly, it was a sight to behold. Chen Bei gasped heavily, now smeared with more blood. His mind began to formulate strategies. The advantage of the triple strike lay in its rapid speed. Within a short span, he could land 3 blows. If he struck the head, he could eliminate a level 1 zombie instantly. The skill had a cooldown period of 30 seconds, which was relatively long, so he needed to avoid scenarios with multiple opponents. In a one-on-one situation, he could dominate the zombies of the night. Chen Bei felt a surge of warmth in his blood, excitement coursing through his veins. As was his habit, he rifled through the zombies' belongings. And this time, he struck gold. He uncovered a piece of paper, which, upon opening, revealed 3 recipes. Discovered weapon recipe, Madman's chainsaw, discovered equipment recipe, Hedgehog bracers, discovered upgrade recipe, level 2 dormitory. Recipes. Chen Bei's interest was piqued, and he immediately examined what the 3 recipes entailed. The Madman's chainsaw required saw blades as materials, which he currently lacked. The Hedgehog bracers demanded iron nails, which he had exhausted, but those were not difficult to find. Fortunately, iron nails were relatively common. Upgrading the dormitory would reinforce the walls and expand the area, requiring stone as the main material, which he also did not have. The Horror Night game was merely the first round. This was just the beginning. It was far from the end. In this round of gameplay, upgrading the dormitory could carry over to the next round, potentially providing an advantage. He chuckled to himself, free room allocation. This treatment is rather nice. With newfound goals for collection, Chen Bei set off towards unexplored areas. It was nighttime, with zombies lurking about, and most players had chosen to cower indoors. Thus, the hallway was quite desolate, with only Chen Bei scavenging about. It wasn't long before he found iron nails, alongside common items like toolboxes, adhesive tape, and wood. From a drawer, he even retrieved a bottle of clean water, just as his thirst began to nag at him. Clean water category, food attribute, water effect. Drinking restores a small amount of hunger and sanity. Description. We are not mere porters of nature. We simply produce water. Chen Bei had grown accustomed to the playful jabs in the item descriptions. It was clear that those who designed this were rather mischievous. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Chen Bei downed half the bottle of water in one go. Feeling considerably better, he continued his exploration. Just then, another zombie appeared, descending from the upper floors, its mouth and hands stained with fresh blood. It seemed it had already enjoyed a dinner. Chen Bei thought little of it and opted for his usual methodical approach. He steadily advanced, flashing the ultraviolet light at the approaching zombie before unleashing a barrage of strikes to its head. The entire process had become somewhat second nature to him. After dispatching this zombie, the experience gained was enough for Chen Bei to level up. Most players were still lingering at level 1, trembling in their hiding places, while he had already reached level 3. Target defeated. Gained 10 experience points, leveled up to level 3, attribute increase. This time, the level up did not unlock a skill slot. Chen Bei mused to himself. The previous upgrade had granted him a skill slot, but this time it had not, leaving him with just one. It felt rather meager, as having 2 or 3 skills could enable him to execute some combinations. Chen Bei's ascension drew the attention of the public channel. On one side of the channel, players' virtual names and levels were displayed, sorted by rank. With Chen Bei reaching level 3, he stood out prominently, leading the pack. Only 2 level 2 players trailed behind him, one of whom was Fij. Holy crap, 0 Degree is already level 3. How did he level up? He must have killed someone. And he definitely took out zombies to reach that level. What should we do? Are we supposed to go out and slay zombies too? What a joke. I'm definitely not going out. Big shot, please take me with you. I want to join you. Is anyone interested in forming a team? Strengthen numbers. As the top-ranking player, Chen Bei received several private messages, mostly expressing goodwill towards him. Some female players even resorted to explicit photos and videos as leverage. Chen Bei ignored them all, continuing with his own endeavors. He traversed the length of the corridor, descended the stairs, and proceeded to the 7th floor. The situation on the 7th floor was rather dire. 2 zombies were clawing at a door, and another door was banging from within, indicating someone was eager to break free. Chen Bei's arrival instantly caught the attention of the zombies. One of them lunged at him, its speed somewhat slower than a normal human but its movements exceedingly rigid. Chen Bei wished to avoid a skirmish with multiple foes, so he opted for a swift resolution and dispatched the first zombie with his flashlight. The other zombie, limping, struggled to advance. Chen Bei remained poised, gripping the fire axe, waiting attentively. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted from the distant staircase as a group of 7 individuals ascended. At the forefront was none other than the notorious Fige. Upon reaching the upper floor, Fige and his entourage noticed a zombie advancing toward Chen Bei. They recognized Chen Bei instantly, having encountered him previously. It's that kid again, the one ranked highest, 0 degree, someone pointed out. Fige, adorned with tattoos on his neck, darkened his expression and cast a sinister glance at Chen Bei. As the zombie drew near, Chen Bei deftly maneuvered behind it and executed a rapid succession of 3 strikes to the back of the creature's head. With a resounding crash, the zombie collapsed to the ground, the entire process executed with remarkable efficiency. The speed of his attacks was astonishing, clearly indicative of a skill. Fige's eyes widened as he swiftly assessed the situation. He had just leveled up to level 2, gaining a skill slot, yet lacked any skills of his own. Chen Bei's attack was likely the result of some skill, as it was executed with such incredible swiftness, generating visible gusts of air. Having dispatched the zombie, Chen Bei noticed Fige and his group. Maintaining his composure, he bent down to scavenge from the 2 fallen zombies, exuding an air of calmness that suggested he was unafraid of Fige and his companions. Displaying any sign of panic would only reveal weakness. Fige's gaze shifted, and he stepped forward. "Let us go have a chat with him." The 7 of them, under Fige's leadership, approached Chen Bei. Their numbers and the presence of a leader emboldened them. And armed with weapons, at the very least, wooden clubs, they advanced confidently. Just as Chen Bei finished his scavenging, discovering a roll of wire, a valuable and scarce material, he looked up to meet the eyes of Fige. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere grew tense. "Is there something you need?" Chen Bei inquired calmly. Fige flashed a grin. "Not much, just came to make a friend." "This hardly seems like the place for friendships." Chen Bei replied coolly, "That's a misconception. Look around. Aren't we all friends here? We are all fellow wanderers in this world, after all. When at home, one relies on family. When abroad, one must rely on friends." Fige's words were rather charming, and his followers chimed in with agreement. He then produced a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket, lighting one for himself before offering another to Chen Bei. "Friend, care for a smoke?" "No, thank you. I don't smoke," Chen Bei replied, shaking his head. "This is no ordinary cigarette. I found it downstairs. Smoking one restores 10 points of sanity." "Oh?" Chen Bei's interest was piqued. Losing too much sanity could spell trouble, especially after the recent encounter with zombies, which had caused his sanity to dwindle. With his sanity now at 79 points, he accepted the cigarette. While he had smoked in the past, he had never developed a dependency. Fige lit the cigarette for him, using it as a social tool. As they both inhaled, the act of smoking brought a degree of relaxation, and Chen Bei's sanity gradually began to recover. At that moment, he noticed one of Fige's associates subtly inching closer, raising his suspicion. Chen Bei took a quick step back while gripping his fire axe tightly. If they managed to flank him, it would spell disaster. Fige quickly pulled the young man back, stating, "Don't misunderstand. This guy is just wandering around. No ill intentions here." He shot a warning glare at the young man, who sheepishly retreated to the back. The previously tense atmosphere began to ease. Fige continued with some friendly banter before addressing the crux of the matter. "Friend, I noticed you utilized a skill earlier. Its effects were impressive. Could you share where you acquired it? Let us be friends and share information, and if you help me, I'll be sure to return the favor." Chen Bei pondered for a moment. The information about skill cards didn't reach the level of secrecy he needed to maintain. For the time being, he could play along, considering it a way to repay the favor of the cigarette. He disliked being indebted to others. It's a skill card. akin to equipment. It activates when equipped. As for how I obtained it, it's a matter of luck. I acquired it from defeating zombies. Eventually, everyone will have one. I just got mine first. So that's how it is. Feige nodded, clearly satisfied. The cigarette's worth had not been wasted. Once Chen Bei finished, he politely excused himself, stepping back to create distance. As he passed a trash bin, he discarded the cigarette but, showing a commendable regard for public cleanliness even in a survival game. Feige's group made no further moves, allowing Chen Bei to depart. He headed downwards, disappearing at the staircase. Feige beckoned one of his subordinates closer and whispered a few instructions. He commanded the young man to go to the 8th floor and find a suitable place to conceal himself. Tasked with keeping a long-term watch on room 815. The fact that Chen Bei, 0 degree, resided in room 815 was no secret. It had even been captured in photographs by others. Given that this young man had taken lives and was of a higher level than them, they could not act recklessly. Monitor his every move and report back to me. When the right moment arrives, we'll strike and take him down. Feige's expression turned cold, revealing his sinister intentions. It was clear that this survival game fostered a competitive atmosphere. With players pitted against one another, some would need to unite, while others would need to be eliminated. Feige was well aware of which category Chen Bei fell into. He was someone who needed to be eradicated. After scavenging downstairs and slaying 2 zombies, Chen Bei leveled up once again. Now at level 4, his attributes saw slight improvements. Strength increased by 2 points, agility by 2 points, and all other attributes by 1 point. The previous level had not felt particularly significant, but at level 4, the difference was palpable. Chen Bei felt remarkably more robust than before entering the game, walking with vigor and delivering powerful punches. Brimming with strength, his reflexes and speed had also noticeably improved. If he could endure through the rounds of this survival game, a promising future awaited him. Upon defeating zombies, 2 scenarios could arise. One could yield items directly, while the other required active looting of the corpse. The zombies Chen Bei had just vanquished belonged to the former category, as a glowing object materialized upon their demise, a circular saw blade. Its edges were razor-sharp. The discovery of a saw blade was exhilarating, for now he could craft the madman's chainsaw. This was a delightful surprise for Chen Bei in room 815, at the workstation. Chen Bei retrieved the materials he had scavenged earlier and crafted 2 new pieces of equipment according to the recipe. It was essential to level up both his character and his gear. He combined iron nails, wire, adhesive tape, a parts box, and leather. Acquired level 2 equipment, hedgehog bracers. Hedgehog bracers level 2 category, weapon equipment attributes, spikes attack power, 5 defense, 10 block rate, 1 durability, 22 description. A well-balanced item for both offense and defense. Those spikes will surely greet enemies with a warm embrace. He then incorporated the saw blade, a pipe, nails, wire, a parts box, and wood. Acquired level 3 weapon, madman's chainsaw. Madman's chainsaw level 3 category, weapon tool attributes, physical attack power, 16 durability, 27 description. A weapon that can effortlessly fell enemies, leaving the sorrow for them to bear alone. With both pieces of equipment ready, Chen Bei promptly equipped the hedgehog bracers on his right arm. Being left-handed, he wielded his weapon with his left hand while donning the bracers on his right, allowing for attacks from both sides. The hedgehog bracers were secured with a leather strap around the wrist, spikes protruding outward, some even rusted, a clear warning of tetanus. As for the madman's chainsaw, its design was indeed formidable. The handle was fashioned from a pipe, with a circular saw blade connected to the end by iron wire and nails, giving it a rugged, handcrafted appearance. Chen Bei swung it a few times to acclimate to its weight. This weapon had an attack power 3 points higher than his fire axe, indicating it should serve him well. Just as he prepared to step out and continue his exploration, faint light began to filter through the window, signaling the arrival of dawn. The corridor was filled with the sound of a loudspeaker. The first experiment has concluded. It is apparent that the zombie issue is far from satisfactory and requires further optimization. Death is not an end, but a beginning. Only by facing death can one attain eternity. The voice emanating from the loudspeaker was somewhat eccentric. Chen Bei formed a reasonable hypothesis. Perhaps the man using the loudspeaker was the final boss of this harrowing night game. Subsequently, a series of game notification boxes appeared before him. Good morning, players. Congratulations on witnessing the dawn of the second day. As this is a novice game, we will provide you with some extra helpful tips. Please dispel any illusions early on, adjust your mindset, and actively engage in the game. Once you shift your thinking, the door to a new world will open before you. Enjoy the upcoming game to the fullest. Chapter 13. We are different. In the public group chat, the reactions of the new players were intense. Who is really pulling the strings behind the scenes? Let us go home. Stop shouting. Accept reality. We must strive to survive in this game and solve problems with a gaming mindset. The group chat comprised exactly 100 people, of whom 12 avatars were blacked out, indicating that they may have perished. In the span of a single day and night within the game, the loss of so many lives is truly terrifying. Do not frighten the little one. The little one is quite timid. The survival game is exhilarating. If only we could stream it live, it would surely be a sensation. A few days of tips could surpass a lifetime of ordinary wages, even when faced with impending doom. One still thinks only of money, consumed by greed. Ladies and gentlemen, time in the game flows much faster than in reality. The night we just experienced felt like it lasted merely half an hour. This implies that time is of the essence. I propose that we venture out together to seek an escape route. We might even attempt to break down the walls. It is worth a try. The group chat quickly became a flurry of messages, each person sharing their thoughts. As the game progressed, it became evident that players could be categorized into a few types. One type is the actively engaged players, who swiftly embraced the game's mechanics, such as Chen Bei and Fei Gu. Another type is the escape-focused players, who are solely intent on fleeing rather than being led by the whims of the game. Lastly, there are the passive observers, who remain hidden indoors, surviving for as long as possible. The administrators of the group were also actively discussing, and Chen Bei absorbed all the critical information with keen interest. The benefits are truly exclusive. These individuals still hope to escape, but there is no exit. The naivety of new players is quite normal. Those like Lingdu, who immediately dive into action upon entering, are but rare exceptions. I look forward to his performance today. New locations will be unlocked within the building today. The library on the 5th floor, the infirmary on the 3rd floor, the morgue on the basement level, and the secret room behind the wardrobe on the 13th floor, each a promising sight. The key point is that during the day, zombies will fall into a deep slumber, making them easy targets, which is crucial. Players will have a distinct advantage during daylight hours. If one remains holed up in the dormitory without taking action today, their chances of surviving until the final day will be significantly diminished. The administrators, speaking in a casual tone, were engaged in idle chatter, while Chen Bei seized the pivotal information, suddenly gaining a clear objective. The library, the infirmary, the morgue, and the secret room. It appears that each day in the game brings about change. The locations mentioned by the management group must be visited today. Upon exiting, Chen Bei promptly made his way to room 838, diagonally across the hall. He utilized the private messaging function to instruct Chao Qingqing to open the door. In truth, he did not know her real name. He only recognized her by her virtual game alias, Qingling. Chao Qingqing opened the door and allowed Chen Bei to enter. Their collaboration had fostered a certain level of trust. Take a look at this blueprint. I will provide you with the corresponding materials, and you can upgrade the door to level 2. Once you've reviewed the blueprint, please return it to me. Today, as before. You will act as my lookout, keeping an eye on my residence and alerting me of any developments. If you choose to explore, you may only do so on this floor. No going upstairs or downstairs. Understood. Chen Bei laid out the terms. Their relationship was one of cooperation, and necessary contributions were expected. What benefit would there be without any? Why should he expect her to safeguard his home? Chao Qingqing had little grasp of door upgrade mechanics. But she was no fool. Upon examining the blueprint, she quickly comprehended its significance. Blueprints are recorded within the system and can be accessed indefinitely thereafter. Furthermore, even without the blueprint, as long as one knows the specific recipe, they can proceed with the operation. In fact, someone had previously shared blueprint information within the public chat. So this is how the door is upgraded. How fascinating, Chao Qingqing remarked, brushing her long hair aside. Her eyes sparkling. I need to go busy myself now. Once I leave, you can begin the door upgrade, which will enhance the security of your dormitory, Chen Bei instructed. You're so hasty. Time waits for no one. In this survival game, time equates to life. Handsome, could you possibly give me some additional items? I still feel rather insecure. Chao Qingqing's tone was playful, akin to a girlfriend's gentle coaxing, as she placed her hand on Chen Bei's shoulder, her nails grazing his skin. Chen Bei subtly shifted his shoulder, evading her touch. I believe this is a fair exchange. I have already given you ample support. Upon my return, I will ensure you receive a bonus. Provided you perform well with that, Chen Bei took his leave without leaving anything behind for Chao Qingqing. She displayed a disgruntled expression, casting a glare at his retreating figure. Hemph, he didn't take the bait. Perhaps my neckline isn't low enough? Chao Qingqing mused internally. After Chen Bei departed, he chose to descend the stairs, arriving at the 7th floor, where he encountered two individuals, each clutching a chair, hesitating before a room. Clearly, something awaited them within. Chen Bei casually inquired, "What is inside?" Startled, the two men glanced at Chen Bei's imposing figure, panic-stricken, and fled. With a chainsaw in one hand and a shield in the other, along with spiked wrist guards. His appearance exuded danger, which explained their hasty retreat. Chen Bei decided to investigate the situation himself. Upon reaching the room, he discovered a body curled up in the corner, motionless, with its head bowed low. Upon closer inspection, he noticed its sharp, fang-like teeth and elongated claws, its skin a pallid hue. A zombie. During the day, zombies seek out shadowy corners to lie dormant, entering a state of slumber, as noted by the management group. Daytime zombies are akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Those two individuals must have intended to eliminate the zombie but lacked the courage to proceed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Bei entered the room, aimed for the zombie's head, and unleashed a flurry of brutal strikes with the chainsaw. With 3 decisive blows, he severed the zombie's head, causing a torrent of viscous fluid to spill forth. At last, it could find eternal rest. Target eliminated, awarded 5 experience points. 75 experience points remain until the next level. Normally, killing a zombie grants 10 experience points. However, in this case, it only awarded 5. How stingy? Chen Bei grumbled internally. Fortunately, this method posed no danger, representing a fortuitous windfall. He took the opportunity to search the zombie's body and the room. Discovering a small bag of biscuits, he consumed them on the spot, restoring 8 hunger points and 6 stamina points. Slaying zombies is physically demanding and depletes stamina. Excessive fatigue necessitates rest. Continuing his descent, Chen Bei arrived on the 5th floor. This level was bustling with activity. After the first day, a noticeable increase in players willing to venture outside was evident. "Look, the door over here has been unsealed. There's a library ahead," someone exclaimed. Players eagerly rushed toward the library, which had evidently been discovered. This was fortuitous. With others leading the way, Chen Bei could follow without drawing attention. Avoiding exposure of his ability to glean secrets from the management group, he approached the library's entrance, which had previously been locked and was only now accessible. People had gathered inside, creating a lively atmosphere. One player turned and noticed Chen Bei's arrival. What's up with this guy? Where did he get all that gear?" The startled individual stammered, caught off guard by Chen Bei's formidable appearance. The library erupted in chatter. All eyes on Chen Bei, filled with trepidation. Most of them were still in a state of utter vulnerability, lacking even the most basic equipment, while Chen Bei stood fully armed. Though described the scene in a song title, "We Are Not the Same." Chen Bei felt a tinge of awkwardness as he stowed the chainsaw in his dimensional backpack, attempting to reassure them. "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." Chapter 14. Blood Refinement Talisman, Exorcism. Despite being outnumbered, Chen Bei found himself in a position of power, needing to calm the anxious crowd. He continued, "I too have been coerced into participating in this game. I was merely an ordinary office worker before this. There is no animosity between us. As long as you refrain from causing me trouble, we can coexist peacefully. There may be valuable items hidden here. Let us all search individually, first come, first served." Agreed? His words helped alleviate some of the tension in the room. A bold, plump young man spoke up. "All right, let it be as you say. First come, first served. Whoever finds something keeps it. We are all civilized individuals, not savages. We can negotiate." His statement garnered agreement from the others. Thus, a verbal agreement took shape. Chen Bei confidently entered the room, embarking on his exploration. Observing his composed demeanor, the others gradually lowered their guard and began to search independently. As a library, it was naturally filled with books. 3 walls boasted large bookshelves, each enclosed behind glass with accompanying equipment. The shelves were labeled with 3 categories: architecture, handicrafts, and esoterica. Engaging the equipment caused a display to illuminate, prompting, Input user information to borrow books. Each user may borrow one book per category. One player immediately attempted to borrow a book, entering their room number and virtual name. The bookshelf functioned like a vending machine, dispensing a book from its output slot. A book has emerged. The player seized the book and began to examine it, only to discover that the text was tiny and illegible. Flipping through the pages, they eventually found a page containing a recipe for upgrading the door to level 2. Hooray! I found the recipe, the player cheered. Chen Bei understood then that the library operated in this manner. Each person could obtain a single book from the shelves, each containing a recipe. With 3 bookshelves, that meant 3 recipes. Chen Bei was already familiar with the level 2 door recipe, rendering it useless to him. The player who had obtained the book continued to flip through its pages, but found nothing further of interest. It appears that a singular formula is inscribed within the pages of a book. The players present quickly grasped the situation and began to form an orderly queue to claim their tomes, moving with remarkable speed. Categories such as architecture, craftsmanship, and metaphysics were represented. Chen Bei was drawn towards the shelf dedicated to metaphysics. Could it be that this survival game in a dormitory possesses an element of the fantastical? Considering the presence of zombies, the existence of metaphysical elements seems hardly surprising. Chen Bei patiently waited in line, and when his turn arrived, he followed the established procedure to retrieve a book. As he opened it, he discovered a page containing extraordinary content. Inscribed upon it were words alongside an image, seemingly rendered in blood, still bearing the fingerprints of its creator. Discovered blood refinement talisman, exorcism, unlocking talisman archive, unlocking talisman drawing functionality. Is this a talisman? Chen Bei's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, there exists a metaphysical aspect. He immediately began to study the details. The drawing of a blood refinement talisman consumes one's own blood, allowing the talisman design to be inscribed anywhere. However, the process carries a high failure rate. Failure means all efforts are in vain. The consumption of blood equates to a depletion of life force. Should one succeed, they would acquire the effect of the blood refinement talisman, exorcism, which can affect creatures such as zombies. Furthermore, the blood refinement talisman is a consumable. With repeated uses, it will eventually vanish. Crafting items requires proficiency, and the same applies to drawing talismans. The more one practices, the higher their proficiency becomes, and consequently, the likelihood of success increases. Chen Bei began to comprehend the situation. What talismans have you all obtained here? Chen Bei inquired, looking around. It's called the blood refinement talisman, exorcism, replied a young man. Mine is the same, echoed a woman in her 40s. It appeared that everyone possessed the same talisman, rendering further exchanges unnecessary. Chen Bei then proceeded to the other 2 shelves, queuing up, inputting information, and acquiring books in one fluid motion. From the craftsmanship category, he obtained a level 2 helmet formula. From the architectural category, he acquired a level 3 dormitory formula. After some individuals received their crafting formulas and were unsure how to proceed, one asked, "How do we create the items specified in the formula? Surely we can't just manually craft them." The previously speaking chubby young man kindly replied, "There are workbenches in certain areas where you can create them. I saw the workbench before, but I lack the formula. There are multiple workbenches within the building." The one Chen Bei had previously moved home was merely one among many scattered throughout. He had seen at least 3. Hey! A voice called out nearby. It turned out someone was attacking the bookshelf, attempting to destroy it through brute force. If one could utterly dismantle the shelf, they would be able to claim all the books within. Chen Bei unleashed an onslaught upon the shelf, yet the damage registered as zeroed. The bookshelf remained unscathed. Within this building, some elements are destructible, while others are impervious. Let me give it a try. Chen Bei retrieved a fire axe and struck the shelf twice, only to find his output was still zeroed. It seemed futile. Chen Bei also attempted to use his dimensional backpack to carry the bookshelf away, but to no avail. The prompt indicated it couldn't be collected. One must adhere to the shelf's rules, 1 book per person. Those who had obtained formulas began to exchange with one another, while others simply shared their formulas in a public channel, promoting a spirit of sharing. With further areas to explore and limited time, Chen Bei opted to leave without participating in the exchange. A person chased after him, exclaiming, "Wait up, big shot." Chen Bei halted and turned to see it was the chubby young man from before. "Big shot, my in-game name is Bai Xiaoping. You must be the renowned Zero, ranked first, the only level 4 player." Bai Xiaoping attempted to ingratiate himself. "Yes, that's me. There's no hiding it. Someone of your stature shines wherever you go. How could you possibly remain concealed? Chen Bei was in a hurry and preferred to get straight to the point. Big shot, let me be blunt. Could you take me along for exploration? I'll be your subordinate. Following your lead in everything? No. Find someone else to team up with. I prefer to work alone. Please, Big shot, being alone leaves you vulnerable. Having more helpers would be beneficial. My family's in the chain restaurant business, so we're relatively well off. I can offer you 100 to 80,000. No problem as long as you take me along. I assure you won't be at a loss once we get out. I can even write you an IOU right now. Chen Bei simply turned and walked away, uninterested in hearing more. Bai Xiaopeng was left deflated, and once Chen Bei vanished from sight, he muttered sourly, "Fine, you're the big shot. You're too lofty for us to reach." Chen Bei continued his exploration and arrived at the third floor. The management group had mentioned the presence of a medical room here, the importance of which was self-evident. Until now, Chen Bei had yet to find any medical supplies. Upon arrival, he discovered a peculiar situation. A lengthy segment of the corridor had collapsed, with many individuals gathered at the edge. Unable to proceed, judging by sight, the gap appeared to stretch at least 7 to 8 meters. Directly opposite the gap, a doorplate shone brightly, illuminating the words, "Medical Room." Chapter 15. A Leap of Faith. Chen Bei had visited this spot yesterday when it had been sealed off without any signs of collapse, and the medical room was nowhere in sight. He overheard the conversations of those in front. The medical room was within reach, but how could they cross over? I estimate the distance to be over 7 meters. Only an athlete with a running jump could clear that. Jumping is unrealistic. We must consider other methods. I suggest using a rope to swing across. But we don't have a rope long enough. If we tie our clothes together tightly, it should suffice. The crowd buzzed with ideas. Chen Bei sheathed his weapon and approached, asking, "Do you have a way to get across?" The group turned to him, startled by his imposing presence. Chen Bei, now a figure that naturally aroused caution wherever he went, reassured them, "I only wish to cross. I harbor no ill intent." The group retreated, pressing against the walls, maintaining their distance. Chen Bei approached the edge of the gap and peered down. Below lay the second floor. Strewn with rubble, where numerous steel bars protruded, a male corpse was impaled upon the steel bars, lying supine, limbs hanging down, a bar piercing through its mouth, blood staining the area beneath. Chen Bei understood it was impossible to reach the opposite side from the lower level. The body skewered upon the steel bars served as a warning of the peril. Hence, these individuals were hesitant to attempt crossing. "Have you tried finding an alternative route?" Chen Bei inquired, gesturing at the opposite side. "Of course, but it's unfeasible. There's no other way. We can only attempt to cross here." A young man rep with such remarkable prowess, "You leaped an impressive distance down the corridor while wearing flat shoes," exclaimed the athlete in astonishment. 0.6 meters. That's still quite a stretch, clearly insufficient, frowned Chen Bei. "Fear not. Your takeoff technique was inadequate and quite unprofessional. Allow me to impart some essential movements to you. Give it another try. I sense you have potential." The athlete shared various techniques for the long jump, including how to exert force, what posture to adopt in midair, and how to extend the duration of suspension, all of which were quite insightful. Chen Bei diligently noted each detail and attempted the jump twice more. He adjusted his approach, resulting in a significant improvement, and finally managed to leap over 7 meters. This distance was just enough to clear the gap and land safely on the other side, though risks still loomed. After some contemplation, Chen Bei concluded that if he leveled up first and then attempted the jump, his chances would surely increase. However, leveling up would consume time and introduce uncertainties. If someone else beat him to it, he would be at a disadvantage. It was time to take a gamble. Chen Bei decided to take the plunge. He distanced himself, urging bystanders to step aside and not interfere, then crouched low in preparation for his sprint. Like a coiled cheetah, with a sudden burst, Chen Bei propelled himself forward, his speed escalating as he reached the edge of the gap, using it to springboard himself into the air. He leaped, legs drawn together and raised high, striking a crouched position mid-flight. He soared through the air, drawing nearer to the opposite side. Just a little more. Chen Bei extended his legs, his feet landing on the edge, and he propelled himself forward, rolling twice upon landing. He made it. "Wow. Incredible," the athlete cheered. Chen Bei exhaled in relief. It had been quite precarious moments ago. Turning back, he marveled at the considerable distance he had covered. The infirmary awaited him directly across. There were other rooms flanking either side, but Chen Bei paid them no mind, making a beeline for the infirmary. Earlier, many had doubted him, but now he had succeeded. A voice called out from behind, "Brother, if you manage to grab some medicine from the infirmary, don't forget to share a bit with us. I'm injured and still bleeding." Chen Bei ignored the voices behind him and approached the infirmary door. Sensing potential danger within, he gripped the crazy man's saw tightly before slowly twisting the doorknob. Chapter 16. Move aside, creak. The door swung open. Chen Bei cautiously peered inside. The room was devoid of light, engulfed in darkness and eerily silent. Replacing his hand with a flashlight, he pressed the switch, illuminating the interior. The room was filled with numerous bottles and medicine boxes. Medicine. All sorts of medicine. Chen Bei's heart soared. In the real world, medicine could heal the sick. In the game, protagonists were akin to walking pharmacies. He hurried into the room to scavenge. Picking up a bottle, it felt remarkably light. An empty vial. After several attempts, he found all were empty. Is this some kind of joke? What good are empty bottles? Chen Bei's mood fluctuated wildly. He continued his search, investing considerable time before finally uncovering a few genuine medicinal supplies. Healing potion level. 1 category. Potion effect. Restores 60 health points resistance. 5 minutes. Continuous use will diminish effectiveness. Resistance is lifted after 5 minutes, restoring normal efficacy. Description. U1T enjoy the taste, so best try not to get hurt. Antidote level. 1 category. Potion effect. Cures all poisoning states resistance. 5 minutes. Description. Red umbrella. White pole. After consuming, lie down flat. Calming agent level. 1 category. Potion effect. Restores 50 sanity points resistance. 8 minutes. Description. Stay calm, brother. Resilience potion level. 1 category. Potion effect. Restores 30 health points. Temporarily boosts physical attributes by 20 points, granting 30 physical damage reduction for 2 minutes. Resistance, 30 minutes. Description. What are you staring at? Go for it. Hemostatic bandage level. 1 category. Medical supplies effect. Restores 10 health points. Stops bleeding. Description. Don't wrap yourself like a mummy. In total, Chen Bei discovered these 4 types of medicine. 5 healing potions, 3 antidotes, 2 calming agents, and 1 resilience potion. Altogether, that amounted to 11 items. He stuffed them all into his backpack, fully aware of their value. In the survival game, life and death hung in the balance. Each healing potion represented a glimmer of hope for survival. The other 3 types were equally useful. For instance, the resilience potion could temporarily enhance physical attributes and provide additional damage reduction, clearly intended for critical moments. Having spent considerable time here, it was time to move on. Chen Bei decided against further searching. He had thoroughly examined the majority of the bottles, and while a few may have slipped through the cracks, it was impossible to be that meticulous. Just as he was about to retrace his steps, he noticed a half-open drawer revealing a file folder. Intrigued, he reached out to retrieve it. Upon opening, he found many illegible characters, with only fragments decipherable. Experiment subject number 005 March 12th. Record, through starvation, dehydration, and bloodletting, the subject was brought to a near-death state, sustained by a small infusion of glucose. March 16th. Record. A breakthrough was achieved. Under the influence of the ritual, the subject's body began to exhibit cadaveric spots while still alive. The mouth was forcibly held open, and the tongue began to curl, with bud-like formations appearing at the tip. March 19th. Record. Before the blooming of the ghost flower, the subject perished, interrupting the ritual. The next subject will require the addition of an ECG monitoring device with alarm functionality. If necessary, drugs such as albumin, fat emulsion, and amino acids will be administered to prolong the subject's life. As Chen Bei flipped through the remaining pages, they all contained similarly cryptic records. These seemed to be fragmented game narratives, the significance of which to game completion remained uncertain. From the records, it was evident that some mad experiments had previously taken place here. Mentioning rituals and ghost flowers, seemingly to possess everything would undoubtedly result in a lack of space, necessitating the need for selective choices. Chen Bei's primary objective in coming here was to locate the morgue. He refrained from wasting time in the ordinary rooms, opting instead to expedite his search, as time was of the essence. The management group had previously mentioned that daytime lasted a full hour, while nighttime was merely half an hour. With an estimated 10 minutes remaining until dusk, Chen Bei pressed forward, his flashlight illuminating only a small portion of the area. leaving the surroundings shrouded in an ominous darkness. A faint stench of decay lingered in the air, growing more pungent as he advanced. Scattered across the floor were various items: books, dirty clothes, and broken buckets, among others. Bloodstains marked the walls with two distinct handprints. Each sighting of these remnants caused a fluctuation in Chen Bei's rationality. Suddenly, a jarring ringing pierced the air, startling him. Gripping his chainsaw tightly, he stepped back, his breath quickening. The ringing continued, an ear-piercing sound reminiscent of an old-fashioned alarm clock. Furrowing his brow, Chen Bei steeled himself and approached a counter where the cacophony originated. Indeed, it was merely an alarm clock, a lowbrow method of fright. Chen Bei muttered under his breath and struck the clock's button with his fist, finally silencing the nuisance. Continuing his exploration, the stench grew increasingly unbearable until he arrived at a pair of double doors, where the odor peaked. A rusty lock hung from the doors, which he illuminated with his flashlight. There it was, the word more glaring back at him. He couldn't help but smile. Most people would feel a surge of fear upon entering such a place, often succumbing to their own terror. However, having worked in a funeral home, Chen Bei was well acquainted with corpses and felt no trepidation. With a fierce swing of his weapon, he struck the chain binding the lock. -28, -28, -33. Damage numbers flickered before him until he shattered the chain, which clattered to the ground. He flung the door open, and as the light flooded in, he beheld rows of cold storage cabinets filled with bodies. Due to a power outage, these cabinets had ceased to function, and the corpses within were undoubtedly decomposing, the foul odor emanating from them. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, 3 players gathered, their gazes fixed on room 815. Observing the door, it was evident that the zombie toppled to the ground, struggling to rise again. The beam of the flashlight illuminated a horrifying visage. Its pallid face was smeared with blood, eyes vacant and devoid of life, and a mouth filled with sharp, menacing teeth, 2 of which were particularly pronounced as fangs. Howl, howl! The zombie raised its arms and lunged toward Chen Bei. It was evident that, compared to the zombies from the previous night, this one was faster and more agile. The zombie was evolving. Chen Bei furrowed his brow slightly and pressed the flashlight switch, bathing the approaching zombie in intense, ultraviolet light. The creature recoiled immediately, shielding its face with its hands and taking 2 steps back. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bei dashed forward, executing a powerful kick that landed squarely on the zombie's face. Bang! -46, the zombie was pushed back several steps, momentarily dazed. That kick had rendered it momentarily unconscious. Chen Bei aimed for the zombie's head and swung his chainsaw with ferocity, delivering a series of brutal strikes. The sharp blade cleaved through the zombie's skull, sending blood and flesh flying. 3 swift attacks obliterated the creature's head, resulting in its immediate demise. The zombie collapsed, oozing a viscous pool of blood. This battle showcased a harmonious blend of skills, items, and equipment, even allowing Chen Bei to experience the thrill of combat. It felt as if something within him had been awakened. Target eliminated, gained 18 experience points. 210 experience points required to reach the next level. It would take this much experience to level up. Future upgrades wouldn't come easily. Chen Bei bent down to briefly inspect the zombie's pockets before continuing on his way. Illuminating the dark basement with his flashlight, he quickly made his way to the staircase. Howl, howl! The sound of zombies drew near, and not just one. 2 zombies staggered down the stairs, spotting Chen Bei. Like a shot of adrenaline, their movements abruptly quickened as they rushed down the staircase. Chen Bei felt the weight of pressure. This was his first encounter facing 2 zombies simultaneously. Moreover, tonight's zombies were stronger than those from the previous night. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bei steeled himself, switching the flashlight to serve as a shield in front of him. His left hand gripped the chainsaw, poised for action. They were closer now, mere steps away. The 2 zombies approached, one ahead of the other, separated by about 3 paces. Chen Bei raised the wooden shield to block the first zombie's claws, then seized the moment to counterattack. Skill, triple strike. The chainsaw struck thrice, landing 2 blows on the creature's head while one swing missed entirely. This round failed to vanquish the zombie. The second zombie lunged from the left, forcing Chen Bei to retreat. He fought while backing away. Once the cooldown for his powerful kick was over, Chen Bei executed a sweeping kick with precision, generating a visible gust of wind. This strike was highly effective, toppling both zombies in one fell swoop. Chen Bei surged forward, bringing his foot down with force on the injured zombie. The soles of his shoes were reinforced with metal. Crack, crack, crack. Chen Bei stomped down, distorting and collapsing the zombie's face until he received a reward of experience points. Just then, the other zombie regained its footing in a one-on-one scenario. Chen Bei felt emboldened. Using his shield to engage the remaining zombie, looking for an opportunity to strike its head. Crack, crack, crack. With each assault, he struck the creature's skull until it finally fell to the ground. Breathing heavily, Chen Bei had successfully slain 3 zombies, depleting a significant amount of energy. Fortunately, during his earlier explorations, he had discovered a bottle of energy drink that could replenish his stamina. Chen Bei retrieved the bottle and gulped down half of it. At that moment, he heard a noise emanating from the staircase. Chen Bei heightened his vigilance. Glancing upward, he spotted a silhouette standing above. Chapter 19. Returned to the dormitory. At first, Chen Bei thought he had encountered another zombie. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a human player, not a zombie. Furthermore, it was a familiar face, the player known as Bai Xiaopeng. This rotund fellow, with a cherubic visage, resembled a character from a traditional Chinese painting. Joyfully clutching a carp, Bai Xiaopeng also recognized Chen Bei and beamed with delight. Haha, big shot, we meet again. Once is chance, twice is fate. We are friends now. Bai Xiaopeng turned around and beckoned 3 others to join him, suggesting they had formed an impromptu alliance for warmth. Chen Bei approached and inquired, "Why are you wandering about in the dark?" "We intended to head upstairs to our dormitory, but hearing some commotion. We came to take a look and happened to see you." "What a coincidence," Bai Xiaopeng chuckled. "I'm planning to head back. May you all live long, but I must be on my way." "Big shot, if you're going upstairs, we are too. Why don't we go together? More people means more safety. I have no interest in being your bodyguard." Chen Bei declined their company and quickened his pace up the staircase. Bai Xiaopeng, undeterred by the rejection, motioned for his companions to follow Chen Bei. Chen Bei glanced back, frowning slightly, and warned, "Don't follow too closely. If you dare to encroach, don't blame me for being rude. One must always guard against treachery." Chen Bei was wary of these individuals attempting to ambush him from behind. Bai Xiaopeng understood and restrained his companions, maintaining a safe distance. "Big shot, rest assured. We only following you. We mean no harm. With you leading the way, it's safer to ascend." Bai Xiaopeng smiled ingratiatingly. Chen Bei was no killer, and he had little recourse against these clingy individuals. So he allowed them to follow. The group ascended floor by floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, 2 of them departed, as their dormitory was on that level, seeking refuge indoors. Continuing upward, strange noises began to emanate from above. A zombie staggered down the stairs. The overhead lights flickered, illuminating the creature intermittently. Upon seeing the zombie descend, Bai Xiaopeng and his companions recoiled, gripping their weapons tightly. After scavenging during the day, most players had acquired weapons. Even if it was just a chair leg, fighting on the staircase was cumbersome and restrictive. Chen Bei decisively charged forward, raising his wooden shield as he collided with the zombie at the corner of the stairs. Here, at least, was a platform. Chen Bei followed up, engaging the zombie in combat. The zombie's long, claw-like fingers struck the wooden shield repeatedly. The shield, already battered, shattered with a resounding crack. Items possess durability. Once that durability reaches 0, they break. Chen Bei momentarily froze, then swiftly adjusted his tactics, launching a vigorous offensive. Triple strike. The chainsaw swung thrice at the zombie's head, each strike embedding the blade deep into its skull. During this exchange, the zombie's claws managed to wound Chen Bei, tearing through his sleeve and leaving a bloody gash. Finally, the zombie collapsed. Chen Bei cursed under his breath. This battle had been somewhat chaotic, and he bore the scars of war. Bai Xiaopeng, witnessing Chen Bei's injury, remarked ominously, "Big shot. You've been scratched by a zombie. You 1T turn into 1-2, will you?" Ignoring the taunt, Chen Bei leaned against the wall, retrieving a healing potion. Uncorking it and gulping it down. The liquid inside had an intensely bitter chemical taste. Chen Bei hadn't anticipated such an unpleasant flavor, nearly retching it out. What a foul taste! It was worse than traditional herbal medicine. With a face contorted in agony, he forced it down, then rinsed his mouth with half a bottle of energy drink. His health points rose substantially, and the pain in his wounds subsided. the effect of the potion proving immediate. The zombie's attack had also inflicted a bleeding effect. Every few seconds, Chen Bei's health points dwindled slightly. He had no choice but to retrieve a roll of bandages and wrap them around his arm. Bleeding status eliminated. Current physical condition, healthy. It was imperative to avoid injuries. The cost of a single wound was too steep, requiring both medicine and bandaging. Chen Bei relied on his limited resources to restore himself to a relatively stable state. Bai Xiaopeng and his companions watched in awe that a big shot is indeed a big shot, possessing so many resources at his disposal. If an ordinary player sustained such injuries, they would be on the brink of death. They continued ascending, reaching the 7th floor. Another player departed in the end. Only Bai Xiaopeng remained, residing on the 9th floor. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Chen Bei halted his ascent. Big shot, could you accompany me just a bit further? My dormitory is just upstairs. I beg you, I found 2 materials on the way that I can offer as fare, Bai Xiaopeng pleaded. Chen Bei, with a cold expression, fixed his gaze on him. If you rely on others at every turn, you won't survive long in this game. You must depend on yourself. After stating this, Chen Bei walked away. Bai Xiaopeng was left standing there, visibly disheartened, with no choice but to ascend alone in the corridor of the 8th floor. A zombie prowled, sniffing about in search of prey. The creature was situated near room 838. It suddenly detected something. Accelerating towards 838, claws slashing at the door, causing it to creak ominously as splinters flew. Inside, Chao Qingqing screamed in terror, urgently messaging Chen Bei for help. Where are you? Hurry back. The zombie is attacking my door. Fortune favored Chao Qingqing, as Chen Bei had just returned. Lowering his stance, he sprinted forward, his speed increasing exponentially. The metal of his shoes sparked against the ground. When he was merely a meter away from the zombie, Chen Bei leapt, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's head, sparks flying dramatically. Bang! The zombie's neck snapped, staggering several steps before crashing against the wall, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chen Bei landed and charged forward, continuing his assault on the zombie's head. With 2 swift strikes, he obliterated the zombie's skull. The corpse tumbled down, and a flash of light emanated from its body, revealing an object. Chen Bei picked it up and discovered it was a small vial of rosemary perfume. Its effect was to be sprayed on the body, eliminating odors and making it difficult for zombies to detect the wearer for a duration of 5 minutes. However, being difficult to detect did not equate to complete invisibility. If one were too close to a zombie, they would still be sensed. This item was quite useful. Chen Bei promptly stored the perfume away. At that moment, the door beside him creaked open, and Chao Qingqing peeked her head out. Previously, she had undone 2 buttons of her blouse, but now she had unfastened 4, causing her ample bosom to almost spill forth. Little brother, I have been waiting for you with great longing. You have finally returned. It is unsafe tonight. Please let me take refuge in your room. I beg you. Chao Qingqing feigned a pitiful demeanor, swaying her curvaceous body enticingly, her ample chest bobbing provocatively. Chapter 20. The talismans on the door. Chen Bei was not the type to remain unmoved by such advances. Nor was he a saint untouched by worldly desires. The issue was that he had just fought his way back, his body filthy and reeking of the stench of zombies, which truly dampened his enthusiasm. Not to mention Chao Qingqing. Even if a school beauty were to approach him at this moment, he would still lack the inclination. You may stay here peacefully. Should any zombies come to scratch at your door, I will undoubtedly assist you. That I cannot guarantee anything else, but at the very least, I can ensure your survival until the 4th day, when the game concludes, and you can escape unscathed. Chen Bei gently pushed her back into her room and closed the door. Chao Qingqing's beauty ploy had failed, and she stomped her foot in frustration, filled with resentment. Chen Bei returned to his own door, hesitated for a moment, then withdrew his hand. He had yet to utilize the blood-refining talisman, exorcism. If he could draw this talisman on his door, it would provide an extra layer of protection. There must be more than one type of talisman, if this was part of a larger system within the game. It would be well worth the investment. With this in mind, Chen Bei placed his finger to his lips, hesitated momentarily, and then decisively bit into his fingertip, squeezing out fresh blood to begin his artwork on the door. The strokes of the exorcism talisman were relatively few, amounting to only 6, some strokes twisted, others curved, presenting a slight challenge. Chen Bei had the complete drawing method in his mind. With a thought, his finger moved in accordance. Each stroke flowing naturally, With every successful stroke, a flash of red light would flicker. The first stroke, success. The second stroke, success. The third stroke, success. The fourth stroke, failure. Chen Bei's hand wavered slightly, causing the line to skew. Truly, a minor deviation could lead to a major error. Poof! The failed talisman emitted a puff of black smoke, and all the blood-red lines on the door vanished. Chen Bei had carelessly squandered 8 points of health in the process. However, he could not say he gained nothing. Drawing failed, gained 1 point of proficiency. Creating equipment and items required proficiency. Drawing talismans also had its own proficiency, and naturally, the higher, the better, as it accumulated over time. Chen Bei still had 4 healing potions available, so he could afford to be extravagant. Otherwise, he would truly hesitate to waste even a drop of his own blood. He bit his fingertip once more, squeezed out fresh blood, and resumed his artwork on the door. After a second failure, a third failure followed. It was not until the fourth attempt that a peculiar event occurred. A zombie burst through the door, swaying as it made its way down the corridor, slightly raising its head to sniff the air intently. The timing was impeccable. Chen Bei cast a glance but continued with his task. His fluctuating emotions caused his rationality to diminish. Yet, he did not halt. He pressed on with the talisman drawing. After all, having dispatched so many zombies, he still held some confidence. Remaining calm amidst chaos, roar, roar, the zombie quickly detected Chen Bei's presence and began to approach, its steps accelerating. The third stroke, success. The fourth stroke, success. The fifth stroke, success. The sixth stroke. Just as Chen Bei completed the final stroke, the zombie was mere meters away from him. With a deft movement, he traced the last line. The entire exorcism talisman illuminated, radiating a brilliant red light. Drawing successful, gained 5 points of proficiency. Success yielded greater proficiency. Chen Bei grasped the doorknob and swiftly entered his dormitory. The zombie lunged forward, missing its target and halting right at the entrance of Chen Bei's room. The talisman on the door was activated, glowing fiercely with red light. Roar! The zombie emitted a pained sound, retreating in utter disarray. This exorcism talisman was indeed effective. Leaning against the wall inside, Chen Bei exhaled in relief and then collapsed onto the floor. Before entering the game, he had been an ordinary person. The challenges he had just faced left him mentally and physically exhausted. He needed a proper rest. Rest would gradually restore health, stamina, and rationality, bringing numerous benefits. Chao Qingqing, diagonally across the hall, witnessed the earlier scene and sent a message. "Little brother, what did you draw on the door just now? Could you draw one on my door too?" Chen Bei had already entered a half-asleep state and paid her no mind. Meanwhile, in the player group chat, most players had retreated to their dormitories. And with nothing to do, they began to chat. 20 player avatars have turned black. It's only just dark, and so many have died. Wait, some were offline during the day. There are no zombies during the day. If someone went offline during the day, it means they were killed by other humans. We are all trapped humans here. Surely we wouldn't harm each other. Naive. Killing grants experience points and the chance to loot equipment, items, and dorm keys from the victim. You seem to know quite a lot. You haven't killed anyone, have you? Nonsense. I'm just warning you. The chat erupted into chaos. Out of 100 players, with 20 gone, that meant 1/5 had perished in just 2 days. This was hardly a good omen. Amidst the chatter, a player suddenly cried for help. "I'm from room 350. Zombies are about to break down my door. Someone come save me. I'm a virgin. I don't want to die yet." The previously tumultuous group chat fell silent. "Anyone, please come save me. I beg you. The door is about to break. Hurry. Quickly." The player named this year 18 had his avatar turn black. Everyone understood what that meant. Didn't they say hiding in the room was safe? One player questioned. At that moment, a player named Feigu spoke up, dousing everyone with cold water. "I have bad news. Tonight the zombies have become stronger and can break down doors. You're on your own. If you don't want to die, you can private message me to join my team. Ladies first, of course." Feigu was ranked just below Chen Bei. Now at level 4, another player named Ziying followed closely behind at level 3. Chen Bei was an anomaly, having advanced exceptionally beyond what normal players could achieve. Most could only reach levels 3 or 4. After a brief rest, Chen Bei awoke groggily. The night was still dark, and zombies continued to roam outside. Feeling revitalized, He gathered his wits and began to busy himself. He emptied his backpack onto the bed, categorizing the items, some into the nightstand and others left on display. He then opened 2 group chats to see what the others were discussing. Noticing the contents of the management group made him gasp in shock. They were debating the deployment of zombies. This had been mentioned before, and now it was in the execution phase. Deployment was certain. They were merely discussing the number and locations. Additionally, Chen Bei spotted a key phrase in the chat. A VIP has complained that tonight is too dull and has requested at least 15 level 2 zombies and 3 mutated zombies. VIP? Who were these VIPs? Chen Bei's pupils narrowed as he scrutinized the chat. Chapter 21. Mutated zombies. There existed a higher tier above the managers, known as VIPs. VIPs could observe the game's progress and issue commands to the managers. Making demands. How ironic. We players were merely treated as entertainment tools. Those who controlled the game, along with the so-called VIPs, regarded us not as humans. If there ever came a day when I could escape this game and confront those responsible, I would exact my vengeance. Chen Bei's murderous intent flared, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Being treated as lab rats, manipulated at will, with lives hanging by a thread, struggling to survive under the so-called rules of the game was unbearable. If escape were impossible, so be it. Given the chance, Chen Bei was determined to seek justice from those managers. The management group continued to discuss the specifics of zombie deployment. If the deployment were too scattered, the resulting excitement would be insufficient, so they aimed for concentrated placement. I proposed dividing the zombies into 3 batches, with each batch led by a mutated zombie. Deploy 1 batch to each of the 3 different floors. A batch must definitely be sent to the 8th floor, as Zero is on that floor. We need to increase the difficulty for him. A agreed. Let S send 1 to the 4th floor where Feigu is. The final batch will be deployed on the top floor, allowing zombies to descend upon the others. There are 15 minutes until dawn. This time will become a life and death race for the players. Chen Bei stared at the dialogue in the management group, his frustration boiling over. Truly, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Because he was the highest level, they intended to increase the difficulty specifically for him. Deploying zombies right in his vicinity, a single mutated zombie, along with 5 zombie minions. Such a team would pose a formidable threat to Chen Bei. If a group of zombies were to block the door, his dormitory would undoubtedly be breached. Chen Bei could not afford to delay any longer. He hastily began to take action. He had previously acquired a recipe for a helmet and had yet to craft it. He would also craft a wooden shield as a supplement. Chen Bei dove into his materials, his hands flying as he worked. The management team is currently selecting the types of mutated zombies and has opened a zombie compendium for everyone's reference. The compendium features a myriad of zombies, each more bizarre than the last. Ultimately, 3 types were chosen: the long-tongued zombie, the iron-clawed zombie, and the high-jumping zombie. Each of these undead creatures possesses its unique strengths, as one can surmise merely from their names. The management, in pursuit of rationality, has also arranged a storyline for this release. Suddenly, the loudspeaker in the corridor blared to life. I worked tirelessly through the night to create a batch of new zombies. And among them, several exhibited astonishing transformations that filled me with delight. This serves as a testament to the correctness of my approach. I merely need to further optimize the ritual to bring it closer to perfection. I can feel that success is imminent in my hands. An unprecedented greatness is about to be born. Meanwhile, the boss ranted on endlessly. With a crash, a section of the ceiling collapsed, and several zombies tumbled to the ground. Leading the pack was a zombie of peculiar appearance, with a sharp, simian visage and gaping mouth that extended into cracks reaching behind its ears. Its hands and feet were larger than average, resembling those of a beast, with robust joints and iron-like claws. Its bloodshot eyes darted around erratically under the flickering dim lights. Several zombies sniffed the air intently, searching for the scent of prey. And they had caught a whiff of it. The vibrant life, that exquisite flesh, was not far off. The zombie squad began to advance, and the oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. The player closest to the zombies had taken refuge in room 807. Witnessing the approaching horde with terror, I see a group of zombies, not just one, but a whole swarm. Don't scare me. Which floor are you on? The 8th floor. There's also a group of zombies on the 12th floor. It's over. The zombies have spotted me. With so many of them, how could I possibly fight back? This game is unfair. Unfair. The voice belonged to the player in room 807, and that was his final message in the group chat. Having completed my preparations, Chen Bei crafted 2 pieces of equipment. One was a box helmet, resembling a shoebox but fashioned from wood, which could simply be placed upon the head. Wearing the box helmet would obscure vision but provided a degree of protection for the head. Previously, the wooden shield had shattered, prompting Chen Bei to forge a new one. The workbench. He could also repair damaged equipment. Chen Bei mended the madman's handsaw, restoring its durability. The corridor echoed with piercing screams. Undoubtedly the sound of a player being breached by zombies. Chen Bei endeavored to remain undistracted as he gazed at the smooth surface of the wooden shield when an idea struck him. Such a large blank space was perfect for inscribing a talisman. If he could draw a blood-refining talisman, exorcism on the wooden shield, it might yield remarkable results. Without hesitation, Chen Bei bit his finger and began his work. Chao Qingqing, residing diagonally across from him, was likely terrified, frantically seeking help through private messages. Chen Bei disregarded her pleas, focusing solely on his talisman. He dotted his fingertip blood upon the wooden shield, sketching intricate lines. Drawing a talisman required a single fluid motion rather than a slow and deliberate approach, not demanding much time. After 4 consecutive failures, costing him considerable health, he resorted to a bottle of horrid healing potion, downing it in haste. The taste was excruciatingly sour, akin to drinking toilet cleaner. With his health restored, Chen Bei continued to expend blood in his artistry. At last, he succeeded. 6 strokes formed a complete exorcism talisman. Drawing successful, gained 5 proficiency points. Level 1 wooden shield evolved into Level 2 exorcism shield. Success. Chen Bei's brilliant idea had come to fruition. Now, he had enhanced his equipment, donning the box helmet and wielding the exorcism shield. While the upgrade was significant, he knew he must remain cautious. Zombies are undaunted by death, and his life was singular, with roughly 10 minutes until dawn, when the zombies would be forced to retreat. He planned to strike then. Leaning against the door, Chen Bei contemplated. I will fight you all. Die, die, ah. Another scream echoed down the corridor. He understood its meaning all too well but remained unfazed, continuing to lie in wait until the zombies entered his line of sight. 2 zombies approached. One was ordinary, while the other, with its mouth agape, unleashed a bizarrely long tongue. This tongue extended over a meter, lined with 2 rows of barbed teeth, appearing robust and powerful, occasionally slapping against the ground with a crack. It was the long-tongued zombie. Why were there only 2? Wasn't it supposed to be a group of 5? Chen Bei frowned, as he was unaware of the circumstances. In truth, the previous zombies had broken through a door mid-route, slain their prey, and were currently indulging in a feast. Thus, the horde had become dispersed. Luck plays a role in survival games. Those 2 unfortunate souls who had been devoured alleviated the pressure on Chen Bei. Facing 1v6 versus 1v2 was an entirely different scenario. As they continued on, the long-tongued zombie suddenly turned its head towards room 838, swinging its long tongue at the door. Chapter 22. Turn-based combat wham. The powerful tongue struck Chao Qingqing's door with force, directly reducing its durability by 7 points. Even though her door was level 2, it could not withstand such relentless assaults. Please don't hit my door. I beg you. I don't want to die yet. What did I do wrong to deserve this torment? She wailed, her composure unraveling. 0. Hurry and save me. You promised you would protect me. If you come to rescue me, I'll sleep with you. You can do whatever you want. Help, help. Chao Qingqing screamed frantically within her room, completely losing her grip on reality. Everyone has different thresholds for endurance, and the pressure of being violently breached by zombies was enough to shatter the majority. At that moment, Chen Bei opened the door. He was not driven by lustful thoughts but had his own motives. First, there were only 2 zombies in front of him, within an acceptable range. Second, someone in the management group had recently mentioned that defeating mutated zombies at night guaranteed a high-quality drop. The daytime drop rates were not nearly as favorable, making it worth the gamble. Now was the time to engage, preparing for greater challenges ahead. Others survived by chance, while he would rely on his strength. Chen Bei cautiously peered through a crack in the door, confirming that indeed there were only 2 zombies, before fully opening the door. The long-tongued zombie was still assaulting Chao Qingqing's door, while the other ordinary zombie lingered nearby. Chen Bei decided to eliminate the weaker ordinary zombie first before confronting the stronger mutated one. He steeled himself and charged forward, sparks flying from his feet. By the time the zombies sensed his presence, he was already upon them, delivering a flying kick. Bang! The kick landed squarely on the zombie's head, sending it staggering back several paces. Arg! The zombie raised its arms and lunged at Chen Bei. He swiftly raised the exorcism shield to block, and as the shield's talisman emitted a red glow, it repelled the zombie upon contact. The long-tongued zombie also joined the fray, abandoning Chao Qingqing's door to lash its long tongue at Chen Bei's waist with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a frog or lizard capturing its prey, leaving no time for a reaction. Chen Bei was ensnared by the tongue and lifted into the air before crashing down hard onto the ground. The impact inflicted damage twice, -30 and -35, totaling a grievous 65 points of health. Chen Bei only had 120 health points. This attack nearly cost him half his life. The damage exceeded his expectations, causing him excruciating pain, blood to gush forth, and his vision to blur, yet he clung tightly to his weapon. He hastily swung the madman's handsaw, fiercely slicing at the long tongue wrapped around his waist. He refrained from using the exorcism shield since the talisman had a cooldown period. It had just activated and needed 15 seconds before it could be effective again. He struck several times with the handsaw, injuring that formidable tongue. The long-tongued zombie withdrew its tongue, redirecting its attack towards the now vulnerable Chen Bei. Without hesitation, Chen Bei rolled on the ground, springing to his feet, and executed a series of 3 swift strikes. Swish, swish, swish. All 3 strikes found their mark, forcing the long-tongued zombie back slightly. However, the ordinary zombie returned, creating a pincer attack. Realizing the peril, Chen Bei bent low and fled through the encirclement, swiftly switching to his ultraviolet flashlight, and struck back. The purple light flared, causing both zombies to recoil, shielding their faces from the brightness. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bei dashed forward, delivering a series of finishing blows to the ordinary zombie, ultimately dispatching it. It was now a one-on-one confrontation. Holding the flashlight, Chen Bei retreated as the ultraviolet effect faded. He quickly gulped down a healing potion. In the face of life and death, this was a heavenly delicacy. The long-tongued zombie recovered and lashed out with its tongue once more, striking the surface of the exorcism shield and inflicting damage. Chen Bei was pushed back 2 steps, but he did not rush forward. Instead, he created distance he needed to wait for all cooldowns to expire, as delaying was necessary. The long-tongued zombie relentlessly pursued, continuously attacking with its tongue, which Chen Bei blocked with his shield or bracer. Seconds ticked by. The cooldowns gradually completed and corresponding icons illuminated in Chen Bei's vision. Stupid zombie, let me show you what turn-based combat means. Chen Bei began his counterattack, charging at the enemy with the exorcism shield held before him. The shield radiated a crimson glow, repelling the long-tongued zombie. Seizing the moment, he closed the distance, sweeping his leg to knock the creature off balance before raising the madman's handsaw for a furious onslaught. Die, die, die. Chen Bei roared with ferocity, nearly descending into madness. The ordinary zombies would undoubtedly have perished by now. However, the long-tongued zombie remarkably managed to rise again, ready to continue its assault. Its barbed tongue lashed out, striking Chen Bei with such force that it tore away a layer of flesh. Ignoring the pain, he swung his maniac's saw and pressed on with the attack. The 2 combatants engaged in close-quarters combat, exchanging blows. With a resounding thud, Chen Bei's saw blade penetrated the skull of the long-tongued zombie, finally putting an end to its existence. The creature collapsed, and from its body emanated 3 beams of light. Hovering above it, a medical kit, a card, and a weapon. Defeating a mutated zombie indeed came with generous rewards. Chen Bei was overjoyed and immediately collected all 3 spoils. Acquired basic medical kit 1. Acquired level 1 talent card, iron cloth shirt. Acquired level 4 weapon, spring iron fist 1. This battle had yielded substantial gains. Just as Chen Bei was about to revel in his victory, excruciating pain gripped him, causing him to wince. He had sustained a severe wound from the long-tongued zombie's earlier attack, which had ripped away a considerable amount of flesh and was still bleeding profusely. Staggering, he approached the door of Chao Qingqing's room and knocked twice. She hurriedly opened the door, allowing him entry. I can't thank you enough for saving me just now. I truly adore you. You are like electricity. You are light. You are the only myth, Chao Qingqing exclaimed excitedly. Chen Bei paid her little mind, bending down to open the newly acquired basic medical kit. Inside the small box were 4 vials of medicine and 2 rolls of bandages. He began to tend to his wounds, feeling almost accustomed to the process. The zombies' attacks were poisonous. A hit or two might not have immediate repercussions, but repeated strikes would inevitably lead to poisoning. Thus, he was currently in a poisoned state. He retrieved an antidote, injected it into himself, and relieved his condition. Afterward, he consumed the healing potion and bandaged himself. Chen Bei reflected on the battle. It had not been executed flawlessly. Facing mutated zombies had thrown him off balance, resulting in the excessive use of medicine. Sharpness is honed through repeated trials, not achieved in a single stroke. He then took out the other 2 items he had acquired. Holding them in his hands. Chapter 23. Spring Iron Fist. The previous rewards had all been skill cards, but this time he had obtained a talent card, a different category altogether. Talent card name. Iron Cloth Shirt Level. Level 1 effect. Increases Constitution by 5 points. Provides 20 physical damage reduction. Limitations. None. Description. Speak the harshest words. Endure the most venomous blows. Chen Bei attempted to equip this card in the skill slot, but it indicated a mismatch. Talent cards were fundamentally different from skill cards. Only after leveling up would he unlock slots to install talent cards, rendering it unusable for now. It was as if he had acquired a future item that he could only utilize later. After fiddling with it for a moment, he stored it in his dimensional backpack. Next, he picked up the new weapon. Spring Iron Fist Level 4 Category, Equipment Attribute, Physical Attack Power, 20 Durability, 35 Effect. Press the button to launch the Iron Fist portion to attack enemies. With an attack range of 2.2 meters, causing 85 physical damage and knocking back foes. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Description, taking a punch from me is no laughing matter. This weapon's attack power surpassed that of the Maniac's Saw by 4 points. It also featured a unique attack effect, allowing for medium-range strikes. Chen Bei inspected the spring iron fist in his hands. The grip was fashioned from a water pipe, featuring a spring mechanism in the middle. With a button on one side and a metal fist connected at the top, approximately 25 centimeters in diameter, adorned with graffiti-like designs that gave it a hip-hop vibe. The spring iron fist was aptly named. The metal fist was linked to the spring. Pressing the spring would launch the fist forward. There was also a method of directly swinging it to bludgeon opponents, akin to wielding a hammer. Chen Bei practiced a few swings, feeling that this weapon might prove to be exceptionally effective, a refreshing upgrade. The sensation of acquiring a new weapon was delightful, akin to having a new partner. He replaced his equipment and then retrieved the vial of rosemary spray. The night's battle was far from over. Thank you so much for coming to my rescue, young man, if I may suggest. Why not stay the night? It would be wonderful for us to be together. Chao Qingqing ventured closer, her face adorned with a forced smile as she tentatively reached out to touch Chen Bei. I still need to venture out to fight zombies. I can't stay here. Before I leave, here's a small gift for you. Spraying this will ensure your safety. Just stay put inside the house. Chen Bei replied, directing the spray at her and dispensing several squirts. The effect was activated, accompanied by a countdown. This rosemary spray could be detected if one was too close, but for someone like Chao Qingqing, hiding indoors, it was quite effective and would keep her safe for several minutes. Chen Bei also sprayed some on himself before stepping out with his new weapon. Chao Qingqing could only retreat to a corner, praying that she could hold out until dawn. She sensed that Chen Bei regarded her merely as a tool to be used rather than being entranced by her beauty. Such a utilitarian relationship felt precarious, leaving her with a profound sense of insecurity. Creak. 2 zombies were feasting on a player's corpse, relishing their meal, and it would indeed be a shame if they didn't become streamers. Chen Bei, wielding the spring iron fist in his left hand, stealthily approached the 2 zombies from behind, aiming the weapon at one and pressing the button. Crack! The built-in spring extended, forcefully launching the iron fist, which struck the zombie's back with great impact. The creature was sent sprawling against the wall. Both zombies, startled, turned their bloodshot eyes toward Chen Bei, growling in fury. The launched fist automatically returned and locked into place. Chen Bei tested the new weapon's attack effect, finding it quite satisfactory. Particularly in one-on-one situations, maintaining distance while battling felt much more comfortable. Roar, roar. The 2 zombies charged at him simultaneously. Chen Bei quickly activated his flashlight, using ultraviolet light to repel the 2 creatures, then swung the spring iron fist in a flurry of strikes, A series of resounding cracks echoed as one zombie's head exploded. The remaining one was dealt with easily. Chen Bei kept his distance, using the spring iron fist to keep it at BY. As the zombie approached, he would repel it with the weapon, waiting for the cooldown to end before striking again. Repeating this cycle, thus, he effortlessly dispatched the second zombie. This battle had been far more manageable, and he had even begun to grasp a rhythm in his fighting. After a brief looting session, he plunged into the next confrontation. He single-handedly cleared the zombies on the 8th floor. When the last zombie fell, Chen Bei's level ascended to 6, enhancing all his attributes. The slain zombies had become stepping stones on his path to growth. In the player chat, everyone noted Chen Bei's level increase. Level 6, and it's nighttime. Leveling up means Chen Bei must have been out hunting zombies to achieve such a rise. He leveled up again. I'm still at level 2, and he is already at level 6. The gap is enormous. He must have been out slaying zombies. If you're envious, why not join him? Big shot. If you're keen on hunting zombies, come over to the 11th floor. There are too many zombies here. One zombie is jumping around. It's particularly terrifying. I don't believe it. What zombies? You're all just trying to deceive me. Let me out. Let me out. Chen Bei took notice of the group chat. It seemed that the jumping zombie was on the 11th floor, making it worth the risk to venture there. He thought to himself, killing mutated zombies promised generous rewards, and there was a 100 chance of loot drops. Having just defeated one, he felt emboldened. However, he needed to be cautious, as different mutated zombies possessed varying abilities. This jumping zombie would undoubtedly have impressive leaping capabilities. Ascending towards the upper floors, Chen Bei clutched the spring iron fist as he climbed, encountering a solitary zombie along the way, swiftly dispatching it with a series of 3 strikes. He finally reached the 11th floor. Sounds echoed from ahead. Heavy thuds, followed by human screams. It must be the jumping zombie attacking. Chen Bei steeled himself, moving forward with determination, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The corridor was lined with rooms, and he had to be cautious of any zombie that might spring out from either side. Upon reaching the end and turning a corner, he spotted a zombie gnawing on a human head, seemingly engrossed in its meal. This zombie appeared markedly different. Its legs were extraordinarily thick, with thighs broader than Chen Bei's waist, resembling the hind legs of an animal in form. Indeed, it was the jumping zombie. The zombie, halfway through its meal, suddenly sensed something, lifting its head to gaze at Chen Bei. They locked eyes in a moment of intense recognition. Chen Bei understood that if he advanced any further, the effect of the spray would no longer conceal him. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself for the impending battle. Fortunately, there were no other zombies nearby, making this a preferred one-on-one scenario. It was a manageable challenge. Chen Bei swiftly approached, the protective shield in his right hand poised for action. As he closed the distance, the jumping zombie detected the presence of a living being. Its bloodshot eyes caught sight of Chen Bei's movement. Roar! The jumping zombie crouched, mimicking a sprinter's starting position, and after a brief moment of tension, it launched itself forward like an arrow. Whoosh! It leaped an astonishing 8 meters. Even in midair, it had not yet touched down. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Chen Bei, and they faced each other head-on. How fast! Chen Bei hastily raised his shield in defense, the protective talisman glowing brightly as the crimson light illuminated the large jumping zombie. Its substantial inertia rendered it incapable of halting its advance. Bang! The formidable creature collided directly with the anti-evil shield, the immense force propelling Chen Bei backward. The large jumping zombie itself fell to the ground, and the sheer impact of the blow caused the shield to lose 10 durability points. With another hit, the shield would shatter. Fueled by a surge of ferocity, Chen Bei steadied himself and immediately launched a counterattack. Charging toward the foe, maintaining proximity was crucial, as the large jumping zombie could leap over distances with devastating power. Thus, close combat was preferable. As Chen Bei approached, he unleashed a flurry of 3 consecutive strikes upon the large jumping zombie. Fortunately, all 3 blows found their mark, landing with resounding force. The final strike staggered the creature, leaving a significant dent in its skull. Yet, the large jumping zombie remained undeterred, retaliating with a swift, sweeping kick aimed at Chen Bei. Its attack executed with astonishing speed and devoid of preparatory motion. The unexpected blow caught Chen Bei off guard, landing squarely on his midsection. 50. A damage notification appeared. Chen Bei felt as though his bones might shatter, but he gritted his teeth and responded with a sweeping kick of his own. However, his attack proved futile. The large jumping zombie's legs were too robust, rendering his maneuver ineffective and unable to topple the creature. The failure of his strike immediately provoked a counterattack from the large jumping zombie. Chen Bei decisively retreated while simultaneously activating a mechanism, launching a spring-loaded iron fist that struck the creature squarely in the chest. This blow forced the large jumping zombie back, allowing both combatants to create distance once more. The large jumping zombie bent low, preparing to leap again. Chen Bei quickly evaded its attack trajectory and retrieved a flashlight, directing the beam toward the creature's face. The flashlight proved to be a remarkable tool, once again playing a decisive role. The ultraviolet light interrupted the large jumping zombie's assault, causing it to shield its face as if shy. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bei launched a side attack, swinging the spring-loaded iron fist with fervor. The creature's head exploded in a gruesome display, rendering it a mere shell of its former self. With brain matter splattering everywhere, "Die for me!" Chen Bei struck with all his might, sending the large jumping zombie crashing to the ground. The creature lay there, twitching slightly, emitting two beams of light. Explosions ensued. From the remnants emerged two items, a gold coin and a map. Chen Bei reached out to collect his spoils. Suddenly, a door to the side burst open, and a blood-soaked zombie lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. The zombie bared its fangs, aiming for Chen Bei's neck. If it succeeded, it would be the end for him. Chen Bei quickly reacted, using his elbow to firmly press against the creature's chest. Maintaining a safe distance. Crack, crack, the zombie stretched its neck, its jaws snapping perilously close to Chen Bei's throat. Summoning his strength, Chen Bei pushed the creature away and swung his weapon in retaliation. This was merely an ordinary zombie, far beneath Chen Bei's capabilities, and he dispatched it in a matter of moments, adding another corpse to the ground. Panting heavily, Chen Bei felt a rush of relief, the near brush with death still vivid in his mind. In this survival game, one must never let their guard down. Finally, he freed his hands to collect the floating gold coin and map. Acquired game currency 1. Note: game currency is a valuable asset in the dormitory survival game, offering significant assistance to players after completing a round. Holding the so-called game currency, Chen Bei examined it closely. It was not entirely gold. The obverse featured a sun design in golden hues, while the reverse displayed a moon motif in silver, a beautiful fusion of gold and silver. As for whether the material was pure gold or silver, that remained uncertain. It appeared that the currency could only be used after the game concluded, so he decided to keep it safe. Next, he unfolded the map. Acquired complete map of the Fright Night game arena. Players inherently possessed a mapping function that recorded visited locations. This map filled in the gaps of unexplored areas, even detailing dormitory information. It clearly indicated where each player resided, including the second-place player Fei Gu, the third-place Xing, and others like Hua and Bai Xiaopeng, all identifiable. Chen Bei's eyes sparkled as he scanned the map. At the very bottom, he noted the negative third floor, marked as a dangerous area. It seemed the final boss awaited there. Chen Bei narrowed his eyes. There were two methods to complete the game: endure until the fourth day when the game ended, or defeat the boss. The latter posed greater risks but promised higher rewards. Chen Bei favored the latter option. Of the 3 mutated zombies released tonight, he had already vanquished 2. Only one remained. At that moment, the player group buzzed with excitement. Fei Gu posted several photos, showcasing himself and others beside the now-deceased Iron Claw zombie. Its lifeless body sprawled on the ground, accompanied by several human corpses. See? This is true strength. Those who wish to survive should rally under my banner. Fei Gu proclaimed triumphantly. It was likely many would flock to him, for he had offered them a glimmer of hope as dawn approached. The zombies scattered, seeking refuge in their daylight slumber, each one looking disheveled and smoke rising from their bodies. The time for human players to counterattack had arrived, as they surged out of their doors to pursue the retreating zombies. For ordinary players, eliminating zombies during daylight was the sole option, as venturing out at night was fraught with peril. Chen Bei glanced at the player group. From the original 100, only 66 remained. Over a dozen had perished the previous night. Chen Bei had no time to mourn the loss of strangers. Today, he had a goal to achieve: ascend to the upper floors and locate the secret chamber. Yesterday, he had primarily explored the lower levels. Today, It was time to venture upward. The secret chamber surely concealed something crucial, and he needed to uncover it. Chen Bei messaged Chao Qingqing, requesting her continued vigilance over their base before ascending the stairs. 12th floor. 13th floor. The secret chamber was on this level. Chapter 25. The secret of the chamber. Previously, the management group had mentioned that the chamber was hidden behind a wardrobe. Having just unlocked the complete map, its location was clearly marked. This was a clue. Armed with the map, Chen Bei proceeded toward his objective. Ahead, he heard commotion, a voice filled with frantic desperation. "You must be a zombie. I'll smash you to bits." Chen Bei slowed his pace and approached the door from which the noise emanated. Inside, he discovered a man hunched over, violently smashing the head of a corpse. The skull was utterly pulverized. The deceased wore the standard uniform of players. "Not a zombie at all. Give me experience points. I want to level up. I want to grow stronger." The man, undeterred, continued his assault, appearing increasingly deranged. Chen Bei sighed inwardly. Only a little over 3 hours had passed in real time, and the individual was already on the brink of madness. He continued to the room housing the secret chamber, which was merely a wall away. Arriving at the location, he closed the door and began his exploration, occasionally consulting the map for guidance. Inside, he found a large wardrobe, its doors ajar, showing signs of previous rummaging, evidence that players had been there before. Chen Bei kicked the wardrobe, and the damage indicator showed 0. This meant the wardrobe was indestructible. He circled the wardrobe, attempting to push it aside. Creak! The wardrobe moved. Chen Bei exerted more force, sliding it to the end. Behind it, an iron door appeared, locked with a 4-digit combination. Furrowing his brow, Chen Bei contemplated the password. He had no knowledge of what it could be. The administrators, having observed Chen Bei standing before the door, began to converse. This puzzle should be simple enough for him, right? That depends on whether he can uncover the password hint. That line of tiny script is not easy to spot. Through the screen, Chen Bei overheard their discussion. It seemed there was indeed a hint, hidden in a line of small text that required careful scrutiny. Chen Bei raised his gaze, scanning the doorframe from top to bottom. After a thorough search, he made a discovery. Nestled along the edge of the frame were 8 characters, from small to large, coincidentally. From small to large, coincidentally? Chen Bei squinted in thought. The management group had mentioned it was a straightforward puzzle, so there was no need to overthink it. A numerical password, from small to large, coincidentally, even numbers? That must mean 2468, all even numbers. With a spark of inspiration, Chen Bei manipulated the combination lock, inputting 2468. Click. The lock released with a satisfying sound. Indeed, it was a simple puzzle once he had identified that line of small text. Chen Bei opened the door, raising his shield as he entered. The interior was dimly lit. He fumbled for the light switch on the wall and flicked it on. S was the norm in this building. The light barely illuminated the space, just enough to make out the surroundings. The room was modest in size, with a heavy yellow leather suit hanging on the wall, a one-piece garment of sorts. Beside it stood a desk, adorned with a photograph, 2 bottles with wicks, a notebook, and a square mirror. Chen Bei immediately recognized the value of the suit and picked it up, feeling its substantial weight. Protective suit level, 4 type, equipment attributes, physical defense, 25 durability, 50/50 effect. Each time a physical attack is received, there is a 2 chance to completely negate the damage. Negative, agility -1 description. Congratulations, you have finally acquired a respectable piece of clothing. Perhaps it will grant you a few more days of life. A level 4 outfit. This is vastly superior to the uniform worn by Chen Bei. His attire hardly qualifies as equipment. Without hesitation, Chen Bei donned the protective suit and zipped it up. The suit was somewhat cumbersome, reducing his agility by 1 point, but he could tolerate that. He then picked up the 2 bottles on the table. Molotov cocktail, no level, category, consumable attribute, fire effect, ignite and throw to engulf an area in flames, dealing fire damage. Description, trust me, you will need matches or a lighter. A Molotov cocktail. This item should be quite effective against zombies, and it creates a vast inferno. Chen Bei stowed both Molotovs away. The issue was igniting materials. He had neither matches nor a lighter, rendering the cocktails temporarily useless. Chen Bei then picked up a photograph from the table, depicting a family of 4. A couple and their 2 children, a boy and a girl, the girl being the smaller of the 2. Presumably the younger sister. The family smiles were radiant, with no signs of distress. Once, Chen Bei had a complete family. Once, he set the photograph down and picked up the notebook to peruse its contents. Inside were diary entries. March 16th. I accompanied my father to this building, where I witnessed his madness. Everything he previously spoke of was true. He indeed conducted live experiments based on the records of that tattered scroll. Father claimed all of this was for Shaolin, for my sister. March 24th. Father's experiments have made groundbreaking progress. He has cultivated the bud of the ghost flower from living humans. According to the scroll, the ghost flower is a bridge between the realms of life and death. By cultivating the ghost flower from the living and utilizing a ritual, the flower's power can be infused into a corpse, thereby resurrecting it. April 10th. Today, Father conducted the first transplantation attempt, and I witnessed the entire ritual. The laboratory temperature plummeted, becoming unbearably cold. The corpse absorbed the ghost flower and began to convulse mechanically. Even opening its eyes, the room was freezing, yet Father was consumed by fervor. April 18th. I am uncertain whether this can be deemed a success. The corpse did indeed come back to life, but not in the true sense of resurrection. It developed sharp teeth and an aggressive demeanor, biting and killing a researcher. I now know what to call it. This is clearly a zombie. I must be cautious of these dangerous zombies. I hope the protective suit is sufficiently sturdied. April 30th. Father has completely lost his mind. Surely, that scroll has warped his psyche. It is the most evil and mysterious object I have ever seen. Father even stated that he wants to turn me into a zombie so that I can achieve immortality. May 7th. I have made up my mind. I would rather die than become a zombie. To become a zombie, one must ensure their head remains intact. As long as I blow my own head off with a gun, I will not become a zombie. I do not wish to die in this room. I will head to room 1450 on the 14th floor to end it. The position by the window is nice. I like it there. I am sorry, Shaolin. Forgive me for not being able to stop Father. If his mad plan continues, one day he will desecrate your corpse, preventing you from resting in peace. After reading the diary, Chen Bei felt a chill run down his spine. This is the core storyline of the Night of Terror game. Chapter 26. The path grows narrow. In the narrative, a deranged father employs some evil method recorded in a scroll to turn corpses into zombies. He is so mad that he even intends to transform his own son into a zombie. Ultimately, the son chose to end his own life, and with a gun nonetheless. Zero has discovered clues about a hidden weapon. Someone in the management group remarked, the existence of a hidden weapon had been mentioned before. Now the clues were clear. The hidden weapon refers to this gun. Chen Bei's heart raced. The weapons he had previously acquired were all melee. If he could obtain a gun in this beginner's level, wouldn't that lead to absolute carnage? To defeat the game's boss, this gun was essential. Chen Bei was determined to secure this firearm. He hastened his exploration, meticulously searching the room. Eventually, he made some discoveries. The mirror on the table was said to restore sanity when gazed upon, but on a bad day, one might see things better left unseen. He also found a Molotov cocktail recipe tucked within a book, allowing him to gather materials and craft them in the future. Additionally, he uncovered a level 2 riot baton in a drawer, which was inferior to his spring-loaded iron fist, but he decided to keep it nonetheless. Time to depart and secure that gun. Chen Bei, filled with enthusiasm, set off. Upon exiting, he locked the iron door, scrambled the code, and pushed the wardrobe back into place. For the time being, he did not wish for another to discover the existence of the gun, lest it invite competition. Just as Chen Bei was about to ascend the stairs, an urgent message from Chao Qingqing arrived. Qingling, Zero, return quickly. 3 individuals are attempting to break down your door. Zero, what? Qingling, I am telling the truth. They are definitely trying to force their way in and seize your supplies. Even if your door has been upgraded, it cannot withstand their relentless assault. Zero, understood. I will return immediately. Chen Bei's worst fears had come to pass. He had been concerned that someone might raid his home while he was away, which was why he had collaborated with Chao Qingqing, who served as a human surveillance camera. He hastily opened the data panel to check the status of his dormitory and door, but the display indicated it was inaccessible. It turned out that one could only view the dormitory's condition while physically present. Once one stepped outside, the information was hidden. This setup clearly encouraged players to raid one another's homes, a nefarious design. He needed to return swiftly and see for himself. If someone was indeed breaking down his door, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Chen Bei dashed off. In front of room 815, 3 players collaborated in their assault on Chen Bei's door, brandishing various weapons, the least of which was a chair leg. All 3 were frenzied, eager to breach the door and seize everything within. This was Zero's room. It undoubtedly contained valuable loot. It was evident that shortcuts existed within the game. With the trio working together, the door's durability steadily diminished, making a breach merely a matter of time. Hurry! Push harder. Once inside, grab everything in sight and act swiftly. If he returns midway, we will be in trouble. The 3 were in a frantic state, inevitably feeling a twinge of guilt akin to thieves. They sought to break into Chen Bei's sanctuary and claim all that belonged to him. Crack, crack, crack. The door's durability dwindled to a mere 8 points. Its surface now a wreck. Success was imminent, and the trio redoubled their efforts. Just then, a chilling voice echoed. Your path has grown narrow. Startled, the 3 turned in unison. From the far end of the corridor approached a fully armed player radiating menace. The figure wore a square, box-like helmet with an opening at the front, a heavy, one-piece yellow leather suit, and wielded a fist-like melee weapon in one hand while brandishing a shield in the other. The shoes were running shoes, distinct from those given to players at the outset. This complete set of armor far exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary player. In this novice round, only one individual matched that description. It was Zero. He had returned. Fleeing in terror, the trio bolted. It was a race for speed. Chen Bei suddenly accelerated, swiftly pursuing the 3. He was clearly faster than them. The last one, overwhelmed by fear, stumbled and fell to the ground. As the man lay prone, about to rise, he noticed a shadow looming above him. Terrified, he turned his head and witnessed the final moments of his life. Bang! The weapon was cold, and his heart grew colder. The spring-loaded iron fist struck the man's head with a resounding thud, splitting it open. In just 2 strikes, his life was extinguished. The corpse crumpled into a pool of blood. Target eliminated, gained 10 experience points. 385 experience points needed for the next level. Chen Bei was now at level 6, and leveling up had become increasingly difficult. To advance, he would need to eliminate several level 2 players. He did not linger. After dispatching the first, he continued to sprint in pursuit of the other 2, intent on eradicating them completely. The 2, displaying some quick thinking, reached the staircase and chose to split up, one heading up and the other down. Chen Bei pursued the one heading down and quickly closed the gap. When they were less than 2 meters apart, Chen Bei pressed the button on his spring-loaded iron fist. Bang! The fist shot out, delivering a heavy blow to the opponent's back. The player let out a pained scream, feeling as if their spine had shattered, collapsing to the ground in agony. Chen Bei approached, stepping on the individual, raising his spring-loaded iron fist high. No, please don't kill me. I don't deserve death. Was it just breaking your door? Please, spare my life, pleaded the player, a female. Chen Bei paid her no heed, and the iron fist came crashing down. Bang! The sensation of a headshot was distinct as it created a gaping hole in the female player's skull. Blood and shattered bones splattered across the helmet. Holding the spring-loaded iron fist, Chen Bei ascended the stairs to hunt down the last remaining player. Upon reaching the upper level, he found no trace of the individual, who had seemingly vanished into thin air. The management group relished such events, buzzing with excitement, and someone noted that the 3rd victim had hidden in a room on the 9th floor. Chen Bei narrowed his focus, approaching a door on the 9th floor. Where he twisted the spherical lock, the room lay empty, devoid of any presence, not even beneath the bed. Dragging his bloodied weapon, Chen Bei advanced towards the next door, methodically searching each room. In this moment, he resembled a mere pawn in a game. A nightmare for the player. Ha ha, keep going. The guests revel in such plots. Let the darker side of humanity be fully unveiled. P.S. in room 908, still quite far, press on. I wish I could lend Zero a hand. Then intervene. Create a deeper footprint at the entrance of 908. These administrators could manipulate the game with ease. Crafting a footprint was a trivial task. Indeed, a footprint had appeared before the door of 908. Chen Bei continued his search until he reached 908, bending down to observe the footprint. Someone was inside. His hand rested on the doorknob, slowly turning it. The door was locked, even if it wasn't his own dormitory. Any room could be locked from the inside with a button. Chapter 27. The deal between the lion and the sheep behind the door was a pale face. The player hiding there had conspired with his accomplices yesterday and had today lured another person for courage. With the combined courage of 3, they dared to stealthily bash down Zero's door. Then, the situation spiraled out of control. Creak, creak. The sound of the door lock being twisted sent shivers down the spines of the players inside. Tears welling in their eyes. Don't come in, don't come in, don't come in. They prayed fervently in their hearts. The twisting sound indeed ceased. Silence enveloped both the inside and outside. The players felt a flicker of hope, but their joy was premature. Crack, crack. Heavy blows resounded from outside, one after another. The players, terrified, felt their souls leave their bodies, covering their mouths in fear. This wooden door was merely level 1, with a durability of 30. It could not withstand Chen Bei's assault, and breaching it was only a matter of time. The sound of blows rang like a death knell, tolling specifically for those within. Durability dwindled. As the players witnessed the door's imminent destruction, they scurried under the bed, hiding deep within, praying for divine protection and the blessings of their ancestors. Crack! The wooden door finally shattered completely, turning into 2 bundles of wooden resources that fell to the ground. Chen Bei casually collected the resources, casting a glance around the room, spotting the shadow of a person hiding beneath the bed. He let out a cold chuckle, leaning down and gripping the individual's ankle, forcibly dragging them out. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Please grant me a chance to live. The player cried, tears and snot streaming. Very well, I shall grant you a chance to live. Chen Bei astonishingly agreed. The player on the ground was momentarily stunned. Was he really so easy to talk to? Get up, Chen Bei ordered. The player, momentarily ceasing his tears, rose from the ground, still clutching his weapon, a rusty pipe. Let us have a fair one-on-one duel. If you kill me, you can survive. This was the life he was offering. No, no, no. What the player desired was not such a life. This was not a lifeline but a death sentence. He retreated, gazing at Chen Bei with boundless terror. Yet, retreating would not resolve the issue. Chen Bei charged forward, delivering a swift 3-hit combo, inflicting heavy damage to 3 vital spots on his opponent. Unlike zombies, humans were frail, with critical points scattered across their bodies. -38, -44, -63 strikes, 3 damage numbers. In an instant, the player's health bar was completely depleted. The body collapsed, blood gushing from the mouth, staining the chest crimson. Chen Bei picked up the fallen weapon, grasped the corpse by the ankle, and dragged it back to the 8th floor. He also retrieved the bodies from downstairs. 3 corpses were arranged together, leaning against the wall, supporting each other. Then, he took a photograph. Chen Bei sent the captured image directly to the player group, accompanied by a message. These 3 dared to smash my door, and I have slain them all. I hope you take heed and refrain from coveting my space. My temporicity particularly pleasant. This statement was indeed compelling. Having killed those who had vandalized his door, his temper was justified. The dorm survival game operated under its own survival logic. Players were bound to their dormitories, sharing breath and fate. To bash down a player's door with intentions of theft was nothing short of a blatant vendetta. The player group remained eerily quiet. Firstly, during the day, most players were preoccupied outside. Secondly, none dared to express their opinions, fearing the wrath of a formidable figure like Zero. The group chat was silent, a graveyard of whispers. Moreover, the dwindling number of participants in the chat revealed a troubling issue. Chen Bei had also noticed that on the 3rd day, at dawn, the number of surviving players was 66. Now it was down to 54. During the day, zombies remained dormant and did not roam out. So, how had the numbers diminished? Chen Bei had only killed 3 individuals. The remaining deceased were not his doing. The answer was glaringly evident. Players were killing each other. Or perhaps there were those assassin-type players, specializing in hunting others to enhance their own standing. Chen Bei concluded that it seemed he would need to tread more cautiously in dealings with other players. Many would wish to see him dead, especially given the high reward for his demise. Furthermore, his public killings had already branded him a villain. When other players sought to eliminate him, they would show no mercy and harbor no psychological reservations. Let us fix the door. A simple tidying up will suffice. Chen Bei returned to his dormitory and began repairing the damaged door. If the door were to be completely destroyed, it would need to be rebuilt. In contrast, repairs required significantly fewer materials. Chen Bei expended 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of parts box, triggering the repair progress bar as his hands busied themselves. At that moment, a player in the group mentioned something that piqued Chen Bei's interest. The speaker was named Do-Dou-U.Um. Is there anyone willing to trade weapons with me? At least a level 2 weapon. Don T tried to pass off a broken stick. I can exchange what I have on hand, like these. Do sent a photograph containing 7 items, including a battery and a box of matches. Upon seeing the photo, Chen Bei's interest was instantly piqued. Both the battery and matches were items he desperately needed. The battery would recharge his ultraviolet flashlight, while the matches could be used with a Molotov cocktail. Although Chen Bei possessed numerous resources, he was not yet comprehensive in his collections. Each individual's resource gathering was influenced by luck. Without delay, he initiated a private chat, not pausing his actions. Utilizing the system's built-in private chat feature, he could generate text with his thoughts, eliminating the need for manual input. I'll take the battery and matches. I can trade you a level 2 weapon, a very decent riot baton. 0. Big shot, I didn't expect to catch your attention. I'm a bit uneasy trading with someone of your level. Do. I have special means to locate your dormitory. You reside in room 1210? Correct? 0. After a long silence, the other party likely felt intimidated. Normally, speaking in group chat would only display a virtual name, not the specific dormitory number. If I wanted to forcefully seize it, I could just storm into your room. Even at night, I could move freely, unafraid of zombies. Rest assured, I won't go that route. It's merely a level 2 weapon. I can afford it. Let us proceed with the normal trade. Suggest a location, and we'll barter, each taking what we need. I could even offer you 2 level 2 weapons in exchange for the 2 items you possess. You wouldn't be at a loss? Chen Bei sent several messages, striving to alleviate the other's apprehension. This was akin to a lion making a deal with a sheep. Fear was only natural. Finally, the other party responded. All right then. Let us trade at the second stairway on the 11th floor. Big shot, please don't harm me. I truly want to return home. My parents are counting on me. You needn't worry that I require justification for killing. I won't slay for a box of matches or a battery. Wait a moment. I'll head to the 11th floor to meet you in no more than 5 minutes. Chapter 28. The Assassin-type player. Okay. I'll bring the items and wait for you. Let us not lose sight of each other. Do agreed. The other party needed a weapon, while Chen Bei sought a battery and matches. Both parties would benefit. Chen Bei was eager to finalize this transaction, hoping nothing would go awry. After fixing the door, he organized his items, keeping what was necessary and preparing to take what he needed. The dormitory also served as a storage facility where all the materials he collected were kept. The bedside cabinet was too small. It would be ideal to craft a larger box eventually. Chen Bei stepped outside, first heading to the diagonally opposite room, 838 this time. Chao Qingqing urgently summoned Chen Bei back, marking a contribution. Chen Bei was fair in his rewards and left materials behind that could be used to upgrade to a level 3 door. This compensation was well-deserved for Chao Qingqing. Following this, Chen Bei quickly ascended the stairs, making his way up the second staircase. Each floor of this building was spacious, with staircases on either side clearly marked as 1 and 2. Chen Bei hastened to the staircase leading to the 10th floor. As he ascended further, he suddenly halted. Blood was trickling down the stairs. Frowning, he raised his shield and cautiously continued upward. Upon reaching the 11th floor, he discovered a fresh corpse sprawled on the ground. Its throat slit, blood gushing forth. The corpse's eyes were wide open, frozen in a grimace of pain from its final moments. The murderer was still present, standing over the corpse, their face obscured by a rag. They were a stout, short man, wielding a bloodied dagger, with a cloth bag slung over their shoulder. Chen Bei had recently taken a life himself, so he was naturally unfazed by such trivial scenes. He merely furrowed his brow and regarded the assassin above. The gazes of both parties collided, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chen Bei opened the player group chat and glanced at the list. Among them, a player named Do had gone offline, indicated by a blacked-out avatar. This confirmed that the corpse lying on the staircase belonged to Do. Both parties had agreed to meet here for a trade. Yet the other side had made the first move. Chen Bei looked at the murderer and, on a whim, asked, "Are you Jiying?" The other person's expression darkened as he slightly nodded in acknowledgement. This matter was not difficult to deduce. During the day, someone had been hunting players, resulting in numerous casualties. Jiying was ranked 3rd among players, second only to Fei Ji. The question arose. Where did his experience points come from? The answer was simple: through killing. A bold guess led to a logical conclusion. Jiang was the archetypal killer-type player, primarily focused on eliminating other players. I had arranged a trade with this fellow, exchanging items for the matches and batteries he possessed. Now that you've killed my contact, what do you propose we do? Chen Bei emphasized his words. I just found those 2 items you mentioned on him. Jiang pulled matches and batteries from his bag and tossed them to Chen Bei, who deftly caught them and stored them in his dimensional backpack. The fact that the other party willingly surrendered these items somewhat altered Chen Bei's perception of him. As for the heinous acts of murder and looting for experience, as long as he did not trouble Chen Bei, he would not interfere. You've given me the items. May I take my leave now? Jiang inquired in a low voice. Yes, you may go. Chen Bei was in high spirits after acquiring what he desired. Thus he readily agreed. Jiang retreated, sprinting away down the corridor of the 11th floor. Chen Bei still had the gun on his mind and, not wishing to waste time, hurried upstairs to the 13th floor. He intended to ascend further, only to be thwarted by a heavy iron door that barred his passage. The gun was on the 14th floor, yet this route was impassable. Chen Bei was incensed at being denied entry. Subsequently, someone in the management group relished in his plight and mentioned this situation. It turned out that the 14th floor would not open until the 4th day of daylight. It was closed today. Chen Bei had essentially made a fruitless trip and could only return tomorrow. In the game of Night of Terror, there were only 4 days, and on the final day, one must acquire the gun to confront the boss. Chen Bei's heart sank. He needed to obtain that formidable weapon to have the confidence to challenge the boss. If he failed to secure the gun, it would be wiser to await the conclusion of game time. With twilight still some time away, Chen Bei could not remain idle, so he set forth to scavenge for resources. He intended to utilize this time to upgrade his dormitory. He already possessed the blueprint for a level 2 dormitory but had yet to find the opportunity to upgrade. Upgrading to a level 2 dormitory required stone as a primary material. Acquiring stone was straightforward. One simply needed to break walls. Chen Bei wielded a fire axe like a hammer to smash the wall, taking some time but ultimately obtaining 5 units of stone. Upon returning to his dormitory, he immediately set to work. Materials required for upgrade: stone 5, wood 5, metal 2. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to proceed? Yes, a progress bar appeared. Chen Bei transformed into a construction expert, wielding his fire axe to knock about, causing dust to swirl around as the entire dormitory trembled. Dormitory upgrade successful. Room number 815, level 2 area, 18 square meters. Door durability 65 wall durability 150 facilities. Door, single bed, bedside table, protective window. After the upgrade, the entire dormitory space expanded significantly. Despite a mere additional 8 square meters, the ambience felt entirely transformed. Previously cramped and confined, it now felt relatively spacious. The increase in area and the thickened walls were the benefits of the upgrade. With a larger space, more items could be stored. Perhaps even some additional facilities could be arranged. Chen Bei opened the door and peered outside. He noticed that, from the corridor, the layout remained unchanged. The spacing between each door was intact. He even opened the adjacent door for comparison. How remarkable! The external space remained constant, with only the interior of the dormitory undergoing expansion. Chen Bei clicked his tongue in admiration. It seemed entirely feasible to eventually upgrade to a personal supermansion. Congratulations, everyone. You have entered a new night. The zombies are experimental subjects, and so are you. Strive to survive. Those who ultimately stand before me shall be granted eternal life. The loudspeaker in the corridor blared. This signified the arrival of the game's 3rd night. That evening, Chen Bei, as per usual, opened the door and ventured forth. The rewards for killing zombies during the night were higher, making it a worthy risk. Armed with his weapon, he awaited the arrival of the zombies. However, after waiting in vain, no zombies appeared on this floor. This left Chen Bei puzzled. What is going on? Where are my zombies? Would those wretches truly show such kindness as to refrain from unleashing zombies tonight? Chen Bei, feeling bewildered, descended from the 8th floor. As he made his way down, he encountered several players wielding weapons along the way. These players were bold and willing to take risks. Chen Bei paid them no mind, focusing solely on finding zombies to eliminate. Logically, it should not have been so tranquil tonight. Members of the player group began to speak up. Everyone, I'm a player on the 1st floor. There's a loud commotion downstairs. It feels off. Chapter 29. Moving the box. Chen Bei took note of the first floor player's comment. If they were not lying, the focal point tonight might be underground. Chen Bei set off, hastening to the first floor for a closer inspection. Upon arrival, he heard a series of banging sounds, resembling someone striking a door. The noise was emanating from the basement level. The basement was dark and devoid of electricity, leaving only the sound of knocking. Chen Bei hesitated for a moment before descending into the basement with his flashlight. Habitually, he glanced at the management group to see if there were any updates. How long until the zombies breached the door? Less than 3 minutes. If Zero ventures down alone, he is likely to meet his demise. Indeed, tonight's challenge requires at least 3 players working together. One cannot manage it alone. Push the iron boxes to block the 2 doors, which will reduce the number of zombies. If all doors open simultaneously, even Zero would surely perish. Upon reading these exchanges, Chen Bei frowned. He quickened his pace and dashed toward the source of the banging. Upon arrival, the situation became clear. This was a newly unlocked area, featuring 3 iron doors, with 2 large metal boxes positioned at the entrance. Zombies were furiously pounding on the doors from the other side, causing the noise. 3 doors corresponded to 3 waves of zombies. The iron doors displayed remaining durability, which was on the verge of being breached. When that happened, 3 waves of zombies would burst forth simultaneously. Chen Bei ran to one of the large iron boxes and reached out to interact. This is a scene interactive prop. At least 3 players are needed to move it collectively. I can't do it alone. It requires teamwork. This scenario compelled players to cooperate. It appeared that among players, not only was there competition, but cooperation was also necessary, and one must adeptly navigate between various relationships to survive longer in the game. Come, someone, to the basement. A horde of zombies is about to break through the door. I need help moving the iron boxes to block the doors. The iron doors are on the verge of being breached. You must hurry. We need at least 3 or 4 people. Chen Bei sent a message in the public chat and attached a photo for proof. Time was of the essence, and life was at stake. Under pressure, Chen Bei's rationality began to wane. If too many zombies emerged, even he would struggle to cope and would have to flee. It was now up to the other players to step up. This was not merely a favor for Chen Bei, but a matter of everyone's safety. Hurry up, especially players from the 1st and 2nd floors. You're the closest. If you don't come to help, when the zombies break through, you'll be the first to perish. Chen Bei urged once more. Bang, bang, bang. Creak, creak. The 3 iron doors nearby shook violently, the number of zombies behind them unknown. Some were clawing at the doors while others were slamming against them, creating a terrifying cacophony. At this critical juncture, someone in the group chat voiced dissent, and I ran. Brothers, don't listen to him. It's too dangerous down there. Going down is tantamount to walking into death. He has high level and needs to fight monsters to level up. Let him handle it alone. The player speaking was an Iran. Chen Bei's blood pressure surged, and he immediately retorted. .0. If you can't speak sensibly, then be quiet. The number of zombies tonight is exceedingly high. If they all burst through at once, every player upstairs will be in danger. This is just my concern. 0. I'll wait for you for a maximum of 2 minutes. If no one comes to help, I'll head back upstairs and we'll see who ends up regretting it. 0. To the one named Anirin, you reside in room 749. If you keep talking nonsense, I might just pay you a visit to have a serious chat. Chen Bei directly exposed the other's dormitory number. Anirin fell silent. Time trickled by. Chen Bei calculated the seconds. If no one arrived soon, he would have to take the initiative and escape. He had no intention of facing the horde alone. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Finally, someone was coming to help. It was a familiar face, tall and slender, with a sunny disposition. It was the sports student who had previously assisted Chen Bei, named Ahua. Chen Bei's eyes lit up. Big shot, do you remember me? Ahua smiled. You arrived just in time. We need one more person to get this done. My dormitory is on the 2nd floor, too close to not come. If it is indeed as you say, it would be better to take a gamble. In this game, one must exert themselves to the utmost. Understood. Chen Bei gazed at the 3 iron doors, noting the varying durability of each. Some were more robust, while others were less so. All 3 doors had suffered more than half of their durability. The situation was dire. Waiting here, the 2 could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. The sounds emanating from behind the doors, resembling a death knell, were unnerving. The durability of the iron doors continued to dwindle. "Why hasn't anyone come to assist us yet?" Ahua exclaimed in frustration. "Let us wait a bit longer. If no one arrives soon, I will take you with me and abandon this place," Chen Bei replied solemnly. "Well, that seems to be the only option left." Just as the words left his lips, footsteps echoed from the other side, and a player sprinted towards them at remarkable speed. Chen Bei turned to see a familiar face. It was Ziying, a perilous man indeed. Chen Bei's gaze sharpened, his wariness intensifying. Ziying, his face shrouded with tattered cloth, bore a dagger at his waist and sported equipment not commonly seen among ordinary players. After all, he held the third rank, and that was no trifling matter. "I am here to help. Tonight, we only slay zombies. No infighting, understood?" Ziying raised his hands in declaration. "Engaging in internal conflict here would only lead to our demise." Chen Bei remarked, "It seems we have reached a consensus. Very well, come and lend your aid." Chen Bei could no longer afford to be selective. Any assistance was welcome. The three of them banded together to push the iron crate. With their numbers sufficient, the crate began to move, albeit sluggishly. Each door had differing remaining durability. In unison, they directed the crate towards the most perilous iron door. The pace of movement was agonizingly slow. Time was of the essence. "I'll help too," a voice called out as another player, portly and jovial, rushed over to It. Was that White Xiaoping? He appeared wearing a pressure cooker as a helmet, his belly jiggling as he ran. Chen Bei was somewhat astonished that he had made it here. However, there was no time for inquiries now. "Come help us push the crate," Chen Bei urged. Right away, White Xiaoping dashed forward to assist. The speed at which the iron crate moved seemed to correlate with the number of people pushing it. With an additional person, the pace noticeably quickened. The crate reached the front of the iron door. Pressing firmly against it, there's another crate. Chen Bei turned and, accompanied by several temporary allies, began to push the second crate. The durability of the front iron door was nearly depleted, and the zombies behind it were attacking with renewed fervor. Seemingly more frenzied than before. 2308, 302, 300 at the last moment, they managed to shove the crate into place, blocking the door now. Only one door remained for entry and exit. All eyes were fixed on that door, fully aware of what was about to transpire. Bang! The door shattered. Chapter 30. Barbecued zombies. In that instant, a horde of zombies surged forth, each one grotesque and menacing, brimming with murderous intent. Chen Bei raised his shield and retreated, casting a cold gaze over the scene to ascertain their numbers. 6 zombies had emerged, with more lurking behind. This number was barely manageable, provided all human players engaged in battle. Everyone would rely on their skills to slay the zombies and gain experience. Chen Bei issued a brief command, then charged forward with his shield against the nearest zombie in a head-on clash. Bang! At the moment of impact, the talisman inscribed on his shield ignited, radiating a vivid crimson light. The glow formed a fan-shaped area of effect, causing all zombies within its reach to halt and retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bei pressed the attack, striking a single zombie 3 times, each blow aimed at its head. Ziying, quick to react, was the first to join the fray, wielding his blade against another zombie. It was evident that Ziying employed some sort of skill, as the arc of his blade cleaved through the air, decapitating one zombie with ease. The severed half of its head collided with a nearby pillar. Slowly sliding down its surface, Ahua soon joined the battle, while White Xiaoping, bouncing in place to muster his courage, finally gathered the nerve to follow suit. All 4 were now engaged in combat. As the game progressed, players had come to understand one crucial lesson. Mere survival was insufficient. To live, one must fight with all their might. Leading the charge, Chen Bei unleashed a flurry of spring-loaded punches, swiftly dispatching the second zombie. Though tonight's zombies had not mutated, they remained formidable foes. Each zombie slain yielded 35 experience points. More zombies surged forth, raising their numbers to 12. Fortunately, no additional zombies appeared from behind the door, at least for the time being. Observing the overwhelming number of zombies, Chen Bei decisively retrieved his ultraviolet flashlight, activating the sunlight mode and sweeping it across the advancing horde. All zombies recoiled, shielding themselves from the blinding light. Seizing this moment, Chen Bei produced a Molotov cocktail and match, igniting the match before lighting the cocktail. Whoosh! Flames engulfed the air. Step aside. I'm about to barbecue some zombies. Chen Bei hurled the Molotov cocktail into the throng of corpses. With a shattering sound, The bottle broke, igniting the surrounding zombies and turning them into fiery figures. Now, they could not approach the zombies, and everyone quickly distanced themselves to avoid being scorched. The burning zombies writhed in agony, some frantically fleeing as chaos ensued. The group retreated, their eyes reflecting the flames as they watched the suffering zombies. What a masterstroke! White Xiaopeng exclaimed in excitement. The zombies suffered continuous fire damage until their health bars depleted. Collapsing to the ground, experience points flowed in. Using items to slay zombies also granted experience. Some corpses even yielded tangible rewards: an energy drink, a spiked club, an electric kettle, and an apple. The loot was a mixed bag, even including a household appliance. White Xiaopeng, eyeing the energy drink on a zombie, dashed over but was rebuffed. Since Chen Bei had burned the zombie, he held priority for looting. Others could only collect it afterward. Fairness dictated the rules. Chen Bei claimed the energy drink, a valuable item for restoring stamina, especially during prolonged combat. White Xiaopeng, sheepishly smiling, said, "Don't misunderstand. I was just helping you pick it up. I had no intention of keeping it for myself." Chen Bei ignored him. Now was not the time to dwell on trivial matters. 7 of the 12 zombies had been incinerated. Among the remaining zombies, some were severely weakened while others were still lively. With only one Molotov cocktail left, Chen Bei was reluctant to use it. The remaining zombies would have to be dealt with manually. He delivered a powerful kick, knocking one zombie unconscious, then finished it off with a basic attack. Ziying cleaved another with his knife. The remaining zombies were swiftly dispatched by the group, even White Xiaopeng managing to take down a weakened one. The battle subsided. Chen Bei surveyed the scene of devastation, his gaze shifting to the other 2 iron doors. The doors were now barricaded, yet the zombies behind them persisted, continuing their assault and howling. If the crates were moved, the zombies would burst through the door. This meant they still had 2 more waves of zombies to clear. Before that, a brief respite was warranted. Once everyone was prepared, they would proceed to shift the crates. Chen Bei stated, "Do you have any more of those Molotov cocktails?" Ziying inquired hoarsely from the side. That last battle was pivotal for the Molotov cocktails. Otherwise, it would have been a grueling fight. "I have one left. If the situation turns dire, I can use my Molotov cocktail to turn the tide." Chen Bei hesitated before revealing the truth. This was a cooperative relationship, and transparency was essential in the next battle. "I suggest you throw the Molotov cocktail without hesitation," Ziying advised. "If the zombies are numerous." "I will certainly do so," Chen Bei assured. The group rested momentarily. Only White Xiaopeng was restless, sneaking over to rummage through the zombies' pockets, hoping to find something. After searching a few corpses, he pulled out a nail clipper. Cursing in frustration, Chen Bei retrieved the level 3 weapon, the spiked club, that had dropped earlier. It was a wooden stick embedded with numerous nails. "Ahua, you helped me once before. I dislike being in debt to others, so this weapon is for you." Chen Bei handed the spiked club over. "I can't possibly accept this," Ahua protested, though he still took the weapon. His current weapon was a level 2. Clearly inferior to this one. Chen Bei's gift to Ahua was not merely a gesture of goodwill. Privately, he sent a message to him. "Lingdu, this Ziying fellow is quite dangerous. I have my reservations about him. Please keep an eye on him for me, and alert me if he makes any suspicious moves." This was a private message, invisible to outsiders. Ahua promptly replied, "Ahua, understood. I'll keep watch over him. Consider us allies. If any good fortune arises, think of your brother too." Nearby, White Xiaopeng watched with envy as Ahua received a new weapon, his jealousy almost spilling over. "Boss, if you have any spare weapons, could you spare one for me? The weapon I have is only level 1, utterly useless. Only with a proper weapon can I fight zombies alongside you." White Xiaopeng shamelessly begged for a handout. At this moment, his contribution was indeed necessary, at least for pushing the crates. Chen Bei, with no choice, painted a tantalizing picture for him. "I currently have no spare weapons. Once I acquire an extra, I will give you one." Ahua interjected. "How about this? I no longer need this pipe. You can use it." Ahua handed his pipe to White Xiaopeng. At least it was a level 2 weapon, which White Xiaopeng accepted with delight. "Everyone, how are you faring with your rest? May we commence the second round?" After a brief pause, Chen Bei inquired. Chapter 31. The Shaking of Souls. "Let's get started. I am prepared." The other 3 affirmed their readiness. Chen Bei nodded and chose a door on the left, gesturing for the others to assist him. Together, They exerted tremendous force to push the iron box, producing a cacophony of grating sounds as it scraped against the ground. When I shout release, let go all at once, Chen Bei commanded. Remember to throw the Molotov cocktails, Ziying reminded. The iron box was maneuvered across to the opposite side, losing its obstructive function. With a crack, the zombies behind the door squeezed through the gap, revealing several hands and faces. The nails on those hands were elongated and darkened. The visages of the zombies were grotesque and hideous. A lingering gaze would surely diminish one's sanity. Step back, Chen Bei shouted, retreating with his companions. He swiftly extracted a Molotov cocktail from his backpack, ready for action. Bang! The zombies continued to assault the iron door, widening its opening. With another forceful collision, the iron door swung open completely, and a horde of zombies surged forth. Judging by their numbers, there were certainly more than 10. The sheer volume necessitated the use of Molotov cocktails. With no other choice, Chen Bei ignited the precious cocktail and hurled it into the throng of corpses. The cocktail exploded among the zombies, flames cascading outward and igniting numerous undead. The scene from before replayed itself. Barbecued zombies. With prior experience, the group retreated, avoiding the retaliatory strikes of the flaming zombies. Chen Bei wielded the exorcist shield in front of him, blocking the advance of several zombies. During the fray, the durability of the exorcist shield waned, shattering into pieces. The group fought and retreated, buying time until one zombie after another was incinerated. Their bodies reduced to charred remains. Kill target, gain 35 experience points, level up to level 7, receive attribute enhancement, unlock talent slot. I've leveled up, and I've unlocked a talent slot. Previously, Chen Bei had acquired a talent card for Iron Cloth, but was unable to equip it. Now, with a slot available, he could only wait until the battle concluded. The Molotov cocktail had turned the tide, and several items erupted from the corpses on the ground, including a skill card. Chen Bei kicked aside an obstructing zombie and seized the skill card. The priority for picking it up was time-limited, lasting merely 1 minute. After that, it would become unclaimed property, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Acquired level 1 skill card, Barbaric Charge. Chen Bei glanced at the skill's effect, which was quite literal. With no more skill slots available, he couldn't replace any. He could only hold on to it for now. Everyone, advance. Let us eliminate the remaining zombies, Chen Bei bellowed, using the spring-loaded iron fist to repel a zombie before lunging in for a finishing blow. After another round of combat, they dispatched the remaining zombies. Only a Hua sustained a minor injury from a zombie's grasp, but fortunately, he had a roll of bandages and quickly wrapped his wound. The group exhaled in relief. With the battle concluded, Chen Bei hastily equipped the previously acquired Iron Cloth talent. He immediately gained a 5-point boost to his constitution and a 20 reduction in physical damage. The effects were substantial. While other players cowered in their homes, Chen Bei led the charge here, risking his life. These enhancements were rightfully his. Ziying severed a zombie's head, holding it aloft as she casually remarked. Having cleared 2 waves of zombies, only the final wave remains. The dilemma now is that we have the crocodile clip struck the iron door with no discernible damage, instead igniting a spark of electricity. Indeed, it was a door that could not be breached. Without entry, the boss remained unseen, rendering any preemptive strategy futile. Reluctantly, Chen Bei retrieved the crocodile clip. The onlookers had anticipated some form of reward, yet all that stood before them was this impenetrable iron barrier, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Perhaps there was still some profit to be gleaned from the corpses scattered on the ground. Many chose to linger and search for fortunes, hoping for a stroke of luck. However, Chen Bei, fixated on the firearm on the 14th floor, did not tarry, hastening his ascent. Bai Xiaopeng caught up, eager to ingratiate himself. Chen Bei found himself at a loss with this overly familiar individual. Yet he added him as a friend, promising to reconnect later, as for the present. He could not afford to ascend with Bai Xiaopeng and TOW'd. The entrance to the staircase on the 13th floor. What had once been sealed was now open, allowing for normal passage upward. Chen Bei was elated and quickly ascended. This floor too boasted numerous rooms, each adorned with a room number .14 to floor 1450. Chen Bei recalled it vividly as he sprinted down the corridor. One by one, the rooms flashed past him, looping around in a spiral until he finally stood before room 1450. With a heart brimming with excitement, he grasped the doorknob and slowly turned it open. To his astonishment, the room lay completely barren, devoid of even a bed, let alone a weapon. What was going on? Chen Bei was taken aback. The clues indicated that this was the place. Why was it merely an empty room? Exploring the desolate space, he circled around, yet found nothing of significance. Undeterred, he continued searching for any trace of evidence. At that moment, the management group chimed in to assist. How was this place designed, anyway? You didn't properly review the materials. This wall conceals a hidden revolving door, which requires a firm push to activate. Moreover, it has been seamlessly treated, rendering it imperceptible to the naked eye. In other words, even if one follows the clues to this location, it doesn't guarantee the discovery of the firearm. Since it's a concealed weapon, it certainly wouldn't be easily found. The insights shared within the management group proved invaluable. Chen Bei now had a direction. He circled the room once more before beginning to examine the walls. Eventually, he felt a slightly movable section. A spark of realization ignited within him as he pushed with force. The wall revealed a hidden revolving design, flipping to form an entrance. Chen Bei slipped inside, discovering a concealed small room. The air was thick with a foul odor. In a corner by the window sat the corpse of a man. Head drooping, with a gaping hole at the back of his skull, clearly a victim of a gunshot wound. On the floor beside the body lay a handgun. At last, he had found it. Chen Bei was ecstatic. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, Chao Qingqing remained hidden inside, too frightened to emerge, her mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Each passing moment in hiding was a torment, though she had never stepped into battle. Her rationality had steadily waned. Now below 50 points, I want to go home. I want to go home. I want to go home. Leaning against the wall, she swayed, murmuring to herself. A shadowy aura seemed to envelop her. Suddenly, a piece of paper slipped beneath her door, inscribed with ominous words. Startled, she picked it up. It read, "Beautiful lady, we are aware of your background. You are allied with 0 Degree, aiding him in guarding his domain. If anyone dares to disturb his quarters, you are to alert him, correct? That rogue 0 Degree operates solo, and we, his adversaries, wish to band together to confront him. We hope for your cooperation. Do not act foolishly. If you dare to warn him, we will smash your door before he arrives and drag you out. Imagine your fate. If you wish to survive, align with us. Despite 0 Degree's strength, he is but one man. While we are a collective, you may glance through the peephole. If you agree to cooperate, open the door willingly. You have half a minute to decide. Do not keep me waiting. Signed, Fei Gu, Buzz." After reading the note, Chao Qingqing's mind buzzed, plunging into a brief stupor. She realized she had been ensnared. This game had transformed players into beasts that turned upon one another. Trembling, Chao Qingqing stood and leaned against the door, peering outside. Indeed, a group of 7 or 8 loomed outside, led by a man whose gaze was sharp and menacing, tattoos visible on his neck. It was none other than Fei. He waved, flashing a dangerous smile. What to do? What to do? What to do? Rapidly, she contemplated her predicament, realizing she had no real choice. With so many blocking the entrance, it would not be long before they breached the door. If she waited for 0 Degree to return, it might be too late. Resolute, she unfastened 2 buttons on her blouse, revealing her assets, and then opened the door. Inside stood Chao Qingqing, while outside, Fei Gu awaited. They exchanged knowing smiles. "Good morning, beautiful." Acquired level 8 weapon, handgun. Heart racing, hands trembling, Chen Bei picked up the handgun from the floor. What a find! An 8-level weapon, truly a game changer. Overjoyed, he realized that his spring-loaded fist and the crocodile clip were merely level 4. Now, he had attained an 8-level weapon, a staggering leap in power. He examined the weapon's stats. Chapter 33. He has a gun, handgun level, 8 category, equipment attributes, firearm attack power, 120 durability, 60-60 magazine, 8-8 description. A gun that is swift beyond 7 paces, and precise within 7 paces, a staggering attack power of 120. What a thrill! This number carried an air of finality for any adversary. However, the ammunition was somewhat lacking, with only 8 rounds, necessitating careful usage. Chen Bei weighed the handgun in his hand. 8 rounds were indeed scant. Unless he could find more ammunition or learn the crafting recipe, it would likely prove challenging. He stowed the handgun and continued to scavenge the area. hoping for further unexpected treasures. Upon searching the corpses, he discovered a holster suspended from a belt, perfect for securing the handgun in the pocket of one body. He found an additional 2 bullets, though not many. It still brought him a measure of joy. Additionally, he stumbled upon a beginner's guide to firearms. Upon opening it, a progress bar appeared before him. As it filled, a notification emerged. You have gained 1 level of firearms knowledge. New knowledge acquired. Chen Bei, previously a military novice, felt as if a veil had been lifted, grasping the fundamentals of firearm usage, disengaging the safety, aiming, grip, loading, and more. All learned. This knowledge did not occupy a skill slot. It was simply acquired. With nothing more to discover, Chen Bei turned his gaze towards the window. The iron bars enclosed the view, outside shrouded in fog, a faint halo visible, likely the sun's position. There was no escape. The entire building exuded an oppressive sense of despair. Yet players must find a glimmer of hope amidst the desolation. A private message interrupted Chen Bei's thoughts. It was from Chao Qingqing. Qingling, you need to come back quickly. Someone is attacking your door. 0 degree. Is that so? Qingling, yes. So hurry back. I certainly cannot handle him. 0 degree. How many are there this time? Qingling, not many, just 1. 0 degree. All right, I will return immediately. Closing the chat window, Chen Bei hurriedly set off, quickly reaching the staircase. It was then he noticed the management group discussing the matter. Their take, however, diverged from Chao Qingqing's. This should be quite the spectacle. Fei Gu has laid an ambush with his crew. 0 degree returning alone may spell disaster. Another thrilling scenario for the esteemed guests. In the realm of the weak, devouring the strong, players turning on each other is the norm. Many promising prospects have met untimely ends. Fei Gu, ambush. As Chen Bei read through these messages, his pace slowed. From these exchanges, he deduced that Chao Qingqing's call for him to return was entangled with Fei Gu's machinations. It implied that they had conspired to lure him back. With Fei Ge's multitude of underlings, they undoubtedly intended to overpower him through sheer numbers. How dare you, Chao Qingqing, betray me? Chen Bei's gaze hardened, and calculations began to form in his mind. Were this a previous encounter? He might have feared Fei Ge's group, given their numerical advantage. But now, circumstances had changed, because he had a gun. Still on the 8th floor, beset by calamity. Bloodstains marred the ground, and numerous corpses lay strewn about, some human, others zombies, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film set. The corridor lay silent, devoid of any figures until Chen Bei descended. He appeared somewhat altered from before, still donning his box helmet and yellow protective suit. However, a soiled garment wrapped around his waist, bulging ominously, concealed something. Chen Bei advanced slowly, step by step, closer to his dormitory. Along the way, he messaged Chao Qingqing. 0 degree. I'm back. There's no one here. Qingling. He struck a few blows earlier, likely out of fear, and then fled. Your door has sustained damage. You should repair it before leaving. 0 degree. All right, I'll fix the door and check on you. Bringing you something. Qingling. That would be wonderful. This situation entailed a complex set of circumstances. Only players in close proximity to their dormitories, or within their rooms, can access dormitory information. Therefore, the matter of the damaged door can only be confirmed through first-hand observation. Chen Bei walked over and, upon reaching his door, discovered it had indeed suffered some injury, albeit not severe. He turned his gaze towards room 838. Chao Qingqing, I'm back. Please open the door. The door swung open, revealing Chao Qingqing first, her long hair cascading down, her face marked by a hint of panic. Behind her appeared a second figure. It was Fei Gu. A mocking smile graced Fei Ji's lips as he bellowed. Brothers, it's time to eat. At his command, several doors in the vicinity creaked open, and a throng of weapon-wielding players emerged. A figure pretending to be a corpse also rose to its feet. They surrounded Chen Bei, trapping him in the center. With a cold glance, he assessed the situation. There were 8 of them in total. The size of Fei Ji's group had not expanded, as there were only 100 players in the game. And many had already perished. The 8 bore menacing expressions, their eyes glinting with malice. Leading them, Fei Gu had one arm draped around Chao Qingqing while wielding a flying dagger in the other. 0 degree. This is the last day of the game. It's time to slaughter you. My fat sheep, brothers, attack. Fei Gu raised his hand, poised to throw the dagger. He possessed a skill associated with flying daggers, and given his previous hobby of throwing them, he was certain to hit his target from this distance. Just then, gunfire erupted. Bang! A thunderous noise resonated through the air. A bullet struck Fei Gu in the chest, causing him to stagger, a gaping hole appearing as blood poured forth. 200. The blood bar vanished. Fei Gu was taken down in a single shot, staring down at his wound with a look of anguish. He had a gun. Uttering this final lament, his body crumpled to the ground. Chen Bei, concealed beneath a pile of dirty clothes, revealed a hand gripping a still-warm gun, the barrel wafting the scent of gunpowder. A gun. He had a gun. The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through the ranks of his accomplices, leaving them in utter disarray. Chen Bei turned the gun towards one of the enemies beside him and fired. Bang! Another one fell. One must admit, the sensation of killing with a gun is entirely different from that of cold weapons. It is an exhilarating rush. Indeed, Fei Gu was a villain. Yet, Chen Bei harbored a dark side as well. Run! Someone shouted, and the remaining henchmen scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in all directions. The deterrent power of the gun was overwhelming. With Fei Gu dead, the remaining followers were quick to abandon ship. Only Chao Qingqing remained trapped within the room, trembling uncontrollably, her face ashen with fear. Chen Bei did not pursue the fleeing thugs, as bullets were far too precious. Firing 2 shots was already extravagant. He cast a cold gaze at Chao Qingqing. The moment their eyes met, she broke down in tears, collapsing to her knees. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. They forced me into this. I had no choice. I'm still young, with a beautiful life ahead. I don't want to die. I love traveling, and there are so many places I haven't visited. I want to go to Lake Baikal. I want to go to province. I want to go to the Aegean Sea by now. Chao Qingqing was rambling incoherently. I'm sorry, but those places are most likely out of reach for you now. Chen Bei holstered his handgun and switched to a spring-loaded fist. As previously stated, bullets are far too valuable. Chapter 34. The intrusion of an experienced player. Upon hearing Chen Bei's words, Chao Qingqing felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. She ceased her sobbing, slowly lifting her head, only to be met by a looming shadow descending upon her. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy strikes, each one a headshot. The shattered remains of her headless corpse collapsed to the ground, extinguished. Chen Bei watched the lifeless body, his breathing gradually steadying. He detested the feeling of betrayal, regardless of the reasons behind it. Next came the phase of setting an example. Chen Bei activated the system's built-in recording function, capturing a short video of the murder scene and sending it to the player group. 0 degree. These individuals conspired to rob my home, and I eliminated them. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. I hope this serves as a warning to all. Do not seek death at my hands. I have no desire to kill. The player group fell into a profound silence. Everyone read Chen Bei's words, yet no one dared respond. It became clear what the name 0 degree entailed. He was as cold and ruthless as the name suggested. With these precedents in place, it was unlikely anyone would dare attempt to rob Chen Bei again, unless they were seeking to court death. Chen Bei rummaged through the scene, yielding considerable loot. A substantial haul lay on Fei Gu, who wore a protective vest, possessed a set of flying daggers, carried a bottle of healing potion, and had dropped a skill card. The skill card was named Flash of the Blade, requiring a flying dagger for use. He also obtained Fei Ji's dormitory key. Previously, Chen Bei had gifted Chao Qingqing a fire axe, which now returned to its rightful owner. Chen Bei proceeded to repair his own door before setting off for Fei Ji's residence. Given Fei Ji's prosperous development and multitude of followers, his dormitory was bound to contain significant resources worth exploring. Chen Bei knew the location of Fei Ji's dormitory and directly ascended to the 4th floor, unlocking the door with the key wide as anticipated. He found a considerable stash inside. The trip proved fruitful. 2 weapons were displayed on the cabinet, a level 2 wrench and a level 3 baseball bat. The drawers held 2 bottles of medicine and 2 blueprints. Beneath the bed lay a variety of basic materials, such as boxes of parts, wood, and stone, totaling over 20 units. For a novice player, this was quite a bounty. Originally, Fei Gu had intended to eliminate Chen Bei and seize his dormitory, but the tables had turned. It was Chen Bei who had raided his home. Not bad. It's all mine now, Chen Bei whistled, stuffing the valuable items into his pack until all 25 slots were filled. There were still some leftovers he couldn't carry. A return trip would be necessary. As Chen Bei was heading back, a flurry of urgent messages suddenly appeared in the management group. Just received notification. An experienced player who has completed the game 3 times has obtained the return to the scene privilege and has randomly entered our novice game. An experienced player is intruding? Indeed. They will arrive in 5 minutes. Just one person, right? One person, game name Uncle Hao, level 10, with a 25-minute intrusion time. Haha, the experienced player is coming to the novice area to dominate. Let them come. A bit of excitement never hurts. The more thrilling the game, the more satisfied the VIPs will be with the rating for this round. Just hope the experienced player doesn't wipe out all the newcomers. 25 minutes shouldn't be enough to eradicate everyone. There will always be some to escape. As Chen Bei read these exchanges, his expression shifted. An experienced player was intruding. This was an unexpected development. Not part of the game's original course, and the administrators had only just received the news. From the administrator's dialogue, it appeared the experienced player might engage in widespread slaughter of novices, commonly referred to as bullying noobs. Having completed 3 rounds, this player would undoubtedly possess a higher level and better equipment, making it inevitable for them to dominate newcomers. If this Uncle Hao truly intended to unleash havoc here, then Chen Bei would have to find a way to evade. He reasoned that this wasn't cowardice, but rather prudence. Chen Bei transported his gathered treasures back home, then made another trip to completely loot Fei Ji's dormitory. Sitting on his single bed, he took out the 2 blueprints he had just acquired. They contain the recipes for 5 items: Level 2 dormitory, Level 3 dormitory, Level 2 large wooden shield, Level 2 nightstand, and Level 4 hammer. Among these 5 recipes, the Level 3 dormitory was undoubtedly the most crucial. The others were decent as well. Chen Bei realized that he lacked sufficient wood and stone for upgrading to the Level 3 dormitory. It seemed he would need to continue causing havoc in the game to gather more materials of this sort. Of course, obtaining materials from other players was also an option, especially from those who had already perished. The items in their rooms would be unclaimed. Notification. A special situation has arisen in this round of the game. An experienced player is about to parachute into the game area. Notification. The experienced player will remain here for 24 hours, bringing various variables during this time. Countdown to parachute. 60 seconds. A series of notifications flashed. Now this matter was completely public, igniting discussions among the player group. What on earth is an experienced player? So even if we complete this round of the game, there are more games awaiting us. That's why we have experienced players in the first place. I have a bad feeling. This experienced player is going to hunt us down? Are they? It's possible. Everyone be cautious. 1 minute later, in the first floor of the 77th novice game, within the frightful night building, a beam of light descended from above, transitioning from dense to faint. Revealing a figure, it was a fully armed man. He wore a motorcycle helmet, a long coat, and slung a backpack over his shoulder, with a long knife hanging at his waist, its blade shimmering with runes. His face was rugged, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, a square jaw, and stubble, suggesting he was in his 40s or 50s, bearing signs of age. The experienced player had arrived. Experienced player Uncle Hao has joined the group chat. Just moments ago, the player group displayed 100 avatars. Now it had transformed into 101. Uncle Hao frowned as he surveyed his surroundings, concluding that there was no immediate danger, before opening the group chat to check. He first noted the dwindling number of players. Many had already perished, which was quite tragic. His gaze then shifted to the top-ranked Chen Bei. Level 7. This level caused Uncle Hao's expression to shift. Stirring a sense of intrigue within him, he had only reached level 10 after 3 rounds of the game. The individual referred to as Zero has astonishingly ascended to level 7 in the very first round of the game. Such a player must have unleashed a massacre from the outset, which accounts for their current rank. Theo think there exists such a formidable opponent. After a brief moment of astonishment, Uncle Hao regained his composure. After all, his level exceeds that of Zero, and his equipment is far superior. It is time to take action. Uncle Hao began typing in the group chat. Uncle Hao, greetings, everyone. I am a seasoned player who has participated in 3 rounds of this game. By a stroke of fortune, I have found myself here. Uncle Hao, I have successfully cleared the game Night of Terror, which contains a hidden passage located on the first floor. Uncle Hao, if you trust me, gather here and I will lead you to safety. Chapter 35. The Bad Uncle Hao. This passage carries certain dangers, but fret not. I shall forge ahead and protect you as you escape. Uncle Hao, do not place blind faith in the game's rules. Some are genuine while others are deceitful. If you naively wait for time to run out, the boss will evolve into its final form. Uncle Hao, at that point, even I, a level 10 player, would not stand a chance against the boss. Uncle Hao, if you wish to survive, hasten to my side. Uncle Hao, you need not fear me. My level is significantly higher than yours. Only items around level 10 hold value for me. Frankly, I have little interest in what you possess. Uncle Hao, this is all I have to say. Those willing to trust me, come find me on the first floor. If you choose to remain here and await your demise, so be it. I shall not force you. I can only do my part and leave the rest to fate. So many have perished in this game, and I sincerely hope that more newcomers can achieve victory. Uncle Hao, the beginning is always the hardest as long as you accompany me and clear the first round. The subsequent developments will be much more favorable, greatly increasing your chances of survival. Upon concluding his message, he exited the group chat, ceasing further communication, standing in place awaiting their arrival. Playing this game. Huh? Chen Bei observed Uncle Hao's statements. Truth be told, the persuasiveness of his words was quite compelling, almost leading Chen Bei to believe him. The administrators in the group chat quickly exposed the situation. Reveling in their malicious delight, haha, Uncle Hao is quite something. He doesn't even bother to prepare a script for his deceit. This building has no so-called escape passage. It seems he intends to lure all these newcomers to the first floor for a concentrated attack. After all, he has limited time. He cannot chase down too many across the map. Let's see how many fall for his trap. Indeed, this is a ruse. A level 10 player, armed with an 8-level firearm, should be able to kill, right? After all, it is a gun. Chen Bei gripped his handgun, feeling its cold touch and faint scent of gun oil, along with the ominous black barrel. On the first floor, the fish began to bite. It was still daylight, relatively safe. Various players, each with differing motivations, gathered on the first floor. Uncle Hao stood in the hall, exhibiting a restrained demeanor, devoid of excessive enthusiasm. Everyone, gather around me. Let us wait patiently for a few more to arrive, and then we shall set forth. No need to bombard me with questions. Just trust that I can lead you to safety. Once we clear the game, we will reach a secure location, and at that time, I will share everything with you. After making his declarations, Uncle Hao fell silent. In truth, the newcomers were brimming with inquiries, eager to learn more. Yet, asking now would yield no answers. As Uncle Hao remained tight-lipped, the crowd grew steadily larger. Uncle Hao, while maintaining an air of indifference, secretly counted the numbers and gauged his remaining time. When the number reached 12, Uncle Hao deemed it sufficient. Is there anyone among you named Zero? Uncle Hao inquired. The gathered newcomers shook their heads in denial. Not here. What a pity. A flicker of regret crossed Uncle Hao's face for a fleeting moment, only to be replaced by a glint of malice. Level 2 skill, Death Triangle. Swish, swish, swish. Uncle Hao swiftly drew his blade, his form and the glimmering edge tracing a triangular path, ensnaring multiple novice players within its arc. The blade, accompanied by a razor-sharp gust, widened the scope of his attack. Those struck by the blade suffered grievous wounds, some flayed, others rendered as mere remnants. 2 heads even soared through the air, spinning as they fell. Blood splattered, staining Uncle Hao's face and body in crimson. The novice players present were utterly aghast. The very person they had trusted had turned against them with lethal intent. This supposedly good uncle was anything but benevolent. Some had harbored suspicions from the outset, doubting the old player's intentions. Alas, Uncle Hao's words in the group chat had been too persuasive. Those who arrived viewed him as their last hope. Had they not come, they might have fared better. Now, they faced a swifter demise. Ha ha! Slaughtering naive newcomers is such a thrill. A bunch of fools, believing everything said. In truth, killing you yields little benefit. It is purely for the thrill. Uncle Hao cackled madly, dispatching 2 more novice players to the ground. The remaining ones scattered in panic. Hurry and run. If I catch up, it will be your end. Uncle Hao suddenly swung his left hand, unleashing a chain hook from his sleeve, aiming for a novice player. The hook possessed remarkable strength, piercing flesh and forcibly ensnaring its target. Uncle Hao yanked hard, drawing the prey close, then plunged his knife deep. Thud! The blade penetrated the abdomen, a white knife in, a red knife out. Uncle Hao twisted the knife, widening the wound. "Don't want to die," uttered the novice player as his final words before succumbing to death. Uncle Hao kicked the corpse aside and continued his pursuit for more victims. A female player, in a state of panic, stumbled and fell as she attempted to rise. A blade struck her head. The edge was so sharp that it cleaved through. Penetrating down to her lips, Uncle Hao slowly withdrew the knife, savoring the unique sensation. In this brutal rampage, he had slain 7 novice players. The rest had fled. One individual, wounded, clutched their injury and staggered up the stairs. Clearly out of strength, moving increasingly slowly, Uncle Hao hummed a tune as he swiftly ascended the stairs, closing the distance between them. The injured player's face turned pale upon catching sight of Uncle Hao, spurring them to quicken their pace, yet they could not escape. They had lost too much blood and were nearing their end. Blood dripped steadily, marking their path. The wounded player managed to reach the stairwell on the 2nd floor. Yet, this was their final destination. Thud! The already bloodied blade was further stained with crimson. The corpse collapsed, its expression forever frozen. Uncle Hao stepped over the body without pausing, eager to hunt more. Advancing further, he approached the corner at the stairwell, knowing he would need to turn to see what lay beyond. This meant there existed a visual blind spot. As Uncle Hao gripped his knife and approached, he noticed a figure concealed around the corner. Someone? A fleeting glance caught Uncle Hao's eye, and his gaze widened in shock. He beheld a gun clutched in the other's hand. Firearms are highly coveted within the game. Even at level 10, Uncle Hao had yet to acquire one. Bang! The gunman, standing at close range, decisively pulled the trigger, aiming directly for Uncle Hao's head. Chapter 36. It's New Year's. In a split second, at the brink of life and death, Uncle Hao dodged, evading the gun's aim, yet was a fraction too slow. The bullet shattered his motorcycle helmet, grazing his scalp before embedding itself in the wall, leaving a bullet hole behind. 85. The bullet, having barely missed a fatal strike, still inflicted considerable damage. Blood gushed from Uncle Hao's head, but he paid no heed to his injuries, hastily retreating to the stairway. The assailant, naturally, was Chen Bei. He had taken position here, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Though regrettably, he failed to deliver a headshot. Observing Uncle Hao's escape, Chen Bei rushed forward, cautious of a possible ambush. As he approached, he leaped to the side to broaden his field of vision. By fortune, he had indeed calculated correctly. Uncle Hao stood at the corner, knife in hand. Had Chen Bei charged directly, he would have faced a swift counterattack. Instead, Chen Bei's leap thwarted Uncle Hao's scheme. Uncle Hao, a seasoned veteran of 3 rounds, reacted with remarkable speed. Realizing the ambush was futile, he grasped the stair railing, leveraging it to vault downwards. Chen Bei, undeterred, pursued him, executing a similarly daring maneuver, leaping onto the railing before descending. Upon landing, he immediately aimed at Uncle Hao's position. Bang! Chen Bei fired his 2nd bullet. This shot struck Uncle Hao in the lower back, partially cushioned by his long coat, inflicting 60 points of damage. Now, Uncle Hao was left with but a sliver of health. Employing a serpentine evasive maneuver, he staggered forward, his form erratic, while simultaneously gulping down a healing potion. Previously, he had been the hunter of novice players. Now, the tables had turned, and he tasted the bitterness of being pursued. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more gunshots rang out. Chen Bei was resolute. Even at the cost of ammunition, he sought to eliminate his foe. With Uncle Hao at level 10, allowing him to recover health would complicate matters. Fortunately, of the 3 shots fired, 2 found their mark. Even after Uncle Hao consumed the medicine, he could not preserve his life and ultimately succumbed to despair. With a thud, Uncle Hao collapsed onto the ground. Blood seeping outwards, he had anticipated that this return to familiar grounds would merely be an opportunity to dominate lesser players and reap rewards. Little did he know that he would pay with his life. Those survival games had never managed to kill him. Instead, he met his end at the hands of a newcomer. How could the opponent possess a gun? Why, during the first round of the novice game, no one had ever acquired a firearm. He was destined never to uncover the answer. Eliminate special targets to gain 260 experience points and additional rewards. Swish, swish, swish. With a flourish, 5 beams of light erupted from the corpse, transforming into 5 floating items: a game coin, a book, 2 attribute candies, 10 rounds of pistol ammunition, and a card. Chen Bei's eyes sparkled. He immediately collected all the loot. These were indeed valuable treasures. It felt like a festive occasion. The returns from this endeavor exceeded Chen Bei's expectations. The book, titled Combat Skills LV1, was an educational tome that, once perused, would impart foundational techniques and enhance combat awareness. Moreover, this knowledge did not occupy a skill slot. Learning it would yield lifelong benefits. The attribute candies could directly augment attribute points, granting Chen Bei an edge over players of the same level. The game coins were of no immediate use, yet would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. As for the pistol ammunition, it was precisely what he lacked. Having just expended 5 rounds to dispatch Uncle Hao, receiving 10 in return was nothing short of a windfall. With ample ammunition, he felt more confident in facing the boss of this round. The card was a level 2 skill card named Death Triangle, the very skill Uncle Hao had employed. Chen Bei's skill cards were all level 1. While this one boasted higher attack power and superior effects, at level 10, he should have had more than one card equipped, yet only a single one dropped upon death. Was it a rule restriction? Was there a chance of dropping? Chen Bei could only speculate. He first read through Combat Skills LV1, mastering its techniques. Next, he swapped out his skill card, replacing the 3-hit combo with Death Triangle. This new skill had weapon restrictions. Only usable with bladed weapons, even a simple kitchen knife would suffice. Thus, he needed to replace his spring-loaded iron fist. Fortunately, that knife Uncle Hao wielded was nearby. His personal equipment remained, also part of the spoils. A level 10 player was indeed a lucrative target. Chen Bei stripped everything from the corpse, leaving nothing behind, not even the shoes. Ultimately, he acquired an 8-level Demon Slayer blade, a 6-level heavy overcoat, a 6-level life-grabbing claw, a 5-level talisman, a 2-level dimensional satchel, a roll of bandages, and a pack of gum. He had initially believed the weapon to be level 10, only to discover it was merely level 8, holding the Demon Slayer blade. Chen Bei inspected it. The blade bore red patterns, akin to the sigils that constitute talismans. Its concept was similar to the exorcism shield he had previously wielded, both serving to counter malevolent entities. Uncle Hao, being a level 10 player, wielded an 8-level weapon, which made sense upon reflection, who decreed that level and equipment must always align. Chen Bei himself was level 7, having previously used only level 4 spring-loaded iron fists. The corpses of the novice players he had just slain were also worth looting. Chen Bei rummaged through them, uncovering a few items. In comparison, these corpses seemed rather mundane, offering little in the way of value. By Xiaopeng, 0 degree, I noticed that old player's avatar has turned black. Did you eliminate him? 0 degree, yes I did. By Xiaopeng, impressive. So authoritative. You could take down a level 10 veteran. I truly admire you. If only I had a sister, I would definitely introduce her to you. Chen Bei replied succinctly and then disregarded further conversation. Estimating the time, night would soon fall. It was prudent to return to his dormitory. Ascending the stairs, he reached his room, and no sooner had he entered than darkness enveloped the surroundings. The loudspeaker in the corridor crackled to life. All preparations were complete. The grand ceremony was about to commence. My beloved daughter is about to be resurrected and granted eternal life. I have triumphed over death and separation. You are witnesses and, simultaneously, tonight's offerings. Once again, a series of cryptic utterances echoed. In the building's basement level 3, a deranged man sat before the broadcasting station, clutching a microphone, having just delivered his speech. He set the microphone down, slowly rising to turn towards the rear. An ominous ceremonial site had been meticulously arranged. At the center of the site lay an open coffin, within which rested the corpse of a little girl clad in red. The body had evidently undergone preservation, appearing relatively intact, though it was still a corpse. The man approached the coffin, the overhead chandelier flickering violently, causing the room's ambience to oscillate between light and darkness. He paused beside the coffin, gazing down at the lifeless form, his eyes betraying either fervor or obsession. Certainly not the gaze of a normal father. Xiao Lin, my precious daughter, the time for your resurrection has arrived. Chapter 37. Resurrection, the boss descends. This man was none other than the controller of the entire building, the source of calamity. His name was Luo Kong. The ritual commenced. Luo Kong extracted a peculiar item from his person, a tattered skin scroll, stitched together from various pieces, with a closed eye depicted at the top. Indeed, it was an eye. The skin bore numerous twisted dark red characters writhing like a swarm of insects. These letters were alive. This object was known as the Blood Sacrifice Scroll, concealing unfathomable and chilling secrets. Luo Kong, filled with fervor, trembled as he raised the Blood Sacrifice Scroll. Reading its contents, when humanity gazes upon this scroll, the eye within opens, scrutinizing humanity in return. As you read it, it delves into your very essence. You will never comprehend the secrets it harbors, yet it can perceive the darkest corners of your soul with utter clarity. Such an evil and malevolent artifact merely appearing here incited an ominous phenomenon. The surroundings dimmed, lights flickered violently, and static crackled from the broadcasting station. In the darkened corners, indistinct shadows moved stealthily. Luo Kong's face contorted with mania as he recited incantations. Incomprehensible to mankind, the prearranged ritual, triggered by his chants, commenced. At the center lay the coffin containing the corpse of the little girl dressed in red. On the ground, intestines were meticulously arranged to form a unique geometric pattern. The intestines glistened with a greasy sheen, still fresh. Further away, 5 living individuals were positioned in 5 specific orientations. Special metal frames secured their postures, each one unique, resembling the statues of arhats found in temples. Each person was on the brink of death, sustained only by potions, unconscious and incapable of influencing events. Each held a blooming higginbana flower in their mouths, its beauty and allure reminiscent of a lover's parted lips. Numerous infusion tubes were inserted into the 5 individuals, connecting to the corpse of the little girl. The tubes were temporarily void of contents. Luo Kong continued to chant, appearing frenzied, engaging in abnormal movements as he danced around the area. The higginbana flowers in the mouths of the 5 individuals stirred to life, extending towards the center. Each flower's root connected to their tongues. The stems of the flowers elongated, as if animated, reaching above the coffin at the center. 5 flowers positioned themselves from head to toe. The blossoms released specks of pollen, which settled upon the corpse. The body stirred visibly. The tubes began to draw blood from the 5 living beings, infusing it into the corpse. This was the meticulously orchestrated ritual of Luo Kong, refined through countless trials to achieve perfection. As he chanted, he lost all control, his body moving mechanically, unable to cease. The eye upon the blood sacrifice scroll rolled about, seemingly elated by the unfolding events. The corpse's pale skin revealed crimson patterns. Suddenly, the corpse opened its eyes, rising straight up from the coffin. Those eyes were as dark as ink, with only the pupils glowing a blood-red hue. Strikingly similar to the eye on the blood sacrifice scroll, the 5 higginbana flowers withered, one by one, falling to the ground. The lives of the 5 tools were drained away, resulting in their demise. This was not a release for them. Those who perish in such a wicked ritual do not find peace. Instead, their souls descend into endless torment. Shaolin, my Shaolin, you have finally returned to life. The ritual concluded. Resounding success. Luo Kong, overcome with emotion, approached the coffin, extending his hand towards his daughter. The little girl's body performed subtle movements, her insides crackling as she tilted her head to gaze at Luo Kong. Shaolin, I shall never lose you again. We can be together forever, never depart. Luo Kong wept as he spoke. You wish to be with me forever? The little girl could surprisingly articulate words, her face breaking into a smile. Indeed, we shall remain together forever. Together, he, together, ha ha, ha 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 ha. The little girl emitted an eerie laugh as she lunged at Luo Kong. Then, with her pale little hands, she forcibly yanked his head down, even pulling out his spine along with it. Clutching the bloodied head, she gently caressed it. Now, we can be together forever. Inside the building, every player endured prolonged mental torment. Just moments ago, Luo Kong's incantation echoed through the loudspeaker, reverberating throughout the entire structure. Those who heard that voice suffered severe blows to their sanity. Some attempted to damage the speaker, yet the sound lingered in their ears, inescapable, with the remaining players already on the brink of collapse. This wave of psychological assault was akin to adding insult to injury to a few individuals, with their sanity levels drastically low, began to act irrationally. Suddenly, someone in the player group posted a short video. The video played automatically, requiring no clicks in it. A female player appeared, her face ashen, exhibiting erratic behavior, muttering incoherently, knife in hand. She began to self-harm with each utterance.
She inflicted a cut upon herself. Eventually, her words became discernible. We will all die. We will all die. We will all die. Chen Bei held a gun in one hand while voraciously consuming chocolate with the other, a mirror positioned before him reflecting his visage. These were his means of finding solace. Some stabilized his sanity, while others restored it. Having witnessed the video in the group chat, Chen Bei realized just how crucial sanity was. Once that metric plummeted below the threshold, one could resort to any action. The human capacity for endurance has its limits. Previously, Chen Bei's plan was to personally eliminate the boss of this round, bringing a satisfactory conclusion to the game. However, the incantations broadcasted from the speakers now caused him to waver. In truth, he could choose to hide alongside the other players in their dormitory, waiting for the time to expire. Finally, that accursed chanting ceased, and after a moment of silence, a little girl's voice emerged from the speaker. Xiaolin loves to play games. Let us play together. I know everything. You are all playing hide and seek with me. I will find you. Open the door and drag you out. Then, I shall remove your heads and tear out your innards. I relish the delicacies within your bodies. The game has begun. Chapter 38, The Great Slaughter. Subsequently, a friendly reminder appeared before the player's eyes. Reminder. The final boss of this novice game, Xiaolin, has been born. She is about to ascend the stairs and commence a grand slaughter. Victory is within reach. Simply endure until dawn, and you shall clear this round of the game. May each of you see the sun rise tomorrow. At this moment, only 30 players remained in the game. No way. There's a boss in this game? Isn't it perfectly normal for a game to have a boss? Zombies are terrifying enough. The boss must be even more lethal. 0 degree. UVE managed to kill level 10 veterans. Surely you can handle the boss? Indeed. I've heard you have a gun. This boss is entrusted to you. Please, I beg you, eliminate the boss. The players placed their hopes upon Chen Bei. He indeed intended to confront the boss, yet he would not make promises, as he lacked complete confidence. Hee, I have come to find you. You must hide well. At the staircase entrance of the first basement level, footsteps echoed ominously. A chilling, grotesque presence emerged from below. The upper half was a girl in a red dress, her skin darkened and marred with patches of decay. A flower of the other shore blooming atop her head. Below her skirt, a headless corpse lay prostrate, its face upturned to the sky, its back pressed against the ground, using hands and feet to crawl like a four-legged robot. Albeit a macabre version in her hand, the girl held Luokong's head, connected to a piece of spine, fresh blood still clinging to it. What a pair of father and daughter! Luokong had repeatedly declared his wish to be with his daughter eternally. And in this peculiar manner, his desire was fulfilled. Daddy, hurry up. I can hardly wait. Hee. Xiaolin giggled. The makeshift transport obeyed obediently, hastening its pace, leaving a trail of bloody handprints and footprints behind. Xiaolin strolled through the first-floor corridor as if meandering through a garden. She then paused before a door, her smile radiant. Turning to face it, I have found you. The girl grasped the end of the elongated, mutated spine, measuring 2 meters in length, and wielded it as a weapon. Forcefully striking the door, 10-10-10-10 3 strikes shattered the door. The door splintered into countless pieces. The headless corpse employed its limbs to support Xiaolin as she entered the room. It was eerily silent within. Hee. Xiaolin emitted a strange laugh. She was aware that someone was hiding. Just then, Xiaolin bent down significantly, her head brushing the floor, and beheld the scene beneath the bed. A player was concealed there. This player had desperately covered their mouth, terrified of making a sound. But now, overwhelmed by fright, they could no longer contain themselves. The player screamed in terror, brandishing a fruit knife toward Xiaolin. Ha, I found you. Xiaolin moved with astonishing speed, retracting her upper body and forcibly dragging the player from beneath the bed. A piercing scream filled the room, but it abruptly ceased. When Xiaolin emerged, both bodies were drenched in blood. In her hand, she clutched a still warm heart, consuming it as if it were a snack, bite by bite. Within the player group, yet another avatar turned black. The death of a rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. Various pessimistic remarks flooded the chat. That moment, Ahua spoke up. Ahua. Previously, we hid in our dormitories to survive, but tonight may be different. If the boss can break down doors and we cannot defeat it, I suggest we rely on flight for survival. If we endure until dawn, we shall win. This was indeed a viable strategy. Others analyzed that if the boss were on floors 1 to 4, they should escape to floors 10 to 14, and vice versa. The goal was to create distance from the boss, transforming defense into offense. As for Chen Bei, he was still making final preparations. On the workbench lay a newly crafted large wooden shield, recently completed. Blood was used to inscribe protective symbols upon it. This level 2 shield might withstand a few strikes from the boss, though its efficacy was uncertain. In total, Chen Bei had fashioned 3 shields. But only this one bore protective symbols. The others were mere ordinary wooden shields. The pressure was immense. He had never felt this anxious during exams. An exam merely determined one's future, but this time, it was a matter of life and death. Within the player group, yet another avatar turned black. This time, the deceased player was from the 2nd floor, indicating that the boss had begun its ascent. It was time to dive in. Chen Bei steeled himself. Before departing, he left a message in the player group. I am going to confront the boss now. The boss is currently on the 2nd floor. Players from floors 3 to 5 who wish to survive should make haste to the upper levels. Chen Bei descended into the fray, gripping the cold gun as he sprinted down the staircase. 7th floor, 0.6th floor, 0.5th floor, 0.40th floor, 0.3 RD floor. As he rushed down, he brushed past a few players ascending the stairs, each too preoccupied to acknowledge the other. Upon reaching the staircase of the 3rd floor, he could hear ominous sounds. Heavy footsteps echoed, rapid and unlike those of a normal human. A chill enveloped him, raising goosebumps across his skin. She was coming. Chen Bei retreated, raising his handgun in a standard position, his other hand gripping a flashlight. Regrettably, he had exhausted his supply of Molotov cocktails. Had he not, he would have thrown one to gain the upper hand. A strange figure sprinted up the stairs. Entering Chen Bei's line of sight, he beheld Xiaolin's grotesque form. The upper half was a girl in a red dress, while the lower half was a man's corpse, crawling like a spider in her hand. She clutched a human head, connected to a long piece of spine. It was peculiar, too peculiar. Merely witnessing this scene caused a sharp decline of 5 points in Chen Bei's sanity. It was not merely combat. Even sight alone inflicted damage. Their eyes locked. Xiaolin's lips curled into a crescent shape, her black and red eyes sparkling with delight. Let us play a game. Xiaolin surged forward with the speed of a beast. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Bei hesitated no longer, pulling the trigger in quick succession. The first shot missed. The second struck Xiaolin's lower half, dealing a mere 18 points of damage. The third bullet hit her main body, inflicting 70 points of damage. Different locations yielded significantly varied damage. It was certain that this Xiaolin was susceptible to physical harm. Chen Bei barely had time to rejoice, for she had already closed in on him. The overwhelming sense of pressure was chilling. Turn on the lights. Chapter 39. Brother will play with you to the end. Not to fire the gun, but to illuminate the surroundings. Chen Bei pressed the switch of the flashlight, and a beam of violet light illuminated the surroundings. The radiance fell upon Xiaolin, indeed proving effective. Xiaolin abruptly halted, a swirling black mist enveloping her. Previously, this tactic had been sufficient to freeze a zombie in place for several seconds. However, this time, it merely caused Xiaolin some discomfort. Hee, what do you have in your hand? Lend it to me for a moment. Xiaolin used her dark energy to shield herself from the flashlight's illumination, suddenly swinging the spine in her grasp, using the head at the other end to strike at Chen Bei. This is bad. The flashlight can't hold her. Sensing the impending danger, Chen Bei leapt to evade the attack and swiftly turned to flee. He needed to create distance, engaging her with his pistol, a tactic often referred to as kite flying. Chen Bei's escape was strategic, heading towards the staircase on the opposite side, then descending, aiming to keep the battlefield confined to the first 3 floors. Unless he required other players to draw fire, he would not consider ascending. If he could win in a 1v1 scenario, there was no need to involve others. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, akin to a beast in pursuit, the ominous wind trailing. Chen Bei dared not look back, rushing around the staircase corner and sliding down the handrail. After sliding twice, he reached the 1st floor. Continuing forward, he sensed the noise behind him diminishing. Prompting a glance over his shoulder, Xiaolin had just descended from above. Comparatively, her speed on the stairs was noticeably slower than on flat ground. The kite-flying strategy was viable. Chen Bei felt invigorated, gauging the distance before halting. He aimed and fired. Bang! The bullet struck Xiaolin, inflicting 90 points of damage. Unsure of Xiaolin's precise health status, she remained sprightly for the moment. "You hit me! How painful!" Xiaolin, enraged, surged forward, wildly swinging the spine with the head attached. Chen Bei fired a shot and ran, refusing to engage in a prolonged battle. He maintained a safe distance, turning back to fire another shot or two, repeating this cycle. Xiaolin sustained several hits, continuously at a disadvantage, which only fueled her fury. She opened her mouth, unleashing a piercing shriek directed ahead, the sound forming visible sound waves that shattered the glass on one side of the corridor. Chen Bei, caught in the sonic assault, felt both his health and sanity diminish. He sheathed his weapon, covering his ears with both hands, yet it proved ineffective. A splitting headache ensued, his vision blurred, and his mind became chaotic. He had to keep running. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bei persevered, his feet refusing to halt as he raced back upstairs. Once above, he escaped the ravaging sound waves, and the situation began to improve. Chen Bei had learned the hard way that maintaining distance was crucial. However, with increased distance, his shooting accuracy could not be guaranteed. With a firearms proficiency of LV1, he was far from a sharpshooter. Each successful hit had been due to proximity. At a greater distance, he lacked confidence. Moreover, Xiaolin's unique physique complicated matters. Her upper body, resembling that of a young girl, was diminutive and difficult to hit, while her lower half was significantly larger, yet shooting it yielded minimal damage. Thus, both sides engaged in a tug-of-war. Whenever the opportunity arose, Chen Bei would pivot to shoot, firing several rounds. After expending 8 bullets, he reloaded 5 more. This was all the ammunition he had left. This creature had an astonishingly thick constitution, even after so many shots. It had not been defeated, Chen Bei cursed inwardly. "Come play with me," Xiaolin continued her frenzied pursuit. Despite having taken several shots that had left her head with a sizable chunk missing, she remained as lively as ever. Bang, 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 bang. 5 bullets fired, the magazine emptied. With only 13 bullets remaining in his inventory, Chen Bei had exhausted all his ammunition. Looking at Xiaolin, her body resembled a battered doll with numerous holes. Her condition finally showed signs of change. Her movement slowed significantly, and she appeared fatigued. A viscous black liquid oozed from her wounds, pooling on the ground. "I will kill you and eat your heart." Xiaolin dragged the spine forward. Chen Bei initially believed that 13 bullets would suffice to eliminate Xiaolin. To his surprise, she still clung to life. What to do? Surrender? Or engage in a desperate battle? Observing Xiaolin's weakened state, he ultimately opted for the latter. Theo abandoned now would render his previous ammunition expenditure futile. "You enjoy gaming, don't you? Brother will play with you until the end." Chen Bei stowed his pistol and retrieved 2 syringes from his backpack, puncturing them into himself with a satisfying click. One syringe contained a tranquilizer, aimed at restoring his sanity. The other held a resilience serum, temporarily enhancing his defense and making him tougher. Next, it was time for close combat. Chen Bei strode confidently toward the boss. Clad in a heavy trench coat, he drew forth the demon-slaying blade from his backpack, while his other hand brandished a large wooden shield. The demon-slaying blade was relatively long, its blade adorned with glowing red runes. This was one of Chen Bei's spoils of war, and now it was time to put it to use. The moderators in the group were buzzing with excitement, akin to viewers engrossed in a live stream. Thoroughly captivated. He's going in for the kill. Xiaolin is in a critically low health state. He has a chance to win. It's exceedingly rare for a novice to vanquish the final boss. If he succeeds, it will be nothing short of miraculous. Go for it, 0. If you succeed, the rating for this game session will undoubtedly be high. The moderators had transformed into a lively atmosphere group. In the corridor, 2 forces collided. The distance between them rapidly diminished to mere meters. Chen Bei's gaze sharpened. Level 2 skill, Death Triangle. With fierce determination, Chen Bei charged forward, his figure slicing through the air alongside the blade's gleam. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive slashes formed a triangle, effectively trapping Xiaolin within its confines. All 3 strikes connected, inflicting damage. Xiaolin swung the spine in her grasp, wielding it like a flail, and struck forcefully at the advancing Chen Bei. Bang! The blow struck the wooden shield, igniting the protective talisman's red glow. Xiaolin was pushed back by the talisman, sustaining some damage. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Bei advanced to counterattack, gripping the blade with his left hand and unleashing a flurry of strikes with all his might. In close quarters, both Xiaolin's upper and lower bodies could launch attacks. Her lower half's hands, resembling claws, repeatedly lunged at Chen Bei, who had no time to evade. Fortunately, the thick trench coat offered decent protection, coupled with the resilience serum's boost. Each attack only stripped away approximately 20 points of his health, allowing him to endure. Yet, Xiaolin frequently let out a shrill scream, inflicting damage with no place to hide. Chen Bei's health bar dwindled, reaching a perilous threshold. Whoosh! The head once again struck the wooden shield, shattering it into splinters. Chen Bei lost his cover, and in a moment of desperation, he stomped down on Xiaolin's lower body and leapt into the air. Whoosh! A flying kick connected squarely with Xiaolin's head. With a resounding crack, her neck snapped, her head dangling down. Standing atop her, Chen Bei gripped the demon-slaying blade tightly and swung down with all his strength. The runes along the blade ignited, further amplifying the damage. Whoosh! The fiery blade sliced through the as it passed. A head rolled to the ground. Chapter 40. Comprehensive Enhancement, Thud. The head landed, rolling aside to face Chen Bei. Its black eyes, red pupils, and a bullet wound on the forehead were unmistakable. Chen Bei gasped for breath. At that moment, his health was nearly depleted. He feared the boss had not been fully vanquished. It wasn't until a series of notifications appeared that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Eliminated a special target, earning 500 experience points and additional rewards. Level increased to 8, attributes enhanced. Radiant beams emanated from the boss's corpse, transforming into a plethora of items, a veritable treasure trove. Common drops had a 1-minute retrieval protection, while the boss's drops boasted a generous 3 minutes, allowing for a more leisurely collection. This was the reward for defeating the final boss of a novice game. It was bound to be exceptional. Chen Bei first retrieved a healing potion, gulping it down before meticulously stowing each prize into his bag. Each item he picked up brought forth a delightful surprise. The first was a pair of level 10 equipment, corpse skin gloves. Name: corpse skin gloves. Level 10. Category: equipment. Attributes: physical mystical defense, 45 durability, 95 effect. When equipped, touching a living target with the gloves induces terrifying illusions in the target, lasting for 5 seconds. Mental attacks require a mental check. Targets with high mental attributes may be immune to this effect. Cooldown: 1 minute 30 seconds. Negative: sanity limit -5. Restriction: effect activates only when not holding equipment items in hand. Description: don't delve too deeply into how it was made. Ignorance is bliss. The second item was a level 2 skill card named Blood Shadow Clone. Name: Blood Shadow Clone. Level 2. Effect: A. Actively cut open flesh, consuming varying tiers of health to create a Blood Shadow Clone to assist in battle. The greater the cost, the stronger the Blood Shadow Clone. Effect: B. If the Blood Shadow Clone persists after the effect ends, it will return to you, restoring a certain amount of health. Cost: 10 maximum health, 20 maximum health, 30 maximum health. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 3 minutes. Restriction: none. Usage conditions: sanity above 140 points. Health above 140 points. Description: this time, the blood sacrifice comes with rewards. The third item was a consumable called Howling Bell. Name: Howling Bell. Level none. Category: item. Attributes: soundwave mystical effect, squeeze it hard and throw it. It will inflict sustained physical and mental dual damage within a specified range. Usage: 5 cooldown, 5 minutes. Description: do not forget that its damage is equally effective against you, so keep your distance. The fourth item is a medical kit containing 6 different medicines. The fifth is an ammunition box containing 20 rounds, compatible with various standard firearms. The sixth item consists of 3 game coins, interspersed with gold and silver, a splendid windfall. All 6 rewards are of considerable value. In that moment, Chen Bei found himself unable to discern which was of greater worth. In any case, they were all splendid items, encompassing a wide array of categories: skills, equipment, items, medicines, and ammunition. Everything one could desire. The previous boss had been utterly loathsome, yet the posthumous boss appeared almost endearing. Chen Bei could hardly resist the urge to pick up Xiao Lin's head and plant a kiss upon it in gratitude. But that was not all. The boss's corpse still lay there. Perhaps there were more treasures to unearth. It is indeed a good habit to take a little something from the fallen. Chen Bei sprang into action. And to his surprise, he made an unexpected discovery. The head connected to the spine on the ground, named Father's Love, was a level 10 weapon, usable albeit with some negative effects to consider. Additionally, the red dress worn by Shaolin was also level 10 equipment. Known as the Cursed Spirit Dress, with a restriction that only women may wear it. Chen Bei could not don it himself, so he opted to store it away for potential trade with female players in the future. He was a very pragmatic individual. Battling bosses was indeed a high-risk, high-reward endeavor. Previously, the management group had mentioned that defeating a boss would yield a keycard to unlock the main door of the building. Why had he not found the keycard? Chen Bei pondered. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. He glanced at the management group and found it abuzz with excitement. The administrators were reacting fervently, cheering and exchanging information. In novice rounds, very few individuals managed to slay a boss. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare in 100 matches. Moreover, merely defeating the boss was insufficient. The keycard was left in the ritual room on level -3. And he would need to go there to retrieve it. There was also an important item called the Blood Sacrifice Scroll. It seemed he must make a trip down there. Chen Bei downed another potion. Restoring his health to full, he then donned his new equipment and swapped out skill cards, completing a process that yielded substantial improvements. The new equipment consisted of a pair of skin gloves, crafted from many pieces of hide, possessing a peculiar texture that felt quite strange when worn. As for the material of the gloves, it was best not to dwell on it. Regarding skill cards, the new skill was level 2, clearly superior to the previous level 1 skill, Heavy Kick. Due to slot limitations, he had to make choices, only able to fight with a select few skills. Setting forth, he descended to the lowest level. Chen Bei set out and arrived at level -1. Continuing downward, he reached level -2. This place was far from peaceful. 2 zombies were staggering about, and nearby lay several hospital beds, occupied by individuals. Chen Bei, ever cautious, decided to lure the zombies over before dispatching them, wielding the trusty Demon Slayer knife. As for Father's Love, he would refrain from using it for now. With swift strokes, the Demon Slayer sliced through the zombies, delivering impressive damage and ultimately vanquishing them without even employing his new skill. After clearing the zombies, the room was deemed safe, allowing Chen Bei the opportunity to inspect the hospital beds. Upon lifting the white sheets, he discovered that the individuals were adorned with a striking red flower in their mouths. From prior narratives, it was evident that these individuals served as cultivation vessels, or perhaps flower pots, specifically for nurturing blooms. The zombies seemed disinterested in them, likely unaffected by the flower's influence. Chen Bei hesitated briefly before using his knife to sever the ghost flower from their mouths, stowing it in his backpack. Who knows when it might come in handy? This level also featured a staircase leading further down to level -3. Gripping his weapon and flashlight, Chen Bei descended, arriving at the innermost depths of the building. Level -3 was adorned with a bizarre ritual scene, featuring 5 living sacrifices and disordered entrails strewn across the floor. The center lay an open coffin, and blood was splattered everywhere. A rolled-up scroll rested quietly on the ground, seemingly awaiting the arrival of a new master. Chapter 41. Blood Sacrifice Scroll. 0 degree has arrived here. Not everyone can obtain a sacred item like the Blood Sacrifice Scroll. Indeed, even seasoned players who have cleared 10 rounds may not acquire one. When he picks it up, it will surely be quite the ordeal. The management group was engaged in lively conversation, at times. The topics they discussed could prove life or death matters for Chen Bei. Realizing the significance of the Blood Sacrifice Scroll, he cautiously approached and picked it up. Obtained Blood Sacrifice Scroll X1. Acquired the Blood Sacrifice Scroll. The prompt box displayed garbled text. Chen Bei was taken aback. This item was so sinister that it could even affect the game system. He felt a jolt in his hand as the Blood Sacrifice Scroll slipped from his grasp, unfurling automatically. The scroll was covered in blood-red text that writhed as if swarming with red maggots. Above the scroll, an eye opened. Black background, red pupil, glaring intensely at Chen Bei. He felt a wave of dizziness, whispers echoing in his ears. His vision became a kaleidoscope of colors, multiple images overlapping as if his soul were about to escape. Creating a sensation of weightlessness, he found himself comprehending the contents of the Blood Sacrifice Scroll. Within its pages was a record of a sinister technique known as body-devouring strengthening. This dark art involved the consumption and transformation of a living target. assimilating it into oneself to enhance various aspects of the body. Through repeated enhancements, one could transcend their mortal form, becoming a more enigmatic and advanced existence. But wait, shouldn't this scroll detail the method of creating zombies? Why had it transformed into something entirely different? Chen Bei's sanity fluctuated wildly, at times even dipping into negative values. He could not continue reading. Chen Bei rushed forward, covering the blood sacrifice scroll and stuffing it into his dimensional backpack. Phew, phew. Chen Bei was drenched in cold sweat, his clothes soaked through. Those few seconds had nearly driven him to madness. Once he stowed the blood sacrifice scroll, the surroundings returned to normal. This item was far too malevolent to observe for long. Chen Bei felt a lingering sense of dread. He glanced at the management group and gleaned a piece of information, or rather an answer. It turned out that the content of the blood sacrifice scroll varied depending on the reader. It was a constantly changing, unfathomable enigma. The previous individual, Luo Kong, had seen instructions on how to create zombies, while Chen Bei had discerned the body-devouring strengthening. Acquired the dark art, body-devouring strengthening. Casting this dark art will undoubtedly require a corresponding sacrifice. Please think carefully. Chen Bei received a notification. His records now included a dark arts entry, absorbing a person and transferring them into oneself to enhance oneself. This dark art was exceedingly extreme and fraught with danger. For the time being, Chen Bei had no intention of using it.as for the future. It was hard to say. He continued to search the room, eventually discovering a record file detailing the thoughts of a man named Luo Kong, which appeared rather bizarre and lacked significance. He also found a keycard at the broadcasting station. At last, he could finally leave. When the time was up, he could exit as well. Exiting through the door was another method of clearing the game. How much time is left? Not much, only a little over 3 minutes. He can't possibly just stand there, can he? If he doesn't open the door himself, he won't trigger the special clearing conditions. Hurry and open the door. It's making me anxious. The dialogue from the management group prompted Chen Bei to hasten his actions. He quickly moved, striding out of the room before breaking into a run. Level-2. Level-1 ground floored. The main entrance. Chen Bei dashed to the door, swiping the key card across the electronic lock with vigor. Beeped out a sound resonated as the light turned green, and the heavy iron door slowly creaked open. Outside lay not a world of freedom but a misty, chaotic expanse. Chen Bei gazed out, his emotions complex and difficult to articulate. You have cleared this round of the game in a special manner, earning 5 game coins as a reward. In recognition of your outstanding performance in this round, you have received a special reward of 1 Foot King of Beginner's Badge. This round of the Nightmare game has concluded. Out of 100 participating players, 24 have survived. During the remaining time, you may choose to continue exploring the game scene or exit through the exit. Countdown: 1 minute 46 seconds. 1 minute 45 seconds. 1 minute 44 seconds. With just over a minute left, there was little that could be accomplished. As Chen Bei was about to step outside, another thought crossed his mind. 0 degree, by Xiaopeng, if you come to the main door now, I can gift you a level 4 weapon. This was a promise Chen Bei had made earlier. In certain respects, he held to his principles. Either he would not speak, or if he did, he would follow through. The other party did not respond. With less than 10 seconds remaining in the countdown, a plump figure rushed down the stairs, eagerly arriving before Chen Bei. Big brother, I'm here, Bai Xiaopeng exclaimed, bounding toward him. Chen Bei smiled. This fellow had indeed come. The level 4 weapon held little significance for Chen Bei now, being more of a luxury than a necessity. He retrieved the level 4 crocodile clipper and handed it to Bai Xiaopeng. Here you go, fulfilling my earlier promise, Chen Bei said. Thank you, big brother. In the next game, I'll stick with you. You've got to look out for me. If we ever return to the real world, I'll definitely pay you back. I'll give you. Bai Xiaopeng's words abruptly halted. A burst of white light erupted, engulfing the entire world. The game has concluded, and personnel are safely transferring to their dormitories. The overall score for this round is rated A, and as an intern administrator, you have earned 85 management points. Please continue your efforts and strive for a promotion soon. You have been removed from the Rookie Game Management Group, numbered 77. Welcome to the Junior Dormitory Building number 9. Your room number has been reassigned, and you have received the new room number 606. You have obtained a copy of the Dormitory Living Manual, which can be viewed in the file function. Please enjoy your holiday time. The dormitory is absolutely safe. There are 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds remaining until the next game begins. You have entered the dormitory group chat. Chen Bei appeared in his dormitory, greeted by a series of notifications. He took a few deep breaths to acclimate to his current state. What was this situation? Chen Bei felt somewhat bewildered. He sat on the bed and opened the file. Retrieving the living manual, it contained more detailed information, explaining the conditions of the dormitory building. Apparently, after the game ends, there is a brief holiday that must be spent within the dormitory. The dormitory is enclosed, and one cannot exit. Activities are limited to within the building. Players are protected by rules here and are guaranteed absolute safety. Players cannot harm one another, and any violations will be punished, with severe offenders facing annihilation. Moreover, the dormitories themselves are also under protective measures, preventing players from attacking others' rooms. To enter someone else's dormitory, one must obtain the owner's approval. Otherwise, entry is impossible. As for theft or robbery, such actions are also strictly prohibited. In essence, the dormitory serves as a safe zone. Regardless of the dangers in the game, once one arrives here, complete peace of mind is assured. Within the dormitory, numerous activities can be undertaken, far beyond mere rest. Once the holiday concludes, players will be forcibly ushered into the next round of the game, in an endless cycle. This is how things stand. The first round of the rookie game is perilous, with a success rate of only about 1 in 4. When will this end? Must one continue playing until death? Chen Bei felt a surge of frustration. He desperately wanted to drag those administrators out and give them a good beating. However, he had already been removed from the management group and had no idea when he would be allowed back in. If he couldn't re-enter the management group, he would merely be an ordinary player, indistinguishable from the masses. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted Chen Bei's thoughts. Chapter 42. The dormitory building. The manual clearly states that this place is absolutely safe. Hence, there is nothing to worry about. Chen Bei approached the door and peered through the peephole. Outside stood a girl with white hair, strikingly beautiful, exuding a pure and innocent aura, her skin as white as snow, and her expression one of anxiety. She wore a lantern-sleeved shirt paired with tight jeans, bloodstains adorning her attire, and in her hand, she clutched a serrated knife. It seemed she was a player who had just returned from completing a game. Whether she was in the same round as Chen Bei remained uncertain, as he had never seen her before. With a bold move, Chen Bei opened the door. Their eyes met, and the white-haired girl froze, tears streaming down her face as she murmured, "Why are you here? Where is my boyfriend? Where has he gone? This is clearly his dormitory." The white-haired girl's emotions spiraled out of control as she clutched Chen Bei's clothing. Her actions were instantly repelled by an invisible force. Indeed, rules and protections existed within the dormitory. Not only could players not harm one another, even the slightest movement was restricted. Why? Why? The white-haired girl cried as she ran away. Fully aware of what this signified, Chen Bei, meanwhile, was left somewhat perplexed. Watching her retreat, he surmised that the white-haired girl's boyfriend must have perished in the game, and this room number and dormitory location had been assigned to him in his stead. How absurd! Why should this concern him? Chen Bei quickly dismissed the incident from his mind. He surveyed his surroundings. The dormitory corridor was long, lined with rooms on either side. Many people had already emerged. Some were shouting and filled with excitement. Haha, I survived the third round. Who wants to have some fun? No restrictions on gender. Damn, that was close. I almost died in this round. Where's this place? The corridor grew increasingly lively. It appeared that not only newcomers who had completed the first round would arrive here, but also those who had successfully navigated multiple rounds. Hey there, little bro, you must be new here. Right? Want to have a chat? I'm an experienced player and can sell you some good stuff at a low price, a man's voice echoed. Chen Bei turned to look. The speaker was a middle-aged man, his thinning hair betraying his age, with a sheepish grin on his face. The man approached and extended his hand, triggering a friend request. His game name was Chang Nan Hua Kai. Chen Bei shook his hand and tentatively accepted the friend request. Come, let's talk in my room. I'll treat you to some snacks, Chang Nan Hua Kai warmly invited. And oh thanks. Let's just talk here. Chen Bei declined. That's fine. After all, we just met. We're still getting to know each other. Once you see how friendly I am, you'll understand. How many rounds have you cleared? 3 rounds. Are there players who have cleared 8 or 9 rounds, or even more? No, that's impossible, as this is the junior dormitory building. The maximum is 5 rounds. After the 6th round, Players will be transported to a higher-level dormitory. I've heard that the conditions there are much better that I see. Chen Bei felt a vague sense of distrust towards the man, but was not averse to engaging in conversation to extract some useful information. The more eager the man appeared, the more suspect he seemed. After all, as the saying goes, a weasel doesn't greet a chicken with good intentions, little bro. I've got a deal that will surely pique your interest. Normally, clearing a game grants at least one game coin. With just one game coin, you can exchange it with me for a whopping 100 recipes. 100! Chang Nan Huakai exclaimed animatedly. 100! Chen Bei was taken aback. Absolutely. I'm not lying to you. It's guaranteed to be authentic and fair. I can give you a few recipes for free so you can test the waters before we trade. There's a trading hall downstairs where transactions are protected, so you can rest assured. 100 recipes. Chen Bei pondered. He was not an ordinary novice player. This time, he had accrued a total of 10 game coins from clearing the round. Using one of them to acquire 100 recipes seemed like a worthwhile trade. Just then, a woman's voice cut through the conversation, laced with mockery. You scoundrel, are you back here trying to swindle newcomers again? I knew you couldn't change your deceitful ways. Handsome, don't listen to his nonsense. Recipes are the least valuable items in the game because they can be shared infinitely. If you want recipes, I can give you 100 for free. As she spoke, a woman approached. In her late 20s. She wore a black leather jacket and skirt, boasting a curvaceous figure akin to a classic Western beauty, and her looks were quite appealing, embodying the essence of a sultry siren. She sauntered with an alluring sway, exuding an undeniable charm. Chang Nan Huakai seethed. You wretched woman, I'm here chatting with this little bro. What business is it of yours? Go prance around somewhere else. Oh, did I step on your tail? As long as I'm here, you won't be able to deceive anyone. Who am I deceiving? It's a voluntary transaction. One wants to buy, the other wants to sell. It's a fair trade. Spare me that. You think you can exchange a pile of worthless blueprints for precious game coins? Not a chance. You. What about me? Just you wait. If we end up in the same game in the future, you'll see how I deal with you. Who's afraid of whom? I'm not someone to be trifled with. The two shouted at each other, their faces flushed, as if they had a long-standing grudge. Seeing the situation fall apart, Chang Nan Huakai cursed and walked away. The remaining woman appraised Chen Bei from head to toe, chuckling. You're quite handsome, but looking a bit shabby. Come on, let me take you for a bath. Don't worry, it's absolutely free, just the public bathroom in the dormitory. Chen Bei knew that this woman might not be trustworthy, yet he followed her nonetheless. He indeed needed a thorough wash. Arriving at the dormitory's bathroom, it appeared no different from an ordinary facility. Go in and relax. Once you're done, we can find a place to chat. I'm not like that previous jerk. I won't try to con you. They had already added each other as friends during their walk. The woman's game name was Spicy Girl. With a splash, the showerhead sprayed clean water onto Chen Bei, washing away layers of grime and blood. The muck, foam, and flowing water spiraled together into the drain. Chen Bei watched this scene unfold, feeling a profound sense of disconnection, even questioning whether his previous experiences had been real. In fact, only 6 hours had passed from the beginning to the end of the rookie game. A mere 6 hours, yet it felt like a completely different life. When Chen Bei emerged from the shower, clad in a bathrobe, his soiled clothes temporarily stowed in his dimensional backpack, Spicy Girl stood outside the bathroom. Upon seeing him, she let out a playful wolf whistle. Looking handsome after a wash makes me feel all fluttery. Does the bathroom also have public washing machines or laundries? Chen Bei inquired, of course. Follow me. Today, I'll be your guide and show you around the dormitory building. I wouldn't want to impose. There is no need for embarrassment. My mind is simply preoccupied with your gaming currency. If you feel that I have shown you sufficient kindness, a token of appreciation in the form of a game coin would suffice. Game coins. Once again, game coins. These seasoned players, one after another, are all here for the sake of the game currency. Chen Bei has come to a profound realization regarding the extraordinary value of his mere 10 game coins. Chapter 43. Gotcha Machine. The washing machine is spinning vigorously. A considerable number of players are present to do their laundry. Chen Bei occupies one of the machines, while a vivacious girl stands nearby. According to her, she has just completed 2 rounds of the game, which is only one more than Chen Bei. Just 1 round? You understand? That is significantly more than I have, Chen Bei remarks. Word of mouth, I suppose that I heard it from other seasoned players, she replies. Play 1 more round, and you'll be a seasoned player yourself, she chuckles. That is true. How many players remain in your novice round? 24. That's quite similar to my novice round. We had 30 players left, primarily due to that terrifying bear at the end. A bear. Chen Bei blinks in surprise. Where did that bear come from? Given your reaction, your novice round must not have been blood escape. No need for alarm. Novice rounds are not fixed. There are countless varieties of games, the girl explains. Are there truly that many variations in novice rounds? Indeed. There are numerous twists. Even within the same game, significant differences can arise do not overly rely on the experiences of seasoned players. Each round is a fresh design, and clearing it ultimately depends on oneself. I understand now. The theme of the game may recur, but each time it will be modified slightly. Exactly. She snaps her fingers. How can one achieve permanent clearance? To completely leave the dormitory survival game and return to reality. Leading a normal life, Chen Bei poses the question that weighs heavily on his mind. I wouldn't know, don't forget. We are in the beginner dormitory. Perhaps answers await in a more advanced dormitory, where you might encounter more seasoned players. It's also possible you may never escape, until the game ultimately claims you, she says with a cold laugh, tinged with self-mockery. Games are meant for enjoyment. The real question is, who is playing whom? These players gamble their lives, risking everything, yet they appear more like puppets being manipulated. With a chime, the washing machine comes to a halt. Chen Bei opens the lid, retrieves his clothes, and finds them thoroughly dry. 6. It's a washer-dryer combo, and it's quite fast, he chuckles. The amenities in this dormitory are rather impressive. Some of the technology clearly exceeds real-world standards. So don't dwell on it, the girl advises. Wait for me. I'll change back into my original clothes. It's rather indecorous to wander around in a bathrobe. Who says it's indecorous? I think it's quite delightful. Just the thought of you being in a bathrobe and not much else excites me. A moment later, Chen Bei has donned his heavy trench coat and steps back outside, where the girl awaits. Come, let me take you to a fun place. She takes his hand with enthusiasm, as if they have known each other for ages. Chen Bei, feeling no reluctance, follows her lead. As they walk part way, they encounter two players engaged in a fierce altercation, shouting and pulling at each other, declaring a death match, while a crowd gathers to witness. Chen Bei furrows his brow. Didn't they say fighting is prohibited within the dormitory? There's a ring inside the building. Once you step into the ring, you can fight, even kill. Defeating your opponent grants you their experience points and drops. Some players are not content merely to survive the game. They also seek to engage in combat here. Just ignore those madmen, the girl explains. Chen Bei nods, realizing that this dormitory holds many secrets beyond just a place for rest. The girl then leads him to a bustling mall hall filled with various machines. Some resembling gacha machines, others like vending machines. The atmosphere is lively, with voices raised in both anger and jubilation. Upon entering, the girl becomes visibly more excited. This is a fantastic place, a paradise for gaming consumption. No amount of game coins will ever suffice. Here, game coins are the only hard currency, and you will soon come to appreciate their value. She pulls Chen Bei along, sprinting to an unoccupied machine. The machine, unmistakably a gacha machine, features a coin slot and a knob, displaying a message of 1 coin per attempt. This machine is for drawing prizes. 1 game coin for each draw. You can win all sorts of random items. If luck is on your side, you might even draw a legendary weapon or high-tier equipment. But if fortune frowns upon you, you might just end up with a roll of toilet paper. The girl enthusiastically slaps the machine. Chen Bei steps forward to operate it, accessing the machine's introduction function, which includes a prize list showcasing a plethora of items. Among them are exceedingly rare prizes that could only be won by those with exceptional luck. Faced with such a gamble, he feels compelled to try his luck. Otherwise, he might struggle to sleep tonight. He produces a game coin and calmly declares, I wish to test my fortune, hoping I do not draw a roll of toilet paper. Go ahead, draw game coins are meant to be spent, not hoarded, the girl encourages. Why not hoard them? Because you can hoard your life, but you cannot guarantee you'll survive the next round. I see, Chen Bei nods. Acknowledging the wisdom. In essence, it's better to enjoy what you have while you can. He inserts the game coin, and the display changes. After twisting the knob, the machine vibrates and emits music, revealing numerous gacha capsules rolling inside. 1 capsule drops, landing in the collection slot, displaying ownership as 0 degree, preventing others from snatching it. Chen Bei retrieves the capsule, splitting it in 2. The shells automatically vanish, revealing a note inside. It reads, "Reward. 1 chance to enter a solo game." With difficulty adjusted according to the player's level. Chen Bei is taken aback, and the girl beside him gasps in surprise. "What?" they exclaim in unison. A related prompt appears, visible only to Chen Bei. "You have gained 1 opportunity to join a solo game. Do you accept?" Declining is considered forfeiting this opportunity. Choosing to accept will immediately initiate the solo game and commence the challenge. Please decide within the time limit. Countdown, 1 minute. Chen Bei is at a loss. Why did I even draw this? Now, he faces the dilemma of whether to participate in a solo game or let the opportunity slip away. If he goes, he will undoubtedly confront life and death challenges. If he declines, that game coin will be wasted. He has yet to rest properly in the dormitory, though he doesn't feel particularly fatigued at the moment. Transported back to the dormitory, his health and sanity are fully restored, returning him to peak condition. 0 degree. Do you wish to partake in this solo game? As a newcomer, if you're uncertain, it might be best to forego it. In multiplayer games, there's at least some mutual support, but in solo games, you must rely solely on yourself. The girl advises, "I have made my decision. I will go." Chen Bei wrestles with his thoughts, but ultimately resolves to seize this opportunity. Not wanting to waste the game coin, fearing second thoughts, he clicks to confirm. Accepting solo game, generating randomly, generation complete. The upcoming game is Eternal Tree. This round requires player participation from the dormitory. Preparations complete. Commencing teleportation. Once again, Chen Bei is engulfed in a blinding light. Chapter 44, Solo Game. You have entered the Eternal Tree game scenario. The dormitory has been randomly allocated to a suitable location. This round of the game does not have a doorplate number. The game duration is 3 days. It concludes upon witnessing the dawn of the 4th day. The initial time in the game is nighttime. Wishing you an enjoyable game. You have been added to the Eternal Tree Solo Game Management Group, acquiring the role of an intern administrator, codenamed Toilet. What? Toilet? Chen Bei scoffs. He essentially possesses 2 systems, one as a player and another as an administrator. It seems that each time he enters the game, he will be drawn into the management group. This time, he is the sole player, so there is no players group, only the management group to monitor. Upon entering the chat, he notices fewer individuals than before. There is only 1 level 2 administrator, 2 level 3 managers, and 5 interns, including Chen Bei. Each individual's codename pertains to bathroom themes. The level 2 administrator is called Faucet, while the 2 level 3 managers are named Towel and Mirror. Respectively, the remaining interns are all muted. It appears that the codenames for administrators change with each round. Oh well, it's not a permanent name. I suppose Toilet will suffice. Chen Bei accepts his fate. At present, the entire dormitory is shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light source. He can hear rustling sounds from outside. Chen Bei approaches the wall and presses the light switch, but nothing happens, triggering a prompt. The power supply conditions differ for each game. Some game scenarios will have normal water and electricity supply, while others will not, necessitating players to generate their own power. Upgrading the dormitory to level 3 unlocks the battery compartment, allowing for battery installation to supply power. This is the most basic means of power supply. This game has no electricity? How stingy! Chen Bei reluctantly retrieves a flashlight to illuminate the room, dispelling the darkness. The previous prompt indicated that upgrading the dormitory to level 3 would unlock the power supply. Previously, I had obtained the formula for a level 3 dormitory, but at that time, I lacked sufficient materials, so it was put on hold. Now that I have enough materials, it is the perfect opportunity to upgrade. Chen Bei extended his hand, activating the dormitory upgrade function, and began to. The upgrade process required his full attention. He had to manage the tasks of carpenter, mason, and electrician all by himself, leaving him with barely enough hands to complete the job. A progress bar appeared, slowly inching toward completion, consuming a considerable amount of time. Upgrade successful. New facilities added: porch light, battery compartment, shoe rack, weapon rack, wardrobe. Door number, none level, level 3 area, 25 square meters door durability, 65 wall durability, 200 facilities, door. Single bed, bedside table, protective window, ceiling light, porch light, battery compartment, shoe rack, weapon rack, wardrobe. The dormitory had transformed. The entire space had expanded slightly, and new items emerged. A shoe rack had appeared at the entrance, while a weapon rack and wardrobe had materialized against the wall. Various miscellaneous items could now be organized, much to the delight of those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Additionally, a battery compartment had been added to the wall. Approaching it, he was informed that certain devices required power to operate, such as the ceiling light and porch light. Conveniently, Chen Bei had a battery on hand, which he retrieved and placed into the battery compartment. The previously empty charge increased slightly. Lights could be turned on now. Chen Bei pressed the light switch, and the overhead light flickered to life. He switched off the flashlight and surveyed the newly expanded dormitory. Although it felt more spacious, there remained a sense of confinement. It seemed to be raining outside, as the sound of raindrops pattered softly. Chen Bei leaned against the iron-barred window, gazing into the inky darkness beyond, a void where one could not see their own hand. Raindrops trickled down the window pane, meandering as they descended. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed, startling Chen Bei. He swiftly turned to the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound persisted, growing more urgent. Chen Bei's heart raced. Who could be knocking at this hour? He hesitated, uncertain whether to open the door. The knocking continued, increasingly frantic. Anxious, Chen Bei instinctively peeked into the management group chat, hoping for guidance. To his dismay, the chat was sparsely populated, with little enthusiasm. Only a level 2 administrator uttered some hollow pleasantries, which proved utterly meaningless. With no hope from that group, Chen Bei had to make his own judgment. He raised his voice and called out, "Who is it?" The knocking ceased abruptly. A raspy voice replied, sounding like sandpaper scraping against rusty metal. "It's raining heavily outside. I seek shelter for the night. Please, let me in." Chen Bei approached the door, peering through the peephole. Outside, visibility was zero. The porch light. He remembered it and pressed the button. The light flickered on, illuminating the area with a dim glow, allowing him to discern the situation outside. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bei leaned against the door to observe. Under the feeble light stood a ragged man, clad in tattered clothing, wearing a hood that cast a shadow over most of his face. The man appeared gaunt, barefoot, with bony hands and long, grimy nails. Who would dare let such a suspicious figure inside? The rain continued to pour relentlessly upon the man outside, water cascading down from his hair and clothing. "I'm sorry, but this is a private residence, and I cannot offer you shelter. Please find another place to wait out the rain." Chen Bei firmly refused. The man outside did not leave, instead ominously stating, "You're watching me, aren't you? Then take a good look at this." With that, he lifted his clothing, revealing his emaciated form. Upon his abdomen, there was a second human face. This face was wrinkled, with features haphazardly arranged. Both eyes were askew, and it bore a mouth and ears, along with a sparse amount of hair. Initially, the eyes were closed, but they slowly opened, and the mouth twisted into a smile. This face was laughing. Hee hee. Both faces on the same body were laughing. The sight was utterly disconcerting. Chen Bei's rationality faltered, and he instinctively wanted to retreat, yet he could not move. He needed to discern the intentions of the figure outside. The man outside continued to cackle for a moment before turning and walking away, vanishing into the rain. Was that it? Chen Bei had not anticipated such an easy departure. He had expected a forced confrontation or some sort of conflict. Not long after bidding farewell to one strange visitor, another approached, knocking at the door once more. Chen Bei turned on the light to inspect, and to his surprise, the new figure resembled the previous one. Equally ragged and emaciated. "Get lost. No shelter allowed." Chen Bei had been polite previously, but now he erupted in anger. The second visitor pulled up his sleeve, revealing yet another face on his arm. Then came a third, a fourth, and a fifth, each one knocking at his door, each possessing a second face positioned differently, some on their necks, others on their chests, and even on their legs. Having multiple faces on one body felt utterly grotesque, and Chen Bei found himself increasingly agitated by these bizarre visitors. He longed to fling the door open and unleash a torrent of violence, obliterating their two faces in the process. In a harmonious society, he was a law-abiding citizen. Yet in this game, his violent instincts had been awakened, and he simmered with rage. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed. Another one. Chen Bei unsheathed his weapon, fueled by frustration, and marched to the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. Standing on the other side was a seemingly normal person. At least, he appeared normal. The newcomer, clad in a yellow rain jacket, wore glasses, sported some stubble, and carried a backpack, holding a flashlight in one hand. Knock, 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 is anyone home? I see the lights are on. This time, Chen Bei did not hastily reject the visitor. This person seemed quite different from the previous dual-faced beings. Mirror. We reached a plot point. Towel. Indeed. The visitor outside is a key character, and whether or not to open the door will have implications. Mirror. I recall that opening the door increases the likelihood of a favorable outcome. Towel. Exactly. Chen Bei caught a glimpse of their conversation and recognized the significance of the person outside. Since this was a game, this individual must be an NPC, rather than a foe. Chen Bei sheathed his weapon, deciding to forego aggression. With a creak, he unlocked the door and swung it open. The two men exchanged glances. Hello, I am Yin Hongren, the Yin from Swallow. I am a reporter. The visitor extended a hand. Introducing himself to I am Lingdu, Chen Bei replied, shaking Yin Hongren's hand, which was warm and reassuringly human. This individual was not just warm. He was undeniably alive. Chen Bei pondered the nature of NPCs within the game. Were they regular humans forced to play roles? Clones, 3D prints, or robots? As he invited Yin Hongren inside, he shut out the stormy weather. Upon entering, Yin Hongren noticed the lack of seating and felt a bit awkward. Chen Bei had previously smashed any chairs he encountered for materials. Leaving none behind at IT seemed he would need to procure some furniture soon to make the space more hospitable. You can sit here for now, he said, gesturing to the hard bed frame. Yin Hongren thanked him and sat down. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, Chen Bei broke the ice. You mentioned you are a reporter? What brings you here? My reason for coming here is rather peculiar. You may not believe it if I told you. Yin Hongren hesitated. Go ahead. I assure you, my reason is likely even stranger. Well, all right then. Since we're sitting here, I might as well share. Yin Hongren began to recount his tale. He had been haunted by dreams of this area since childhood, dreams that tormented him for years. In these dreams, he saw a lifeless forest, where a grotesque ancient tree loomed, its leaves resembling withered hands, and tree tumors shaped like human faces sprouted from its trunk. A group of strange figures danced around the tree. And most disturbingly, they would capture living beings, kill them beneath the tree, and offer their remains as sacrifices. The ancient tree would consume the corpses, producing bloody fruits that the figures devoured with manic glee. For years, Yin Hongren had been oblivious to the meaning behind these visions. However, recently, he had come across reports of a series of disappearances, with some photographs eerily mirroring his dreamscape. Thus, he took a leave of absence to investigate. Upon arriving in these woods, he lost all sense of direction. All of his electronic devices failed, including his compass, leaving him unable to escape. It was only as night fell, with the cold rain pouring down, that he stumbled upon this refuge. Having heard Yin Hongren's account, Chen Bei felt as if a fog had lifted, granting him a clearer understanding of this solitary game. It was evident that the root of the problem lay with that ancient tree. If he could eliminate it, he would likely clear the game. Yin Hongren's presence seemed to hold greater significance than mere narrative exposition. He could potentially be of immense assistance, and Chen Bei intended to utilize that to his advantage. Indeed, it was about making use of Yin Hongren. There was no need to view him as a real human, no matter how human he appeared externally as you spoke. Your gaze was resolute and your demeanor sincere, which instilled in me a deep trust in your words. Once dawn breaks, I shall accompany you to explore this forest, striving to uncover the secrets concealed within its depths. Perhaps, from that point onward, you shall no longer dream of this place. Thank you for believing in me. To be honest, the moment I stepped into this forest, an unsettling feeling washed over me. It would be wonderful if you could assist me. Yin Hongren chuckled. Did you not encounter the peculiar individuals who knocked on your door earlier? I did indeed catch a glimpse of some figures in the woods. I thought I was imagining things. They moved swiftly, and I couldn't even ascertain whether they were human. Fear not, for I am here. Whether they be human or specter, there shall be a way. Let us conserve our energy tonight and venture forth tomorrow. Very well, the two of them agreed and waited until dawn. Unsure of the exact duration, it was likely around 20 minutes. The outside world began to brighten, and the rain had ceased. Chen Bei made an observation. In novice games, there are daily prompts and guidance. However, in this round, there was a prompt only at the start, after which none followed. One might optimistically view this as an enhancement to the game's immersive experience. But in reality, It signifies a complete abandonment of the players. Everything that needed to be taught was imparted during the novice stage. Subsequent gameplay relies entirely on the players themselves. Chen Bei took the key, prepared himself, and beckoned Yin Hongren to join him outside. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by a dismal landscape of lifeless trees, devoid of any greenery. The rain from the previous night had rendered the ground damp, with some areas transforming into muddy pits. The fog in the forest was thick, weighing heavily overhead, obscuring the sun entirely. Visibility was exceedingly low. Chen Bei locked the door and set off at tea that moment. He was clad in a heavy trench coat, donned a wooden box helmet, wore corpse skin gloves, and sported a Novice King badge upon his chest. This badge was awarded upon completing a previous challenge, enhancing item drop rates by 2 and increasing all attributes by 1 point. Only one badge may be worn at a time, making it a relatively rare piece of equipment. With a swift motion, Chen Bei unsheathed the demon-slaying blade, startling Yin Hongren. "You are bringing such a large blade with you?" Yin Hongren exclaimed, flustered. "I find this forest to be unsafe. A blade provides a sense of security. I have other weapons in my bag. Would you like one?" Chen Bei offered. "No, I have never fought before. I've always been the one bullied. But you are no longer a child. Come, take it." Chen Bei produced an old spring-loaded fist weapon and handed it to him. Yin Hongren accepted the peculiar weapon, deciding to keep it for the time being. With no particular goal in mind, they began to wander aimlessly. After walking for a while, Chen Bei opened the system map to check, only to find it obscured. The screen displayed, "Map function unavailable in this round of the game." Chen Bei felt an urge to express his frustration, recalling Yin Hongren's earlier mention of losing one's way in the woods. It appeared this round was deliberately designed to lead players astray. Chen Bei resorted to using his blade to carve a few marks in the trees, leaving behind wounds as indicators. "You're going to stay here? How could you possibly get lost?" Yin Hongren queried, puzzled. "To be honest, I just moved here, and my knowledge of the area is no greater than yours. Let us mark our path as we walk." "Better safe than sorry," Chen Bei suggested. "Very well, I hope this proves useful." Thus, the two of them ventured further into the depths of the forest. Once their figures vanished into the mist, the tree that Chen Bei had previously marked began to shift slowly along the ground, altering its position. Chapter 46. The trap awaits. Within the somber woods, the two continued their cautious advance. Along the way, Yin Hongren produced a compass, but the needle spun chaotically, proving utterly useless. Chen Bei glanced backward. The mist enveloping the treetops and the dormitory was already out of sight. They had traveled quite a distance, yet discovered little. 0 degrees. "Why do you reside in such a dreadful place?" Yin Hongren inquired as they walked. "For the thrill of it," Chen Bei replied, offering a rather truthful response. "This is hardly thrilling." Just as he spoke, Yin Hongren stepped on something, halting abruptly, and pulled out an object from the muck. It was a skull. Seemingly aged, the bones crumbling as Yin Hongren inadvertently crushed a piece beneath his foot. Neither of them screamed. In such a cursed place, encountering a skull was utterly commonplace. Chen Bei took the skull, examined it for a moment, and hung it on a nearby branch. "Behold, a Christmas tree," he jested. "That dark humor is rather unsettling," Yin Hongren replied with a wry smile. They continued their journey and soon made another discovery. On a tree across from them, there were fresh gashes from a blade. This was unmistakably a mark left by Chen Bei during an earlier passage. The troubling part was that they had been walking in a straight line. Yet the markings appeared to have moved ahead of them. They exchanged a glance, sensing something amiss. Chen Bei scrutinized the marks on the tree, confirming they were indeed his, and they bore an arrow shape. "Prepare for the possibility of getting lost," he cautioned. "Agreed," Yin Hongren replied, his brow furrowed. Continuing onward, they soon encountered another marked tree. Strangely, both trees bore marks this time. The two trees stood side by side, their arrows pointing towards one another. Chen Bei distinctly remembered spacing out his markings. They would not have been so close together. This indicated the trees were shifting. Chen Bei's voice turned grave. "No wonder I became disoriented in the woods yesterday. There is indeed something peculiar here," Yin Hongren replied solemnly. "After last night's rain, the trees are too damp. Otherwise, I would seriously consider igniting a forest fire to clear this place. Perhaps we should think of something more practical." "What should our next step be?" Chen Bei scanned the surroundings, his gaze quickly drawn to a particular direction. Something felt off over there. The trees stood in two parallel rows, forming a tidy path that extended into the mist. In what resembled a ghostly maze, a clear path emerged, as if beckoning them forward. Chen Bei felt an irresistible compulsion to proceed, fully aware that there was no turning back, without entering the tiger's den. How could one know if it contained a cub or not? Let us proceed that way. Chen Bei led the way, gripping his weapon more tightly. Yin Hongren followed closely, also sensing the unusualness of the path. The further they walked, the more Yin Hongren turned to look back, exclaiming, "The path we came from has vanished." Chen Bei turned to follow his gaze. Indeed, the trees had shifted, blocking their route. Yet it was not entirely sealed. There remained a narrow passage between the trees. They pressed onward, acutely aware that the path was growing increasingly constricted. The trees beside them seemed to be inching closer, consciously compressing their space. Behind them, the path dwindled with each step. Eventually, only a narrow corridor remained. Upon passing through, they found themselves in a more open area. A vast circular clearing lay before them, piled high with a mountain of bones. Various bones were heaped together, human, animal, protruding antlers, and ferocious fangs. The sheer quantity was staggering, numbering in the thousands. This shocking sight assaulted their senses. Chen Bei was not faint-hearted, yet his rationality surged with alarm. "I have seen this scene in my dreams." Yin Hongren exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to examine the bone mound closely. The mountain of bones towered above him, necessitating an upward gaze. Indeed, it was the very scene from his dreams. After consuming humans, the ancient trees would deposit the remaining skeletons here. Yin Hongren murmured, "Some force has guided us here, merely to reveal this to us. I wonder if there is a deeper significance." Chen Bei spoke in a low tone. That moment, he noticed a message from the Level 2 administrator in the group. "Water faucet, water faucet. The attack may commence." An attack? Chen Bei felt a sense of foreboding and quickly pulled Yin Hongren closer. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air, whistling ominously. Yin Hongren narrowly dodged the projectile. Nearby, an arrow had embedded itself into a tree trunk, the fletching still quivering in ambush. What a lack of chivalry! Chen Bei scanned the area, spotting a figure perched in a nearby tree. The individual was clad in tattered clothing. Gaunt and wiry, wielding an archaic bow and arrow, preparing to knock another arrow. Shadows of others flitted about, indicating that there were certainly more than one enemy, and they were likely the same double-faced monsters that had appeared at the door the previous night. "Take this to protect yourself." Chen Bei produced a large wooden shield and thrust it into Yin Hongren's hands, then readied his own handgun, fully loaded. "I had been wanting to deal with you last night." Chen Bei charged toward the enemy in the tree, closing the distance. With his precision, he knew it was futile to attack from afar. He had the self-awareness to understand that much. Whoosh! The double-faced monster fired an arrow, striking the ground near Chen Bei's feet, missing its mark. The distance between them narrowed further. Chen Bei knelt, aiming his gun, holding his breath. Arm, sight, enemy point 3 points aligned, bang! The enemy fell in response. The fallen double-faced monster did not perish. It struggled to rise. Chen Bei stepped forward to deliver a finishing shot, hitting the creature squarely in the head. A gaping blood hole the size of an egg formed. He assumed this would suffice, as even zombies could be dispatched with a headshot. But the double-faced monster once again stood up. "It's indestructible?" Chen Bei was taken aback. The standing double-faced monster's head drooped, and with one hand, it tore open its clothing, revealing another face on its shoulder. The wrinkled visage, with its distorted features, bore eyes that were mere slits, fixated intently on Chen Bei. "This is how it is," Chen Bei realized with clarity. The double-faced monster possesses two faces, meaning two heads. Destroying one merely allows the other to take control of the body. Thus, each double-faced monster must be killed twice to truly eliminate it. Understanding this, Chen Bei wielded his knife and charged forward, swinging it fiercely at the face of the enemy on the shoulder. Crack, crack, crack! The blade of the evil slayer was extraordinarily sharp, inflicting deep cuts on the grotesque visage. The contorted face let out a chilling shriek. Damage numbers erupted, emptying the second health bar at last. The two-faced fiend was truly defeated. However, Chen Bei had no time to relax, for the battle was far from over. Suddenly, he heard Yin Hongren's panicked cries, indicating something had gone awry. Chen Bei turned to look. There stood Yin Hongren, brandishing a large wooden shield, his back against a tree, fending off arrows raining down from the enemy. The arrows struck with such force that they pierced the wooden shield, the tips protruding from the inner side. To make matters worse, the very tree Yin Hongren leaned against began to stir. Let us not forget, this forest was alive. Chapter 47. The Underground Passage. Branches, resembling withered hands, reached out, ensnaring Yin Hongren's body and entwining his arms. Ah! Who's pulling me? Yin Hongren screamed. Chen Bei felt a headache coming on. Was this NPC merely pretending, or was he genuinely inept? He hurriedly dashed forward, arrows flying towards him in quick succession. Several two-faced fiends wielding melee weapons approached, each looking quite formidable. The situation was dire. As Chen Bei ran, he flipped his knife, slicing his own arm to activate his skill. Level 2 skill, Blood Shadow Clone. Sacrificing 30 of maximum health, blood flowed from the wound, transforming into a mist that coalesced into a humanoid shape. This figure bore a resemblance to Chen Bei and wielded a knife as well. Chen Bei sensed he could control the Blood Shadow Clone remotely, issuing simple offensive commands that it could execute. The clone would last for 30 seconds. And as long as it remained undestroyed by enemies, it could return to replenish the health spent. In other words, he needed to ensure the clone's survival to minimize the cost. Go. Entangle that enemy. Chen Bei commanded telepathically. The crimson clone surged forward, its body ethereal and dreamlike, leaving trailing red shadows in its wake. Approaching the enemy, the Blood Shadow Clone blocked their path and struck with fervor. The enemy's physical attacks against the clone inflicted damage as well, resulting in a fierce exchange. Chen Bei fought his way through, firing to cover himself and taking down an archer before reaching Yin Hongren. With a swift motion, he slashed a few times, severing the branches that ensnared him. Yin Hongren, still shaken, exclaimed, "I somewhat regret coming here." A man's dictionary knows not the word regret. "Hold steady," Chen Bei retorted, raising his gun to shoot once more. Though ammunition was precious, it was necessary to utilize it. The 30 seconds passed swiftly, and the Blood Shadow Clone returned as a red light, merging into the previously inflicted wound, replenishing a portion of the health sacrificed. What a remarkable skill, Chen Bei thought to himself. Enemies began to close in, clustering together. Counting, there were 8 foes nearby alone. Seizing the moment, Chen Bei decisively retrieved the howling bell, squeezing it tightly. This bell was unique, possessing a flesh-like texture, with a mouth that remained closed until forcefully squeezed, prompting it to scream. When thrown, it would create a parabolic arc in the user's field of vision, as well as an attack range upon landing. As long as he didn't get caught in it himself, it would be fine. Here goes. Chen Bei tossed it like a grenade. The howling bell landed precisely among the cluster of enemies. Woo-woo, with a bell opened its mouth, emitting a sound akin to an infant's wail, yet far more piercing and grating. Sound waves formed visible ripples. All nearby enemies were struck, appearing immensely pained as they clutched their ears. The effectiveness of this device exceeded Chen Bei's expectations. Several foes succumbed to the sound waves, collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from their orifices. Others fled the attack radius, reduced to a frail state. What a splendid turn of events! Chen Bei charged forward, harvesting the weakened enemies with his merciless blade. Each strike of the evil slayer stained red. He had already grasped the nature of the two-faced fiends, instinctively searching for their hidden second faces, each concealed in different locations. The most vicious one was even located on the soul. The illumination of the chamber emanates from an upright candelabrum, with flickering flames casting not a warm red glow, but rather a somber hue of blue-green. The candelabrum is positioned towards the rear of a folding screen, the light casting a silhouette that perfectly outlines the contours of a woman. In a dark subterranean passage, one stumbles upon an ancient room, where the haunting melody of a woman's song reverberates, separated by a folding screen. The ambience evokes a profound psychological discomfort, as everything feels so disjointed. The song continues. Water bath clears the toad, the leaves whisper cool breezes, the sound of horses fades in the alleys. Leisurely leaning by the dew well, laughter chases the fireflies, disturbing the delicate painting with a light fan. In the stillness of the night, leaning against the railing, sorrow prevents sleep, as the last watch ticks on. The woman's singing grows increasingly sorrowful, her tears mingling with her voice. Even with Chen Bei's usual courage, a shiver runs down his spine, goosebumps rising all over. Beside him, the NPC Yin Hongren trembles in fear. As the woman continues her ablutions, she reaches the stage of washing her hair. The silhouette projected onto the screen mimics her movements, lifting her arms. Raising her hands then, she removes her head. Her long hair cascading into the bath point. One hand cradles her head while the other uses a wooden comb to gently tend to her hair, each stroke slow and measured. The song flows on. Empty sea, the hair timidly combed, beauty fading in the golden mirror, gradually becoming lazy in the timing of dying. The plum blossom breeze brings warmth, the rainbow rain nourishes the moss. And a dance of red transforms. Upon concluding her song, the woman begins to weep softly. Suddenly, a chill breeze emanates from behind Chen Bei's ear, accompanied by the woman's vengeful inquiry, "Heartless man, why don't you come inside and see me?" A buzz fills Chen Bei's mind as genuine fear grips him, and he hurriedly turns to investigate. There, just inches from his face, floats the woman's head, her long hair drifting ethereally. Her head tilts slightly, her complexion a ghastly pallor, with hollow sockets where her eyes should be, and a stream of liquid flowing from her neck. Chen Bei, overcome with terror, brandishes his blade and strikes, with a sickening thud. The woman's head vanishes into thin air. Yet, it reappears from another angle, elusive and ghost-like, lunging towards him. In that fleeting moment of contact, a wave of cold washes over Chen Bei. Suddenly, the protective talisman he wears ignites. Flames flickering brightly. The woman shrieks, then vanishes. The scene around them dissolves into emptiness. No screen, no woman, no candelabrum, leaving only a scattering of incomplete skeletons. What had just transpired felt akin to an illusion, a fleeting dream. Chen Bei gasps for breath, examining the talisman hanging at his waist. This talisman, a trophy from a former battle, has been his constant companion since it consists of 7 layers. Each activation consumes 1 layer. It only triggers when struck by malevolent forces, not guaranteeing a response every time. Moreover, it does not protect against physical attacks, only those from malevolent entities. Grateful for its presence, he realizes the consequences could have been dire without it. His attention had been wholly consumed by the room, and a surprise assault from behind was intolerable. Damn this game. Always finding new ways to ensnare. Chen Bei curses, visibly agitated. Yin Hongren, too, is visibly shaken. Chen Bei now comprehends that this game diverges from the last. The zombies of yore were tangible, flesh and blood, whereas this iteration harbors far more sinister entities that conventional means may not vanquish. Chen Bei clenches the talisman, gaining a modicum of reassurance. No turning back now. We must press on. He takes the lead, with the NPC trailing behind. As they advance, new developments emerge. Chen Bei halts, directing his flashlight towards the ceiling of the passage. There, entangled roots resembling tree limbs twist and writhe. Markedly different from ordinary roots, they exude a viscous fluid, possessing a flesh-like texture and even exhibiting movement. Each segment varies in thickness, with numerous tendrils branching out. What is this? Yin Hongren inquires. Rest assured, it cannot bode well. Chen Bei retorts, swiftly drawing his blade and striking the mass. The severed area bursts forth with even more fluid. The flesh-like roots convulse violently, retracting partially. This must be the roots of the ancient tree. We may be nearing its core, so brace yourself. Chen Bei warns Yin Hongren. I shall accompany you to the bitter end. Yin Hongren replies bravely. Well, at least I have your company on this journey. Why do I sense an ominous tone in your words? In a place like this, how could anything be auspicious? Chen Bei finds himself nostalgically longing for the previous zombies. He would prefer to confront them over these new horrors. The path ahead resembles an exploration of an underground labyrinth, frequently encountering forks and turns. The eerie flesh-like roots reappear several times, and each encounter sees Chen Bei delivering a few strikes. He remains vigilant, monitoring updates from the management group, utilizing the intel to make informed decisions and sidestep potential hazards. Otherwise, this venture would become increasingly perilous. Eventually, the duo stumbles upon a half-buried stone tablet, inscribed with ancient characters, prompting them to halt. Chen Bei illuminates the text with his flashlight. It is an archaic script, indecipherable to him. I can read this. Yin Hongren exclaims with excitement. You can? Chen Bei queries. Yes, I dreamed of these characters. And upon waking, I transcribed them, later seeking an expert's assistance for translation. I still recall the gist. Reasonable. Please, enlighten me. Yin Hongren embarks on his storytelling mode. The tablet recounts a county chronicle, chapter 49. Where are the people? According to the chronicle, a sorcerer once arrived in this region, claiming to be a descendant of Su Fu, possessing arcane knowledge. The sorcerer came to aid the emperor in the quest for immortality, excavating and exploring the surroundings. Subsequently, reports of missing persons emerged, leading the authorities to investigate. Ultimately tracing the matter back to the sorcerer, it was discovered that he had employed some dark sorcery to create a tree of immortality. This tree bore flesh-like fruits that, when consumed, promised longevity. Thus, the tree of life bore fruits of life, while beneath it, the likes of you and I go cultivate this tree. The sorcerer sacrificed many lives, explaining the disappearances. By the time anyone sought to halt this, it was far too late. Mortals could do nothing against the tree, becoming ensnared in this realm. The county was isolated. Outsiders could enter, but those within could not escape. The sorcerer had hoped to exchange the fruits for fame and fortune, yet he too found himself trapped. This was merely the onset of calamity. The sorcerer and his disciples, consuming the fruits in excess, underwent mutations, sprouting second faces. They lost the ability to consume regular food, surviving solely on the tree's fruits, living a wretched existence. The remaining inhabitants of the county were reduced to sacrificial offerings. Days turned into months, months into years, and the tree of immortality thrived. The chronicle concludes with a key detail: a heroic figure, Sir Yin, arrived, wielding a celestial sword, to confront the tree of immortality. The subsequent records are missing, leaving the outcome of this battle unknown. Perhaps the chronicler perished at that moment. Chen Bei gazes at Yin Hongren, who returns the stare. The two men lock eyes. You mentioned a hero named Yin who came to battle the tree, which is akin to fighting a monster, Chen Bei asserts. Indeed, the chronicle states as much. Yin Hongren concurs. And your surname is also Yin, correct? Furthermore, you frequently dream of this place. I know where you are headed with this. Precisely. It all connects. You are undoubtedly a descendant of this heroic Yin, here to fulfill your ancestors' unfinished business. I have pondered this as well, but such a conclusion seems far-fetched, and just look at me. From head to toe, I do not resemble a monster slayer. Yin Hongren scratches his head. Yet, you have me. Chen Bei pats his chest. Indeed, I must rely on you. Yin Hongren smiles. Let us proceed. The chronicle mentions a celestial sword. I believe it could be pivotal. If we can locate the sword wielded by your ancestor, we may yet vanquish that tree of immortality. Let us hope so. The duo sets forth once more. Chen Bei harbors ulterior motives, speculating that the ultimate reward for completing the game may very well be that celestial sword. Ancient narratives often embellish tales. Even if the sword is not a celestial artifact, it must be a formidable weapon. They continue to traverse the subterranean passage, encountering various forks and turns, journeying far. Eventually, they arrive at a crossroads. Chen Bei halts, taking stock of the surroundings. Let us pause for a moment. There are numerous paths here, and you, as he speaks, he glances back, only to freeze in shock. Where is everyone? Behind him, there is nothing but emptiness. Yin Hongren has vanished. Without this companion, the narrative may stall. Yin Hongren. Yin Hongren, where have you gone? Chen Bei calls out desperately, anxiously searching, sprinting through the passage. As he runs, the beam of his flashlight flickers erratically. His heavy breaths echo in his ears, creak, creak. The surrounding underground passages extended tendrils of flesh-like roots, growing rapidly as if nourished by golden fertilizer. Some roots reached towards Chen Bei, while others sprawled on the ground, tripping him, and some even completely obstructed his path. Yin Hongren had gone missing, and it was highly likely that these roots were involved. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bei raised the evil-slaying blade, flipped the blade over, and forcefully slashed his palm against the edge. His hand split open, blood flowing forth. Chen Bei was not summoning a blood shadow clone. Rather, he was feeding blood to the evil-slaying blade. The blade bore runes on either side, akin to built-in talismans for dispelling evil, which required blood to activate. With a flourish, the blade emitted a radiant red glow. The talismans aglow with the blood it had consumed, capable of sustaining their effect for a duration. During this time, all of Chen Bei's attacks would carry the dispelling effect. He swung the blade, its crimson light flashing as he struck at the roots, which could not withstand the assault and shattered under his blows. Though he was cleaving roots, It felt as though he were hacking through flesh and bone. A copious amount of thick, repugnant fluid splattered over Chen Bei. Clenching his jaw, he swung wildly, carving a bloody path through the mass of roots. Yet, there were simply too many. For every root severed, more sprouted in its place. Glancing at the management group, he noted the lack of commentary. It seemed he had no choice but to endure. Occasionally, he would gain some experience points while destroying the roots, so his efforts were not entirely in vain. Suddenly, a ball of ghostly blue light emerged, swirling before Chen Bei, within which a faint visage appeared. It resembled a will-o'-the-wisp. "Come this way. I'll lead you to him," the ethereal flame intoned in a woman's voice. At that moment, Chen Bei found himself in a desperate struggle, bewildered and helpless, when the ghostly flame appeared to guide him, and instinctively, he followed. It a fork in the path. The ghostly flame veered left. "This way. Your friend is just ahead," it beckoned. Chen Bei pressed on, hacking through obstacles in pursuit of the ghostly flame, which he hoped was indeed leading him to aid. Just then, a chilling comment from the management group doused his optimism. "Mirror! Ahead lies a trap. Prepare for the spectacle. Falling in means game over. A trap." Chen Bei hastily braked, coming to a stop. The ghostly flame, noticing his halt, exclaimed, "Hurry! Your friend is right there." Within the management group, skepticism arose. "Mirror, why did he stop just as I spoke? It's as if he saw my message." A shiver ran down Chen Bei's spine. For the first time, doubt had crept into the management group. He understood all too well the severity of the consequences should this matter come to light. His heart raced like a drum. In a moment of clarity, Chen Bei spotted a clue and pointed at the ground ahead. "Why does the soil here look different?" The ghostly flame flickered, falling silent. Chen Bei lifted his leg and stomped down hard on the anomalous soil at the edge. Crack! A chain reaction ensued, and a vast area ahead collapsed into darkness. The abyss was deep and unfathomable, and should he fall in, it would be a definitive end. By identifying the issue, Chen Bei had alleviated the group's doubts, and no one raised further concerns. As for the ghostly flame, it flickered a few times before drifting away into the distance. Before departing, it uttered softly, "I'm sorry. Sorry." What use was an apology in such a situation? With traps blocking his path and the underground space too narrow to leap, Chen Bei was destined to lose the trail and had no choice but to relent. He retrieved a bottle of energy drink, gulping down several swigs to regain some strength. He had to continue searching for Yan Hongren. He could not simply give up. Chen Bei turned back, encountering the fleshly roots once more blocking his path. Like a human meat grinder, he cleaved through the roots with fervor. "Help!" a faint voice called out. It sounded like Yan Hongren. Chen Bei's spirits lifted as he charged towards the sound, which grew increasingly louder, a promising sign. "Yan Hongren?" Chen Bei shouted. "I'm here," came the response. Chen Bei pressed forward, finally finding him. Yan Hongren was entangled in roots. Looking disheveled, with red marks around his neck from being constricted, he still clutched the bone knife they had used earlier, clearly having fought back. Chen Bei rushed over, swiftly severing the roots and snaring him. Freeing his companion, Yan Hongren coughed violently for a moment, then regained his composure. "What happened? Why did you suddenly vanish?" Chen Bei inquired as I walked. "I suddenly lost my voice and was dragged away by the roots." Watching you grow distant, and then, Yan Hongren recounted his ordeal. Fortunately, they had reunited in such an underground passage. Even without claustrophobia, it was suffocating. Having multiple companions was certainly advantageous. At that moment, Chen Bei's flashlight began to flicker, a sign of dwindling power. "Oh no, it's almost out of battery," he frowned. "Don't worry. I have spare batteries. I can give you a few," Yan Hongren replied, retrieving several batteries from his backpack. It seemed all batteries in the game were of the same type and interchangeable. Chen Bei was pleased. Batteries were a valuable resource. He promptly replaced the depleted ones in his flashlight. Yan Hongren, as an NPC, sometimes lagged behind but also provided useful resources. Consider it a fair trade. "Thanks," Chen Bei said, shaking the newly charged flashlight. "What should we do next?" Yan Hongren asked. "We must continue to explore and seek an opportunity to break through. We haven't even seen the main body of the everlasting tree. We've only been contending with the roots," Chen Bei replied. "I'll walk behind you. There's a rope here. You hold one end, and I'll take the other. If I fall behind again, you'll notice." Yan Hongren had a solution. He produced a length of rope with a clasp from his backpack. Chen Bei was indeed worried about a repeat of earlier events. He secured the clasp to his belt, ensuring it wouldn't hinder his ability to wield weapons. The two set off, arriving at a fork in the path. Chen Bei chose one route. We've already traveled that way. Let's go this way instead, Yin Hongren suggested, pulling on the rope. This path is new. You remember the way? Chen Bei asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, I remember it quite well, Yin Hongren affirmed, bending down to carve a map of their journey into the ground with his bone knife. Chen Bei had also tried to memorize the route, but had become so preoccupied with battling the routes that his recollection had become muddled. Like this, and then this, Yin Hongren diligently sketched out the paths they had traversed. It's a flat map. It didn't appear overly complicated, but being within it was an entirely different matter. The map is complete. I've committed it to memory, provided these tunnels do not change, that is, Yin Hongren commented. All right, let's follow your drawing and explore those areas we haven't visited. Chen Bei decided to trust Yin Hongren's memory. The journey ahead was fraught with challenges and various encounters, including ambushes from dual-faced monsters. The two faced myriad trials, countering each threat, until they finally uncovered a path leading upward. A staircase ascended to an unknown realm, distinct from the one they had descended. Chen Bei felt it unnecessary to remain tethered by the rope, so he untied it and continued upward. They reached the top of the staircase, where a heavy wooden cover sealed off the exit. Chen Bei pushed against it, but it wouldn't budge. Upon inspection, he discovered a wooden bolt locking it in place. He inserted the blade's tip into the gap and pried the bolt free. With a forceful shove, the cover finally gave way. Chen Bei didn't rush to ascend. Instead, he took a few steps back, his alertness and survival instincts heightened. Peering upward, he saw a misty sky interwoven with gnarled branches. The exit was limited in size, obscuring much of the view. Chen Bei jabbed the outer edge with his blade several times before summoning the courage to climb up, finally emerging into the light of day. Once he ascended, Yin Hongren followed closely behind. Together, they surveyed their surroundings, only to find themselves utterly astonished. Before them stood a bizarre, towering ancient tree, its upper reaches lost in the clouds, the trunk thick enough to require 5 people to encircle it. The bark bore a flesh-like texture, twisting and contorting, adorned with numerous human-like faces of various sizes, displaying discernible differences in age and gender. The larger faces were as large as wheels, while the smaller ones were merely palm-sized. The mouths of these faces opened and closed, oozing a viscous, foul liquid. Thick branches extended from the tree, laden with grotesque, bloody fruits resembling pulsating hearts. The eyes of the faces fixated on the two intruders. Each gaze imbued with distinct emotions, resentment, hatred, despair, and sorrow. This is the everlasting tree. Yin Hongren gasped. In the past, this sight haunted my nightmares. Now, the nightmare has become reality. The impact of the everlasting tree on both their visual and psychological states was overwhelming. Chen Bei's sanity began to fluctuate wildly, prompting him to pull out a tranquilizer and inject himself to regain his composure. Suddenly, the everlasting tree spoke, the mouths on the tree, each uttering a different sound, combined their voices to form a coherent message. The sacrifice begins. With a single command, numerous two-faced monsters emerged from the surrounding woods, each wielding a variety of weapons, numbering over 100. Simultaneously, the sky darkened rapidly, enveloping everything in a profound sense of despair. What should we do? Yin Hongren inquired with a trembling voice. Chapter 51. The guiding ghost fire. Is there any need to ask? Of course, we must flee. Chen Bei sliced open his palm to draw blood, infusing it into the demon-slaying blade, and summoned a blood doppelganger to assist. These actions cost him half of his life points, necessitating the consumption of a healing potion to recover. In this dire situation, a head-on confrontation was out of the question. One boss, accompanied by 100 minions. How could it possibly be a fight that Chen Bei and his companion could win? There had to be a catch, and no matter how cruel a game might be, it would never design a scenario that guaranteed death. Chen Bei scanned his surroundings and chose a seemingly weaker direction, dashing towards it with Yin Hongren in tow. This time, he fought with both hands, a gun in his left hand and a knife in his right. He struck decisively. The miscreants in the management group began to gloat once more. Faucet. They run quite swiftly. Mirror. As night falls, those two-faced creatures will gain enhancements. They may not escape tonight. Towel. When will the ghost fire appear? Faucet. We must wait for them to break through the encirclement. Towel. The sword has begun to flicker. I wonder if they will notice. Chen Bei cast a few glances at the dialogue in the management group. Ghost fire? Sword? It seemed the plot was about to take a turn. He turned back to observe the eternal tree, at the top of the trunk, which reached into the mist. There was indeed a flickering light. Yin Hongren also noticed it. What is that glowing thing? I don't know. Let us break through first. Chen Bei focused on the battle, charging alongside his blood doppelganger, with his handgun paving the way. He was dead serious about firing his gun. Bang, bang, bang. Every enemy within close range fell to a single shot. Whoosh! Some arrows flew towards him, one striking Chen Bei on the head, shattering his wooden helmet. Thankfully, the helmet had offered some protection. Chen Bei urged Yin Hongren to keep up and not fall behind. The encirclement of enemies was tightening, and the trees were also shifting, blocking their path. These trees were all under the control of the eternal tree, functioning as its branches. Chen Bei reached the edge of the encirclement. The triangle of death, he and his blade cut through, forming a wide triangle that severely injured several two-faced monsters, creating an opening. Let us go. Chen Bei and Yin Hongren dashed out together. Ahead, trees obstructed their way. Chen Bei wielded the demon-slaying blade, hacking through the undergrowth to carve a path for Yin Hongren to follow. At that moment, a ball of ghost fire suddenly flew out. Run this way, I will guide you. The ghost fire spoke in a woman's voice. Chen Bei instantly recognized that this was the entity that had lured him towards a trap before. Logically, he should not trust the ghost fire again. However, the management group claimed that the ghost fire was the key to escaping tonight. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Follow the ghost fire? Chen Bei shouted. The ghost fire led the way, with the two trailing behind. Surrounding them, the relentless two-faced monsters pursued them closely. On a tree ahead, a two-faced monster perched on a branch, aiming a crossbow at Chen Bei. The second face of this creature was located on its chest. Currently responsible for aiming, Chen Bei had little ammunition left. Instead of raising his gun to shoot, he flicked his right hand. Whoosh! A slender chain shot forth from his sleeve, its end connecting to a claw that snagged the two-faced monster by the groin. Yanking it down to the ground, Chen Bei rushed forward to deliver the finishing blow, slashing at the two faces repeatedly until they were reduced to a bloody mess. Target eliminated. Gained 46 experience points. Level increased to 9. Attributes enhanced. I leveled up. Chen Bei couldn't even take a moment to celebrate. He picked up the fallen crossbow bolt and continued running. Some two-faced monsters used bows and arrows, while others wielded crossbows. Chen Bei was not particularly adept with either weapon. Fortunately, this crossbow was already loaded and ready to fire. Seizing the opportunity, he turned and pulled the trigger on a nearby pursuing enemy. Whoosh! The bolt pierced the creature's neck, causing it to kneel, clutching its wound as black blood oozed from its fingers. Turn this way. The ghost fire veered off. Where are you leading us? Chen Bei asked. I know you're home. I'm taking you back there, far from the eternal tree. It should be safer. The ghost fire replied that so, all this time, it was the way back home. Thus, with the ghost fire leading, the two followed closely behind. The ghost fire was not confused by the woods and guided them back to the location of their dormitory. However, returning here did not guarantee safety. There were talismans on the door that repelled evil spirits, and the ghost fire dared not approach, hovering in front of the door. Chen Bei unlocked the door with a key and then asked, If I open the door, will you be able to come in? Do you allow me to enter your abode? The ghost fire inquired. Sure, come in. I have questions for you. Then I shall intrude. The three of them entered the room. The ghost fire was curious about the items inside, examining everything. After narrowly escaping, Chen Bei and Yin Hongren sat on the edge of the bed to rest, both feeling a sense of survival after the ordeal. I deceived you earlier. I apologize. The ghost fire expressed remorse. Why did you deceive me before, yet now assist us? Chen Bei questioned. Because the sword has illuminated. That sword glowing signifies the approach of a descendant of the Yin family. Only a descendant of the Yin family can wield that sword. There's a way out. Tell me, what is the story behind that sword? It is a celestial sword capable of opposing the eternal tree. In the past, the great hero Yin battled the eternal tree for 3 days and nights with this sword. Unfortunately, he ultimately failed and was killed by the eternal tree. The ghost fire paused before continuing. Before his demise, the great hero Yin plunged the celestial sword into the eternal tree, expending his life force to seal it. To this day, the eternal tree remains unable to extract the sword, as if it is a thorn firmly embedded. The ghost fire glanced towards Yin Hongren, where a human face vaguely materialized within the flames. I heard him call your name. You are Yin Hongren, correct? It seems you are indeed a descendant of the great hero Yin, and you should be able to wield that celestial sword. Once you obtain the sword, you can slay demons and eradicate the eternal tree. Chen Bei placed his hand on Yin Hongren's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Did you hear that? This task is entrusted to you. Yin Hongren appeared stunned, pointing at himself. Are you serious? Of course I am serious. Previously, we lacked sufficient information, so we had no choice but to flee. Now it is different. We must return to that tree, retrieve the sword, and you will use it to fell the tree. Success will be ours. T.S. Not that simple, the ghost fire interjected. Using the celestial sword requires a spell. You must acquire the incantation first. There is so much to consider. Where is this incantation? I will take you to it when dawn arrives. During the night, those two-faced monsters will become even more frantic, making it inconvenient to act. This night was far from peaceful. Over the ensuing period, two-faced monsters sporadically attacked the dormitory. Fortunately, they came in waves, and Chen Bei managed to fend them off. After a series of battles, he finally endured until dawn. During the confrontations, Chen Bei also found time to upgrade the door to level 4, enhancing its durability to 9-0. Tio advanced further. He lacked some materials and had to abandon that pursuit. At daybreak, he declared, "Let us go find that incantation." Chapter 52. The Sword Sheath and the Incantation. Chen Bei opened the door, ready to step outside. Wait, there's one more thing I need before I can accompany you. The ghost fire stated, imposing another condition. Huh? What else do you want? Chen Bei frowned. A parasol. During the day, sunlight poses a significant threat to me, and I cannot venture out without its foggy outside. Where will the sunlight come from? There is still some. I will instruct you on how to make a parasol. Put in a little effort to help me create one, and then I can go out. Discovered item recipe. Bark parasol. The ghost fire provided a recipe. It required wood for crafting, which was not difficult. However, all the wood had been used last night to upgrade and repair the door. Chen Bei instructed the ghost fire to wait inside while he ventured outside to gather wood, obtaining a considerable amount. Upon returning, he crafted the bark parasol. This parasol was entirely natural, with a wooden handle and frame. Covered with a layer of tree bark. It would suffice for the time being. Be cautious. Chen Bei even made a spare. Now can we go outside? Chen Bei asked. Yes, that will do. The ghost fire floated beneath the open parasol. After locking the door, they set off. Uncertainty loomed over whether the two-faced monsters would come to ambush the dormitory. Worrying about such matters was futile. The group commenced their journey, guided by the ghost fire. The forest was littered with the belongings of victims, and if they encountered any along the way, I can show you, and if they're useful, you can take them. They might be helpful against the eternal tree. The ghost fire remarked as they walked. Along the way, she paused frequently, leading Chen Bei to various items, including a pair of shoes, a can of food, 2 rolls of bandages, and even a tent. They even discovered 5 bullets. Chen Bei had not anticipated the ghost fire's utility. It was akin to a treasure-seeking radar. Eventually, they reached the location of the incantation. It was a desolate ruin, remnants of old buildings scattered about. Weathered by the passage of countless years, some areas crumbled underfoot, proving quite unsafe. The spectral flame led the way to a cover, which, when lifted, revealed what appeared to be a cellar beneath. Shining a flashlight inside, it became apparent that the depths were considerable. Once, there had been a ladder leading down, but the years had rendered it rotten and unusable. You must devise another means to descend, the spectral flame suggested. It's simple. We can lower ourselves using ropes, Chen Bei replied, glancing at Yin Hongren. The latter promptly retrieved a rope and sought a suitable anchor point. Fragments of crumbling walls surrounded them, barely adequate for support, and they could only hope to rely on Yin Hongren himself as an additional stabilizer. The other end of the rope dangled into the inky darkness below. Chen Bei, peering over the edge, felt a sense of unease regarding the safety of the descent. Guihua, descend and ascertain whether there are any dangers lurking down there. Please alert me, Chen Bei instructed. Very well, I shall investigate, the spectral flame replied, plunging into the depths and spiraling around twice. There are snakes down here. They appear to be venomous. Exercise caution. Indeed, there was genuine peril. Chen Bei's apprehensions were not unwarranted. He slid down the rope, blade in hand, instructing the spectral flame to indicate the locations of the poisonous serpents. Hiss! Hiss! The venomous snakes advanced, their patterned bodies and pointed heads menacing. Utilizing his long blade from a distance, Chen Bei struck fiercely, dispatching one snake with a flurry of blows. Yet, others emerged, totaling 3 in number. Be wary. There are more over here, the spectral flame observed, hovering above the head of a snake. Chen Bei, unperturbed by snakes, maintained his composure, systematically eliminating each one until they were all vanquished. Among the slain serpents, 2 had ruptured their venom sacs, indicating that their venom could be utilized to concoct items or directly applied to weapons for toxic enhancement. What about the incantation? Chen Bei inquired, sheathing his blade. It lies over here. The spectral flame drifted away, casting a faint blue glow to illuminate the surroundings. Chen Bei approached and discovered an anomalous object. On the opposite wall, a layer of pink flesh pulsated as if alive, breathing in and out. Encased within this flesh was an object obscured from view. Instinctively, Chen Bei recoiled at the thought of touching it. What is this repulsive thing? He expressed his disgust. It is the scabbard of that celestial sword. It has been here for ages, gradually transforming into this state. The incantation to summon the celestial sword is inscribed upon the scabbard and can only be deciphered by a descendant of the Yin family. The spectral flame elucidated. May I touch it? If not, I shall have Yin Hongren retrieve it himself. You may attempt it. Entities like me, a solitary spirit, cannot interact with it, but you are different. Very well. Chen Bei cast a glance at the management group, confirming that there were no objections before approaching the scabbard. Tentatively, he used his blade to slice through the pink membrane, akin to peeling away a layer of flesh, which oozed with pus, intensifying his revulsion. Once the membrane was breached, the scabbard was indeed revealed. It was dark and uneven, bearing a texture reminiscent of dried meat. Chen Bei examined it closely but found no incantation inscribed. He stowed it in his backpack and ascended the rope. This is your possession. You may examine it at your leisure, he stated, presenting the scabbard to Yin Hongren. Upon receiving it, Yin Hongren's expression shifted, murmuring, I have dreamt of this scabbard. It seems I was meant to retrieve it. He reached into the scabbard, which was sufficiently spacious for his hand to delve deep up. Yin Hongren screamed, withdrawing his hand, only to reveal it dripping with blood from a deep wound. The scabbard, now on the ground, underwent a transformation. Its dark surface cracked open, akin to a scab revealing the flesh beneath, a pink hue emerging. The fissures formed a series of incantations, not written in conventional script. Ignoring his injury, Yin Hongren grasped the scabbard, gazing at the inscriptions with a mesmerized expression. I have learned this incantation. I should be able to wield the celestial sword with it, he murmured. Celestial sword? Is this truly the scabbard of a celestial sword? Chen Bei had anticipated something ethereal and enchanting, yet now realized the stark reality. A scabbard that bites is hardly fitting for a celestial weapon. Yin Hongren proceeded to bandage his wounds. The spectral flame fluttered over, exuberantly declaring, all is in readiness. We can now confront the eternal tree. It must be vanquished before nightfall, for it grows stronger under the cover of darkness. You seem particularly enthusiastic. What benefits do you gain from eliminating the eternal tree? Chen Bei inquired. The eternal tree has claimed countless lives. Those sacrificed remain bound, their souls unable to find peace. Over time, most souls have perished. I am an exception. If you succeed in destroying the eternal tree, I shall attain my freedom. It is far preferable to being trapped here, serving as a pawn for the eternal tree. Thus enlightened, the team took a brief respite before embarking on their journey. Once more, the spectral flame took the lead, guiding them directly to the location of the eternal tree, bypassing the underground passage they had traversed the previous day. The spectral flame possessed the ability to sense the presence of the two-faced monstrosities, skillfully avoiding several along the way and conserving precious time until they reached the vicinity of the eternal tree. Chen Bei's gaze hardened as he beheld the imposing figure of the eternal tree not far away. Round 2, Chapter 53. The second match. The daylight afforded a clearer view. The eternal tree stood immensely robust, resembling a tangle of sinewy flesh adorned with grotesque human faces. Its trunk sprouted branches resembling arms, each bearing claw-like leaves and gory fruit. The faces were initially closed, as if in slumber. Suddenly, they all opened their eyes, as if sensing something amiss. Above the eternal tree, a luminous glow began to flicker. Celestial sword, celestial sword, celestial sword. The faces spoke in unison, and the surface of the tree convulsed violently. They had been discovered far too swiftly. Any hopes of a surprise attack were dashed. Quickly recite the incantation and retrieve that celestial sword, Chen Bei commanded. All right. Yin Hongren cradled the scabbard, murmuring incantations in a tongue that was evidently not human. The swirling clouds above brightened in response, while the eternal tree itself reacted, launching an assault against Chen Bei and Yin Hongren. Branches resembling arms reached out, their speed increasing dramatically. Realizing the imminent danger, Chen Bei hurriedly pulled Yin Hongren aside. Crack! A branch struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble with tremendous force. Moreover, there were numerous branches. Not merely this one, they stretched forth, rapidly advancing. Some descended with crushing force, while others swept along the ground, leaving Chen Bei and Yin Hongren in a precarious predicament. Wasn't it said that reciting the incantation would summon the celestial sword? Chen Bei urged, "It seems the distance is too great. I can sense the sword, but perhaps drawing closer will help." Yin Hongren ducked, narrowly avoiding a sweeping branch overhead. "Then let us close the distance and see." Chen Bei once more sacrificed his blood to empower the Zhanxie blade, its protective talisman shimmering with renewed vigor. He forged ahead, wielding the blade to cleave through branches while simultaneously brandishing his firearm. Aiming to deliver a few shots to those grotesque faces, the Zhanxie blade sliced through the branches, causing foul sap to spray in all directions. The two pressed forward against formidable odds. Should they be struck by those robust branches, it would not end well. As they drew closer, Yin Hongren attempted the incantation anew to summon the celestial sword. Once again, it proved futile. "Must we climb the tree and retrieve the sword ourselves?" Chen Bei remarked, his words laced with irony, intended for the management group. Indeed, Chen Bei's display of despair satisfied the twisted inclinations of the administrators, who reveled in the player's perilous plight. Mirror. Haha, it seems he is on the brink of despair. What a so-called king of novices, hardly impressive, towel. We haven't compelled them to personally extract the celestial sword. They merely need to approach the eternal tree for the incantation to take effect. Mirror. Extracting the flying sword is merely the first step. The true challenges lie ahead. This zero may very well falter here. Chen Bei caught sight of the chatter within the group. With a clear objective now in mind, he pressed onward toward the eternal tree. Chen Bei continued to wield his blade, noting that the branches possessed a sense of pain. When the blade struck, they would convulse violently, retreating in response. This was a promising sign. As they closed the distance to within 20 meters, Chen Bei opened fire. Given the colossal size of the eternal tree, precise shooting was less critical. It was far easier than targeting a human. Bang, bang, bang. 2 of the 3 shots struck the grotesque faces, creating gaping wounds. The faces contorted in agony, emitting haunting cries as the foul sap gushed forth. Chen Bei's onslaught diverted the eternal tree's attention, signaling Yin Hongren to hasten forward. Yin Hongren, steeling himself, surged ahead with the fervor of one resigned to meet his fate on the battlefield. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. They were perilously close at that moment. A grotesque face opened its mouth, extending a long tongue that ensnared Yin Hongren's waist. The face dragged him toward its maw with a forceful tug of the tongue. A terrifying power was unleashed. Dislocating Yin Hongren's leg, pain surged through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow, yet he continued to chant spells, demonstrating remarkable willpower. Amidst the swirling mist, a resounding crack echoed, a deluge of foul-smelling. Dense liquid cascaded from above, resembling a torrential downpour. A crimson light shot down from above, racing towards Yin Hongren. In a swift motion, it severed the bindings that restrained his tongue. Yin Hongren fell to the ground. Still clutching the sword sheath he had previously held, a sword flew towards him, perfectly sliding into the sheath. The celestial sword was now in his grasp. Yin Hongren's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "The celestial sword has descended. Ha ha, we are saved." Upon closer inspection, The celestial sword possessed a most peculiar appearance. The guard, 6 slender tendrils extended, writhing in a manner reminiscent of living creatures, with circular mouths at their tips, lined with numerous small, sharp teeth. The hilt was coated in a dark, lacquer-like material, akin to that of air-dried cured meat, its surface uneven. At its end, a semi-transparent orb resembling an eyeball contained intricate strands of red silk. What a splendid celestial sword it was! Meanwhile, the tree-formed creature across from him lashed out with its tongue once more. With a swift motion, Yin Hongren drew the sword from its sheath and sliced through Effect C. Within a short distance, summon the 7 bloody sword to fly to oneself using a specific incantation. Effect D. Enhancements at night, comprehensive boosts during nighttime, cooldown, effect A 0.3 seconds. Negative. When used, it forcibly connects with the weapon. This connection will erode the user. If it exceeds 2 minutes, it will gradually diminish their sanity. When sanity is too low, the weapon will seize control, turning the user into a puppet. Description. This sinister artifact is called the Immortal Sword. Can you believe it? A level 20 weapon, the 7 bloody sword, with an attack power exceeding 200. This weapon possesses its own mana, and releasing effects requires consuming the user's mana. It appears to be extraordinarily powerful, however, the negative effects are terrifying. Prolonged use will indeed lower sanity, even leading to possession. In other words, one must meticulously manage their time while wielding it. The equipment previously obtained by Chen Bei varied from levels 1 to 10. A level 20 weapon represents a monumental upgrade for him, akin to exchanging a bird gun for a cannon. The 7 small tendrils on the sword's spine actively extended, biting into Chen Bei's left arm. As he is left-handed, a 2-minute countdown appeared before his eyes. He must resolve the battle within this time frame. Chen Bei felt a sharp pain in his arm, accompanied by a surge of violent and frenzied emotions, undoubtedly influenced by the 7 bloody sword. But there was no time to dwell on that. Right now, I simply want to cleave you all to pieces. Chen Bei swung the sword horizontally with force. Crimson sword energy, a stream of blood-red energy swept outward, extending the attack range beyond 10 meters. Countless branches were severed, and multiple two-faced monsters were split in two. Blood and pus splattered everywhere. The severed half-bodies writhed on the ground. Ha ha, just like that. Let this immortal sword unleash a massacre. The words came from the little mouth on the sword's spine. Chen Bei tested its power. Indeed, it was formidable, entirely on a different plane than those inferior weapons. The scales of victory tipped. Chen Bei launched into a fierce assault, charging alone toward the eternal tree, radiating an unstoppable momentum as if to slay gods and Buddhas alike. The 7 bloody sword slashed repeatedly. 3 different settings required Chen Bei to control them himself. The highest setting consumed 50 mana, which was simply unsustainable. Most of the time, he relied on the lowest setting. Fortunately, the 7 bloody sword also had a vampiric effect, absorbing blood and mana, allowing for a prolonged battle. The prerequisite was to engage in close combat and strike the enemy. Thus, he could not solely rely on ranged attacks but needed to alternate strategies. When enemies were few, he would engage in close combat to absorb blood and mana. When numerous, he would unleash Crimson Sword Energy. 1 man, 1 sword, forcefully carving a bloody path. Wherever he passed, everything shattered. Chen Bei resembled a harvesting machine of flesh and blood. It had become indistinguishable who was the monster and who was the human. Perhaps, this game was designed to turn people into madmen. Forgive me, Mother, for I have failed your teachings. I could not become a law-abiding person but instead transformed into a bloodthirsty killing machine. Chen Bei replenished his mana through melee combat and then slashed out again. The blood-red energy spread and claimed 3 more lives. Stepping over the blood, he advanced closer to the eternal tree. The immortal sword was forged. No, wait. The eternal tree was actually afraid, moving its roots backward while swinging branches down toward Chen Bei. Chen Bei swung his sword upward, severing the branches, then charged forward without hesitation. He leaped onto the roots of the eternal tree, wildly hacking at the humanoid tree tumors. The air filled with screams as those faces were cleaved open, torn apart, and pus sprayed everywhere. Chen Bei frantically wielded the 7 bloody sword, stabbing deep into the eternal tree, stirring within, battling to sustain battle, his mana replenished. From inside the eternal tree, Chen Bei swung his sword, carving an arc from within to the outside. The crimson sword energy erupted from the inside. Cleaving the eternal tree, the cut extending upward. The interior of the eternal tree revealed a maddening tableau of flesh, fascia, intestines, organs, nerves, and copious amounts of pus. It hurts so much. The faces on the eternal tree screamed in agony. Retreating further, Chen Bei, fueled by momentum, slashed diagonally again. This strike directly severed a significant portion of the trunk, crashing onto the ground, eliciting even more heart-wrenching cries. The sky shifted, rapidly darkening. "Wonderful, it's finally dark," the eternal tree exclaimed with surprise. "Ha ha, you fool. I will be even stronger at night. You two-legged sheep, eliminate this heap of rotting flesh. I have long found it displeasing." The seven bloody sword emitted a sharp, frenzied sound. Chen Bei indeed needed to hasten his pace. As the 2-minute limit dwindled to less than 10 seconds, Chen Bei frantically swung his blade, sustaining battle to absorb more mana, then unleashed widespread Crimson Sword energy. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up, yet the eternal tree remained unvanquished. From the next second onward, Chen Bei's sanity attribute began to decline, and the erosion from the seven bloody sword intensified. His vision blurred, the world around him twisted, resembling countless luminous worms writhing in chaos. Alien thoughts emerged within him. He wanted to cry, to laugh, to go mad, to soar higher, to give the entire world the middle finger. "I will turn the world upside down." Swish, swish, swish. Streams of crimson sword energy reduced the massive eternal tree into countless fragments of varying sizes. Special target defeated, gaining 1,000 experience points and additional rewards. Level increased to 10, attributes enhanced, skill slots unlocked. Rays of light burst forth as the eternal tree yielded various rewards. The surrounding two-faced monsters, whose lives depended on the eternal tree, fell lifelessly as it perished. The night sky cleared, and the woods finally revealed the moonlight. Beneath the moonlight, a lone figure stood atop a mountain of corpses. Pausing in motion, bathed in the moon's cleansing glow, the erosion from the seven bloody sword continued, attempting to seize control of his body. Chen Bei had lost himself, ensnared in visions. A colorful little park. The sun cast hexagonal patches of light. A little girl sat on a swing, laughing joyfully as she soared higher and higher. Behind her, a little boy pushed the swing, shouting that it was his turn. But the girl refused to come down. "Chen Bei, let me play a little longer, and I'll give you a kiss, okay?" the little girl said with a smile. In a disheveled boy's room, a graceful girl held a workbook, admonishing the boy. "Didn't I teach you this problem? Why did you still get it wrong? We promised to get into the same university. How can you succeed without effort?" The boy turned his face away, wearing a sulky expression. In a white hospital room, she lay on the bed, covered by a pristine white sheet, her cheeks sunken, no longer beautiful as before, yet she smiled, raised her hand, and gently caressed Chen Bei's cheek. "You must live well for both of us." Chapter 56, Xiao Qian live well, different time and space. Different her. Speaking the same words, pairs of clear, beautiful eyes gazed at Chen Bei. Then slender, fair hands gently pushed him away. Chen Bei opened his eyes, returning to this chaotic reality. "Is this reality? Who cares?" Tears streamed down Chen Bei's face as he roared, forcibly yanking the seven bloody sword connected to his left hand. Tearing apart the tendrils, he collapsed to the ground, propping himself up with the sword, gasping for breath. His consciousness gradually returned. Yet the past memories still pierced his heart. "Shooting. You saved me once again," Chen Bei murmured. The flickering blue light darted past him, but he did not notice. After a brief respite, feeling slightly better, he stood up to survey his surroundings. Impressive. Even in this state, you can still break free from the control of this immortal sword. One leads to another. In due time, your body will ultimately be mine. The little mouth on the seven bloody sword sneered. "Dream on," Chen Bei retorted coldly. That moment, fragments of the eternal tree scattered on the ground shot forth a stream of light, striking the seven bloody sword. Subsequently, faces formed on the sword's body. "Previously, you sealed me. Now it's my turn to seal you." Those faces spoke. "The seven bloody sword has been sealed, its level reduced to 13, and all attributes and abilities adjusted accordingly. Extensive battles are required to resolve the seal and restore its level." Huh? Both Chen Bei and the seven bloody sword were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the eternal tree would retain some power even in death and pull such a trick. The 7 bloody sword was sealed, its level downgraded. Originally a level 20 weapon, it had now become level 13, a significant reduction. Damn you, you wretched heap of rotting flesh. Having died, you still wish to drag me down. I can hardly wait to resurrect you and inflict 1,000 cuts upon you. The 7 bloody sword reacted even more violently than Chen Bei, cursing vehemently as it attempted to break free from the seal, but to no avail. The seal had solidified. This was the eternal tree's final act of retribution. Chen Bei retrieved the sword sheath and the previously discarded Shaoyin bell. Shut your mouth. Stop with the incessant cursing. Chen Bei sheathed the sword. The 7 bloody sword fell silent. It seemed the sheath could silence it. Although Chen Bei was also displeased with the weapon's level reduction, the situation was now set. Fortunately, the seal could be gradually lifted, and the method was relatively straightforward. Engaging in battle with the 7 bloody sword would suffice. Chen Bei, despite being only at level 10, wielded a level 13 weapon that rendered him extraordinarily formidable, surpassing his own capabilities. After gathering his thoughts, he began to inspect the spoils left by the boss. In total, he discovered 5 items: a level 12 vine armor, an 11-level writhing belt, 5 spike traps, 20 universal materials, and 1 basic medical kit. The vine armor was an equipment piece, impervious to water and fire. Boasting a defense rating of 70, the writhing belt, when worn, functioned as a waist accessory but would transform into a living entity upon removal, possessing a certain degree of defensive capability, as its name suggests. The spike traps were to be strategically placed on the ground. Stepping on them would trigger their effects, making them suitable for protecting his dormitory. The universal materials, as the term implies, could replace certain components during crafting, albeit only basic materials such as wood, stone, component boxes, nails, and iron wires. Some special materials could not be substituted. Upon opening the medical kit, he found several potions, familiar to him from previous encounters. Such consumables were always welcome. Though he lamented the absence of bullets, his ammunition had run dry. Chen Bei felt a tinge of regret. Surveying the surroundings, he was captivated by the scattered red fruits on the ground. These were the fruits of the longevity tree. Approaching, he picked up one. Gained life fruit 1. After examining its effects, he felt a surge of excitement. Consuming the life fruit would increase his health cap by 5 points. Typically, leveling up only granted an increase of 5 to his health limit. This enhancement was indeed significant. Without delay, Chen Bei embarked on a thorough search, collecting the life fruits strewn about. He had previously noted the abundance of fruits on the longevity tree. After the battle, he managed to gather only 5. Chen Bei consumed them one by one, raising his health cap by 25 points, which proved quite beneficial. During this time, he also picked up various miscellaneous items, stuffing them into his backpack. At present, Chen Bei was equipped with 2 bags, a regular backpack and a slung satchel. The game permitted such an arrangement, greatly enhancing his carrying capacity. Brother, your contribution in this battle is monumental. Even though you are an NPC, I shall remember you fondly. As for your remains, I shall take them all. I hope you do not mind. Not that it matters. Chen Bei claimed Yin Hongren's backpack, which contained several items, including ropes he had previously used, as well as medicines and survival essentials. Nothing particularly extraordinary, however. He even set a fire to incinerate Yin Hongren's body, as a final gesture of respect. The flames continued to burn. Turning back, Chen Bei intended to find a place to rest. Just as he turned, he noticed a fragment of the longevity tree's remains, writhing. What a jest! This monstrosity was still alive. The moment Chen Bei's relaxed nerves snapped taut once more. Suddenly, the remains cracked open, releasing a scroll stitched from flesh, adorned with a black background and a red-eyed gaze. It was the blood offering scroll. The presence of such an ominous artifact within the longevity tree was astonishing. This also indicated that there was more than one blood offering scroll. Could it be that these items lay scattered throughout various game realms, awaiting players to collect them? Chen Bei had no time for contemplation. He rushed forward, leaping to seize the blood offering scroll. He understood the extreme danger it posed and refrained from gazing upon it any longer, promptly stowing it in his dimensional backpack. This discovery sent a chill down his spine. Defeating the longevity tree was essential to obtaining this blood offering scroll, a task that would prove exceedingly challenging. Now I possess 2 blood offering scrolls. If I can gather more, perhaps they will serve a purpose. Experienced players undoubtedly recognized the significance of the blood offering scroll, and it was imperative to keep this matter confidential from outsiders. After much deliberation, Chen Bei settled down to rest, awaiting the conclusion of the time limit. A small blue light flitted past him, reminiscent of a blue firefly. Chen Bei reminisced about his beloved shooting, a cherished memory that also bore the weight of eternal sorrow. Thus, he failed to notice the presence of the blue light. Ultimately, it was the dialogue from the management chat that caught his attention. Water tap. He has not discovered the lingering ghost fire of Xiao Qian. Towel. Xiao Qian's long-term value is no less than that of the 7 bloody sword, mirror. Who can blame him for his poor eyesight? In a moment, Xiao Qian will be completely extinguished. Xiao Qian? Ghost fire? Chen Bei furrowed his brow. What was this all about? He raised his head and glanced around, finally noticing a small blue light flickering erratically before him. No larger than a grain of rice, easily overlooked, the blue light resembled a firefly, pulsing in brightness. Chen Bei felt a sense of familiarity with the blue hue and suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that you were the ghost fire from before? Are you still alive? As he spoke, he realized that using the term alive in reference to it was perhaps inappropriate. The blue light danced in midair, seemingly responding to his words. Chen Bei extended his hand, and the blue light settled into his palm. Almost immediately, the blue light ascended once more, moving at a leisurely pace, gradually drifting away. Chen Bei recognized that this blue light might be leading him somewhere, prompting him to rise and follow. Chapter 57. Return to the dormitory building. The blue light guided Chen Bei through a dense thicket, leading him to a clearing. Here, a large stone slab lay atop, concealing something beneath. Chen Bei bent down to shift the slab. With his newfound strength, it was a trivial task. Below lay a space reminiscent of a cellar, shrouded in darkness. Chen Bei retrieved the rope from Yin Hongren, securing it to a nearby tree before descending into the depths, illuminating the area with his flashlight to assess the surroundings. Scattered about were human skeletal remains, alongside various jars and vessels, for the moment. No immediate danger was apparent. Chen Bei touched down, picking up a jar adorned with a character for blessing. Inscribed on either side were the phrases, 1,000 years of prosperity and eternal flourishing. This was an urn for ashes. In an instant, Chen Bei understood. Why had the blue light led him here? He looked at the glowing point. The blue light continued to hover, eventually landing on one of the smaller urns. Ceasing its movement, the implication was clear. This urn held special significance. A message from the management chat chimed in. 3rd row, 6th urn. He is about to retrieve the urn belonging to Nie Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian? Nie Xiaoqian? Chen Bei was taken aback, realizing the ghost fire that had assisted him was indeed Nie Xiaoqian. How brazen to think that Pu Songling would not collect his royalties. Chen Bei internally scoffed, approaching to retrieve Xiao Qian's urn. The blue light merged with it, vanishing as if returning home. I shall take your urn and provide you with a new resting place. Chen Bei declared as he stowed the urn in his dimensional backpack. The urn, being an inanimate object, posed no issues for storage. Chen Bei ascended back to the surface. Upon glancing up, he noticed the sky lightning, a ray of dawn illuminating the land. You have successfully completed this round of the game, earning 5 game coins as a reward. Due to your outstanding performance in this round, you are granted an additional reward of 1 withered tree reviving batch. This round of the longevity tree game has officially concluded. You are about to return to the dormitory building. Countdown: 55 seconds, 54 seconds, 53 seconds. This round of the game had finally come to an end. Chen Bei felt a sense of release. Although the game had not consumed much time, it felt as though an eternity had passed. Game concluded. Personnel and dormitory safely transitioning. This round's overall game rating is S level. As an intern administrator, you have earned 100 management points. Please continue to strive for advancement. You have been removed from the longevity tree management group. Welcome back to dormitory building No. 9. Your room number remains unchanged. It is still 606. You have entered the dormitory group chat. Time remaining until the next game commences. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. With Chen Bei's return, he re-entered the group chat. Previously, while engaged in the solo game, he had been cut off from communication with other players. Friends he had added before were unreachable. It seemed only players within the same dormitory or game instance could utilize the chat function. Chen Bei found himself back in his dormitory. Truly, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. Upon returning, he felt a wave of comfort. Chen Bei opened his backpack and retrieved the 7 bloody sword he had just acquired. The scabbard, with a texture reminiscent of cured meat, featured a hilt adorned with 7 small tendrils, culminating in a bead at the end. Even unsheathed, the sword exuded a restless energy. Undoubtedly, this was the most significant gain from the solo venture. A level 13 enigmatic weapon, it came with star-level enhancements and growth potential, capable of accompanying Chen Bei on his journey of improvement. The future looked promising. Chen Bei then took out the extra reward. The Withered Tree Reviving Badge, which offered a 10 increase to his health cap, a commendable bonus. The prompt indicated that only 1 badge could be equipped at a time. Thus, he would have to alternate between the new Bee King and the Withered Tree Reviving Badges. Next, he retrieved Xiao Qian's urn. "Can you hear me?" Chen Bei inquired of the urn. There was no response. Previously, Xiao Qian had intervened to assist him, unleashing a broad attack under the sun that had nearly caused her to dissipate. Leaving behind merely a small glimmer, it seemed she would need to recuperate within her urn for some time before potentially regaining her strength. "Where shall I place you?" "It must be somewhere out of direct light." Chen Bei circled around the dormitory, ultimately deciding to tuck the urn beneath his bed. In the past, he would never have considered storing an urn beneath his bed, but now it seemed inconsequential. What superstitions were there to concern him? Chen Bei tidied up, changing into a more subdued set of attire. Since the dormitory was undeniably secure, there was no need to arm himself with equipment. Chen Bei had played 2 rounds of the game, thus managing to qualify as a seasoned player. He had developed a fundamental understanding of the dormitory building, navigating it with ease. He stepped outside and locked the door behind him. Within the dormitory, absolute safety prevailed. Individuals could not harm one another, nor could they attack each other's rooms. With the door securely locked, all was well. The corridor was lined with rooms, each distinctly identifiable. Some doors appeared more sophisticated, while others were uniquely designed. For instance, one door was protected by iron bars and electrified, crackling with sparks. Additional installations, such as surveillance cameras, could also be affixed to the doors. Several doors in the corridor had cameras installed, providing superior monitoring of the area in front of them, far better than a peephole. Observing these doors, Chen Bei resolved to fortify his own room, alleviating the concern of potential theft each time he stepped out. Chen Bei descended the stairs and made his way to the communal bathroom, where he took a thorough wash. He speculated that upon upgrading his dormitory, it would include its own bathroom and shower, rendering visits to the communal facilities unnecessary. After washing, he emerged refreshed and looking quite dashing. As he exited the bathroom, he fortuitously encountered an acquaintance who had just come from the women's bathroom. Her hair still damp. It was the player known as Lamisi. Clad in a black leather jacket and a snug mini skirt, her curves were striking, and her strong thighs left a solid impression. She recognized Chen Bei, but her expression was stiff, her gaze vacant. The last time he saw her, she had been exceedingly warm, a stark contrast to her current demeanor. Something must have transpired with her. What's wrong? Chen Bei inquired. You let us talk somewhere else, Lamisi replied wearily. Moments later, the two found themselves in the dining hall of the dormitory. Here, basic free meals were provided, but they could not be taken away. Consumption was restricted to the premises. The ordering and serving areas were enclosed, utilizing cutting-edge technology for instantaneous service. From the outside, one could not glimpse the chefs or staff within. They sat face-to-face at a dining table. Lamisi sipped a colorful chilled cocktail, lacking any appetite for food. Chen Bei, feeling starved, ordered a rib rice dish accompanied by hot soup, relishing every bite. Without prompting, Lamisi began to speak. Sigh, the last round of the game was terrifying. I still haven't recovered. I entered a solo game while you likely participated in a standard group game. Chen Bei gnawed on the ribs, finding them quite delectable. Yes, this building and the game itself operate under their own temporal logic, artificially controlled and not to be measured by conventional reasoning. I know a bit about this. You vanished into a solo game, while I spent an additional day in the dormitory before entering the game. Although our entry times differed, our return point remained the same, 8 a.m. If it were a standard 24-hour holiday, entering the game would also occur at that time. In at 8 a.m., out at 8 a.m. Indeed, Lamisi nodded, taking another sip through her straw. What is the name of the game you entered this time? And what are its mechanics? Chen Bei queried. This time, I entered a game called Pure Black Knight. Upon mentioning the game's title, Lamizi's hand trembled slightly, revealing her lingering fear in a tone befitting an eyewitness. She recounted the game's nature and her general experience. In this round, players found themselves engulfed in a pitch-black environment devoid of any light. Even with lights on, nothing was visible, rendering it darker than blindness itself. Even the game interface was obscured. At the outset, there was only the most basic hint. Players possessed a key and needed to navigate the darkness to locate their dormitory door. Using the key to unlock it, successfully returning to 1's dormitory constituted victory. Though seemingly a simple objective, the reality was fraught with peril. In utter darkness, players could see nothing and could only feel their way forward. The game explicitly warned that monsters lurked in the shadows. Thus, every player was on edge. Upon encountering a moving target in the dark, they would instinctively assume it was a monster and attack. Often, their strikes landed not on monsters but on fellow players. In the oppressive darkness, the roars of monsters mingled with the screams of players. The game's designer was a sadist, a veritable demon. I lost track of time in that darkness. It felt as though I had spent months there. Were it not for a doll dangling from my door lock, I would surely have perished inside. Lamizi, her emotions heightened, vented her frustrations. Calm down, it's all in the past, Chen Bei consoled. In the past? Ha, I completed this round and can relax for a day, but what about the next round? No matter how skilled or fortunate I am, how many rounds can I endure? That's true. I can't find any words of comfort for you, as I too am in the same predicament. Let us make love. Perhaps in the next round, we might both meet our demise. What is there to hesitate about? Why not indulge a little? If we are to die, let us do so as spirited souls. In the bedroom, a man and a woman lay together, having engaged in their desires. The bed bore the marks of their fervor. Both understood that this encounter was merely a physical release, incapable of evolving into anything deeper. Devoid of emotional ties. Feeling better? Chen Bei leaned against the headboard, glancing at Lamizi beside him. This was the most exhilarating experience. It was liberating, and I feel much lighter now, Lamizi replied, nestling against Chen Bei. Though you say that to every man you share a bed with? Chen Bei teased. Absolutely not, Lamizi retorted. Chen Bei gently extricated himself from her embrace, sitting up. Now that you're feeling better, I'll rise. I need to purchase supplies and gather more information. You mentioned previously sending me numerous blueprints for free. Please expedite that. You're truly merciless, Lamizi lamented. Soon thereafter, both dressed. Lamizi, seeking Chen Bei's approval, lit a cigarette after receiving consent. Though I drink, smoke, and sleep with men I've just met, I'm still a good girl. These blueprints were forwarded to me by other veteran players last time. I've sent them all to you. The content is rather disorganized but will prove useful, she shared over a private chat. Copying over 100 blueprint details to Chen Bei, as he perused them, his eyes widened with intrigue. The blueprints included doors and dormitories of level 5 and above, as well as various weapons and items. For seasoned players, these blueprints might be trivial, commonplace even. But for Chen Bei, who had just completed 2 rounds of the game, they were invaluable. Additionally, there was information regarding levels. AT level 10, the 3rd skill slot would unlock, which Chen Bei had already achieved. AT level 12, the 2nd talent slot would become available. AT level 15, he would experience a power evolution, needing to choose between magical and martial energy. AT level 20, he would gain access to the other power he had not chosen previously, becoming a master of both. This information held considerable worth. Thank you. You've been a tremendous help, Chen Bei exclaimed. If we meet again after the next game, may we rekindle our passion, Lamizi purred, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Provided we both return here alive, I'm open to it, Chen Bei replied. I'll take that as a yes. Oh, you have any more insider information to share with me, or anything about the game that I might not know? Let me think about what else I can share with you, Lamizi pondered before continuing. There are a few key points. First, players can expend game currency to gain advanced knowledge of their next game's hints. If you have ample currency, it may be wise to invest in this to enhance your chances of success. Second, be wary of peculiar players, those with extra eyes or limbs. Such players may have employed dark arts from blood sacrifice scrolls to acquire tremendous power, making them the most dangerous among players. Third, sometimes you will encounter games with special rules. In those instances, your level and equipment will be temporarily rendered ineffective. Those are the main points I can think of. Chen Bei nodded, committing these insights to memory, recognizing their significance. Having assisted me in this manner, I would love to offer you a game coin as a token of gratitude. While I'm reluctant to part with it, I do have this, and I hope it pleases you. Chen Bei produced a cursed spirit dress he had previously acquired, gifting it to Lamisi. This was a garment meant solely for female players, utterly useless to Chen Bei, and he felt no regret in parting with it. Although Lamisi had participated in one more round than Chen Bei, her level had not surpassed 10, thus, this level 10 equipment would serve her well, leaving her quite satisfied. Wow, are you really giving this to me? What a darling, Lamisi exclaimed joyfully. Chen Bei remained non-committal regarding her affectionate terms, understanding it was all in good fun. Subsequently, the two meandered through the entire dormitory building as if perusing a shopping mall. The building boasted 18 floors, each filled to the brim with player dormitories. This dormitory was numbered 9, indicating that at least 8 more identical buildings existed, merely among the new players with 5 rounds or fewer. A considerable number can be found. Residing in the dormitory, they are neighbors, yet once the game commences, they transform into fierce competitors. Upon opening the group chat of the dormitory, one can observe hundreds of individuals engaged in fervent discussions. Some share their gaming experiences, while others openly trade items or propose exchanges, fostering mutual support. By preparing diligently within the dormitory, the likelihood of survival in the game will undoubtedly increase in the future. On the first floor, the bustling marketplace awaits. Here, a vibrant atmosphere prevails as people congregate around various shopping facilities. Due to the precious nature of game currency, the majority are mere spectators rather than buyers. With 14 game coins in his possession, Chen Bei can undoubtedly be considered affluent. Thus, he must meticulously strategize how to allocate his funds. Soon, Chen Bei discovers the presence of private booths within the marketplace. What are these booths about? Chen Bei inquires. When shopping in the main hall, others can see what you acquire. If you prefer discretion, you may enter a private booth to shop. However, these booths only contain vending machines, offering a limited selection. The attractive girl explains. I see. Chen Bei promptly strides towards the private booth. Chapter 59. I have set my eyes on you. Chen Bei intends to purchase numerous items within the privacy of the booth for added confidentiality. You may choose to wait for me here or attend to your own affairs. The decision is yours. Chen Bei states at the entrance of the booth, I have nothing pressing, so I shall wait for you. The girl replies with a smile. Chen Bei enters the booth alone. It resembles an old-fashioned bank self-service cash withdrawal machine. The booth is small, accommodating only one person, and the door locks automatically upon entry. Opposite him stands a vividly colored vending machine, appearing quite extravagant. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Bei raises his leg and delivers a kick to the vending machine. Bang! Indeed, it caused no damage. The vending machine remains unscathed. Warning: please refrain from engaging in such futile acts of aggression. Repeated offenses will result in penalties. This even triggered a warning notification from the dormitory. Chen Bei decides to cease his antics and begins to examine the vending machine seriously. The machine automatically recognizes his information. Depending on the player's level, there are restrictions on what can be purchased. For instance, regarding the equipment list, Chen Bei can only buy items that are level 10 or below. No amount of wealth allows the purchase of higher-level gear that surpasses his own level. The selection of goods is vast, overwhelming to the senses. Among them is a special category of items. Upon opening it, he locates the game tip the girl mentioned earlier. The price is 1 game coin. Considering the necessity of knowing what the next round of the game entails, this purchase seems prudent. Chen Bei retrieves his shiny game coin and inserts it into the coin slot. Buying game tip 1, content will be automatically dispensed. Tip: in the next round of the game, you will need to acquire numbers from other players to secure a more favorable situation for yourself. Numbers? The next round of the game is related to numbers. Since it mentions acquiring them from other players, a high level of competition is certainly implied that it will be a competitive game. Purchasing the tip is merely the beginning. Subsequently, Chen Bei buys a considerable number of items. He has never been so extravagant, even during the shopping frenzy of Double 11. Purchased ammunition box 2. Purchased hidden camera device 1. Purchased door alarm device 1. Purchased mobile phone 1. Purchased level 2 skill card heroic battle cry. Purchased level 2 talent card desperate struggle. Purchased level 1 refrigerator 1. Purchase Level 1 Flesh Power Generator 1. Purchase Level 1 Bagua Mirror 1. After a bout of frenzied shopping, Chen Bei believes he has acquired many useful items. The items purchased have two methods of delivery. Smaller items will be dispensed directly from the exit, while larger ones will be transferred to the buyer's dormitory. If there is insufficient space in the dormitory, purchasing will be restricted. Selecting, purchasing, and paying inevitably takes considerable time. By the time Chen Bei exits the booth, a significant amount of time has passed. Stepping outside, he looks up and is instantly taken aback. Awaiting him is not the alluring girl, but rather a stranger. The individual displays a sinister grin, looking at Chen Bei with an unsettling expression. His head is wrapped in layers of bandages, resembling a mummy. Amidst these wrappings, another pair of eyes is faintly visible, glinting with a cold light. This means that the individual possesses 4 eyes. Be wary of those peculiar players, like those with an extra eye or an additional arm. Chen Bei recalls the girl's earlier words. The person before him embodies such a danger. Hee hee. The 4-eyed man chuckles ominously, exuding an aura of malevolence. I have set my sights on you, for you have spent a considerable amount of time here, indicating that you possess a wealth of game coins and have purchased numerous items. None of your business. Chen Bei's expression darkens. Of course, it concerns me, as I am on the lookout for my prey. The fatter the prey, the better. Have you lost your mind? Player-on-player attacks are prohibited within the dormitory. What I refer to is, of course, the hunting within the game. I wish you good fortune in sharing the same game round with me, granting you the opportunity to hunt me. Chen Bei scoffs. No blessings are necessary, as I just drew a privilege that allows me to lock onto a player. In the next game, I will undoubtedly be in the same round as you. The 4-eyed man's mouth curls into a manic grin, and the eyes hidden beneath the bandages become increasingly agitated. Chen Bei's heart races. The gacha machine's prizes can yield some bizarre items. The individual does not appear to be bluffing. He truly has obtained the privilege he claims. In the next game, we shall meet. My delightful prey, the 4-eyed man declares, turning to leave. Hey, Chen Bei calls after him. The 4-eyed man halts. Let us be friends. At the very least, I should know your name. This would benefit you as well. Through the friend status, you can confirm whether I am still alive in the game. Chen Bei sends a friend request. The 4-eyed man is taken aback, not expecting his prey to be so proactive. Thus, he accepts the invitation. They are now friends, able to see each other's game names, though level information remains obscured. This differs from the novice round, where players cannot see each other's levels, maintaining an air of secrecy. Game name, Jingjia. Game name, Lingdu. Jingjia, is it? Listen well. If in the next game we indeed find ourselves allocated together, Chen Bei gestures with his thumb across his throat in a slicing motion, then our relationship will be one of mutual hunting. Who the prey is remains to be seen. Chen Bei boldly declares, exhibiting a strong intent to kill. He is far from being a lamb for slaughter. Treating him as prey will come at a cost. The individual named Jingjia gazes deeply at Chen Bei. Interesting. Jingjia strides away. Once the stranger departs, Chen Bei notices a message from the girl. He had lingered in the booth for too long, and finding the wait tedious. She has left ahead of him. Chen Bei does not dwell on the earlier incident, as competition among players is an inherent aspect of the game. Mutual destruction is the norm. Whether gaining or losing an enemy holds little significance. He resolves to keep a watchful eye on the individual in question. Inside dormitory 606, Chen Bei locks the door and meticulously counts the items he has just purchased. His game coins have dwindled to a mere single coin. Such a substantial investment surely warrants considerable returns. This procurement includes some significant items that require Chen Bei to install them manually. Each item comes with installation instructions and has an auxiliary installation feature, making the process intuitive once he gets started. Thus, Chen Bei busies himself. The first item he installs is the Flesh Power Generator. Chapter 60. Flesh Power Generator. Task accomplished. Chen Bei claps his hands, admiring the results of his labor. A flesh power generator now occupies a corner of the room. The machine's core is a square-shaped grinder, filled with interlocking circular metal blades that engage with one another. The machine is also equipped with energy storage components and wiring that connects to the entire dormitory. Providing power. Only during the initial startup is an external battery required. Thereafter, it generates electricity autonomously. As the name suggests, the flesh power generator utilizes blood and flesh as raw materials by inserting corpses into the grinder. They are pulverized and converted into electrical energy. It is a rather brutal form of black technology. The game is never short of corpses. A single novice round can eliminate 3/4 of players, not to mention zombies or other monsters. Thus, if one possesses sufficient ruthlessness to embrace such a macabre approach, one can continuously generate an abundant supply of electricity. Electricity is crucial for the dormitory. Resolving the power supply issue enables the installation of various electrical appliances, enhancing every aspect of dormitory life. For instance, Chen Bei moves the newly purchased refrigerator to the side near the entrance and connects it to the power supply. This refrigerator not only preserves food but serves additional purposes. Should any enemies breach the door and invade the dormitory, the refrigerator will automatically activate, unleashing a blast of cold air to freeze the intruders on the spot. It can even open the door to allow enemies inside, triggering the refrigerator's effects. Thus, it acts as a defensive weapon within the dormitory. Chen Bei had conducted thorough research. It was not merely the refrigerator. Various household appliances sold within the game were far more intricate than they appeared on the surface, each possessing additional effects. Some were intended for offense, while others served defensive purposes. Currently, he could only power them with batteries. The next time he entered the game, he could bring back the corpses to his dormitory and activate the flesh and blood generator. Chen Bei pondered this in his mind. He continued his work, embarking on an upgrade of the door. Elevating it to level 5. Beyond level 5, he could add materials to transform it into a special door, such as the skeleton door. He had obtained the recipe for this door during his solo gameplay. With the requisite materials primarily consisting of various bones and remains, he had collected plenty of such materials in the game, notably from the Mountain of Bones, where the bones were piled high and easily accessible. After busily working inside and out, he successfully transformed the door into a skeleton door. The once ordinary door was now adorned with a layer of white bones, featuring 3 skulls atop it, with skeletal arms hanging down. Should the door come under attack, these skeletal arms would retaliate. Such special modifications did not affect the door's inherent level. They merely enhanced its attributes. Now, Chen Bei's door possessed the ability to counterattack. Making it far more than just a simple door, he also installed a camera and a complete alarm system. To utilize these, he needed to connect them to a smartphone. Otherwise, the camera would serve no purpose. This camera was quite discreet, small enough to be hidden beneath the door frame, easily overlooked unless one looked closely. The smartphone he had purchased was also put to use, completing the connection with these devices. From this moment forth, should anyone approach Chen Bei's door, it would trigger the alarm, which would also synchronize with the connected smartphone. He picked up his phone and dialed a real-world number. Beep, beep, beep. Only a busy signal greeted him. As expected, the call could not go through. Chen Bei let out a bitter smile. This was a phone within the dormitory survival system, its functions severely restricted, only usable for interactions within the game. There was no hope of dialing out for help. The entire dormitory survival game resembled a hell on earth, completely isolated from the outside world. He decided to equip a skill card. Chen Bei currently had 3 skill slots, and the extra slot was just enough to equip a new skill. He equipped the level 2 skill card, Heroic Battle Cry. Activating this skill was simple. A loud shout would suffice. Upon activation, the player would receive a temporary boost in attributes and have a chance to intimidate enemies, weakening their attributes. A rise and a fall, a classic support ability. Thus, an entire day passed. Night fell, and Chen Bei lay in bed, finding it difficult to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to message the girl. Lingdu, you previously provided me with numerous recipes. Why did you not share the drawings for the various talismans? I can only draw one type of exorcism talisman, and it feels too monotonous. The girl replied, Talismans are different from recipes. I cannot give you those. Even though talismans may appear to have a single design, they are essentially something that can only be understood intuitively. That's what other veteran players told me. Lingdu, I see. The girl continued. When dawn breaks, you will be heading into the next round of the game. I wish you a safe return. Lingdu, I appreciate your good wishes. The girl added. As promised, when you return this time, we shall have a double celebration, with prosperity and fortune pouring in from all directions. Lingdu replied, Is the juicer becoming sentient? Having resolved his queries, Chen Bei refrained from further conversation with the girl. He lay back in bed, adjusting his mindset, and eventually fell asleep. Though not too soundly, after all, He was facing a new game the following day. It was challenging to achieve restful sleep. Hours later, Chen Bei woke naturally, his eyes snapping open to the sight of beams of light dancing around the room. Red, white, and blue. Startled, he quickly sat up. What was happening now? Drawing his blade, he searched the dormitory and discovered the source of the light. It was the cluster of higanbana flowers glowing in the corner. The delicate strands of light floated around the dormitory, weaving beneath the bed and ultimately merging into the urn of ashes. This was an unusual phenomenon. It appeared that the urn was absorbing the power of the higanbana. Given the heavy energy of the higanbana, it was reasonable for it to be absorbed by a female ghost. Xiao Qian was far too weak. Absorbing these flowers should expedite her recovery. Chen Bei surmised this and, after a moment's hesitation, placed all the higanbana beside the urn. I brought you back and even let you absorb the higanbana. Aren't I treating you well? You should remember my kindness. He spoke to the urn, uncertain if Xiao Qian inside could hear him. Returning to bed, Chen Bei found that this time, sleep eluded him entirely, right up until the moment arrived. The third round of the game commenced. You have entered the game scene of door number battle. This round features 120 players who have been forcibly added to a group chat. You have received a random door number, 188. The outcome of this round hinges primarily on the door numbers. Players have the opportunity to alter their door number digits. Temporary time function unlocked. You may view the time within the game system. Game time is divided into 2 segments, alternating between them. 1 hour for free activity time. 5 minutes for settlement time. The game consists of 5 rounds. By meeting the conditions in the final settlement, players may clear the game and return to the dormitory. Each player's dormitory can generate 1 card per round with corresponding descriptions. There are multiple ways to obtain cards. Players are encouraged to explore actively. The first round begins. Settlement Condition A. Players whose door number digits sum to less than 12 will be eliminated. 12 is not included. Settlement Condition B. Players whose door number digits sum to more than 20 will survive and receive additional rewards. 20 is not included. Settlement Condition C. Players with door number digits of 888 will survive and receive high-level rewards. This reward far exceeds that of Settlement Condition B. Settlement Countdown. 59 minutes 8 seconds. 59 minutes 7 seconds. During the settlement period, players must remain within their dormitory. Lingering outside will incur severe penalties. Chapter 61. Door Number Battle. Chen Bei focused intently on the rules presented before him. The rules were not particularly complex. In essence, the objective was to find a way to alter one's door number. During the settlement, the differing door numbers would yield varying outcomes. The best possible outcome was 888. With a door number of 188, was he not extraordinarily fortunate? He merely needed to change the first digit to an 8. Chen Bei marveled at his stroke of luck. However, he quickly realized that matters were not so simple. The taller the tree, the stronger the wind. A door number of 188 was excessively advantageous, and it would undoubtedly attract the envy and even hostility of other players. This world was never short on envy and malice. Hence, it was far too early to celebrate. Chen Bei then opened the player group chat. At a glance, he spotted a crucial detail. In this round of the game, all players' door numbers were public. Each player's name was followed by a string of door numbers. For instance, his own was Lingdu, 188. Thus, there were no secrets to be kept. All players within the same game could see each other's door numbers, making it exceedingly conspicuous. Scanning the player list, he found a name, Jing Zhe. This individual was not lying. He had indeed entered the game. Chen Bei's expression hardened. Should he encounter that fellow named Jing Zhe again, there would be no hesitation. Battle would ensue. Both were of the ruthless sort. Whoever fell would become the prey. As before, Chen Bei entered the management group, receiving the codename Rum. The names in the management group were all codenames, changing with each session. This time, the codenames were all types of alcoholic beverages. The group leader's codename was Lao Baigon. Chen Bei needed to monitor the dynamics of both groups simultaneously, capturing the key information within. Current dormitory card generation complete. Please receive. A prompt appeared. In the half-light of the dormitory, a flash of light materialized, revealing a card that slowly descended. Chen Bei swiftly reached out and grasped the card. This card felt sturdier than a playing card, with an exquisite golden pattern on the back. The front displayed the card's effect along with relevant prompts. Effect: change any digit of your door number to the number 3. Tip A: Hold the card within a distance of 1.5 meters from the door number to use it. A confirmation step will occur before use to prevent operational errors. Tip B. The card's effect can only activate once. It will automatically burn after use. Tip C. After the game concludes, such cards will be automatically reclaimed and cannot be taken out of the game. Changing a digit to 3 was rather inconsequential. To gain an advantage in this round, the door number needed to be increased. Only a higher number would provide leverage. Transforming it to 3 offered little utility, unless Chen Bei's pupils dilated as he grasped the true purpose of this card. This was a card meant for sabotage. It could replace an adversary's door number with 3, diminishing their number. Should their sum fall below 12, they would face elimination. At this moment, the player group chat was abuzz with activity, far more lively than the management group. The sum of 3 digits must exceed 11. My door number is 132, adding up to only 6 points. Doesn't that spell doom for me? Everyone, remain calm. Listen to me, in this game, as long as we unite our efforts and cooperate, we can save as many people as possible. With no fewer than 11 players, the door numbers can remain unchanged. And we should pass our cards to those in need, helping them increase their door number. Cooperation? Assistance? You're dreaming. This isn't a novice round. Everyone is looking out for themselves. Indeed, the game is not solely about punishment. It also encompasses rewards. Elevate the door number to above 20, and you shall receive a reward. I see someone with a door number of 188. Such luck. The current numbers are merely temporary. It's the figures at the moment of settlement that will determine victory or defeat. Have you all received your cards? What effects do they possess? Chen Bei observed the myriad of personalities in the group chat. Suddenly, a stranger sent him a private message, accompanied by a photograph. The image depicted a card whose effect was to change a door number to 8. The sender's game name was Slime. Slime. This is a card generated in my dormitory. You must find it intriguing. Chen Bei's breath quickened. The sender had undoubtedly calculated this. As a player with a door number of 188, he urgently needed the 8 in the stranger's possession to assemble the most coveted door number. 888. Taking a deep breath twice to steady his nerves, he finally replied, .0°. I'm interested. Let's chat. Slime. Time is limited, so I shall be direct. You have 2 options to acquire this card. .0°. Let's hear them. Slime. The first option is to exchange it for 1 game coin. .0°, and the second. Slime. My door number is 300, which is perilously low. If you can collect enough cards to raise my total door number to above 20, I will give you this card. .0°. I choose the second option. Slime. Then I await your good news. I will only wait until 10 minutes before the settlement, if it's too late. Don't come seeking a trade. .0°. Understood. The 2 parties reached a verbal agreement. The trustworthiness of such a verbal pact remains questionable, given the unpredictable nature of this game. Door numbers may change, cards may transform, and hearts can waver. Chen Bei could only proceed step by step. It was time to venture out and gather more cards. Relying solely on the one in his possession would be far from sufficient. Theoretically, the more cards he amassed, the more advantageous his position would be, granting him greater maneuverability. Chen Bei tucked away his card, donned his key, and departed his room. He was no longer the same. Adorned with a bull skull mask, clad in wooden vine armor, sporting the newbie king badge on his chest, carrying a backpack, wearing corpse skin gloves, and with a wriggling belt at his waist. One side held a holster, while the other dangled the 7 bloody sword. With such an imposing presence, who would believe he was merely a newcomer who had just cleared 2 rounds of the game? Some might even think him a seasoned player who had triumphed in 7 or 8 rounds. Upon exiting, he crouched at the doorway to perform a series of actions. He retrieved a spike trap, set it at the entrance, and pricked his palm to feed it some blood. The spike trap would record his blood information, allowing him free passage. Stepping on it would pose no danger to him. However, for anyone else, stepping on it would trigger a spike attack. Should someone pass by and be injured, it would merely be their misfortune for being so close to another's door. Each additional defensive measure enhances the dormitory's safety. Chen Bei set off, and every action he had taken was closely observed by a player hidden across the hall. Chapter 62. Carnivores behind the door. A male player crouched, around 40 years of age, his face marred with acne scars. His game name was Xiang Yang. Initially, everyone had been thrust into the game, bewildered and helpless. When choosing game names, many unconsciously opted for familiar online monikers. Xiang Yang was one such case. Once a pivotal figure striving for his family, at 40, he bore the immense pressure of supporting both the elderly and the young. Thus, he fought, he endeavored, and he ran towards the light. To live towards the sun. Now, the opportunity that belonged to him had arrived. Becoming a survivor in the game was his only chance to return to reality and reunite with his family. To go home, he would stop at nothing. Xiangyang glanced at the card in his hand. Its effect was to swap his door number with that of another player. To activate the effect, he had to be near the other's door number. The player opposite him had a unique door, fully armed, clearly a formidable opponent in the game. His door number was 188, just one shy of evolving into 888. Meanwhile, his own door number was 223, perilously below the threshold of life and death. If he timed it right and swapped door numbers with him, he would reap immense benefits. Not only could he seize his door number, but he could also utilize his own to turn the tables. Everything within his room would then belong to him. The more Xiangyang pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his body trembling with anticipation. The free activity period lasted an hour. It had just begun, and there was no rush. He needed to execute the swap mere seconds before the settlement to ensure a clean getaway, leaving no chance for the opponent to react. Clutching the card tightly, he was already formulating his plan. He decided to remain concealed within his room, allowing other players to create chaos. At the last moment, he would unleash his card for a counterattack. Mom, Dad, son, daughter, wait for me. I will return home. Xiangyang transformed this intense yearning for home into his driving force for survival. Chen Bei traversed the corridor. Looking up, he saw the words 5th floor emblazoned on the wall. The unique characteristic of this round of the game was that all players' door numbers were randomized. Thus, determining each player's location based on their door numbers was impossible. One could only ascertain the floor in the corridor. Chen Bei continued to observe, walking back and forth. This floor housed 20-player dormitories, each with distinct door numbers, in addition to extra rooms such as restrooms and studios. The studio featured 4 workbenches for players to utilize. Of course, they could also be like Chen Bei and take them back home. Another player approached from the opposite direction and caught sight of Chen Bei. Wow, that gear is utterly extravagant. Armed to the teeth? The player, frightened, swiftly turned to flee, daring not to approach Chen Bei. Chen Bei pressed on, descending the stairs to the 4th floor corridor. At that moment, a player wielding a large axe was violently hacking at another player's door. Inside, terrified screams echoed. Please, stop hacking at my door. My dorm is barren. I have nothing to offer you. The axe-wielding player continued unabated, shouting, hand over the card in your possession, and I will spare you. Otherwise, I will break down the door and smash your head. The occupant within responded, but I've already used my card. I truly have nothing to give you. I don't care. If you lack a card to buy your life, then you shall perish. The axe-wielding player resumed his assault. Just then, footsteps sounded nearby, drawing the attention of the axe-wielder. He temporarily halted his attack, turning to see a fully armed player striding forward, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The newcomer wielded a sword adorned with writhing tentacles. The axe-wielder panicked, feigning bravado. Who are you? Mind your own business. The approaching figure was, of course, Chen Bei. He quickened his pace, charging towards the axe-wielder while bellowing. Ha! Warrior's battle cry. An icon for the skill appeared above Chen Bei's head. And a radiant glow enveloped him, temporarily enhancing his attributes, particularly speed and strength. Like a tempest, he dashed to face the axe-wielder, swinging the 7 bloody sword in an offensive strike. The blade transformed into a crimson shadow. Moving too swiftly for the eye to follow, the axe-wielder, in a state of panic, attempted to defend himself but was no match for Chen Bei. Thud. One strike severed his arm. Thud. The next cleaved through his torso. Thud. A final thrust penetrated his abdomen. 3 strikes depleted his health bar. With a clatter, the axe fell to the ground. The axe-wielder collapsed by the roadside, blood pouring from his wounds, his expression contorted with rage and resentment. Why, in this game, is there such a high-level player? It's unfair. Chen Bei loomed above him, casting a cold gaze, opening his personal panel and setting it to display mode. It clearly displayed the information. Clearing times 2. The axe-wielder was stunned. The opponent was so formidable, yet had only played 2 rounds. Overwhelmed with disbelief, he departed this wretched world. For Chen Bei, this was merely a selective act of hunting. the axe wielder, by attacking another's door, had placed himself in the domain of carnivores, a realm that is unforgiving. One can inflict harm upon others, but the same fate awaits them. Should one be slain, no complaints should arise. Chen Bei bent down to scour for spoils, sifting through the miscellaneous items, with a particular focus on cards. There it was. Chen Bei extracted a card, examining its effect. Effect. Increases any one digit of the door number by 6. If the digit reaches 10, it counts as 0. If it exceeds 10, the unit digit is retained, e.g., 12 becomes 2. Not bad. It was an additive effect. At least in this round, it provided a significant advantage. Chen Bei was satisfied and immediately stowed the card in his satchel. Now he had 2 bags, both equipped and alternately utilized. He meticulously kept track of the contents of each bag in critical moments. One must not succumb to panic. Previously attacked players cowered behind their doors, afraid to utter a single word, even a word of gratitude. For Chen Bei was far more terrifying than the axe-wielding man who had just perished. Hey, I've only slain one person. It's far too few, not satisfying enough. Let me take down a few more for sheer pleasure. The mouth on the spine of the 7 bloody sword began to chatter, revealing a circle of sharp little teeth. Chen Bei, however, paid no heed to its prattle. Instead, he forcefully yanked the sword's hilt, severing the tendrils from his skin and leaving behind a series of wounds. Each time he wielded the 7 bloody sword, this unfortunate outcome accompanied it. A distinct disadvantage. Hey, hey, hey! Why did you pull me out? The 7 bloody sword clamored. Chen Bei sheathed the sword, silencing its incessant chatter. There is a saying, make the most of one's resources. What lay ahead for Chen Bei was precisely this. Grasping the corpse's hand, he dragged it towards the staircase, leaving a trail of deep crimson blood in his wake. Hand in hand with the lifeless body, he felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Truly, no one could compare. This was related to Chen Bei's previous profession, and certainly influenced by the nature of the game itself. In survival games like this, it only took a round or 2 to drive a person to madness. Chen Bei continued to ascend with the corpse, returning to the 5th floor. Any player who caught sight of him chose to retreat. Keeping their distance, he brought the body back to his residence, positioning it beside the flesh and blood generator. The gruesome culinary segment was about to commence. Chen Bei pulled the curtain attached to the generator and bent down to press the start button. The initial activation required battery power, which he had long since prepared. Buzz, crackle, crackle, crackle. The entire flesh and blood generator began to operate, trembling slightly, booming with sound, as the circular blades within the feed entrance meshed together, spinning faster and faster. Brother, didn't he expect someone to collect your remains for you, did you? Chen Bei hoisted the corpse high and directly stuffed it into the feed entrance. Chapter 63. Underground trials. Moments later, the surroundings became a scene of unspeakable horror. Drenched in blood and scattered with chunks of flesh and fragments of bones, amidst the sanguine froth lay 2 teeth, still attached to flesh, one of which was a decayed tooth. Such details served as evidence of life once having existed. The earlier proceedings were a remarkable reenactment of various B-grade horror films. Thankfully, a curtain shielded the chaos, preventing the entire dormitory from descending into filth and disorder. The room was permeated by an indescribable odor, more complex than mere blood. Chen Bei was also splattered with blood, resembling a butcher. Even the seasoned administrators were taken aback. What a guy! A newcomer who has only completed 2 games, yet he acts so ruthlessly, even employing the flesh and blood generator. Indeed, he is quite the vicious one. Utilizing corpses for power generation requires a formidable psychological fortitude. Such individuals are inherently twisted. The very players we love to host in our games are those extreme types. I checked his records from the previous 2 rounds. Newcomers exhibiting such performance are exceedingly rare. We must keep a close watch on this 0 degree. I eagerly anticipate his forthcoming actions. It was only natural for players like Chen Bei to attract the attention of the administrators. This scrutiny would benefit Chen Bei, as the group would unveil more information regarding him. This was a treasure trove of information. The recent corpse had charged the generator halfway. Another body was needed to fully replenish it. One corpse was, astonishingly, insufficient. He would have to make do for now. Chen Bei bore little psychological burden regarding his recent actions. Some matters should not be overthought. One must simply let go and act. At that moment, a private message from a friend arrived. It was Jingja, Jingja. My adorable prey, the hunt is about to commence. Are you prepared? 0 degree. I'm ready. I'm on the 5th floor. Hurry over. We're in need of a corpse to recharge. This reply was accompanied by a video that depicted the gruesome scene by the generator. Isn't it adorable? Prey. Indeed. Allow you to witness what your cute prey has just accomplished. This maneuver left the opposing party speechless. Jingja's twisted threats and cryptic intimidation had no effect on Chen Bei, who could claim superiority in madness. 0 degree. When will you arrive? Should I wait for you here? Give me a straightforward answer. Jingja. Heh, you're quite ruthless. Since this is a game, let us take our time. Let us see who will ultimately prevail. 0 degree. What are you laughing at, you waste? You don't even dare to come. Once again, the opposing party fell silent. It remained uncertain whether Jingja would charge directly or buy time, seeking an opportune moment. At that juncture, a dialogue within the management group piqued Chen Bei's interest. What's the situation underground? Some players have discovered 4 entrances to the underground trials, but no one dares to enter yet. They are merely observing in the underground trials. One can acquire additional cards. Once they taste the sweetness, they will willingly venture inside. Underground trials? It seemed imperative to explore this realm. Chen Bei could not simply wait idly for Jingja to present himself. Moreover, the potential threat posed by Jingja was not enough to elevate him to Chen Bei's highest priority. He opened the door, locked it behind him, and descended through the floors. 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. Chen Bei swiftly reached the ground floor. Here lay a spacious hall, where several players had gathered, with one individual delivering a public address. The speaker was a tall, imposing young man, radiating an aura of authority, as if he were glowing. He was the type of person who naturally commanded attention. Let us no longer be led by the nose by this game. The rules are steeped in malice, designed to induce us to turn on one another, transforming us from civilized beings into beasts. If we unite, cooperating and assisting one another, we can overcome challenges and enhance our survival chances. The key to cooperation lies in the cards we hold. We can utilize these cards to aid those in need, allowing their door numbers to fall within a safe range. The speaker articulated his thoughts, garnering some agreement from the players. Some harbored genuine goodwill, preserving the flickering flame of civilization, while others sought to exploit the situation. There were also those whose door numbers placed them at a disadvantage, naturally supporting this mutual assistance initiative, as they stood to benefit. During his discourse, the tall youth revealed his gaming name, Leo. Chen Bei recalled that this was the individual who had previously urged players to assist one another in the group chat. If you truly wish to help others, could you help me first? I'm pregnant. A female player raised her hand. All eyes turned toward her. She approached, noticeably round with a slight bulge, in times of distress. Priority is afforded to those in need, and pregnant women, undoubtedly, rank at the top of that hierarchy, deserving of immediate rescue. If even a pregnant woman were to be neglected, then this player alliance would be a mere farce. Leo stepped forward to assess the pregnant woman, inquiring, "What is your name?" "I mean your gaming name." "My name is Huahua Bureau," she replied softly. "And what is your door number?" 000. "Ah, 3 zeros?" Huahua Bureau reiterated. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. That was indeed the worst possible door number for this round. 3 zeros denoted the smallest possible value. Assisting Huahua Bureau would prove quite challenging. Yet Leo had no choice. He must extend aid. Otherwise, none of this could stand. "I possess a card that can change a number to 7. Take me to your dormitory door, and I will assist you in altering one number." Leo produced his card, leading by example, initiating the first step toward mutual assistance. "Thank you. My dormitory is on the 3rd floor, not far from here. I'll lead you there." Huahua Bureau expressed her heartfelt gratitude in the survival game. Witnessing the brilliance of humanity was a rare occurrence. Chen Bei merely passed through, uninterested in further involvement, and turned to seek the so-called entrance to the underground trials, which should not be difficult to locate. Leo ascended with a group of supporters, casting one last glance at Chen Bei, who was heading in the opposite direction. Anyone could tell that Chen Bei's equipment was far beyond that of an ordinary player. Different paths, divergent fates. Attempting to recruit such an elite player would be no small feat. The two parties parted ways. Chen Bei quickly found the trial entrances on the ground floor. Each of the 4 corners corresponded to a different entrance. Each entrance was open, with stairs leading downward. Above each entrance, various trial names were displayed. Combat trial, knowledge trial, mechanism trial, luck trial. Players hesitated before the entrances, while Chen Bei made a direct choice, opting for the combat trial and descending. Chapter 64. New cards' footsteps echoed as Chen Bei descended the staircase, reaching the depths below. The other players hesitated to be the first to take the plunge. Chen Bei was the inaugural visitor. Before him lay a moderately sized space, partitioned by walls and offering entrances to other areas. On the ground, two enormous mouths awaited, each approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, devoid of lips yet filled with sharp, glistening teeth, glistening with blood and flesh. With a slurp, the mouths opened, their insides glistening with saliva and flesh, expelling a glutinous mass. No, it was not a meatball. It was merely some creature curled up in a ball. Appearing as a meatball, deity was expelled from the gaping maw, beginning to stretch its body, tearing through the mucus enveloping it to reveal its true form, a body slightly shorter than that of a human. Covered in a sticky substance, features ears that are remarkably large, resembling those of a pig. Its face is sharp and monkey-like, possessing only a mouth, devoid of eyes, with claws that are sharp and formidable. Each talon measures an impressive 20 centimeters in length. A tail swishes behind it, ending in a stinger reminiscent of a scorpion's. The game does not explicitly reveal the nature of this creature nor its level. Only an aura of unknown peril surrounds it. For now, I shall dub this entity the big-eared monster, a name conjured by Chen Bei in the depths of his mind. After the big-eared monster was expelled, the two large mouths on the ground automatically closed, then stirred slightly, as if preparing for another bout of vomiting. The battle was imminent. The 7 bloody sword was drawn, its blade polished to a sheen akin to cured meat. With edges razor-sharp. Ha! It is time for my celestial sword to make its entrance. Let us vanquish them. The mouth upon the sword's spine clamored. The 7 small tentacles on the sword guard wriggled, each attaching themselves to Chen Bei's wrist, forming a connection. A countdown timer appeared, set for 2 minutes. Even before the timer reached its conclusion, Chen Bei would inevitably be influenced by some emotional turmoil, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty and warlike, with a hint of madness. Ha! Chen Bei shouted fiercely, bestowing himself with a buff. Fortune smiled upon him this time. His bellow intimidated the 2 big-eared monsters, causing them to hesitate. With a swift motion, sword in hand, he launched an offensive, carving a deadly triangle through the air. 3 beams of sword light flashed, each striking the enemy and severing flesh. The sensation was truly gratifying. Chen Bei grinned malevolently, swinging his sword to decapitate a portion of the big-eared monster's head. The severed half, along with its oversized ear, tumbled to the ground at an angle. Crack as Chen Bei approached. The large mouth on the ground gaped wide, snapping shut with force. This creature appeared dangerously threatening, prompting Chen Bei to deliberately evade its jaws, narrowly avoiding its bite. He continued his assault, carefully dodging the 2 mouths while attacking the 2 big-eared monsters. Remarkably, the big-eared monster, now with a significant portion of its head cleaved away, did not succumb immediately. Its vitality was more resilient than that of a pig. Suddenly, it lashed out with its tail, aiming the stinger at Chen Bei with remarkable speed and precision. Thud! 15. Chen Bei was struck. Fortunately, clad in a suit of vine armor, his defenses were formidable enough to withstand the blow. For other players in the same match, it would not have been as simple as losing just 15 health points. Chen Bei pressed on, maintaining a clear advantage. Soon, he dispatched both big-eared monsters. Checking the time, it had taken him less than a minute. With time still remaining, he swung his sword at the 2 large mouths on the ground, which could be interpreted as the birthplace of the monsters and warranted destruction. Indeed, both mouths possessed health bars. After a flurry of violent strikes from Chen Bei, they shattered. The combat trial naturally emphasized battle, which suited Chen Bei perfectly, hence his direct selection of this path. This skirmish yielded 4 experience points. Glancing at the time, he realized it was dwindling. Chen Bei hastily uprooted the 7 bloody sword, denying the adversary any chance to encroach upon him. The 2-minute countdown had not vanished but instead began to reverse, functioning as a form of cooldown. Chen Bei bent down, collecting a dropped item from one of the big-eared monsters. It was a level 7 weapon, named Bloodletting Claw. Not bad, though it held little utility for Chen Bei. He also conveniently stowed the corpse into his dimensional backpack, knowing that each corpse would occupy 2 slots. Previously indifferent to corpses, his perspective had shifted dramatically. Now, a corpse equated to a battery. Chitter, chitter, chitter. The sounds of big-eared monsters echoed in the distance. This combat trial was certainly not limited to the two monsters previously encountered. The 7 bloody sword remained in cooldown. Chen Bei switched to the evil-slaying blade and the bone shield, traversing through the entrance. Before him lay another space, considerably larger, with 2 paths to choose from. It seemed the arena for the combat trial was vast, with a complex terrain. On the ground, 3 large mouths expelled 3 big-eared monsters. The battle commenced. Chen Bei continued to fight. This time, he deliberately lured the enemies back to the previous entrance to avoid being ambushed from behind. Confronting a solitary big-eared monster, he dispatched them one by one with relative ease, ensuring a profitable exchange point. One of the corpses yielded a card. Chen Bei's interest peaked as he picked it up to examine it. The effect randomly alters 1 digit of a door number, with 2 chances to choose from, allowing for 1 replacement. Engaging in combat and slaying monsters presented a chance to acquire cards, offering an alternative avenue for obtaining them. After defeating numerous monsters, only 1 card had dropped, indicating an average drop rate. Chen Bei contemplated. Relying solely on the initial card at the game's onset would yield low odds of success. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Therefore, quantity was paramount. As long as he possessed a sufficient number of cards, he could manipulate the door number multiple times, steering it towards a more favorable digit. Chen Bei paused for a brief respite. At that moment, he noticed a conversation within the management group revealing a critical piece of information. With a cleanup efficiency like that, when on Earth could one reach the trial's end? Only upon reaching the end can one obtain that special card. It is the key to defeating the dealer. Charging straight through would be excessively challenging and unrealistic, especially since he is alone. Time is also of the essence. 20 minutes have already elapsed. To reach the end, parkour is the only option. I genuinely hope he secures that special card. Any of the 4 trials can yield a special card upon reaching the end. He still has plenty of opportunities. The trial's conclusion, the special card. Additionally, the term dealer was mentioned. This dealer must be formidable, potentially a hidden boss within the game. To reach it, parkour is essential. If I were to rush over now, it would seem overly conspicuous. I shall engage in further combat. Chen Bei resolved. Given the existence of a special card, acquiring it was imperative. Just as he prepared to set off, his phone in his pocket suddenly erupted with an alarm. This indicated that someone was approaching his door. Chapter 65. Parkour. Chen Bei hastily retrieved his phone to check. Illuminating the screen, the live feed from the camera materialized. There stood a curly-haired youth at Chen Bei's dormitory door, struck by a spike in the ground, yelping in pain before bolting away. Likely startled by the spike, he fled in a panic. Chen Bei furrowed his brow slightly, sliding the camera's progress bar to review the prior footage. The curly-haired youth had cautiously approached the door, clutching a card in hand. This signified that he was not merely passing by but rather had ulterior motives. Intending to tamper with Chen Bei's door number. Sabotage among players was a commonplace occurrence, especially considering Chen Bei's door number was conspicuously eye-catching, 188, just a step away from the round's grand prize. Little curly-haired one, I shall remember you. Chen Bei turned off his phone. He had no intention of returning. Instead, he would continue his current adventure. Next, it was time to test his acting skills. Chen Bei first engaged in a series of standard battles, clashing with monsters. The 7 bloody sword and the evil-slaying blade alternated in use. Each time he wielded the 7 bloody sword, he experienced the exhilarating sensation of effortlessly cleaving through monsters with just a few strikes. In contrast, utilizing the evil-slaying blade proved significantly less effective. Throughout the kills, he acquired 2 more cards. Effect. In a single turn, obscures 1 digit of the door number. Regardless of changes to that digit, it remains invisible to others. Effect. When the sum of the door number digits is less than 4, all digits are doubled. With these 2 cards, Chen Bei now possessed 5 cards. Many players still clung to their initial single card. Meanwhile, Chen Bei had amassed 5, and the game had only just commenced. The disparity would only continue to grow. Observing the player group chat, he noted that other players had already entered various trials. Each trial presented its unique challenges. The knowledge trial requires answering questions, rewards for correct answers, penalties for incorrect ones. The luck trial involves opening blind boxes, with both rewards and penalties in store. I checked the trap trial. It is fraught with traps, nearly impossible to navigate, too perilous. The combat trial has been monopolized by a dominant player, who is currently slaying monsters within. Best to steer clear of him. Chen Bei remained focused on the combat trial, disregarding the others for the time being. He pressed forward in his exploration. This wave brought him face to face with 4 monsters, attacking him from both flanks. An opportunity had arisen. Chen Bei began to act, deliberately feigning a state of disarray, initially evading in a panic, creating distance before breaking into a full sprint. The parkour commenced. In this round, the map function was operational, automatically recording the areas traversed by players. Chen Bei consulted the semi-transparent map as a reference, deliberately sprinting towards uncharted territories. Along the way, he activated an increasing number of large mouths, which expelled monsters, not solely big-eared monsters. New varieties began to emerge. Point 1 monster bore a head as large as a yoga ball, featuring a single large eye and small wings on either side, capable of soaring through the air. Another monster possessed only a pair of legs, with powerful, muscular feet and dense furred. Big-eared monsters, big-eyed monsters, big-legged monsters. A veritable family bucket. Chen Bei had no time to analyze these creatures. He simply bolted forward, masquerading as if lost in panic. The expanse of the combat trial exceeded his expectations, with interconnected rooms and a complex layout resembling a labyrinth. Fortunately, the map served as a reference. Chen Bei evaded monsters, refusing to engage in unnecessary conflicts, occasionally encountering dead ends. Ultimately, he managed to locate an exit. Chen Bei dashed out, revealing a new room before him. On the ground stood a solitary pillar, atop which rested a platform bearing a card. This card, adorned with a shimmering golden edge, appeared distinct from ordinary cards, exuding an air of sophistication. Eureka! Chen Bei slowed his pace as he approached, observing the dialogues within the management group. Should there be any concealed mechanisms or traps, he could glean insights in advance. The discussions in the management group buzzed with chatter, yet no particularly alarming statements emerged. It seemed safe to seize the card. After all, the dangers he had just faced had already proven formidable. There was no need for further trials here. Chen Bei grasped the special card in his hand. Effect: permanently increases the dormitory door number by 1 digit, randomly generating a number. In this round of the game, the door number can reach a maximum of 4 digits. Hint A. When the settlement condition requires a 3-digit number, the last 3 digits of a 4-digit number take precedence, rendering the first digit ineffective. Hint B. There exists only one special card. If a player acquires the special card multiple times, it will automatically transform into 3 ordinary cards. Such was the effect of the special card. An additional digit to the door number. The standard door number is 3 digits. Adding 1 transforms it into 4 digits. Surely there must be significance behind it. Chen Bei, having gained experience, understood that elements which disrupt the norms of the game often relate to the final boss or ultimate rewards. This card was undoubtedly crucial, but he decided to delay transforming his door number into 4 digits, which would only draw more attention. He would utilize it when necessary. With a renewed vigor, Chen Bei tucked the card away and set forth on his return journey. Earlier, he had sprinted here, triggering all the traps along the way. Outside, over 30 monsters roamed freely. Thus, the return path would undoubtedly prove more arduous. Chen Bei had grown accustomed to such high-stakes gambits. Kill! The 7 bloody swords were drawn once more. Just ahead, 3 monsters obstructed the doorway. Chen Bei swung his sword from a distance, unleashing a wave of crimson sword energy. The blood-red, sharp stream surged through the entrance, inflicting severe damage upon the monsters that blocked his path. Swish, swish, swish! Chen Bei executed a flurry of strikes, reducing the creatures to mere fragments, both large and small, scattered across the ground. Stepping upon the blood-soaked earth, Chen Bei emerged, a glimmer of crimson flickering in his eyes. Ha! Now this is exhilarating. Chopping them all into pieces, the mouths along the sword's spine clamored in delight. Chen Bei forged ahead, utilizing the crimson sword energy to carve a path, ready to engage in close combat once his mana was depleted. Yet, time was fleeting. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Bei swiftly sheathed the 7 bloody sword, denying the monsters the chance to encroach upon him. More creatures surged forward, danger looming. Remaining calm, Chen Bei retrieved the howling bell from his backpack, giving it a forceful squeeze before tossing it ahead. Howl, howl, howl! The howling bell emitted a piercing wail, creating an area of effect attack. The monsters were ravaged by sonic waves. Writhing in agony, among them, the large-eared monsters suffered the worst, blood gushing from their ears. The big-footed creatures, devoid of ears, remained unharmed and continued their advance. Chen Bei retreated, sheathing the 7 bloody sword and drawing his pistol. Time to fire! The moment had arrived. Previously, Chen Bei had procured 2 ammunition boxes, equivalent to 40 rounds. Fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Now, it was the monsters ahead who should feel the fear. Chen Bei lifted his pistol in a standard stance, leveraging his formidable physical strength to absorb the recoil, maintaining stability in his aim. Chapter 66. Trading Cards. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless barrage of gunfire ensued. Even before the sound of gunfire echoed, the bullets struck their targets. The monsters ahead sported numerous gaping wounds, each one a testament to a bullet's passage. Particularly, when the big-eyed monsters were shot, the effect was most dramatic. The bullet obliterated their eyeballs, splattering gory remnants everywhere. In a flash, he emptied an entire magazine. Chen Bei stowed away his gun, brandishing a saber to slice open his arm, converting his blood into a blood shadow clone. The clone charged ahead, holding the line and buying time. Chen Bei remained in place, calmly reloading, each bullet sliding into the chamber. During this interval, a big-footed monster leapt toward the blood shadow clone, launching an attack. Whoosh! The big-footed beast swung its leg, wielding immense force and a gust of wind. The blood shadow clone was struck, nearly dissipating before colliding with the wall. This granted Chen Bei the precious time needed to reload, slotting 8 bullets into the gun. He lifted his weapon once more, shooting the big-footed monster dead on the spot. The corridor lay in utter disarray, littered with the remains of the slain monsters, alongside the spoils of their demise. Chen Bei recalled the blood shadow clone, restoring some health, then gathered the scattered loot. 2 cards, a healing potion, plus a device known as an electric barrier. The latter was a delightful surprise. It was quite rare for monsters to drop such dormitory equipment. The effect: each digit of the 3-digit door number increases by 2. If the sum exceeds 9, it remains at 9. Effect: distributes 5 points randomly across the door number. If any digit exceeds 9, it remains at 9. 2 more cards acquired. Though differing in effect, both serve to augment numbers. Chen Bei then examined the electric barrier's functionality. This device could be affixed to the door, either externally or internally. Once electrified, any intruder who touched the barrier would receive an electric shock. The dormitory owner would remain unaffected, and the barrier would automatically disengage. With amenities increasingly reliant on electricity, the generator he had purchased proved invaluable. Chen Bei stored the device away. Simultaneously, he retrieved a piece of gum, chewing to restore his sanity. Engaging in combat against numerous monsters or witnessing gruesome scenes could erode one's mental stability. Even for someone as courageous as Chen Bei, he was not immune. He took a brief respite. At that moment, his phone emitted another alarm. Chen Bei furrowed his brow, sensing impending trouble, and hastily pulled out his phone to check. Opening the live camera feed, he spotted a small, curly-haired figure lurking at his door. None other than the curly-haired individual he had encountered before. Having learned from past experiences, they maintained a safe distance, avoiding the spike traps at the entrance. This distance was just right for the normal use of cards. The curly-haired figure raised a card and aimed it at Chen Bei's door. A prompt appeared simultaneously. Player Yin Zhu Fonzu has used a card effect on your door number. Your door number has changed to 108. The original door number of 188 had its second digit reduced to 0. Altering another's door number triggered a notification, revealing the identity of the perpetrator. This design clearly aimed to incite animosity among players, fostering conflict. The designer's intent had been realized. Chen Bei's expression darkened ominously. He had anticipated someone tampering with his door number, yet the reality of it ignited his fury. Curly-haired individual, Yin Zhu Fonzu. Your path has narrowed. Chen Bei seethed with anger, still trapped within the combat trial. He realized he had no time to rush back. He could only proceed cautiously, clearing monsters as he returned. When necessary, he would resort to parkour. Along the way back, he continued to reap rewards, acquiring 3 additional cards. Among them, one was of particular significance. Effect: randomly selects 1 digit of the door number, setting it to 0. Effect: changes the door number to 555, a 3-digit number. Effect. Copies one digit from the door number and pastes it onto another, making both identical. The key lay in the final card, copy and paste. In this round of the game, to obtain the premium reward, he needed to create the number 888. With this card, Chen Bei merely needed to generate 2 8s to paste the third 8. Though he had just lost 1 8, he still had a chance to craft 888. Beyond the cards, Chen Bei also collected a variety of miscellaneous loot, including a crafting method for a level 2 concealment talisman. The effect allowed one to conceal themselves or a door, rendering them undetectable by the supernatural. However, it proved ineffective against humans. It was solely aimed at otherworldly beings, such as ghosts. Given that this round of the game primarily involved intense competition between players, the talisman held little utility. The monsters within the combat trial would remain confined to the trial area, rendering the concealment talisman unnecessary against them, i.e. in future encounters with games centered around demons and spirits. The talisman would undoubtedly find its purpose. As Chen Bei exited the combat trial, only 11 minutes remained until the settlement. Having traversed back and forth, he had accrued a fair amount of experience. Yet he remained short of leveling up. From level 10 onward, the pace of leveling slowed considerably. Moreover, the 7 bloody sword possessed a separate measurement bar for its seal. Upon reaching its limit, a layer of the seal would be lifted, enhancing the weapon's level. Both he and his sword were on the path to greater strength. At that moment, a message arrived. Slime. Hey, time is running out. Are you going to trade me that card or not? 0 degree. Let us trade. Which floor are you on? I'll come find you. We'll use the second method of exchange to change your door number to above 20. Slime. I'm on the 6th floor. Come up from the entrance of building 1. I'll come out to meet you. 0 degree. All right, let us not lose sight of each other. Chen Bei closed the chat interface. If the trade went smoothly and he acquired the other party's card, he could create the door number 888. Chen Bei swiftly ascended the stairs, reaching the 6th floor. This was the top floor. Beyond this, there were no further paths. Chen Bei slowed his pace, advancing along the corridor. He noticed the ground was stained with vast amounts of blood, alongside traces of dragged bodies. The blood appeared to have recently dried, indicating that death had visited this place. In the management group, someone had posted a cryptic remark. The show is about to begin. Something felt off, very off. Chen Bei felt an ominous premonition creeping in, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of the Qixing sword, poised for action. Creak. A door across from him swung open, revealing a young man with a face speckled with freckles. I am Slime. Are you here to trade? He inquired. It is I, Lingdu, Chen Bei replied. Then come here quickly. Let us conduct our transaction. All right, Chen Bei acknowledged, striding forward. His gaze fixated on the player named Slime, their eyes locking momentarily. Slime averted his gaze, a hint of guilt evident in his demeanor. As Chen Bei approached, he ground his foot into the bloodstains on the floor. Where did all this blood come from? Chen Bei asked. Don't ask so many questions. Fighting is commonplace in this game. It's not like we're in a novice match. Slime retorted, irritation creeping into his tone. Fair enough. Let us commence the trade. Show me the card first. Absolutely not. If you demand it now, what if you try to snatch it? I've hidden the card. You must first help me change the room number before I reveal it to you. I must inspect the goods first. I said. Help me change the room number first. Your refusal to present the card indicates a lack of sincerity. This transaction is cancelled. Farewell. Chen Bei turned to leave. Hey, don't go. I'll show you. Wait here a moment, Slime pleaded, blocking Chen Bei's path as he partially closed the door. Sounds emanated from within the room. Simultaneously, another door quietly opened, aligning a cold star directly against Chen Bei's back. Chapter 67. The hunt begins. A crossbow bolt was aimed at Chen Bei. The arrowhead exuded a wisp of toxic gas, indicating it was no ordinary projectile. Whoosh! At close range, the assailant behind the door pulled the trigger. Chen Bei, however, was already on high alert and swiftly turned around. He had sensed movement behind him and acted accordingly. Clang! The incoming bolt embedded itself forcefully into Slime's door, the tail feathers quivering violently. Realizing their ambush had failed, the crossbow wielder shouted, "Come out and assist." There were 4 of them in total. Sharing close quarters, these 4 players had formed an alliance, primarily lured by the card in Slime's possession and aided by the allure of one female player. Lure and eliminate. The blood on the ground was a testament to their previous success. 2 players had already fallen victim. Now it was Chen Bei's turn. Open the door. The other two figures rushed forth, bolstered by their numerical advantage, which granted them an unfounded confidence. Slime himself charged out of the room. 4 players, 3 men and 1 woman, brandished weapons and launched an assault on Chen Bei. Among them, the least experienced had participated in 2 rounds, while the most seasoned had been through 4. They were no strangers to bloodshed, yet this time, they had chosen the wrong target. The Qixing sword unsheathed. Chen Bei drew his sword, the 7 small tendrils eagerly attaching to his arms. Crimson sword energy at its highest potency. Chen Bei expended 50 mana points and leaped forcefully towards a safe position, executing a horizontal slash mid-air. His attack engulfed all the enemies before him. Whoosh! The crescent-shaped crimson sword energy swept through the corridor, severely wounding 3 of them and decapitating 1. The severed head sword, spinning before crashing against the ceiling, falling lifelessly to the ground. A swift and decisive demise. The remaining 3 were left in a state of critical injury. Chen Bei steadied himself, unleashing a fierce battle cry. Huzzah! Among the 3, 1 was momentarily daunted by the sound, shivering in fear. This is bad. Kill him! Slime shouted anxiously, swinging his melee weapon towards Chen Bei. Ground-shaking strike. This blow carried an area effect. Even if it missed, it would generate a shockwave. 1 female player, frightened, fumbled for a healing potion, desperately pouring it into her mouth. The last remaining player pulled the trigger of his crossbow in that instant. Everyone acted according to their judgment. The death triangle, Chen Bei, choosing offense over defense, activated a skill to hasten his speed, transforming into a shadow, his sword slicing 3 times in succession. The red sword energy formed a triangle, encompassing all present foes. Whoosh, 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 3 beams of sword light flashed by, instantly slaying Slime and the player wielding the crossbow. The female player's arm, clutching the healing potion, was severed, sending the potion flying. She shrieked, clutching her blood-soaked stump. Corpses, blood, and the wails of the woman filled the air, intestines spilling onto the ground. Chen Bei paused, turning to approach the woman. No, please don't kill me. Spare my life, and I will serve you, she implored, forcing a smile in desperation. No. The sword's edge fell before her words could fully escape her lips. Thud. Another lifeless body crumpled to the floor. Chen Bei withdrew his Qixing sword, surveying the carnage around him. He had come with genuine intent to trade, only for events to escalate to this point. Truly ironic. Of the 4 players who perished, 2 dropped skill and talent cards, hovering above their remains. Chen Bei swiftly collected them. 1 was a level 2 skill card, Ground-Shaking Strike. The other was a level 1 talent card, Slow Healing. Ground-Shaking Strike was a typical offensive skill, previously demonstrated by one of the players. Slow healing, as the name suggests, would gradually restore health at an exceedingly slow rate, still somewhat useful, considering healing potions were quite precious in the game. Chen Bei continued to loot, first searching Slime. This trade had been a ruse, yet that card was undoubtedly real. He reached into Slime's pocket and pulled out something, his eyes lighting up. Note: he retrieved it from the pocket, not from elsewhere. Upon inspection, it was a card. Its effect was to change a room number digit to 8, exactly what Chen Bei sought. Slime had not used this card but had kept it until now. This was not unexpected. All players understood that altering the room number at the last moment was the most secure strategy to avoid complications. Changing it too early could lead to subsequent alterations by others, rendering their efforts futile. Despite the complications, the outcome was favorable. Chen Bei smiled and stowed the card away. With this, he possessed enough cards to create a room number of 888. Chen Bei continued to loot from the other bodies. He found another card. Effect: decrease all digits of the room number by 1. A subtractive effect, though merely reducing by 1, could potentially yield unexpected benefits. Chen Bei continued his search, thoroughly checking each corpse before beginning to scour the dormitory. Fortunately, all the dormitory doors were ajar, allowing him easy access. Furthermore, Chen Bei had acquired the keys to these dormitories. The contents within were plentiful, a collection of treasures accumulated by several players over multiple rounds. Chen Bei remained vigilant, aware that dangers, such as traps, could lurk within. He emptied one dormitory, stuffing all he could into his backpack, primarily gathering materials. He continued until his backpack was full, unable to carry more. Chen Bei intended to return later, using each key to lock the dormitory doors one by one. He glanced at the time. Just over 4 minutes until settlement IT was time to return. This duration was ample for him to adjust the room number digits to achieve the desired 888. Chen Bei quickened his pace back. Being on the 6th floor, the one-level distance to the 5th floor was trivial for him. Time was on his side. As he reached midway, an alarm blared from his phone. Player Jingzhe has altered your room number, changing it to 104. The room number had changed. The individual who executed this alteration was Jingzhe, the bespectacled man with bandages wrapped around his head. This was bad. Chen Bei's expression shifted dramatically. It was not fear of Jingzhe, but rather the alteration of the room number that disrupted his original plan. Initially, it had been 108, changing either 1 or 0 to 8. Then utilizing a duplication effect to replicate an 8 would yield 38s. Now, with none of the digits being 8, he would need additional maneuvers to create another 8, even worse, since Jingzhe could alter his dormitory number. It was certain he was lying in wait outside his door. Chen Bei rushed down to the 5th floor, glancing over. Across from him, at the entrance of his dormitory, stood a man with his head wrapped in bandages, wearing a sinister grin. Beneath the bandages lay a pair of cold, piercing eyes. It was Jingzhe. At this moment, 3 minutes remained until settlement. Normal players would have returned to their dormitories long ago to await the conclusion. Yet Jingzhe chose this precise moment to instigate trouble, a madman indeed. According to the game rules, when settlement began, if the room number did not meet the requirements, it would result in immediate annihilation. Remaining outside without returning to one's dormitory would incur penalties. Annihilation? Penalties? Chen Bei's pupils constricted as he grasped Jingzhe's intentions. He aimed to exchange punishment for his destruction. Prior to this, Jingzhe had undoubtedly set his own room number within a safe range. So he felt no concern. This was an act of malice on a regulatory level. Additionally, there existed a personal rivalry. If a victor emerged within 3 minutes, the one who killed the other would have a clear advantage. Hee, do you like the number I bestowed upon you? 4, signifying death. That is your fate. The hunt had begun. Jingzhe tilted his head, emitting a chilling laugh as he yanked off the bandages from his head. What lay beneath was a secret of considerable significance. Chapter 68. Life and Death at the Brink of Settlement. Jingzhe pulled off the bandages, letting them drift to the ground. The secret atop his head was revealed. Atop his crown was a distinctly noticeable indentation, forming a bowl-shaped hollow at the upper end. There was an entity encased in a chitinous shell, exuding a deep crimson hue. Its surface bore 2 eyes and a pair of antenna-like appendages. This creature extended itself, with segment after segment of its hardened shell interconnected, each joint adorned with sharp blades. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The elongated limbs reached an astonishing length of 3 meters. Chen Bei's gaze shifted dramatically. It turned out that this creature, known as Jingzhe, was connected to a colossal centipede atop its head. The extra pair of eyes belonged to the centipede. This immense centipede was not merely resting on Jingzhe's head. Rather, it emerged segment by segment from within Jingzhe's very being. In essence, Jingzhe's body had become a nest for the centipede, revealing only its head and eyes in normal circumstances. When needed, the entire body of the centipede could be unfurled. 6 words to describe it. Neither human nor ghost. Now, Chen Bei could assert with certainty that Jingzhe had undoubtedly employed the nefarious sorcery documented in the blood sacrifice remnants to transform into this ghastly form. The price of such power was exorbitant. If Chen Bei were to utilize the blood sacrifice remnants on his person, he too might become such a monstrosity. Ha! Are you frightened? Jingzhe displayed a maniacal grin. The colossal centipede writhing atop its head, its antennae sweeping back and forth, while the blades at its sides moved rhythmically. No. To speak candidly, Chen Bei had intended to shoot for the head. But the bullet veered slightly, striking the wrist instead. Fortunately, it sufficed to resolve the issue. With a gunshot wound to his wrist, Xiang Yang's hand slackened, and the card fell like a dying butterfly, drifting to the ground. In that final moment, he invoked a card to change his house number to 888. The card Chen Bei ultimately used allowed him to copy 1 digit and paste it onto another. With a total of 5 cards, he orchestrated his last resurgence. Gasping for breath, Chen Bei could scarcely ascertain whether he had succeeded. The first round has entered the settlement phase. Settlement commencing, your house number is now 888. Granting you advanced rewards. Acquired attribute candy 1. Acquired medical kit 1. Acquired level 10 equipment, the flywheel shield 1. Acquired level 2 facility, the arrow wall 1. Acquired level 3 skill card, Flame Palm. A flurry of notifications erupted, followed by shimmering lights manifesting into the corresponding rewards. These rewards had a pickup restriction, allowing only Chen Bei to collect them. Still shaken, he was unable to fully process the significance of these rewards and turned his gaze back toward the doorway. The player who had rushed out from the opposite side had now been pronounced dead. Xiang Yang had committed 2 grave errors, lingering in the corridor during the settlement phase and having a house number of only 223. Below the threshold of life and death, Chen Bei was eager to see what would unfold next. Xiang Yang, realizing the dire situation, was overcome with tears, partly from his wound, but mostly from fear. He looked at Chen Bei, trembling, and murmured, "I am not a bad person, I just want to go home. My family is waiting for me. How will they survive without me? The medical expenses for my parents, my child's tuition. I must return to earn money. I work 2 jobs without complaint. It is my responsibility. I cannot die. I cannot." Xiang Yang's words were abruptly cut short. An invisible force seized him, lifting him effortlessly. Imagine this scene. You take a sheet of white paper, crumple it into a ball, then violently tear it apart and stomp on it. This was the treatment Xiang Yang received. He was mercilessly dismantled, twisted, crushed, and torn, before being discarded like refuse, ground into a meat patty that clung to the floor. Utterly unrecognizable. Chen Bei witnessed this horrifying spectacle, his breath nearly halting, his sanity dwindling rapidly. That invisible force seemed to linger, and he felt a chilling gaze from beyond the door, sending shivers down his spine. It was a power he could not comprehend, unfathomable in its depth. The zombies, monsters, and bosses he had encountered before paled in comparison. He feared that this intangible force might breach the door and crush him as well. Thankfully, he had not violated the rules, which merely required him to return to his dormitory without mandating that he close the door. The oppressive tension lasted mere seconds, finally dissipating. The sensation of being watched vanished. Chen Bei regained his composure. The first thing he did was open his backpack and inject himself with a tranquilizer. Was this the hidden power of the game? As he calmed down and restored his sanity, he surveyed the aftermath in the corridor, reflecting on the recent events in the game. Players engaged in killing and betrayal. Yet before entering, most were simply ordinary people. IT was the game that transformed them into such beings. As one nears death, their words turn to virtue. The player who had perished outside could be judged a good person from his last words. He merely wished to survive. All blame for the sins lay with the creators of the game, those administrators. Those enigmatic VIPs. They were the true culprits. Chen Bei staggered over to close the door, sinking into a dejected seat as he beheld the shimmering rewards. The player chat and the management chat buzzed with activity, forming a stark contrast. Simultaneously observing the 2 chats filled Chen Bei with a profound sense of absurdity. That was so thrilling. My house number summed to 12. I was almost erased by the rules. I just added a friend, but his avatar has turned black. Haha, I received a reward for a 20-digit tier. That guy named Zero is incredible. He managed to assemble a house number of 888. He must have made a fortune. That scoundrel who altered my house number. Just wait. In the next round, I'll make sure to eliminate you. From the management chat, it was evident that the original group of 120 players had dwindled to 98 online. 1/6 had perished in the first round. Zero's extreme maneuver was spectacular. VIP 19 seemed pleased, praising this round's game design, even deciding to reward Zero. He received a reward? Yes, the order has been issued and will be executed immediately. The dialogue in the management chat made Chen Bei furrow his brow. VIP rewards? It seemed the VIPs regarded the survival game as a form of entertainment, akin to humans watching a live stream. With Chen Bei as the featured streamer, this was a compulsory broadcast, whether he consented or not. Perhaps even his most private moments were being streamed live. You have caught the favor of a VIP and received their bounty. He acquired synchronized equipment, the 1,000-hand cloak 1. Reward message. I enjoy the sound of your breath when you are afraid. Chapter 70. The 1,000-hand cloak. The phrase, I enjoy the sound of your breath when you are afraid, grows increasingly unsettling upon reflection. The creators of such a survival game, deriving amusement from the lives of others, are surely anything but normal. What should I say? Thank you for the extravagant rocket, my friend. Chen Bei mused. A beam of light appeared before him, revealing a piece of equipment, the so-called reward. the thousand-hand cloak. This cloak was crafted from numerous human hands, meticulously sewn together. The hands had been treated to remove flesh and bone, compressed into a thin layer of skin. Through the translucent surface, the veins were faintly visible. Each hand varied in size and skin tone, representing individuals of all ages and genders. The hands were interconnected, layer upon layer, numbering in the dozens, though not quite 1,000. The very notion of a cloak fashioned from so many hands was eerie enough. But what was even more disturbing was that these hands appeared to be moving. It was as if they were not entirely lifeless, exhibiting involuntary reactions. Dozens of hands and hundreds of fingers wriggled about, resembling a mass of writhing worms. How peculiar! Taking another glance, Chen Bei found himself increasingly repulsed by the object. A distinguished VIP, a being above the administrators, chose to reward him with such a grotesque item. A firearm would have been far more preferable. Now, even his small handgun seemed beneath him. He yearned for something with more firepower. Like a shotgun, now that would be exhilarating. Suppressing his disgust, Chen Bei examined the thousand-hand cloak for specific data. Thousand-hand cloak binder. 0. This equipment is bound to the player. Only the binder can equip it. Upon the player's death, the equipment is automatically destroyed. Star rating, level. Synchronized level 10. Synchronized level equipment automatically adjusts according to the player's level, maintaining parity. As the level increases, so too do the equipment's attributes. Category, equipment attributes, physical mythical defense, 95 durability, 120 mana, 165 effect A, offensive mode. Use the hands on the cloak to attack or restrain enemies. Effect B, defensive mode. Harden a multitude of hands to protect the player and mitigate damage. Effect C, flight mode. Spread numerous hands to achieve short-distance flight. During high falls, it can even serve as a parachute. Effect D, separation mode. Release the cloak to carry out simple commands autonomously. Effect E, hand regeneration. If the hands that compose the cloak are damaged, they can slowly regenerate, producing new hands. Consumption. Activating any mode ABCD consumes 1 mana per second. Every 5 seconds, it consumes 1 sanity. The equipment's mana will recover slowly over time. Description. Hello, let us shake hands. This piece of equipment was surprisingly rated at 2 stars, while the 7 Bloody Sword was only 1 star. Any equipment with a star rating is categorically superior to standard gear, akin to legendary equipment in the game. With a defense of 95, it surpassed even the Vine armor. Moreover, it's synchronized with his level. The stronger he became, the stronger it would too. This was equipment he could utilize until death. Chen Bei recognized the extraordinary nature of this gear. Such a VIP reward was an unexpected boon. His feelings were conflicted. On one hand, he had acquired a remarkable piece of equipment that would significantly enhance his strength, while on the other, he harbored intense animosity towards the so-called VIPs. Forget it. No need for mental self-torment. Chen Bei reassured himself. Even if he loathed those administrators and VIPs to his core, there was little he could do at present. Perhaps as he progressed through the game and grew stronger, he would have the chance to turn the tables. Chen Bei then turned his attention to the other rewards he had received. Attribute candy, a medical kit, the flywheel shield, the arrow wall, and the flame palm skill card. The moment he obtained the attribute candy, he opened it and consumed it, allocating the attribute boost to his strength. The medical kit was self-evident. The more, the better. The flywheel shield is a level 10 shield, inherently circular in shape, with concealed blades along its edges. By activating a mechanism, these blades can be ejected to rotate and cut with precision. Additionally, it possesses a unique functionality. The shield can be split into 2 parts, connected by a chain, allowing the wheeled blades to be flung outward to strike adversaries before being retracted. It is a shield that embodies both offensive and defensive capabilities, far superior to the previous bone shield. The arrow wall is a defensive structure that can be affixed to the walls within a dormitory. Once enemies appear along the attack route, the arrow wall will spring into action, launching a barrage of arrows. It can also be manually operated to trigger the arrows at will. As for the skill card, Flame Palm. This particular card is currently beyond the reach of Chen Bei. It requires the attainment of level 15 or 20, alongside the acquisition of fighting energy, to be utilized. Presently, it is utterly unusable, and Chen Bei remains quite distant from level 15. Level 15 marks a watershed moment for players, necessitating a decision on the direction of their development, choosing between fighting energy and mana. Such considerations are premature at this stage. With over 2 minutes remaining until the settlement, Chen Bei, feeling idle, began rearranging the layout of his room to make space for the arrow wall. The arrow wall was installed directly facing the door, ensuring that any enemy entering would be met with a frontal assault. The arrow wall is square, flush against the wall, occupying just over 1 square meter. Its edges are encased in metal, with a wooden surface featuring 3 rows of shooting ports, each with 4 openings. The arrows within are poised for action, their tips glinting ominously. One cannot help but wonder who will become the first target of these arrows, a most unfortunate soul. Indeed, as soon as an enemy crosses the threshold, they will first be frozen by the refrigerator, only to be subsequently peppered by the arrow wall. Setting up the dormitory gave Chen Bei the sensation of engaging in a tower defense game. I still have a set of electric barriers to install. Chen Bei remembered this and approached the door, retrieving the equipment from his backpack. This too is a highly effective defensive mechanism. However, before he could commence installation, the settlement time abruptly concluded. Settlement completed, commencing the second round. The settlement conditions for the second round are as follows. Settlement Condition A. Players whose door number digits sum to more than 16 will be obliterated. 16 itself is not included. Settlement Condition B. Players whose door number digits sum to less than 7 will survive and receive additional rewards. 7 itself is not included. Settlement Condition C. Players whose door number digits are exactly 789 will survive and receive a high-tier reward. This reward far exceeds that of Settlement Condition B. Settlement Countdown. 59 minutes 33 seconds, 59 minutes 32 seconds. The second round has begun. Chen Bei examined the settlement conditions. This time, the criteria were entirely different. Such peculiar stipulations. Exceeding 16 results in obliteration, while falling below 7 garners extra rewards. Essentially, any total of 16 or lower is deemed safe. In general, lower numbers are preferable. However, the highest tier of rewards necessitates the significant numbers of 789. It dawned on Chen Bei. He comprehended the malicious intent behind this arrangement. This setup subtly escalates the difficulty. With the threat of obliteration for those exceeding 16, most players will instinctively pursue smaller numbers. Yet, those who remain undeterred, yearning for the maximum reward of 789, must contrarily seek to increase their sums. Should they miscalculate during settlement and exceed the threshold without achieving 789, they would be sealing their own fate. A conundrum lay before Chen Bei. Should he pursue the maximum reward this round? Chapter 71. The Dark Direction. Faced with this choice, Chen Bei concluded that it was premature to think too far ahead. He resolved to accumulate cards. With a sufficient number of cards, he would possess greater maneuverability and could make decisions at the last moment. Each round, the dormitory would automatically generate cards. This round, the cards materialized out of thin air. Slowly descending, Chen Bei caught one in his hand. Effect. Multiply the last digit of the door number by 9 and replace the last 2 digits of the original door number with the result. Multiplication has entered the fray, resolutely testing my arithmetic skills within 10. Chen Bei mused, before pocketing the card. Outside, a heap of decaying flesh lay abandoned. Upon opening the door, Chen Bei noticed a card scattered beside the rotting remains. This card originally belonged to Xiang Yang. Chen Bei approached and picked it up. Upon examining its effect, his eyes widened. It directly swaps another's door number. It turns out this individual was even luckier than I. Obtaining such a game-breaking card right at the start. Only now did Chen Bei understand why the neighboring player rushed to his door at the last moment before settlement. They intended to swap door numbers with him. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly at that time and shot them down. This card is now mine. Chen Bei tucked it away. Xiang Yang's dormitory door remained ajar. Chen Bei stepped inside and discovered a glowing card about to fall to the ground. Such a manifestation clearly indicated that this card was new to the round. Chen Bei was astonished. Even with players perishing, cards would still be generated each round. He retrieved the previously noted rules and reviewed them again, finally recognizing the unique stipulation. Each player's dormitory can generate 1 card per round. It specified player dormitories, not the players themselves. Thus, even if a player dies, as long as their dormitory remains, cards will still be generated each round. Going further in this dark direction, the demise of players would increasingly benefit those who remain alive. A chill crept up Chen Bei's spine. He swiftly snatched the card from the ground and bolted outside. Racing to the 6th floor in the previous round, he had eliminated 4 players, including a slime, on that floor. All their dormitory doors had been locked. Now, 4 cards awaited his retrieval, and they were so close. Just 1 floor above. Chen Bei dashed upstairs and unlocked the doors. Indeed, every dormitory contained a card. He swiftly collected 4 cards. Chen Bei examined these 4 cards, along with the one he had just acquired. The effect: reduce any digit of the door number by 5. If the result is negative, it counts as 0. Effect: rearrange the digits of the door number in any order, altering its original sequence. The effect: apply a layer of protection to the door number. When other players attempt to alter your door number digits, this effect will negate their card's influence. This layer of protection will then dissipate. The effect: add 3 to the first 2 digits of the door number. If the number exceeds 9, it remains at 9. Effect: choose 1 digit of the door number to disguise as any digit for 1 round. With these 4 cards, plus 1 from the door and another from himself, he would consistently acquire 6 cards each round. This advantage was monumental, enabling him to vie for the maximum reward each round. The high-tier reward from the previous round was indeed quite generous. It merely seemed less remarkable when overshadowed by the 1,000-hand cloak gifted by a VIP. If those rewards were bestowed upon other players, they would surely be ecstatic. Subsequently, Chen Bei made 2 trips back and forth, hauling all the supplies from the 4 dormitories upstairs to his own. There were indeed a plethora of miscellaneous items. Chen Bei did not rush to seek new cards. He had tasks to attend to first. Primarily, he needed to install an electric barrier at his door. This had dropped from a monster the day before, and he finally had the time to set it up now. Chen Bei installed it on the inner side of the dormitory door as an additional layer of defense. Intersecting metal pipes could slide open and shut through the device. Chen Bei could pass through without hindrance, but outsiders would not be so fortunate. Naturally, the electric barrier required a power source. This posed no issue. As long as there were a continuous supply of corpses, there would be an unending supply of electricity. The materials he had just collected included a variety of resources, such as wood, stone, and metal, each of which had its uses. Within Chen Bei's blueprints were additional components for enhancing his handgun. With sufficient materials now at hand, he could craft these and fortify the handgun, making it even more formidable. Though he wielded the 7 bloody sword, the handgun remained one of his primary weapons and was worth the investment. Chen Bei worked at the workstation, his hands moving swiftly as he incorporated various materials. Success: created laser sight 1, proficiency 1. A laser sight now rested in his hands, adaptable to various firearms. It could be easily installed and removed, allowing for convenient transfer to other weapons in the future. He retrieved his handgun and attached the sight with a satisfying click. After inserting a battery to power the sight, a red laser beam shot forth, forming a small red on the wall. Chen Bei took aim, finding that the red dot served as an excellent point of reference for improved accuracy. Quite satisfactory. At that moment, a peculiar situation arose within the player group. A player named Leo raised his voice in the group chat. The mutual aid association for this round has officially been established. Please, members of the association, voice your support in the chat by typing the words Mutual Aid Association. Mutual Aid Association. Mutual Aid Association. Mutual Aid Association. A lengthy string of players echoed the same 3 words, amounting to over 30 individuals. This Leo certainly possessed some skill, having managed to assemble such a large temporary organization within a single round. Chen Bei could not help but acknowledge the others' capabilities. It is worth noting that the total number of players currently stands at merely around 90, falling short of even 100. Meanwhile, Leo has sent a private message to Chen Bei. Leo, 0 degree, as a representative of the Mutual Aid Society, I wish to invite you to join us. 0 degree. I apologize, but I prefer to play as a lone wolf and am not inclined to join any organization at this time. Leo, should you choose to join, I can share the card pool of the Mutual Aid Society with you, allowing you to exchange for any cards you desire. Additionally, if there exists a final boss in this round of the game, we can assist you in confronting it. The prospect of a shared card pool, coupled with the promise of assistance against the boss, is alluring. Merely inviting Chen Bei to join would be futile. Thus, Leo strategically approaches the matter from a perspective of mutual benefit. He is acutely aware of what a prominent player like Chen Bei truly needs. He is astutely gauging the sentiments of others. Chapter 72. The little curly-haired Chen Bei indeed felt a stir of interest. Even with just 10 cards in the pool, the opportunity to freely exchange them would significantly enhance his chances of securing the highest rewards. 0 degree. Let me contemplate for another round. If collaboration becomes necessary, I will reach out to you. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Bei refrained from giving an immediate answer. There is always a price for any return. Joining the opposing mutual aid society would undoubtedly entail some form of sacrifice. Leo, very well. I am quite patient with you. At any time. I shall welcome your inclusion. 0 degree. By the way, do you happen to know a player named Jingjia? Which floor is his dormitory on? Leo, I am currently unaware, but I will keep an eye out and inform you as soon as I discover it. Jingjia is not a member of the Mutual Aid Society. 0 degree. All right? It's settled then. Be cautious of that player named Jingjia. He has bandages wrapped around his head and is accompanied by a centipede, making him easy to identify. The private conversation concluded. Checking the time. 8 minutes had already elapsed in this round. Time to head downstairs and continue battling monsters. Just before stepping out, Chen Bei reluctantly picked up the Thousand Hands cloak, his expression one of distaste. Its appearance was undeniably bizarre. Composed of countless hands of individuals of all ages, layered upon one another to form the cloak. Donning such an item would require an exceptionally strong heart. Even Chen Bei found it somewhat difficult to accept. Who on earth could have designed something so grotesque? Taking a deep breath to overcome his mental barrier, Chen Bei draped the cloak over himself. The manner of wearing the Thousand Hands cloak was peculiar. Once worn, several hands would automatically extend outward. 2 hands gripped Chen Bei's shoulders while another pair clasped around his neck, securing the cloak in place. The force applied was just right, neither restricting his breathing nor causing discomfort. Having his neck held by 2 lifeless hands was certainly unpleasant, but he could endure it until the game concluded and he returned to his dormitory. Descending the stairs, Chen Bei reached the ground floor and discovered that Leo had gathered a crowd once again. Leo was addressing the group, exuding the demeanor of a leader. Among the crowd was a familiar figure, the little curly hair, known in the game as Yinzu Funzu. Chen Bei's irritation flared instantly in the previous round. This little curly hair had altered Chen Bei's doorplate number. Once is an incident, twice is a pattern, and Chen Bei had not forgotten. Without waiting for a reaction, he leaped down and reached out his right hand toward the little curly hair in the crowd. Initially intending to use the deadly claw hidden in his sleeve to pull the little curly hair over, his impulsiveness instead triggered the Thousand Hands cloak. Whoosh! The Thousand Hands cloak unfurled, and the right side extended forward. The number of hands multiplying exponentially, stretching out at an astonishing speed. The cloak, now unfurled, extended several meters, with dozens of hands grabbing hold of the little curly hair tightly, forcibly dragging him out of the crowd and pinning him before Chen Bei. Those seemingly delicate hands unleashed a surprising strength, pinning the little curly hair firmly to the ground, rendering him incapable of rising. Even Chen Bei himself was taken aback by the cloak's formidable power. "Help! Help! What is happening?" cried the little curly hair in alarm. The crowd, disturbed by the commotion, watched as Leo strode forward, hair billowing, his gaze intense. They beheld the Thousand Hands cloak, composed of countless hands, writhing and twitching in an eerie display. "What on earth is that?" the crowd murmured in shock. "How terrifying!" "No, it's beyond terrifying. It's utterly revolting. So many hands, and they appear to be nothing but skin. This game truly has everything. Who is that person? He seems fully armed and possesses considerable strength. If I am not mistaken, he is the player who received the 888 reward last round, known as 0 degree. The crowd buzzed with speculation, instinctively retreating despite their numbers. The aura emanating from Chen Bei was akin to that of a game boss, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Leo assessed the pinned little curly hair, then turned to Chen Bei, piecing together the situation. He approached with a conciliatory tone. "Friend, what is the meaning of this?" "He altered my doorplate number without cause," Chen Bei replied bluntly, his reasoning clear that I see. "But he has already joined the Mutual Aid Society. Could you perhaps let him off this time? I can offer you a card in compensation and guarantee that no member of the Mutual Aid Society will ever tamper with your doorplate number again." "That will not suffice. I do not trust him. Calm down. Let us discuss this amicably." This was the public negotiation. Behind the scenes, Leo sent a private message to Chen Bei, a communication visible only to the two of them. "All members of the Mutual Aid Society are present. If you kill here, it would complicate matters for me and could potentially lead to the collapse of the society. This player named Yinzu Funzu resides on the 2nd floor. 3rd room on the left from the first staircase. Now that I have given you the location, you may settle your personal grievances in private. Let us both take a step back, shall we?" Leo was employing a subtle tactic to resolve the matter, demonstrating that he was not merely a straightforward Good Samaritan, but someone with his own methods and discernment. After weighing his options, Chen Bei decided to relent. Having acquired the dormitory address of the little curly hair, he could address the issue later. The Thousand Hands cloak gradually loosened its grip, retracting. "All right, I will grant you this favor and let him off this time. But consider this a warning. I have a volatile temper." With a stern warning, Chen Bei turned and walked away. The little curly hair, believing himself to have narrowly escaped, hastily stood and began whispering to the members of the Mutual Aid Society. In Chen Bei's eyes, however, the little curly hair had already been marked for death, rendering his words irrelevant. As for the trials, Chen Bei once again opted for the combat trial, as it was the most suited to his abilities. Upon entering the trial arena, he swiftly realized that the terrain had changed from the previous round. Checking the map, he found that the previously generated layout had been reset. It appeared that the underground trials refreshed every round, requiring a complete replay. This posed little issue for Chen Bei. Whoosh! The 7 bloody sword was drawn. 3 monsters charged toward him, 2 big-eared monsters and 1 Bigfoot monster. The 7 bloody sword was always eager to taste blood after being confined in its sheath. "Let me slay a few foes. I am itching to unleash my fury." The sword's spine quivered in anticipation. Satisfying its bloodlust, Chen Bei engaged in battle while familiarizing himself with the Thousand Hands cloak's utility. The 2 elements should indeed be combinable. Swish, swish. The 2 big-eared monsters simultaneously executed a tail swipe, launching sharp tail spikes. Well-versed in the attack patterns of the big-eared monsters, Chen Bei recognized their posture and preemptively responded. Thousand Hands cloak, defensive mode. The cloak extended forward, layers of hands overlapping and hardening like a protective carapace, leaving only a small aperture for observation. The incoming tail spikes were perfectly intercepted by the Thousand Hands cloak. Chapter 73. A long-awaited level up. At that moment, Chen Bei felt as if he were sheltered within a colossal snail shell, enveloped in protection. Maintaining the defensive mode of the Thousand Hands cloak, he charged forward. The monster's attacks were thwarted, all deflected by the cloak. Offensive mode. Upon switching modes, the Thousand Hands cloak transformed, stretching in 2 directions. A multitude of hands seized the 2 monsters, immobilizing them in place. With them held captive, Chen Bei was free to unleash his wrath. He wielded the 7 bloody sword against the restrained creatures, the razor-sharp blade cleaving through flesh and severing bone. In no time, he dispatched one of the monsters with a decisive strike. With 1 monster slain, the remaining 1 rushed toward him. Just as the Thousand Hands cloak freed up, it ensnared the charging beast. The hands, regardless of age or gender, gripped various parts of the monster's body, pulling viciously as if to rend it apart. Thud! The 7 bloody sword pierced the creature's throat with lethal precision. Chen Bei, fueled by rage, thrust the sword downwards, eviscerating the monster from top to bottom, akin to opening a stuffed backpack. Gooey and steaming, all manner of entrails spilled. The 7 bloody swords cannot tolerate such remarks. In an instant, it became agitated, its little mouth flapping. Such a shabby thing. How can it be compared to this divine sword? It dares to challenge me? If you have the guts, surrender your body to me, and I shall unleash my true prowess. Chen Bei let out a cold laugh, retracting the sword. He was acutely aware of the inherent danger of this blade, which could easily turn the tables at any moment. He pressed on. Chen Bei made a discovery. The ground was strewn with the corpses of monsters, along with shattered jaws. The underground trials refreshed every round. These monsters must have been slain by others, rather than remnants from the previous round. Someone had arrived here first for the combat trials. Moreover, this individual was formidable, possessing the ability to penetrate deep into the heart of the matter and carve a bloody path. Much like Chen Bei himself. Could it be? Chen Bei's gaze sharpened, and he heightened his vigilance. Subsequently, he encountered a variety of monsters. Compared to yesterday, there was an additional type. This was a large-handed creature, its palms as broad as fans. Robust and powerful, relishing in slapping its foes. Chen Bei continued to slay monsters, advancing steadily. The Thousand-Hand cloak contributed significantly, its enhancements remarkably evident. As he grew more adept in its application, he began to wield it with an almost instinctual finesse, akin to an extension of his own limbs. In simpler terms, he struck precisely where he aimed. After dispatching another monster, The long-awaited upgrade notification finally appeared. Target eliminated, gained 80 experience points, level increased to 11. Attributes enhanced. He had leveled up. His attributes of spirit, strength, agility, and constitution each increased by 1 to 3 points. His health, sanity, and other metrics also saw improvement. Chen Bei clenched his fist, feeling the surge of newfound power. Reaching level 12 would unlock the second talent slot, leading to even greater enhancements. With renewed determination, he pressed on, maintaining his momentum within the combat trials. As he continued to slay monsters, card drops were inevitable, thus steadily augmenting his card pool. As he advanced, a figure darted past ahead, moving with the speed of a humanoid cheetah. Chen Bei reacted swiftly, instantly discerning the appearance and posture of the figure. It was a human form, with a frenzied gaze, a giant centipede atop its head, and bloodied twin daggers gripped in its hands. Who else but Jingjia? Chen Bei's eyes narrowed, and he charged towards the figure. His thousand-hand cloak unfurling behind him, hands writhing in anticipation. It was time to put an end to this. Ha! You found me! Jingjia continued to sprint away, avoiding a direct confrontation with Chen Bei, opting instead to maneuver around an evasion. This left Chen Bei taken aback. Why was the opponent fleeing? Given Jingjia's exhibited temperament, he should not be one to shy away. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist enveloped Jingjia, akin to a smoke bomb, obscuring his form. Fearing a trick, Chen Bei swiftly retreated, drawing his pistol and firing 2 shots into the black smoke. Bang, bang. The bullets pierced the mist, yet no response came from within. After a while, the smoke dissipated, revealing that Jingjia had vanished without a trace. It seemed he genuinely intended to escape. Pursuing any further would likely be futile. Chen Bei was left pondering why Jingjia chose flight. Was he frightened by the monsters? There seemed to be something amiss. Meanwhile, discussions were unfolding within the management group. Why did Jingjia flee? That shouldn't be the case. His strength isn't significantly inferior to 0 degree. Logically, he shouldn't need to run. I suspect he has some scheme in mind. He possesses an ability to deceive, likely intending to use it against 0 degree for an unexpected advantage. That is plausible. Could someone share the answers to this round's question bank? I seem to have muddled my data. Sure. Someone promptly shared a set of answers in the group chat. Question bank. At first, Chen Bei was slightly bewildered, but soon grasped its meaning. Among the 4 trials was a knowledge trial. This must pertain to the answers from that section. Chen Bei had long since forgotten most of what he learned in university. He lacked confidence in his knowledge reserves. However, with the answers now at his disposal, the situation was transformed. It was time to copy the answers. He resolved to spare some time later to visit the knowledge trial. With this thought, he employed parkour techniques, swiftly making his way to the end of the combat trials. There, he obtained a special card. Since he already possessed one, the special card automatically converted into 3 ordinary cards. After emerging from the combat trials, his total card count had increased to 6. The cards could be stacked in his backpack without taking up much space. Chen Bei now had exactly 20 cards in total. Upon exiting one trial, he promptly entered another. The knowledge trial. Upon entering, he discovered numerous large iron boxes resembling telephone booths, each labeled answer station, with doors for entry and exit. Some were empty, while others had players engaged in answering questions. This was Chen Bei's first visit, and he decided to observe how the other players operated. The doors of the answer stations were semi-transparent, rendering the players' forms only vaguely visible. Chen Bei approached one answer station, standing outside to watch. Inside, a player was operating a touchscreen, clearly engaged in answering questions. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from the answer station, shocking the player into a trembling state. Their hair smoking. It was evident they had answered incorrectly. Chapter 74. The quiz master. The door of the answer station swung open, releasing a cloud of smoke. The player who had just been shocked stumbled out. It appeared that answering incorrectly did not directly eliminate a player but rather imposed a certain penalty. Provided they could withstand it, the individual, having been struck by lightning, immediately spotted Chen Bei and rushed over, exclaiming, "Please, give me a healing potion. My health is nearly depleted." Chen Bei nimbly sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the person's grasp. "Get away, don't act foolishly in front of me," he rebuked. He was not generous enough to freely give a healing potion to a stranger. The individual, realizing Chen Bei was a dangerous entity, calmed down slightly, retreating with a defeated demeanor, resembling a beggar as they sought healing potions from others. The answer station that had just discharged smoke was engulfed in a thick haze. Chen Bei continued onward, seeking a more favorable answer station. Just then, another answer station opened, and out stepped a delicate woman with long, pure white hair. Upon closer inspection, even her eyebrows were white, and her skin appeared sickly, excessively pale and thin. The white-haired woman turned and encountered Chen Bei. Their eyes meeting, he recognized her immediately. She was the striking white-haired player who had previously come to his dorm in search of her boyfriend. She too recognized Chen Bei, momentarily stunned before revealing a complex expression and hastily lowering her head to walk away. Once again, their paths crossed. Chen Bei gave it little thought and found an open answer station. Stepping inside, the door closed automatically behind him, and an electronic voice announced, "Upon entering the answer station, you must answer at least one question to exit. Successful answers yield random rewards, including exclusive cards for this round of the game. Failure will result in random penalties." The quiz commenced. On the screen opposite him, a question appeared. What color is octopus blood? A. Red. B. White. C. Yellow. D. Blue. Indeed, the so-called knowledge trial was comprised of obscure trivia. The answers from the chat log surfaced within Chen Bei's line of sight. Akin to cheating on an exam, he could simply copy them. He selected option D. Congratulations, you answered correctly. Reward: instant noodles 1. A box of unwrapped instant noodles popped out from the output slot beneath the answer station. Most food items could satiate hunger as well as replenish sanity, categorizing them as essentials. Chen Bei had consistently managed to acquire food, thus he was not particularly lacking. Some players struggled even to eat, finding themselves starving in the game. Please choose to continue answering questions or exit the answer station. Continue. Chen Bei pressed the button. Another obscure trivia question materialized. Certain tumors can grow hair, teeth, bone, and other tissues. What are these tumors called? A. Teratoma. B. Teratogenic tumor. C. Aberrant tumor. D. Monster tumor. Option B. Next question. Why do crocodiles shed tears after killing prey? A. To protect their eyes. B. To clean their tear ducts. C. To expel salt. D. To regulate body temperature. Option C. He proceeded to answer question after question, racking up various rewards, including cards and other items. Cheating was exhilarating, and the thrill only escalated. To avoid arousing suspicion among the management group, Chen Bei refrained from appearing overly flawless. Thus, during the answering process, he intentionally answered incorrectly at times. Answer incorrect. The penalty for this round: endure a gas attack. Puff. Within the enclosed answer station, a deep green gas erupted, leaving no place to hide. Chen Bei was enveloped in the toxic mist, hastily holding his breath, yet still succumbed to poisoning. He felt dizzy, his heartbeat faltering, and his complexion darkening. -4 -6 -5 damage numbers popped up as time progressed. Poisoning gradually depleted his health. The toxic gas within the answer station eventually dissipated. Chen Bei quickly retrieved an antidote, administering it to himself. The potion coursed through his veins, neutralizing the effects of the poison. Phew, thankfully I stocked up on plenty of medicine. I can't endure this. With his poisoning symptoms alleviated, Chen Bei felt much more at ease. Thus, he continued answering questions, even if he occasionally answered incorrectly and faced penalties. Overall, he still profited. Upon answering 15 questions correctly, the answer station illuminated with a dazzling array of colors, accompanied by jubilant music. Congratulations! You have correctly answered 15 questions in a single round and received a special card reward. Do you already possess a special card, which will automatically transform into 3 ordinary cards? 3 cards are ejected from the outlet. This round, Chen Bei has acquired an impressive number of cards. Nearly overwhelming him, after gathering the cards, he calculated that his total had surged to an astonishing 27. Several cards possess effects that could easily yield the number 789. It appears that this round's grand prize is secured. Returning now, Chen Bei opened the door to the answer station and exited the trial arena. With 6 minutes remaining until settlement, it was neither too long nor too short. Before heading back to his dormitory, Chen Bei had one more task to accomplish. He ascended to the 2nd floor, stopping before the 3rd dormitory on his left. The door to this room was of level 3, reinforced with a nail board. Such a door, in Chen Bei's eyes, was as good as non-existent. According to Leo's claim, This was the residence of that little curly-haired individual. Chen Bei opened his backpack and extracted a weapon ominously named Father's Love. It was a lengthy vertebral bone, with a lifeless head attached at one end. Chen Bei wielded it like a meteor hammer, swinging it vigorously against the door across from him. Bang, durability -5. Bang, durability -5. Bang, durability -5. With each violent strike, the durability continued to diminish. Inside, a man's startled cries and curses echoed. "Who's banging on my door? Get lost, or I'll come out and kill you." Indeed, the voice belonged to the little curly-haired one. Chen Bei's expression darkened as he quickened his assault. Inside, the little curly-haired individual leaned against the door, peering through the peephole to discern the situation outside. Chen Bei's silhouette came into view. It was him. The little curly-haired one felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. He never expected his adversary would come knocking. With durability still depleting, it was merely a matter of time before the door would yield. "Stop it! Didn't we agree before? You promised to let me go. For the sake of the Mutual Aid Society, please spare me. If you don't cease, the members of the Mutual Aid Society will come. Do you think you stand a chance against dozens of them attacking you? I admit I was wrong. I was careless. Please forgive me, big brother. Spare me, foster father. Please don't hit me anymore." From his words, it was evident that the little curly-haired one's attitude had shifted dramatically, almost to the point of sobbing. Bang! A new assault shattered the door completely. The broken fragments fell to the ground, transforming into splinters. Chen Bei stood outside, his face shadowed with a grim expression, still brandishing Father's Love. "You just said you would trade your life for the Mutual Aid Society's favor. Let me tell you, not even Jesus could save you now." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Bei swung his weapon forcefully at the little curly-haired one inside. Chapter 75. 789. Card Settlement. Bang. Head-on collision. The little curly-haired one experienced firsthand what Father's Love truly meant. This blow left him bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Chen Bei stepped inside, grasping the vertebral bone with both hands, calculating the distance, and continued to strike the little curly-haired one. After only 2 attacks, the little curly-haired one's health points hit rock bottom. The disparity in strength between him and Chen Bei was insurmountable. Level, equipment, even willpower had been utterly crushed. "Stop. Please, I beg you. Spare me. Take anything in this room. You can even have my cards," the little curly-haired one pleaded, extracting 2 cards from his person. In response, he received yet another attack. Bang! Father's Love crashed into his face, knocking out his teeth. His health points plummeted to 0, and his body collapsed in a pool of blood, lifeless. From the moment Chen Bei entered until now, it had only taken a little over a minute, not delaying him for long. He collected the 2 cards and departed with a sense of satisfaction. Having eliminated the little curly-haired one. Now, it was time to deal with Jingzhe. Chen Bei swiftly returned to the 5th floor, standing before his own door. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility that Jingzhe might be waiting for him here. Just as before, however, he found no sign of Jingzhe. The corridor was deserted, as everyone remained in their dorms, awaiting the settlement, wary of lingering outside. Chen Bei slowed his pace, entered his dormitory, and organized his spoils, piling various items in the corner of the room. He then returned to his bedside, laying out the 29 cards he had amassed, sorting through them to determine which effects he would utilize this round. He was not in a hurry to deploy the cards. As with every round, it was most prudent to alter the door number just before the settlement. Presently, Chen Bei's door number remained 888, which, according to this round's settlement criteria, was destined for obliteration. 1, 2, 3. With these 3 cards, he could accomplish his goal. Chen Bei readied himself, holding the 3 cards in his hand. He opened the door and stepped outside, ensuring that no one lingered outside his door. This was merely a precaution. The peephole and cameras ultimately had their blind spots, and if someone were hiding nearby, it could spell trouble. Chen Bei preferred to stand guard here, feeling more secure. After all, he only needed to return to his dormitory before the settlement's final moment. A countdown loomed before Chen Bei. At this moment, every player felt a surge of anxiety. "Someone help me. My door number has a 9 in it. It's too high." A player cried for assistance in the chat. No one responded, including the members of the Mutual Aid Society. They only promised to assist their internal members if you did not join them. Why should they help you? Settlement countdown. 0 minutes 56 seconds, 0 minutes 55 seconds. The final minute, Chen Bei remained composed. Still not making a move. He could see that everyone was waiting for this moment. In the corridor, other players' door numbers gradually changed, shifting in their favor. When only 15 seconds remained, Chen Bei finally took action, raising his cards high, using card to change door number to 998. With one card, he increased the first two digits by 3, reaching 9. Using card to change door number to 989. The second card swapped the last two digits, using card to change door number to 789. The final card decreased the first digit by 2, transforming it to 7. The number 789 was achieved. Chen Bei's previous round of 888 had indeed provided an advantage. As one of the digits was an 8, a considerable number, closely resembling 789, N01 interfered with his door number, making the remaining adjustments manageable. Chen Bei continued to hold his ground, wary of any sudden disruptions from Jingjia. Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Settlement countdown. 0 minutes 05 seconds, 0 minutes 4 seconds. Until the final 2 seconds, Chen Bei leapt back into his dormitory, forcefully shutting the door behind him. Success. The second round has entered the settlement phase. Settlement begins. Your door number is 789, and you receive a high-level reward. Obtained ammunition box 1. Obtained small experience pack 1. Obtained 2 rolls of exorcism tape. Obtained 1 unranked equipment, heart-shaped pendant 1. Obtained 2 grenades. With a slight tremor in his hand, the rewards materialized. The top-tier grand prize was exceedingly delightful. Receiving a grand prize each round was an exhilarating experience. Streams of light flickered before Chen Bei as he collected and examined each item. The ammunition box was especially crucial. Bullets were costly, and an additional box meant 20 rounds of ammunition, providing substantial replenishment. The small experience pack, when opened, granted 800 experience points. The 2 rolls of exorcism tape had effects akin to talismans. Once opened, they could be affixed to any necessary location. The description indicated that they could be adhered to the walls of the dormitory, the door, or even oneself and one's weapons. Such items were remarkably effective against zombies or supernatural beings, though they offered no protection against humans. The heart-shaped pendant's effect was that when the wearer's sanity fell below 30, it would automatically shatter, restoring sanity to full. This equipment was incredibly valuable, potentially life-saving in critical moments. Chen Bei recognized its worth and promptly removed the wolf tooth necklace he had previously worn, replacing it with the heart-shaped pendant. There were limitations on the number of equipment items one could wear. For instance, one could only don a single badge, and the same applied to necklaces. Even if Chen Bei were to wear 2 at once, it would be futile. Lastly, there were the grenades. Though only 2, they were sufficient to alter the course of a battle and inflict area damage. Once again, Chen Bei had made a significant profit this round. Exhilarating, in the subsequent 3 rounds, he aimed to maintain this rhythm. Chen Bei remained optimistic. Now, during the 5-minute settlement period, he noticed that several avatars in the chat had darkened. The total number of players had decreased to 84. The death toll was slightly lower than in the previous round. Just as Chen Bei had anticipated, the player count dwindled. The remaining players would find themselves increasingly secure, as they could scavenge cards from the dormitories of the deceased. In the final remaining minutes, Chen Bei tidied his room and, using the existing materials, crafted a storage box at the workbench. As his collection of items grew increasingly cluttered, it was essential to organize them. Storage boxes also came in levels, with higher levels offering greater internal space. Chen Bei busily worked, his hands moving swiftly, and a progress bar appeared before him. Suddenly, a long, dark shadow crawled out from beneath the bed. Moving silently, its body was elongated, roughly the size of a palm, segmented into several appendages, its shell gleaming with an oily sheen. As 2 rows of legs moved rhythmically, a deep crimson centipede. The creature crawled toward Chen Bei, reaching his feet and then ascending along the leg of his trousers. Unbeknownst to Chen Bei, an anomaly lurked behind him. The centipede continued its climb, drawing ever closer to his neck. Chapter 76. Xiao Qian Awakens. The centipede quietly scaled the nape of Chen Bei's neck, arching its back in preparation for an attack. Just as it was about to strike, a sharp crack echoed through the air. A beam of blue light shot forth, striking the centipede and sending it crashing to the ground. The sound alerted Chen Bei, who hastily interrupted his movements and pivoted around. only to find the centipede sprawled on the floor. Upon seeing the creature, he realized it must have been the handiwork of that rascal, Jing Zhe. Chen Bei raised his foot and brought it down forcefully upon the centipede, crushing it with tremendous force. The remaining half of its body, though lifeless, twisted around in a futile attempt to bite him. Chen Bei delivered 2 more decisive stomps, ensuring the centipede was completely vanquished. Concerned that there might be other centipedes lurking in the room, he anxiously scanned his surroundings. From beneath the bed emerged a woman's voice, melodious and enchanting, with a gentle timbre. Young master, young master. Chen Bei was taken aback, but soon recognized it as Nie Xiaoqian's voice. Xiaoqian? Yes, it's me. Thank you for rescuing me and for using the ghostly flower to aid my recovery. Why do you call me young master? Is that not acceptable? Xiaoqian, being a spirit from ancient times, tends to be somewhat traditional and prefers to address you in this manner. If it displeases you, I shall amend my address. No, it's fine. Let it be that I wish to relish the experience of being called young master. Very well, from now on, I shall refer to you as young master. May I retrieve your home? Of course, young master, feel free. The sunlight here is dim, and with the protection of my urn, it poses no issue. Thus, Chen Bei extracted the urn from beneath the bed, holding it in his hands. The urn was modest in size, comparable to a jar of pickled vegetables. Just now, a centipede attempted to bite me. Did you save me? Chen Bei inquired. Indeed. I have awakened and noticed that the centipede posed a threat to you, so I struck it down. However, I am not yet fully restored, and my capacity to assist is limited. I am even unable to leave the urn, Xiaoqian explained. You have aided me, and I have reciprocated. Thus, we are now bound together as allies, or perhaps it would sound better to say we are on the same boat. In any case, it conveys the sentiment. Young master, you have eradicated the everlasting tree and liberated me from my confines. In addition to the grace of the ghostly flower, I am at a loss for how to repay you and shall serve you faithfully. Hoping to assist you in any way I can. Please, take a seat. Chen Bei sat at the edge of the bed, cradling the urn as their conversation continued. This incident was merely the beginning. He foresaw that Xiaoqian would prove invaluable in the future, at the very least serving as a guardian of his home. Employing a female spirit for such a purpose was quite unprecedented. Xiaoqian, let me make one thing clear. I am not as benevolent as you might think that I often find myself in life and death struggles, and should I show mercy, it is I who will meet my demise. Chen Bei stated that I understand. You are participating in a survival game within the dormitory. Each round presents new challenges, and players must sometimes cooperate and at other times turn against one another. This is not your desire. Nor do you have a choice, much like my own experiences in the past. Many situations offer no choices. In truth, I have also harmed many people. Countless individuals. As Xiaoqian spoke, her voice grew increasingly sorrowful, to the point where she nearly wept. You are indeed aware of the game rules? Chen Bei exclaimed in astonishment. I was unaware until I arrived in the dormitory with you, after which I naturally came to know. Do you realize that you are, in fact, a part of the game? You may very well have been created by it. Do you recall the process of your creation? Chen Bei bombarded her with questions. From within the urn, Xiaoqian's ethereal voice responded, Young master, I know not of what you speak. I in my memories. I am a noble young lady, though fate was unkind, and I departed this world at the tender age of 18. My spirit lingered on, ensnared by the everlasting tree, forced to do its bidding in morally questionable endeavors. Nie Xiaoqian recounted her origins. It appeared she did not perceive herself as a mere construct. Holding a strong conviction regarding her background, she remained oblivious to the profound secrets that lay behind the game. There was no need to pursue further inquiries. Answers would elude him. Very well, in any case. You shall reside here with me, and I shall request your assistance. Should I acquire more items akin to the ghostly flower, I shall share them with you to bolster your strength, as for the long term. Contemplating it now is futile. We will take it one step at a time. Chen Bei sought to establish a partnership with Xiaoqian. Then I shall be a frequent presence in your life. Currently, my capabilities are quite limited, but once I regain some strength and can venture beyond the urn, I will be able to assist you further, Xiaoqian replied. Yes, focus on your recovery. I shall not disturb you further. Please return to your resting place beneath the bed. Chen Bei placed the urn back in its original position. The space beneath the bed was dim, ideal for the urn to reside. He cleared away the remains of the centipede from the floor, pondering how such a creature had managed to infiltrate. With the door closed, there was barely a crack for even a centipede of that size to enter. It must have seized the opportunity when the door was opened. Now, Chen Bei understood why. In the previous round, Jingjia had refrained from confronting him directly and had instead fled. It was all part of a cunning scheme to ambush him. Fortunately, Xiao Qian had come to his aid. Chen Bei enlarged the management group, where the chat records had indeed mentioned the centipede. Those individuals had been reveling in his misfortune, eager to witness his downfall. At that moment, Chen Bei had been too preoccupied with his tasks to pay attention to the group. The survival game was fraught with unpredictability. One could never afford to be careless. Chen Bei resumed his unfinished work, crafting a storage box and placing it in an empty corner of the room. With the accumulation of items in the dormitory, it was high time for an upgrade. He possessed the blueprints, including those for dormitories exceeding level 5. He had also acquired materials from other players, supplemented by universal materials sufficient for his needs. As he contemplated his next steps, a series of notifications appeared. Settlement complete, commencing the third round. The conditions for the third round are as follows. Settlement Condition A. If the 3-digit door number is a straight sequence, survival is guaranteed. For example, 123, 456, etc. are straight sequences. Settlement Condition B. If the 3-digit door number is a triplet, survival is guaranteed. For example, 222, 666, etc. are triplets. Settlement Condition C. If the door number is a 4-digit straight sequence or triplet, a superior reward can be obtained. When multiple players meet the settlement conditions, rewards will be granted based on the highest number. Others will settle according to conditions A, B. For specific size rules, click Details to view. Chapter 77. This is my domain. The new settlement conditions have emerged. Chen Bei perused the information and grasped its meaning. Straight sequences and triplets were easily understood, familiar to anyone who had played cards. The focus was on the 4-digit jackpot. Chen Bei clicked on the details to review the more specific settlement conditions. They were also straightforward. Any triplet surpasses a straight sequence. Straight sequences are compared among themselves. 123 is the smallest, while 789 is the largest, and so forth. Triplets are likewise compared. 111 is the smallest, while 999 is the largest. The same logic applies to the 4-digit door numbers. Therefore, a player who assembles the number 9,999 will emerge as the grand prize winner of this round, if 2 or more players achieve the number 9,999. All will receive the grand prize, a rather generous provision. Gathering 4 nines is no small feat. For ordinary players, securing a life-preserving number suffices. However, elite players with 4-digit numbers must consider additional factors. Such simple digits can yield a multitude of possibilities. Before this round's settlement, I must utilize that special card to increase the digits. Chen Bei pondered. Within the player group, 4 digits? How can there be a 4-digit door number? There is. In the last round, someone achieved a 4-digit number. I saw it. It was that player named Shuejian. How did her door number increase? It is said to be related to the underground trials. Each of the 4 trials awards a special card that increases the door number's digit count, provided one possesses the skill to obtain it. Those trials are incredibly challenging. During the luck trial I participated in, I opened a blind box only for a burst of flames to nearly incinerate me. Chen Bei received 2 private messages worth reading. Point 1 was from Jingjia, who sent a hideous selfie along with a message. My little pet couldn't kill you. Consider yourself fortunate. In the next 3 rounds, we shall play slowly. The other was from Leo. 0 degree. I have learned Jingjia's location. He is the last remaining player on the 3rd floor, having wiped out all the other players on the same floor, including many members of the Mutual Aid Society. This lunatic is extremely dangerous. I wish to collaborate with you to eliminate him. 0 degree. Agreed. How shall we cooperate? Leo. To deal with Jingjia, there are essentially 2 strategies. Subsequently, Leo shared his thoughts. The first strategy involves a forceful resolution. Jingjia is highly likely to venture into the underground trials to acquire cards this round. The knowledge and luck trials are unsuitable for him. He is only suited for combat trials or mechanical trials, both of which harbor inherent dangers. During the trial period at Jingjia, an offensive maneuver against him could be initiated, particularly when he is injured during his trials, kicking him when he is down. Scheme 2. Rule-based annihilation. Utilize the game's settlement rules to utterly bury Jingjia, ridding this game of its malignant tumor. 0. I lean towards Scheme 2. Leo. Then it shall be Scheme 2. Let us eliminate him using the rules, working in concert. This will require a greater number of cards. More importantly, it necessitates mutual trust. 0. It's difficult for me to claim I trust you completely. I imagine you feel the same. Leo. Name a location, and let us meet to discuss. I have ways to foster trust. 0. Let us meet on the top floor, 6th level. I was just about to head up. Leo. All right, 6th floor. See you there. 6th floor. Chen Bei ascended the stairs, intending to collect the cards from the 4 rooms occupied by the slimes and meet Leo here. Upon arrival, he spotted a white-haired female player assaulting the door of the slime's room with her weapon. She donned a translucent plastic raincoat adorned with symbols, and beneath it, she wore a complete outfit. Let us not think too far afield. In her hands was an oversized wrench, bound with iron wire to several soda cans. The game is filled with peculiar weapons, so one becomes accustomed to the oddities. It's her again. Chen Bei recognized the iconic white hair and approached, retrieving a set of dormitory keys from his pocket. The white-haired player sensed Chen Bei's approach and immediately ceased her assault, adopting a defensive stance. Her delicate skin and heart-shaped face embodied the essence of a pure maiden. The weapon in her grasp starkly contrasted with her fragile physique. This is my territory. Chen Bei jingled the keys in his hand. He could not merely stand by and watch someone attack that door. Feigning ignorance, and no matter who that person was, admittedly, it wasn't his dormitory, and the cards generated within did not belong to him. Tio regarded this place as territory and protect it was indeed a brazen act. The game inherently possesses a set of rules, and the rules between players are dictated by strength, like a tiger marking its territory in the jungle. Unconvinced? Then let us fight. The situation was already quite clear. Chen Bei need not elaborate further. The white-haired girl gazed at Chen Bei, her expression tense. Merely standing there with a calm demeanor was enough to instill fear. After a brief standoff, the white-haired girl retreated, demonstrating a willingness to concede. I apologize. I was unaware this was your territory. I shall not return. This retreat promptly eased the atmosphere. With the other party making a concession, it would be inappropriate to press further. Thank you for your cooperation. Chen Bei smiled warmly, like a gentle spring breeze. Yet, the white-haired girl could not muster a smile. She continued to step back until she halted before a door. At that moment, Chen Bei noticed that the door beside the white-haired girl bore 4 digits. Currently, in the game, a 4-digit room number is unique. There are no duplicates. 4-digit door number. Xuejian. The white-haired girl. You are the player named Xuejian? Chen Bei inquired. The white-haired girl, who had just relaxed, tensed anew, her hand retreating to conceal something behind her back. Ready to fight at a moment's notice. Relax, don't be tense. I won't harm you simply because you possess a 4-digit room number. I have confidence in gathering 4 nines. You cannot threaten me. Chen Bei opened his palm, signaling his intent. Indeed. I am called Xuejian. You must be 0, am I correct? Xuejian replied. That's me. You mentioned you wouldn't make things difficult for me, so I shall take my leave. Please do. Xuejian first stepped back, then turned to leave. Wait. Chen Bei's voice called out. Xuejian tensed again, glancing back to ask, what is it? From which trial did you obtain the special card? Out of curiosity, Chen Bei posed this question. Knowledge trial. One must answer 15 questions correctly within a single turn. Only one person can be inside during the questioning, with no external assistance allowed. Impressive. To answer that many questions correctly, Chen Bei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. I managed to answer the 15 questions through cheating, Xuejian admitted. To answer 15 correctly on your own is quite an accomplishment. You must possess a broad knowledge base. May I leave now? Xuejian probed. Seeing Chen Bei nod, she departed. Chen Bei then busied himself, opening the 4 players' doors to claim all the cards generated in this round for himself. At that moment, a tall and handsome young man appeared at the entrance. Exuding a friendly demeanor, waving at Chen Bei. 0, I have arrived. The newcomer was Leo. He wore a smile and cut straight to the chase. Let us discuss how to eliminate that Jingjia. Chapter 78, A Powerful Alliance. Let us begin. To be succinct, time is precious. Chen Bei leaned against the wall. First, we must address the trust issue. I need you to provide multiple cards to deal with Jingjia. Relying solely on our mutual support with our limited card pool is insufficient. Leo stated. How many cards do you require? At least 10 cards. To take down Jingja together, the cost of 10 cards should be within your means. No wonder you are called Leo. You certainly have the audacity. After achieving our goal, if there are any surplus cards, I shall return them to you. Additionally, we will split the spoils left by Jingja. If all goes smoothly, it should adequately compensate for your investment. What if you take the 10 cards and don't follow through, or worse, turn against me? That brings us to the issue of trust. My solution is to use a game coin as a deposit to secure your trust. Leo produced a game coin, flicking it with his thumb, sending it soaring toward Chen Bei. Chen Bei caught the coin deftly. This was the sole currency within the game. Even a single coin held considerable value. The coin will be held by you. Once we successfully eliminate Jingja, you will return it to me. Should I abscond with your cards and fail to act, you may retain the coin, which wouldn't be a significant loss. Leo's approach indeed fostered a degree of trust in their collaboration. One cannot blame Chen Bei for his suspicions. In such a cutthroat game, the notion of trust is a luxury. The previous transaction with the slime was a bloody reminder. Chen Bei toyed with the game coin, tossing it into the air and catching it with force. 10 is excessive. I'll offer you 8 cards, one of which is specifically designed to be a trickster. It may prove unexpectedly effective. Chen Bei decided to take the risk, pulling out 8 cards, deliberately choosing one to send flying toward Leo. Leo received the card, inspecting its effects, his gaze shifting. This effect, could it work? I cannot be certain, but let us give it a try. As the settlement approached, we will act together. I will draw his attention while you lead others to alter his door number, exhausting him in the process. Agreed. As for the distribution of spoils post-success, I propose this. One person claims the items from Jingja, while the other takes those from his room. Fair enough? Excellent idea. You may choose first. Which will it be? The person or the room? I choose the person. Then I shall select the room. Hereas to a pleasant cooperation, they reached a consensus. Chen Bei possessed formidable individual strength, while Leo commanded an organization. This was indeed a powerful alliance. It was more than a simple sum of parts. The moment they decided to collaborate, it was as if they had already sentenced Jingja to death. Leo extended his hand for a handshake, but Chen Bei did not reciprocate. Such youthful exuberance is unnecessary. I prefer to skip the theatrics. Chen Bei directly exited, handing the other 7 cards to Leo. He was selective in his contributions. This round sought the figure of 9,999, meaning that cards with various 9-point caps held the highest value and certainly could not be relinquished easily. The cards given to Leo were primarily subtraction cards, or those meant to deceive. Among them was one particularly crucial card upon which Chen Bei placed high hopes. Its effect was to select a door number and disguise it as any number for 1 round. Level -1. Combat Trial. The arena for this round shifted once more, its area expanded. Additionally, a new feature was introduced. The walls constituting the trials would periodically move. With the movement of the walls, the entire layout would become chaotic, effectively rewriting the map. Chen Bei acquired intelligence through the Mutual Aid Association and confirmed one fact. Prior to his arrival, Jingja had already entered this space, likely reaching significantly deeper locations by now. Thus, Chen Bei decided not to venture deeper but to engage in combat near the entrance. The large mouths on the ground would periodically expel new monsters, ensuring there would be no shortage of foes to combat. In this manner, Chen Bei continued his relentless killing, reaping benefits, experience points, cards, and items. All were acquired. With each act of slaughter, the seal on the 7 bloody sword was gradually lifted. Until, at last, the moment came. The seal on the 7 bloody sword has been broken. It has evolved to level 14, with corresponding enhancements to all attributes. Haha, I have finally shattered a layer of the seal, reclaiming the powers that belong to this divine sword. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chapter 80. The dealer takes the stage. Changing ammunition during battle is perilous, placing oneself in jeopardy. Therefore, the greater the magazine capacity, the better. As for the remaining 3 rewards, the powerful adhesive serves multiple purposes. It can be utilized to create items or directly sprayed on the ground to ensnare foes. The Desperate Running Shoes are a pair of level 10 footwear that significantly enhances agility and possesses special effects. In dire moments, activating the Desperate Running Shoes can greatly accelerate one's speed, potentially saving one's life in critical situations. The advantage of speed in combat is undeniable. The Dragon Breaking Stone is intended to be installed above the inside of a door. Should intruders invade, the Dragon Breaking Stone will swiftly descend, delivering a crushing blow. Such facilities that bolster the dormitory may prove invaluable at any given moment. Survival in the dormitory is paramount. Both the dormitory and its inhabitants hold great significance. One must balance both aspects with equal strength. The remaining time for settlement has arrived. Chen Bei dons his new shoes, installs the dragon-breaking stone, and upgrades the dormitory. Dormitory upgrade successful. New facilities added. Restroom, vacant room, electronic lock. Room number, 9999 level, 4 area, 35 square meters door durability. 100 wall durability. 265 facilities. Door, single bed, nightstand, protective window, ceiling light, porch light, battery compartment, shoe rack, weapon rack, wardrobe, hidden camera, alarm, refrigerator, flesh and blood generator, storage box, dragon-breaking stone, restroom, vacant room, electronic lock. Dormitory upgraded. This upgrade has expanded the dormitory's area once more. With the increase in size, the layout has transformed, now featuring a restroom and a small vacant room. The restroom is splendid. No longer will one need to venture outside in search of a toilet. The vacant room, for now, it shall serve as a small storage space. Chen Bei's satisfaction with the dormitory has grown immensely. From its initial barren state, it has gradually developed into its current form. One wonders what the dormitories of the top-tier veteran players must look like. Perhaps they have been transformed into luxurious villas. Shortly thereafter, a man's voice echoed in the ears of all players in this round. That chilling whisper sent shivers down their spines, as if someone were speaking directly into their ears, only to turn around and find emptiness behind them. Seeing you engrossed in the game I designed brings me great pleasure. I am the dealer, the architect of this numerical game, as well as its host. I am no longer satisfied with observing this game from a third-person perspective. Thus, I have decided to join in and experience it firsthand. As the game progresses into the 4th round, I shall become your common adversary. New game rules and settlement mechanisms have been released. Let us carry the game to its conclusion together. A series of prompt boxes scrolled across the screen. Warning: significant changes have occurred in the game content. The boss dealer has joined the game. The dealer also possesses a dormitory, located in the main hall on the 1st floor. The dealer has a room number that can be influenced by card effects. The new rules and settlement conditions for the 4th round are as follows. The dealer holds a plethora of cards, which can be used remotely to randomly alter players' room numbers. At any time, if a player's room number changes to 0000 or 000, they will be eliminated on the spot. Free activity time remains unchanged at 1 hour. After 1 hour, settlement time will commence. If the sum of all digits in a player's room number exceeds that of the dealer's room number, they will survive. If below, they will be eliminated. Special settlement condition. If a player's room number matches the dealer's exactly, they will receive a high-level reward. The 4th round officially begins. The rules of the game have completely transformed. Different rules inevitably lead to different gameplay. Previously, Chen Bei had seen the management group mention the dealer multiple times. The moment has finally arrived. The remaining 68 players in the group began to fervently discuss this development. However, Chen Bei had no time to spare, as he needed to rush to Jingzhi's dormitory to claim what rightfully belonged to him. He flung open the door and dashed forward. Now, Chen Bei's dormitory has been equipped with an electronic lock, eliminating the need for a key. The door automatically locks when he exits and requires a password to unlock upon return. The entrance password is a 4-digit code, which Chen Bei has set to 1125, the birthday of Shu Ting. Chen Bei sprinted at full speed to the 3rd floor, arriving at Jingzhi's door. A tall, handsome young man leaned against the wall, waving at Chen Bei. Leo got here first. Don't worry, I haven't touched anything. The corpse remains inside, and the door is still locked. Leo gestured towards Jingzhi's dormitory. Chen Bei approached and observed that the door was indeed locked, indicating that no one had entered. Thus, there was no concern of Leo reaping early rewards. Go ahead. The gaming domain's deity. Be cautious while you act. Both inside and outside the dormitory, there may be defensive measures. Leo chuckled. Chen Bei distanced himself slightly, retrieving his father's love, gripping one end of the spine bone, and swung it like a meteor hammer towards the door. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, the head of the weapon slammed against the door. This was a level 5 door, boasting high durability. Even for Chen Bei, it would take a considerable effort to breach it. Seizing the opportunity, Leo remarked leisurely, the game rules have changed, and players must adapt accordingly. I have a preliminary plan that I would like to share with you. First and foremost, unity is essential. All surviving players must forcibly form a cohesive unit. Should anyone refuse to cooperate, we shall resort to force. Next, we shall integrate and redistribute resources, maximizing the value of everyone's cards. Players will be divided into 3 groups. Group A will be responsible for venturing out to acquire cards, utilizing their individual strengths to gather as many as possible. Group B will focus on attacking the dealer's room number using subtraction cards to diminish the total of the digits. Group C will be tasked with using addition cards to alter the room numbers of cooperative members, ensuring they remain within a safe range. You possess a 4-digit room number, which will afford you preferential treatment. We will endeavor to allocate card resources to align your room number with that of the dealer, striving for the highest rewards. The new game rules had only just emerged, and many players were still trying to grasp the situation. Yet Leo had already devised a counter-strategy. Isn't that overly idealistic? Chen Bei inquired, frowning. This is the optimal solution, and indeed the only solution. You, I, and all players have no choice but to cooperate, Leo replied. Will those individuals cooperate? That is why I need you. My own charisma and deterrent power are insufficient. With you, the dynamic changes. And there's also that Shuejian. She is quite formidable and can consistently acquire cards from the knowledge trials. Very well, I shall embrace this without hesitation. No need for hesitation. We collaborated splendidly last round. Let us continue to join forces in this round. Crack. As soon as Chen Bei finished speaking, the door opposite them shattered. Chapter 81. Mutual assistance among all. The door splintered into timber. Peering inside, a scene of devastation greeted them. Bodies, mangled flesh, and shattered centipedes lay strewn across the floor, indistinguishable from one another. An eyeball rested amidst the pool of blood, staring directly at Chen Bei. Higher up, several items floated in the air: a pair of dual blades, a helmet, a backpack, a card, and several venom sac materials. All of these were personal drops from Jingji. According to their agreement, items on a person's body belonged to Chen Bei, while those within the room were for Leo. Be cautious. Jingji might have set some traps within the room, Leo cautioned from the side. Chen Bei nodded, recognizing the need for vigilance, as Jingji was an elite player. Household appliances, pots, pans, and other items within the dormitory may possess hidden effects. Chen Bei scrutinized the room once more and detected something amiss. At the entrance, a few strands of hair were connected. If one did not look closely, they would be virtually invisible. Chen Bei swung his father's love, severing those strands of hair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot forth from both sides, crossing each other in midair. This was a trap mechanism. Chen Bei then tested the ground with his father's love. Crack! In one spot, the ground caved in, revealing numerous metallic blades below. There were indeed numerous defensive measures. One by one, Chen Bei dismantled them, confirming that there were no further threats before stepping into the room to collect Jingji's drops. The level 10 wind-whispering dual blades required dual wielding to use effectively. The level 12 centipede helmet boasted a venom-spraying effect, with commendable defensive capabilities. A level 2 talent card named Dual Wielding Weapons conferred additional bonuses when a player held 2 weapons simultaneously. The venom sacs also held potential utility. The most crucial item, however, was the backpack. This backpack could not be equipped by Chen Bei, as it would conflict with his current gear. He had to transfer its contents to carry it away. Chen Bei promptly opened the backpack. It contained a wealth of items, including numerical cards, medicines, various tools, and most importantly, the blood sacrifice remnant. Jingji had relied on the power of the blood sacrifice remnant to transform himself into something inhuman, using his body as a nest to nurture a massive centipede. This marked the 3rd blood sacrifice remnant Chen Bei had obtained. He readied himself, took it out without a second glance, and swiftly stuffed it into his own backpack. His movements were remarkably swift. Even in such a brief moment, the blood sacrifice remnant still exerted its influence on the surroundings, warping the very fabric of the room. Shadows and shimmering lights danced before his eyes. Ah, what in the world was that just now? Leo exclaimed from behind, having caught sight of the blood sacrifice remnant, his expression revealing a blend of shock and pain. Have you never seen a blood sacrifice remnant? Chen Bei queried. I have never encountered such a thing. The Leo shook his head. The blood sacrifice remnants are a peculiar existence, scattered throughout various games, containing records of dark sorcery. Once utilized, one might transform into a ghastly form akin to the Jingji. With their mind eroded, descending into madness. So, Are you still inclined to collect them? I am uncertain if collecting them holds any significance, yet I am certainly unwilling to allow such artifacts to be lost to the world. Dangerous things are better kept within one's own grasp. Well then, if we gather enough, perhaps they will yield some special purpose. Just be cautious. Do not allow them to exert control over you. Merely glancing at them caused my head to throb painfully, flooding my mind with chaotic thoughts, and I glimpsed a dark sorcery known as skinning butterfly dance. Each person perceives different contents within the blood sacrifice remnants. By the way, I will return this to you. Chen Bei retrieved the game coin that belonged to Liu and flicked it towards him, restoring it to its rightful owner, and no need for this as collateral any longer. Thank you for your trust. Liu accepted the coin. Additionally, these cards are also for you to manage, especially this one. It may prove crucial in countering the dealer. Chen Bei handed over several cards to Liu. This act was not only beneficial to Liu but also served Chen Bei's interests. The dealer could not be confronted by a single individual. As Liu examined the card that Chen Bei had highlighted, he realized its formidable power. It had the ability to exchange the door numbers of both parties. His eyes sparkled with excitement. With this card in hand, our chances of victory have significantly increased. We can, at a critical juncture, swap a player with a low door number with the dealer's number, thereby turning the tide. Before using it, we must employ some cards that alter numbers to ascertain whether the dealer's door number has any tricks up its sleeve, lest our effect gets nullified. Chen Bei cautioned. Understood. This is not a matter that can be resolved with just one card. There are effects akin to shields that can prevent number alterations, indeed, and please do not change my door number to match that of the boss. The variables in this round are too great. I relinquish the grand prize in favor of stability. Very well, that simplifies matters. I shall endeavor to increase your door number, placing it in a safer range. Chen Bei's decisions were well-founded. The conditions for the grand prize this round were excessively stringent. The dealer's own door number was constantly fluctuating, and players would also attempt to alter it. The situation was rife with unpredictability. Attempting to replicate an identical number at the final moment bore immense risk, rendering it nearly impossible to achieve. Recognizing this impossibility, it was wiser to abandon the pursuit early on. After all, he had already secured the grand prize 3 times, sufficient for one individual. The two reached a complete consensus. They then proceeded to formally initiate action. With Liu and Zero as the leaders, an announcement was made within the player community, summoning all players to descend to the first floor hall for assembly. Those who refused to comply would be deemed enemies of the Cooperative Alliance and dealt with strictly. Liu had previously conducted reconnaissance and was aware of the dormitory locations of most players. If anyone failed to appear, he would pinpoint their whereabouts and personally visit them for a discussion. Chen Bei glanced toward the main entrance on the first floor. Initially, he believed it to be a sealed exit. To his surprise, it was actually the dealer's private chamber. Above the door, a rectangular display screen, previously dark, now revealed 4 digits, 1969. The sum of these 4 numbers was considerable. Suddenly, 1969 shifted, the first digit transforming into a 7, 7969. The number had grown larger. The dealer, concealed within, was continuously altering numbers with cards. His confrontation with the player community had long since commenced. At times, he adjusted his own door number. At others, he modified the players. The dealer could manipulate cards without needing to approach the players' dormitories, operating remotely. Such was the nature of a 1v mini scenario, a quintessentially asymmetric game where the smaller faction invariably possessed unique advantages. Liu urged the players to gather, and they gradually assembled, leaving only a couple who remained obstinate. Liu declared, I shall grant you 1 final minute. If you do not descend, then Zero will have to pay you a visit. Given Zero's recent streak of 3 grand prizes, you should be well aware of their strength. This statement compelled 2 more players to comply, leaving only 2 unyielding individuals. 4th floor, 2nd dormitory on the right side of staircase 1. 6th floor, 4th dormitory on the right side of staircase 1.0. I implore you to pay a visit. How to handle them is at your discretion. Liu's expression grew grave as he turned to Chen Bei. This collaboration bore the weight of all players' lives and deaths. Thus, a resolute stance was imperative. There could be no room for concessions. It was either cooperation or demise. Chapter 82. The operation commences with a swift motion. Chen Bei donned the level 12 helmet he had just acquired and bolted upstairs with astonishing speed, reaching the designated location on the 4th floor. Standing before the dormitory door, he exuded an air of menace. I offer you one last opportunity. Come out, descend, and cooperate with us. No response came from within the door. In this case, there was no other option. According to the new game rules, players who refused to cooperate were as good as corpses. Chen Bei began to forcibly breach the door. This door was only level 3, insufficient to withstand his assault. Upon the door's shattering, those hiding inside finally reacted. Please, don't smash my door. Spare me. I merely wish to remain here and endure until the game's conclusion. Stop. You have no right to coerce others into joining. Cease. Do not break it. With a resounding crack, the door was violently destroyed. Chen Bei did not enter but instead unleashed the thousand-hand cloak, forcibly dragging the individual hiding inside out. Wait, do not kill me. I will change. The player's words were abruptly cut short. The thousand-hand cloak switched to attack mode, and a multitude of hands swiftly snapped his neck. Thud. The corpse crumpled to the ground. Chen Bei, expressionless, captured a photograph of the body and sent it to the group chat. 0 remarked, I have eliminated one. There remains but one more. I shall proceed to confront him. The last player was truly terrified by this turn of events. She hastily declared in the player group that she would descend immediately, thereby saving Chen Bei the trouble. Finally, all players gathered in the first-floor hall. Leo had begun to organize groups, confiscate cards, and elucidate the rationale behind these arrangements. It was imperative that someone remained here to oppose the dealer and mitigate his numbers. Should his numbers grow too great and surpass ours, when it came time for settlement, all would perish. You are not sacrificing yourselves for me. You are saving yourselves. A disorganized group cannot win this game. The grouping concluded, forming 3 teams. A, B, and C. Team A was tasked with entering the underground trials to acquire cards. With Chen Bei and Xue Jian as representatives, Team B was responsible for employing subtraction cards to diminish the dealer's door number, comprising players residing on the first floor. Only those living nearby had the courage to delay and fight until the final moment before returning home. Team C was charged with protecting the safety of the various dormitories above. Upon noticing a door number approaching 0, they were to use addition cards. As for Leo, he served as the central brain, responsible for overseeing the entire operation. All cards would converge in his hands for rational distribution. The success or failure of the endeavor hinged upon him. With clear divisions in place, the operation commenced. Leo issued the command, and the players split into 3 paths. Meanwhile, Chen Bei had already plunged into the combat trials, embarking on what he did best, killing. Armed with the 7-stained sword, Chen Bei charged at several monsters. This round's trial arena had transformed again, expanding in scale with an increased number of monsters, introducing new varieties. This was fortuitous, for slaying more creatures would yield more cards. On another front, within the knowledge trials, Xue Jian, with her flowing white hair, stood at the answering station, fighting in her own unique manner. A myriad of obscure and challenging questions arose, and she addressed each one. 80 times she answered incorrectly. Facing various consequences, she was human, not a search engine, and could stumble as well. Standing there to answer questions required courage. During the battle, Chen Bei suddenly received a notification. The dealer has used a card effect on your door number, altering it to 9919. Damn it. Chen Bei cursed. The dealer wielded the power to remotely control the door numbers of all players, posing a threat to everyone. A 0 would result in instant death, leaving no time even for settlement. Half an hour had elapsed since the period for free activity ended, when another piece of bad news arrived from Leo. Trouble has arisen. The dealer's card-playing speed has evidently increased, and card inventory is running low. 0 responded. I just deployed some cards. I will instruct members of Team A to deliver them to you. Leo replied, thank you for your efforts. Several capable members from Team A accompanied Chen Bei into the combat trials. Following his lead, Chen Bei entrusted one of them with the cards to take back. In this survival game, forming such a large-scale cooperative relationship was indeed rare. Even the management group expressed astonishment at this development. The ability to achieve it stemmed primarily from Chen Bei and Leo stepping forward as leaders, 2 elite players of contrasting styles, both indispensable. After a while, the dealer once again altered Chen Bei's door number, reducing it to 2919. According to the rules, lower numbers indicated greater danger. However, Chen Bei remained unperturbed, for he still possessed numerous cards, ensuring he would not foolishly relinquish them all. His fate remained firmly in his own hands. His principle is that the remaining cards must be sufficient for him to modify and approach the maximum number of 9999. When it comes time for the final tally, he will endeavor to maximize his door number to ensure a smooth passage. For now, his focus is solely on eliminating monsters die in this round of the underground trial. A new species of monster has emerged, which can be referred to as the big belly monster. This creature possesses an enormous belly, with a gaping maw that can bite and extend a tongue to attack, its saliva being corrosive. Several monsters charged in from the side passages with great ferocity. You block the right side, and I will push through on the left, Chen Bei bellowed, brandishing his sword as he surged toward the left passage. Opposing him were 3 monsters. 1 big belly monster, 1 big ear monster, and 1 big eye monster. The big eye monster flapped its small wings, hovering in midair while casting rings of light from its eyes. Those ensnared by these beams would feel dizzy and their rationality would swiftly diminish. Crimson Sword Chi, Chen Bei retaliated with a swift stroke of his sword, sending the big eye monster crashing down. He then swung his right arm, activating the mechanism to launch the outer shield of his rotating shield. Whoosh, 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 the shield, equipped with rotating blades, sliced through the air and flew directly into the big belly monster's mouth. The sharp blades severed flesh, shattering teeth, and blood gushed forth. With a powerful pull, Chen Bei utilized the momentum to draw himself closer to the monster. Engaging in close combat, the 7 bloody sword in his hand displayed its tremendous prowess, cleaving through everything it touched. Before long, all 3 monsters lay dead at his feet. Meanwhile, the other players in Group A observed this spectacle with astonishment. Who, after all, is the real monster? Only 3 minutes remained in the 4th round. Having delayed until now, Chen Bei led the members of Group A back to the first floor. Leo was also present. Chen Bei approached him, handing over a stack of blood-stained negative effect cards. This final batch of cards is now in your hands. Chapter 83, The Unplayable. Phew, the pressure is immense. It all hinges on whether the final strike succeeds. Leo, who had previously exuded calmness, now displayed signs of nervousness. Chen Bei returned to his dormitory, where his door number was now 4358. This number had undergone numerous modifications. The dealer would reduce players' door numbers, while the members of Group C from the Mutual Aid Association would increase Chen Bei's door number. Thus, it had come to this. The remaining adjustments relied solely on Chen Bei himself. He retrieved 9 cards, all of which were additive types to modify the number at the critical moment. He planned to time it perfectly to further amplify his door number, just in case. The countdown began. 2 minutes remaining. 1 minute remaining on the first floor. In front of the dealer's door, only 2 individuals remained, Leo and another player named Yan Quan. Yan Quan's dormitory was the closest, requiring only a few seconds to sprint back. Therefore, the heaviest burden fell upon him. To ensure he delivered the final blow to the dealer, the Mutual Aid Association even expended a special card to transform his door number into a 4-digit figure. At that moment, the dealer's door number fluctuated, increasing to 7960. Clearly, this was a staggering number. If the final tally were based on this figure, most players would be obliterated, facing dire consequences. Leo, clutching a stack of cards, raised them to lower the dealer's door number slightly, stating, "Steady now, wait for my command, my dormitory is far. I haven't moved, so you needn't worry." Understood. Yan Quan was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked, bearing an overwhelming burden. He had to maintain the timing to ensure the dealer's door number was struck down, denying the opponent any chance to alter the number. Success hinged upon this critical moment. Countdown to settlement. 0 minutes 12 seconds. 0 minutes 11 seconds. 0 minutes 10 seconds. Time slipped away like the ticking of blood. Leo acted, using several cards in succession. Some effects were negated while others succeeded. 9, 8, 7. Are you not moving yet? Yan Quan shouted in desperation, his hands trembling violently. "Let us go," Leo yelled, turning and racing away, as his dormitory was upstairs, making it a life-and-death sprint. In the final seconds, Yan Quan executed the plan, first using a card to test its efficacy before employing the crucial finishing card. Player Yan Quan applied a card effect to the dealer's door number, changing it to 0001. The door number now stood at a mere 1 point. Upon releasing the card, Yan Quan turned and fled, stumbling as if he might fall into his dormitory, crashing to the floor with a thud, his head scraping against the ground. All players held their breath in anticipation of fate's decree. The 4th round has entered the settlement phase. The dealer's final door number is 9001. The sum of the digits equals 10. Any player with a total door number of 10 or more may survive. It worked. It worked. Ha ha ha. The pressure on Yin Quan finally lifted, and he laughed uproariously. He exchanged door numbers with the dealer in the last few seconds. The dealer altered one digit, but could not change more in time. Although he did not achieve the ideal outcome of 0001, the result of 9001 was already quite successful. Among the player group, only a few players had numbers lower than this and were eliminated. The remaining player count stood at 63. Not only was Yin Quan elated, all surviving players celebrated in the chat, expressing their joy at having survived. If there had been champagne, it would likely have been uncorked by now. Haha, we survived another round. That was terrifying. I thought we were done for. Thanks to Leo for establishing the Mutual Aid Association. We made it this far. Leo, forever the MVP. The issue is, this is only the 4th round. There is still the existence of the 5th round. Chen Bei, in his dormitory, was busy preparing while observing the dialogue in the management group. The tone was entirely different. The administrators were reveling in schadenfreude. Impressive, to coordinate to such an extent and minimize casualties. Such large-scale cooperation is rare in our game. They are simply rejoicing too early. Haha, the higher they rejoice now, the deeper their despair will be later. In the next round, the dealer will emerge and slaughter indiscriminately. The dealer's hidden level is 20, and with the boss attribute bonus, even 0 degree is no match. It depends on whether they can figure out the dealer's weaknesses. Chen Bei's expression changed as he read the conversations in the management group, so they can't play fair. If they can't win against the players using the rules, they'll come out and wreak havoc themselves. It's like losing money at a gambling table and flipping the table in anger. If they can't play, then they shouldn't. Chen Bei noted the key word. The dealer has weaknesses. The administrators only mentioned that there are weaknesses without providing specifics. After all, they were merely chatting in the group, often withholding complete information, leaving it to Chen Bei to deduce. He must uncover the dealer's weaknesses. Chen Bei thought to himself. While others were still caught up in their joy, he could not share in their happiness and instead focused on further battle preparations. He crafted an expanded magazine on his workbench and attached it to his pistol, increasing the bullet capacity to 12 rounds. Leo sent a message. Leo, in the next round, let us continue cooperating. Only 1 round remains. If we persist, we can go back and relax. 0 degree, sure. Let us keep cooperating. Chen Bei could not divulge exclusive information, even if it pertained to everyone's lives. He proceeded to check his gear, adjusting his inventory to include a few more healing potions. He also made adjustments to his cards. Having slain monsters in this round of combat trials, his level had risen to 12, unlocking a second talent card slot. Initially, he had installed the dual-wield weapon talent, pairing it with dual daggers. Now, he switched it to Desperate Struggle. This card's effect is that when receiving a fatal blow, it grants immunity to death, preserving 1 life point. It can only be utilized once per game round. At a critical moment, this could save his life. As the impending confrontation with the boss loomed, Chen Bei felt uncertain, and an additional layer of assurance was welcome. Time passed, and the settlement time was drawing to a close. The melodic humming of a man echoed in every player's ears. It was the dealer's voice. Your performance has been truly outstanding. Only a few fell after a round, which surprised me greatly. Merely slaying a handful of players does not satisfy my appetite. Therefore, I have decided to change the gameplay and engage with you more thoroughly. I am coming now. You may choose to welcome me or cower in your homes, trembling as death approaches. Creak. The front door on the first floor swung open with a thunderous crash. The dealer stepped forth. Chapter 84. The terrifying dealer. Hum hum woo. The figure emerging hummed a melodious tune. He stood over 2 meters tall, clad in a sharply tailored black suit adorned with white stripes, every part of him fitting snugly like a reed. His white shirt featured a bow tie at the collar. 4 arms extended from his sides, with 2 hands manipulating playing cards in dazzling displays of skill, while the other 2 held a cane, also known as a civilized stick. He wore shiny black leather shoes, striding forward with an air of indifference. Adorning his head is a high-crowned, round-brimmed top hat. Beneath it lies an emptiness. No head, no face. His hands are encased in white gloves, and the junction between them and his sleeves is equally devoid of substance. Peering through the open collar reveals yet more void. He resembles a specter clad in a tailored suit and polished shoes. This is the dealer, the boss of the current game. He hums a cheerful tune, and wherever he treads, the overhead lights flicker violently. Their voltage unstable, he halts before a player's dormitory, extending a graceful hand to gently rap upon the door. Tap, tap, tap. The occupant of this dormitory is none other than the one who had just executed the dealer with a devastating card effect, Smoke Ring. Moments ago, Smoke Ring had been jubilant, but now his expression shifts abruptly, and a chill runs down his spine. He inches closer to the door, peering through the peephole. A mere glance, terror overwhelms him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Outside stands a transparent figure clad in a black suit. In a panic, Smoke Ring rushes to the player group chat, seeking assistance. Smoke Ring, a monster has arrived at my doorstep. Please, come help me. I saved all of you last round. This plea garners a response, led by Leo. Leo, hold on. I'll bring people over to assist you. Everyone, brace yourselves. This round may devolve into pure combat. Team A, make your way downstairs to the first floor. I will join you shortly. In light of Leo's special status, he must lead by example, charging forth, particularly in such dire circumstances. Otherwise, it would be challenging to maintain his credibility. Chen Bei is likely the first to respond, driven by a simple motive, his eagerness for the boss-killing rewards. Several formidable players soon follow suit, hastening towards the first floor. Their movements are swift, yet still a moment too late. By the time Leo reaches the ground floor, Smoke Ring's avatar has already gone dark in the corridor. The gentlemanly dealer is dragging a lifeless body outside, still humming his tune. Noticing Leo approaching, the dealer lifts his gaze. Though beneath the hat, there is only air. Finally, someone has come to greet me. The dealer steps over the corpse at his feet, advancing towards Leo. Leo's expression turns grave as he swiftly retrieves a remote-controlled car from his backpack. Activating it with the controller, with a whoosh, the remote-controlled car speeds forward, heading straight for the dealer, its rear end raising an antenna. This antenna is electrified. In this game, one can wield even a remote-controlled car as a weapon. The car races to the dealer's feet, the antenna crackling with irregular arcs of electricity that strike him. The dealer lifts his foot, aiming to stomp on the remote-controlled car. Leo deftly maneuvers the car to evade the attack, circling back to continue the onslaught. The dealer seems to grow irate, raising his staff and activating a mechanism. With a click, a gleaming blade springs forth from the end of the staff. With this blade, the staff has transformed into a rapier, or rather, a piercing sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dealer unleashes a flurry of attacks, saturating the area around the remote-controlled car, leaving no opportunity for escape. The rapier pierces the car, triggering its secondary effect. An explosion, boom! A burst of flames erupts, sending the dealer stumbling back a few paces, smoke billowing forth. Leo notices several damage numbers appear but remains uncertain of the dealer's health status. Others arrive in succession, including Chen Bei. Chen Bei descends from another staircase, catching sight of the dealer amidst the swirling smoke. Several glimmers of cold light erupt, forming a gust that disperses the fog. The dealer's form becomes visible, his suit and trousers unscathed, maintaining his elegant posture. He locks onto Leo's position, suddenly flinging two playing cards from his upper hands. The flying cards slice through the air, striking Leo simultaneously, their speed so rapid that he has no time to react. Blood splatters the walls as Leo loses half his health in an instant. Everyone, be cautious. This boss is formidable, Leo exclaims. Chen Bei draws a firearm, moving behind the dealer to aim with a red laser, trained on his back. Bang, bang, bang. He fires several shots. The bullets strike the dealer, yet they fail to penetrate even his suit. In cinematic depictions, one might encounter bulletproof suits, and the attire worn by the dealer possesses that very quality. Indestructible, he sways slightly, then abruptly pivots, hurling 3 playing cards in retaliation. The speed of the flying cards is astonishing. Fortunately, Chen Bei is shielded by the thousand-hand cloak, forming a semi-enveloping protection that deflects the assault. Chen Bei, akin to sheltering behind cover, fires several more rounds at the dealer until his magazine is empty. Empty shells litter the ground, and wisps of smoke rise from the bullet-struck areas. The dealer's focus has now entirely shifted to Chen Bei, abandoning the other players to charge towards him. Leo shouts, "Everyone, assist 0 degree in confronting the boss. If we can defeat the boss, we can all clear the game together." Some bolder players remain, though trepidation lingers in their hearts in this game. Only a select few possess the capability to confront the boss. Whoosh! The dealer charges towards Chen Bei with astonishing speed, raising his rapier to pierce through the gaps in the thousand-hand cloak. Chen Bei leaps back, creating distance, while simultaneously switching the thousand-hand cloak to offensive mode. The cloak transitions from defense to offense, extending dozens of hands to grasp at the dealer's body. Roar, roar, roar. The dealer throws back his head and roars, producing a sound akin to a tiger's roar echoing through the mountains. A sinister purplish light swirls around him, forcing the thousand-hand cloak to retreat. He then unleashes another barrage of flying cards, this time enveloped in purple flames, clearly a different attack. Chen Bei hurriedly raises the flying will shield to block. The cards collide with the shield surface. Remarkably, such a thin playing card unleashes a force akin to a car colliding with a person, sending Chen Bei staggering back 7 or 8 steps before he can halt. How powerful! Chen Bei's heart races, his expression troubled. Within the management group, the emergence of the boss ignites a wave of exhilaration among the players. The boss has begun a massacre. Expect 20 to 30 casualties. 0 degree cannot possibly match the dealer's strength. It all hinges on whether they can discover the dealer's weakness. This weakness is, in fact, quite apparent.